Sword God Chapter 2757 to Chapter 2808. It was like a dream, an endless dream. In the dream, he had been running non-stop, as if he was running on an endless road. No matter how hard he ran, he couldn't run to the end. He couldn't stop, it would be a disaster. Then, there were all kinds of sword chi intercepting him, which caused great obstacles, but they were all broken by Xianxia one by one. It was very dangerous. Finally, there were enemies. Along the way, all the enemies were holding swords. They blocked the seemingly narrow road and waved their swords at him, showing amazing and incomparably exquisite swordsmanship. Kill, kill, kill. Xianxia did not know how far he had run, how many obstacles he had broken, how many times he had waved his sword, and how many opponents he had killed. It was like a dream, and now he had woken up. As soon as he woke up, Xianxia found that in front of him were pavilions and waterside pavilions. The sound of spring water entered his ears, the white clouds were leisurely, and the mountains were far away and close to the water. What a beautiful scenery! After waking up in an instant, Xianxia immediately felt that the pneuma here was rich and pure, reaching an amazing height. Moreover, the aura of the Great Way here was also very rich, so rich that Xianxia was very surprised. In particular, the aura of the Way of the Sword shocked Xianxia. It was comparable to the level of the divine power of the universe. In addition to the aura of the Way of the Sword, there was also a mighty and magnificent true gang spirit. That aura seemed to be full of destructive overbearingness, but also contained an indescribable vitality. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and his heart skipped a beat. He remembered that when the army of the dead invaded the land of death, the sword light that split the endless darkness was lingering with the intertwining of destruction and rebirth, as well as the majestic and domineering aura of the true sun that could drive away evil. Have you finished watching? Very suddenly, a voice sounded. That voice was as gentle as a breeze, but with a trace of deep and indescribable overbearingness and gloominess. Xianxia was shocked and looked over. He didn't know when, but a figure in a light golden robe had appeared in front of him. His long silver hair seemed to be dyed by the golden light of the sun. He emitted an incomparably shocking sword aura, as vast as the true sun. This was a middle-aged man. His appearance seemed very ordinary, but at the same time, he didn't seem ordinary at all. Xianxia found that he couldn't use words to describe this man's appearance and temperament. This man had already transcended the level of humans. He was like a god. His eyes were like two true suns that emitted endless light and heat, as if they could burn the world, the void, and all things. Being stared at, Xianxia felt as if everything about him had been seen through, leaving him with nowhere to hide. The disciple of Tianguang Peak, Xianxia, greets the senior master. Xianxia straightened his back like a sword and saluted with a solemn face. Because in his heart, Xianxia had already guessed it. Back then, I sent you a message and gave you 100 years. Now, in less than 100 years, you are qualified to stand in front of me. Not bad. The middle-aged man in the golden robe nodded and smiled slightly, as if he was praising Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't help but feel excited. Although he had already guessed it, he still felt very shocked when it was confirmed. A saint of sword principle, the man in front of him was the saint who left him a message at the Xingfeng brothel on Wanyuan Island. It was that message that led him to come to Taihao Mountain at the risk of life and death. He had also experienced many battles in Taihao Mountain to improve his strength and status, all in order to achieve his goal at that time. Now, he finally achieved his goal, standing in front of this saint. Xianxia thought he would be very excited and overjoyed, but after a moment of excitement, he calmed down and returned to calmness. It seemed to be natural. Such a change in mentality was closely related to the endless path of white jade swords that seemed to be in a dream. That experience seemed to be in a dream, but it had greatly improved Xianxia's state of mind. His sword heart was pure, clear, and bright, so it was not confused. Even if he really met a saint of sword principle, he would not show too much emotion. He would only be a little excited, but he would soon return to calmness. I am the sword saint of this generation of Taihao Mountain. The middle-aged man spoke again. I am the third sword saint of Taihao. Xianxia was slightly excited, but not very excited. His mind was calm, and his sword heart was bright. Sword saint of Taihao, the strongest swordsman of Taihao Mountain, the strongest being who suppressed the universe with his sword. Disciple of Tianguang Peak, Chenzong, greets Sword Saint of Taihao. Chenzong saluted with his sword again. Since you can walk on the endless path of swords and come in front of me, I will give you a chance. It is also a test. Sword Saint of Taihao said very directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Sword Saint of Taihao put his fingers together like a sword and gently swiped forward. In an instant, a sword mark appeared on the mountain wall as white as jade in front of him. The sword mark was about a meter long, and it looked simple, as if it was made by a casual swing of the sword. At least, that was what Chenzong felt at first sight. But, was it really so? This was the sword mark left by Sword Saint of Taihao, the strongest swordsman of Taihao Mountain. Even if it was just a simple sword mark, it contained an indescribable secret of sword principle. When Chenzong came back to his senses, he found that Sword Saint of Taihao had disappeared without him noticing. He came without a sound, and left without a sound. It was unfathomable. However, Sword Saint of Taihao had said before that he would give Chenzong a chance. This chance was the sword mark on the Jade Mountain wall in front of him. It was not only a chance, but also a test. It was a test given by Sword Saint of Taihao. So, he began to comprehend it. Chenzong's figure flashed and appeared in front of the jade-like mountain wall. His eyes stared at the 1-meter-long sword mark. The sword mark looked ordinary, as if there was nothing special about it. However, Chenzong did not relax because of this. Instead, he became even more focused. He gathered his energy, and spirit, and operated the one-hearted mantra. Everything was activated to the extreme, and he focused on the sword mark. It was as if they were separated by layers of time and space. In a pavilion, Sword Saint of Taihao stared at Chenzong while drinking wine. Another person was sitting opposite Sword Saint of Taihao. It was the first elder of Taihao Mountain. Both of them were saint-level experts. It is his great fortune to be noticed by the saint, the first elder said with a smile as he looked at Chenzong. He was talking to the Sword Saint of Taihao. This boy has extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. He is worth training. Sword Saint of Taihao smiled. Are you going to train him like the fourth Sword Saint of Taihao? The first elder could not help but ask. Somewhat, but whether he can achieve it depends on his ability. Sword Saint of Taihao smiled again. The fourth Sword Saint of Taihao, who was the fourth Sword Saint of Taihao, of course, he was referring to the fourth Sword Saint of Taihao. Taihao Mountain was founded by the first Sword Saint of Taihao. Of course, there was no Sword Saint of Taihao in the beginning. However, as the founder of Taihao Mountain broke through to the saint level, Taihao Mountain became a holy land. It continued to develop, pass down, and grow until today. After the first Sword Saint of Taihao trained the second Sword Saint of Taihao, he left Taihao Mountain to explore the universe. After the second Sword Saint of Taihao trained the third Sword Saint of Taihao, he followed in the footsteps of the first Sword Saint of Taihao to explore the universe. Now, the third Sword Saint of Taihao was planning to do the same. He wanted to train an heir and follow in the footsteps of the first two Sword Saints to explore the universe. Why did he do that? Of course, it was because the universe was boundless, mysterious, and worthy of exploration. Even a saint-level expert could not guarantee that he could see through all the mysteries of the universe. The universe was divided into 4 layers, and the core layer was even more intricate. Previously, the third Sword Saint of Taihao had paid attention to some outstanding disciples and even indirectly gave them some opportunities. Unfortunately, none of them met his standards. Just then, the wind of the universe blew. He wanted to see if he could find some talented swordsman who could catch his eye. As a result, he saw Chenzong. At that time, Chenzong was only pleasing to the eye. But Sword Saint of Taihao was not particularly satisfied with Chenzong. Nevertheless, Sword Saint of Taihao still gave Chenzong a chance. First, he intercepted the other saint-level experts who had their eyes on Chenzong so that they could not take Chenzong away. Then, he set a test for Chenzong. It was very difficult to pass, almost impossible. But Chenzong did it. This gave Sword Saint of Taihao more ideas. He might as well give Chenzong some opportunities. For Sword Saint of Taihao, these opportunities were just a matter of convenience. It was both an opportunity and a test. For example, although the sword scar was just a simple sword scar casually left by Sword Saint of Taihao, It should be noted that he was a powerful sword saint. With his sword, he defeated countless supreme existences in the universe. His understanding of swordsmanship had reached an unparalleled level. Swordsmanship was the return to simplicity. A sword scar casually left behind contained the profound mysteries of swordsmanship. For other saint-level experts, it was nothing. For the powerful Jiandi, it might not be a big deal. But for Qinzong, the mysteries of swordsmanship were unfathomable. No one knew how much time and energy it would take for him to comprehend them. This was an opportunity that contained Sword Saint of Taihao's understanding of the mysteries of swordsmanship. It was also a test to see how long it would take for Qinzong to comprehend the mysteries. The length of time and the level of the mysteries he comprehended were related to Sword Saint of Taihao's evaluation of Qinzong. If he was not satisfied, Sword Saint of Taihao would naturally not pay attention to Qinzong. As for opportunities, even if they were readily available, he would not give them to him. As for the fourth Sword Saint of Taihao, he would not even think about it. Although Qinzong did not know this, for Qinzong, such an opportunity was rare. Because Qinzong had already comprehended a trace of the mysteries of swordsmanship from this sword scar. Immersed, Qinzong was directly immersed in the mysteries of the sword scar. In this sword scar, the mysteries of swordsmanship were just a general name. In fact, there were also mysteries of swordsmanship. With the help of his superb comprehension, the help of the Heart Sutra, and his solid foundation of swordsmanship, Qinzong quickly entered the state and comprehended a trace of the mysteries of the sword scar. Just a trace of the mysteries made Qinzong feel as if he had fallen into a vast ocean of swordsmanship, wandering and roaming freely. The disappearance of Qinzong frightened the Tianguang Peak Lord. What was going on? Why did Qinzong disappear from Tianguang Peak? Did he leave by himself, or was he killed by a strong swordsman? No matter what, Qinzong's disappearance was not a trivial matter. It was a big deal. After all, Zhong's talent was so amazing that it was not only a matter of Tianguang Peak, but also related to Taihao Mountain. However, the Tianguang Peak Lord finally felt relieved after being informed by the first senior statesman. At the same time, he was very excited. The Taihao Sword Saint, Qinzong went to the Taihao Sword Saint. As for how he got there, it was not important. After all, the Taihao Sword Saint was a top swordsman in the Saint State, so he must have some mysterious methods. Oh no, the Dreamless Palace is about to open. The Tianguang Peak Lord became anxious. The Dreamless Palace was about to open, but Qinzong had not appeared yet. Was he going to miss the chance of entering the Dreamless Palace? Although it was a great chance to be chosen by the Taihao Sword Saint, and he could gain a lot of benefits, different chances were different, and all of them could bring great benefits. There was no conflict between being chosen by the Taihao Sword Saint and entering the Dreamless Palace. He only hoped that Qinzong could appear before the Dreamless Palace opened. Otherwise, it would be a pity. After all, the Dreamless Palace was the best and most important secret realm among the 19 secret realms of Taihao Mountain. If he missed it, it would be 1,000 years later. By then, Qinzong would have improved to an unimaginable level. Time passed slowly, day after day. Finally, it was time for the Dreamless Palace to open. Great, that's great. It seems that Qinzong hasn't come out yet. In the Gulan Peak, the swordsmen of the Lanhai clan were very happy. The fact that Qinzong was chosen by the Taihao Sword Saint and taken away was a great secret. Only the Taihao Sword Saint, the first senior statesman, and the Tianguang Peak Lord knew about it. Since it was a secret, of course, it would not be spread out and let others know. After all, it was an extremely important matter. Everyone in the 36 peaks and 8 schools of Taihao Mountain knew that the Taihao Sword Saint was the most powerful cultivator of Taihao Mountain. He was also the true ruler of Taihao Mountain. As for the Mountain Lord and the Senior Statesman Hall, they were actually secondary rulers. No one could go against the Taihao Sword Saint's decision. What did it mean to be valued by the Taihao Sword Saint? This meant that there was a high chance that he would become the successor of the Taihao Sword Saint. Although there would be all kinds of tests, and the possibility of him becoming the successor was very low, it was still a possibility. If it became a reality, it would be a huge change for Taihao Mountain. Generation after generation, as a result, the Tianguang Peak Lord was extremely excited when he heard the news, but he didn't show it on his face, pretending that Qinzong was still behind closed doors. As a result, even the chief elder of Tianguang Peak thought that Chen Zong was still behind closed doors. I hope he doesn't come out from behind closed doors. Even if he does, it will be after the Dreamless Palace opens. An elder of the Lanhai clan sneered. If the Dreamless Palace opened, then it opened. The people had already entered. If Chen Zong came out from behind closed doors, he could only watch helplessly. In the senior statesman hall, the senior statesmen also gathered. It's time for the Dreamless Palace to open. It's time to open it, the 10th senior statesman said impatiently, because he got the news that Chen Zong hadn't come out from behind closed doors yet. Since he hadn't come out from behind closed doors, then he should continue to stay behind closed doors. If he wanted to come out, he should wait until the Dreamless Palace opened. So now, they had to open the Dreamless Palace as soon as possible and let people enter as soon as possible, in case Chen Zong came out from behind closed doors. The Dreamless Palace was a great opportunity. Judging from the commotion when Chen Zong broke through the fifth state, his talent and foundation were really amazing. If they entered the Dreamless Palace, it was certain that Chen Zong would gain a lot, which was not a good thing. Wait a little longer, the 9th senior statesman said. He was very optimistic about Chen Zong, but now Chen Zong was still behind closed doors and had not come out. This made him very anxious. The Dreamless Palace, they couldn't miss it. It must be opened now. The 10th senior statesman said coldly, this is the rule of Taihao Mountain. Since it's time to open, it can't be delayed. Otherwise, where are the rules of the palace? The 10th senior statesman's words were powerful and resonant. Furthermore, they sounded reasonable and well-founded, making it hard for anyone to refute. Previously, in order to get a place for Chen Zong to enter the Dreamless Palace, they had already confronted the 10th senior statesman once. At that time, they argued with each other and finally got a place for Chen Zong under the circumstances of mutual compromise. But now, the 10th senior statesman was on the right side of the palace rules. The discussions in the senior statesman hall were all reasonable. If they were unreasonable and did not act according to the palace rules, then everything would be messed up, which was not a good thing. The law is nothing more than human feelings. Wait a moment. The 4th senior statesman said neither slowly nor quickly. She was also optimistic about Chen Zong. Even so, the palace rules are the palace rules. It is not allowed to be violated. The 12th senior statesman had a good relationship with the 10th senior statesman, so he naturally stood on the 10th senior statesman's side. He immediately retorted. The other senior statesman couldn't help but have a headache. At the same time, they were secretly annoyed that Chen Zong was so insensible. He didn't even know to come out from behind closed doors. He was going to miss the opportunity of the Dreamless Palace and waste their previous efforts. They also didn't know that at this moment, Chen Zong was meditating in meditation at Sword St. Taihao's place. Postpone the opening of the Dreamless Palace until Chen Zong comes out. The 1st senior statesman appeared and said directly. 1st senior statesman, this is not in accordance with the rules. The 10th senior statesman stood up abruptly, as if his hair was standing on end. He had done everything possible to stop Chen Zong's opportunity. Now, with the palace rules as his authority, he was already on the side of reason. It was reasonable and reasonable. Naturally, he had to fight for it. He had to fight for it righteously, as if it was a matter of course, with reason and with his head held high. Rules. The 1st senior statesman smiled. This was decided by that person. If you want to talk about rules, then talk to that person. That person? The 10th senior statesman was slightly stunned and showed a touch of doubt. The other senior statesmen were the same. They all showed a touch of doubt, but it was quickly replaced by shock. That person, who was it that the 1st senior statesman, a saint-level expert, called that person, who in Taihao Mountain could be called that, the Hill Master? No, the Hill Master didn't have this ability. To put it bluntly, the Hill Master was only a saint-level expert. He didn't have such qualifications. Then who was it? Was there a need to think too much? There was no need for that. Who was that person? It was so clear and direct. The Taihao Sword Saint, the 3rd generation Taihao Sword Saint, the 3rd generation Taihao Sword Saint was actually paying attention to Chen Zong. Why was that? Yes. When Chen Zong broke through to the 5th level, the divine power of the universe was so vast and the commotion was so great. It was normal that he attracted the attention of the Taihao Sword Saint. After all, he was the Taihao Sword Saint, the #1 expert of Taihao Mountain. It was normal for him to find some geniuses and nurture them. However, would he nurture them as his successor? That was a big question. For a moment, all the senior statesmen were in shock. Their minds were all active, and they couldn't put their thoughts into words. The 10th senior statesman's emotions were extremely complicated. His expression kept changing, and he didn't know what to say. Should he really go and talk to that person? Did he have the qualifications? No. Although he was one of the senior statesmen of Taihao Mountain Senior Statesman Hall, he was only a saint-level expert. He didn't have the qualifications to do that unless he broke through to the true saint level. However, the gap between the saint level and the true saint level was too big. It wasn't that easy to break through. After all, Taihao Mountain had existed for millions of years, and there were less than 10 saint-level experts born so far. He was speechless. The 10th senior statesman and the senior statesman who supported him were all speechless. Pushing back the opening time of the Dreamless Palace didn't really affect the Dreamless Palace. When the opening time was up, it only said that it could be opened. It didn't have to be opened immediately. Since that person said so, then it was a fact, an irrefutable fact. They could only wait for Chenzong to come out of seclusion. However, the reality was that Chenzong was meditating at the Taihao Sword Saint's place. It could be said that he was in seclusion. On the white jade-like mountain wall, there was a meter-long sword mark. It looked simple and ordinary, but the mystery it contained was not ordinary at all. A figure was standing in front of the mountain wall. He unsheathed his sword and started to practice swordsmanship. Chenzong kept meditating on the mystery of the sword mark. As he continued to meditate, more and more mysteries emerged. Chenzong unconsciously unsheathed his sword and performed swordsmanship to prove his own comprehension. He integrated all the mysteries he had comprehended into his swordsmanship. Heart swordsmanship, world swordsmanship, these two swordsmanships were created by Chenzong himself. He kept meditating and improving them. He also kept integrating the mysteries and essences of other great swordsmanships. As a result, these two swordsmanships became more powerful and more mysterious. Super swordsmanship. When Chenzong saw that streak of sword energy in the land of death, his swordsmanship broke through the shackles and became a high-grade moon-class ultimate technique. When he broke through to the 5th level, his swordsmanship became a supreme-grade moon-class ultimate technique. When Chenzong ran and battled on the white jade-like sword path in his dream, Chenzong's sword heart was sharpened. Therefore, his two swordsmanships broke through the limit again and became supreme-grade moon-class ultimate techniques. Such a significant improvement was due to Chenzong's solid foundation in swordsmanship, his extraordinary comprehension, and the help of the Heart Sutra. Now, Chenzong continued to meditate on this sword mark, absorbing the mysteries and integrating them into himself. As a result, his swordsmanship improved again. The supreme-grade moon-class ultimate technique was slowly approaching its limit. Every time Chenzong swung his sword, the sword energy would become more condensed, and the trajectory would become more mysterious. As if he didn't know fatigue, Chenzong swung his sword again and performed his swordsmanship again and again. Every sword left a mark in the air that lingered for a long time. Soon, there were densely packed sword marks left in all directions around Chenzong. Suddenly, Chenzong put away his sword and stood still. His aura instantly condensed, becoming one with his origin energy. In the depths of his eyes, a cold light seemed to explode like a star. Once again, he stabbed out with his sword. As the sword stabbed out, the sword mark on the white jade mountain wall trembled, as if it had come alive. It directly left the mountain wall and shot towards Chenzong. In just an instant, before Chenzong could even react, it merged into his forehead and disappeared without a trace. At the top of Taihao Peak of Taihao Mountain, a gale swept across. White clouds fluttered, and the wind and clouds surged. One gale, one cloud, and the 9 heavenly winds swept the clouds. Many figures stood in the air above the mountain peak, as if they were facing the mighty wind and clouds. Every figure emitted a monstrous divine power that swept across the world. Doyens, they were the Doyens of Taihao Mountain. There were a total of 10 Doyens present. They struck out sword light one after another. The sword light was vast and boundless, with boundless sharpness. It seemed to be able to destroy mountains and shatter the void as it blasted into the sky. 10 sword light soared into the sky, directly impacting, colliding, and bursting out a shocking divine power. It seemed as if the void was collapsing. Then, a mysterious door engraved with countless profound talismans slowly emerged, gradually condensing from an illusory image. A dreamlike aura also permeated from the door. Within a radius, everything fell into a kind of illusion, full of dreamy colors, and became unreal. But such an aura still could not affect the doyens, because these doyens were experts at the half-saint level. The strength of their sword will was indescribable. Vaguely, there seemed to be a sound of surging waves coming from the door in the sky. It was also like the whistling of the heavenly wind, lingering in the ears. The dreamlike door was dragged into the void. The aura that permeated the air was extremely ancient, as if it had traveled through endless time and space from ancient times. Well, the door to the dreamless palace has appeared. Get ready to enter, the first doyen suddenly said. The quota to enter the dreamless palace had been determined. There were 3 emperor-level experts, 6 emperor-level experts, and 1 king-level expert. The only king-level expert was Xianxia. Under normal circumstances, Xianxia would not have been able to get this quota. At the very least, he had to be at the emperor level. But because of special reasons, in addition to the efforts of the Tianguang Peak Lord and the support of several doyens, Xianxia was finally able to get the quota to enter the Dreamless Palace. During this period, after several confrontations, the quota was finally fixed. Moreover, the opening time of the Dreamless Palace was delayed until Xianxia came out of seclusion. The sword scar left by the Taihao Sword Saint was both an opportunity and a test. Xianxia had comprehended it thoroughly. Not only had he completely mastered the mystery of the sword, but his swordsmanship and unique techniques had also improved by leaps and bounds. He had also mastered the power of the sword scar and turned it into a trump card. That was the second opportunity. If one could completely decipher it, they would be able to obtain its power. It was a life-saving trump card. Since he had succeeded in deciphering it and gained a lot, Xianxia also took his leave. The Taihao Sword Sage did not say anything. Now, it was time to enter the Dreamless Palace. Xianxia was also looking forward to the opportunity in the Dreamless Palace. Now, he was finally going to enter. He wondered what it was like inside. Xianxia had asked the Tianguang Peak Lord, but unfortunately, the Tianguang Peak Lord did not tell him. Instead, he let Xianxia experience it himself. Well, then he would experience it himself. That door was ancient and deep, dreamy and illusory, as if it came from an illusory world. It was full of an incomparably mysterious aura. The door completely appeared, standing above the Taihao Peak. It stood in the void, as if it had crossed the ages, like an ancient sacred mountain. Go in. The voice of the first doyen sounded again. The 3 emperor-level experts moved first. They turned into 3 streaks of sword light and instantly soared into the sky, escaping into the ancient dreamy door. Then, there were 6 emperor-level experts. Finally, there was Xianxia. In a short span of time, all 10 of them turned into sword light, escaping into the mysterious ancient dreamy door and disappearing. The door did not disappear. It was still standing. The doyens did not leave either. They just stayed around as if they were guarding it. After Xianxia entered the ancient and mysterious door, he noticed that the surroundings were filled with multicolored rays of light. Strands and strands of different lengths and thicknesses changed indeterminately, and they were filled with a mysterious and illusory color. Other than that, Xianxia did not feel anything special. But as he looked, Xianxia felt sleepy. He could not help but feel tired. He could not help but yawn. This feeling was really something that he had not felt in a long time. After yawning, Xianxia felt his upper eyelid begin to lift. Lifting his lower eyelid turned into a beating. In the end, they recovered and hugged each other tightly. He fell asleep. Xianxia directly fell asleep. His breathing became long and even. Not only Xianxia fell asleep, but the other 3 emperor-level experts and 6 emperor-level experts also inevitably fell into a deep sleep. The opportunity of the Dreamless Palace was deep sleep. It was a beautiful sleep without any dreams. It was a deep sleep, a long-lost sleep. As everyone fell into a deep sleep, the multicolored aura that permeated the surroundings also quietly spread out, transforming into strands of intertwining strands. It was as if they were weaving a cocoon, enveloping everyone and merging into the multicolored aura. In the dreamless palace, one could not feel the passage of time. Outside the dreamless palace, the Doyens were all waiting. Time passed breath by breath. 15 minutes passed by. Days passed by. Logically speaking, the higher one's cultivation, the longer one's slumber time will be. However, Qinzong is not someone an ordinary 5th-level cultivator can compare to. Perhaps his slumber time is comparable to those 6th-level cultivators, said the 9th Grand Elder with a smile. Every fortuitous encounter had its own level. For example, the virtual mystery land. The longer one stayed in it, the more benefits one could obtain. It was the same for the Dreamless Palace. The way to obtain an opportunity in the Dreamless Palace was to sleep. It was a deep sleep without dreams. Hence, it was called the Dreamless Palace. The length of the deep sleep was related to the harvest in the Dreamless Palace. Of course, it was also closely related to the cultivation level. In the past, there had never been anyone below the 6th realm who entered the Dreamless Palace in Taihao Mountain. Qinzong was like the first since the beginning of time. The 9th Doyens thought of this and could not help but say it. This little guy might give us a surprise. The 4th Doyens chuckled. With their age, it was not an exaggeration to call Qinzong a little guy. It was normal. Qinzong was at most a few hundred years old, but they were at least 10,000 years old. 3 days later, a figure appeared from the ancient and mysterious dreamy door. It was a 6th realm emperor-level expert. When he appeared, he still looked sleepy and confused. But as soon as he left the door, he quickly woke up and immediately bowed to the Doyens. Okay, go back and cultivate in seclusion. The 3rd Doyens waved his hand and said. The 6th realm emperor-level expert immediately turned into a ray of sword light and flew away. The harvest in the Dreamless Palace would quickly appear after they left. They had to seize the opportunity to go into seclusion and completely absorb and master it. Only then would they not waste this opportunity. If the time dragged on for too long, the Dreamless Palace would otherwise, it would be equivalent to wasting the opportunity. Not long after, a second figure appeared. It was a 6th realm emperor-level expert. Then, the other emperor-level experts appeared one after another within a day. This meant that the harvest of the 6 emperor-level experts was not very different. However, what surprised them was that Qinzong was still in the Dreamless Palace. The Dreamless Palace was different from the Void God's secret land. The burden in the Void God's secret land was actually not directly related to cultivation level. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the burden. But the Dreamless Palace was different. In the Dreamless Palace, it was really closely related to cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the longer one could sleep and the greater the benefits. Since ancient times, this had been proven many times. Qinzong was of 5th realm. The time he slept should be the shortest and his harvest should be the least. However, they did not expect that the first to come out would be the 6 emperor-level experts and not Qinzong, who was of 5th realm. Such talent was a little frightening. The 4th Doyens, the 9th Doyens, and the other Doyens who supported Qinzong were very happy. However, the 10th Doyens was full of anger. The more outstanding Qinzong was, the more angry he was. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. If he slept, then he would keep sleeping. It would be best if he slept in the Dreamless Palace until the Dreamless Palace disappeared. However, it was obvious that the 10th Doyen's wish would not come true. On the 4th day, Qinzong appeared. Not bad, not bad. The 9th Doyen smiled and patted Qinzong's shoulder. The 1st Doyens did not say anything. However, he had been paying attention to Qinzong. Since he knew that the Taihao Sword Sage intended to cultivate Qinzong, he paid even more attention to Qinzong. Although he did not know whether Qinzong would eventually become the successor of the Taihao Sword Sage and become the 4th Taihao of Mount Taihao, since he was able to catch the Taihao Sword Sage's eye, even if he did not become the 4th Taihao, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. He might even become a saint-level expert. If Mount Taihao could have another saint-level expert, it would be a great thing. It would be able to relieve a lot of his pressure. Alright, go back and cultivate in seclusion, the fourth doyen said to Chenzong with a smile. A full 4 days of deep sleep would definitely bring great benefits to Chenzong. He had to make the best use of his time and not waste any of it. After Chenzong saluted the doyens with his sword, he rolled up a flash of sword light and flew away quickly. He returned to Tianguang Peak and cultivated in seclusion again. Cultivating in seclusion, Chenzong had been cultivating in seclusion ever since he was about to break through to the fifth state. Now that he had broken through, he had to cultivate in seclusion again. However, this kind of seclusion was all about improving himself. Chenzong liked this kind of seclusion very much. No one would dislike it. After another day, the 3 great emperors woke up one after the other and left the dreamless palace. When the last great emperors left the dreamless palace, the gate of the dreamless palace trembled. Then, it faded little by little and gradually disappeared into the void. The next time it opens will be 1,000 years later. The fifth doyen sighed slightly. Such a lucky chance was rare and hard to come by. If they could have it for a longer period of time, it would be a wonderful thing. What a pity. Of course, the fifth doyens was just sighing. If they could really hold on to such a lucky chance as the Dreamless Palace, Mount Taihao would have attracted a lot of covetous eyes and would have been besieged. Are you going to the Wanyuan land? The Tianguang Peak Lord asked Chenzong in surprise, his brows furrowed slightly. After falling asleep in the Dreamless Palace, Chenzong stayed behind closed doors for a year on Tianguang Peak and then came out. All the comprehensions in the Dreamless Palace were grasped and absorbed by Chenzong. By now, Chenzong's cultivation state had improved to the top level of the fifth state, and his strength had also reached the top level of the fifth state. However, Chenzong had no idea how strong he was. First, he made a breakthrough under the godly power of 999,999 square miles in the universe, directly surpassing the Tao Palace and entering the level of pregnant Tao spirit. Later, he was summoned by the sword Saint Taihao and received a lucky chance. Then, he had the lucky chance of falling asleep in the Dreamless Palace. Chenzong's cultivation state, swordsmanship, unique skills, and the great Tao had all improved by leaps and bounds, and his comprehensive strength had also increased tremendously. As a result, Chenzong didn't know how strong he was now. After all, his strength had improved so fast and so much in such a short period of time that it was beyond his imagination. Fortunately, he didn't lose control of such a huge improvement. Everything was under his control, and his control of his own strength was even better than before. This was because he had been honed in the White Jade Sword Road of the Sword Saint Taihao. Perhaps he could challenge the Divine King list. There were 3,333 places on the Divine King list. It was much more difficult to be listed on it than the Divine Master list. Every swordsman on the Divine King list was a top-level swordsman in the King state with formidable strength. It was extremely difficult to be listed on it. Any swordsman on the Divine King list had cultivated in the fifth state for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, to have such an ability. However, Chenzong had only broken through the fifth state for less than 10 years, and he was confident that he had the strength to challenge the Divine King list. It was undoubtedly amazing. The universe was vast and boundless, but there were only 3,333 names on the God King list. Experts at such a level were extremely rare. But when he thought about it, there were no less than 10,000 fifth-level cultivators in Taihao Mountain alone, perhaps even more. In other holy lands, there were also many fifth-level cultivators, as well as other emperor-level and emperor-level forces. In addition, there were also many fifth-level cultivators among independent cultivators. The number of fifth realms in the entire universe was uncountable. But now, Chenzong had no intention of challenging the God King list. During this period of time, especially after his breakthrough, he had attracted too much attention. The current situation was chaotic. The Infernal Order and the Infernal Demon Gate were wreaking havoc. The Church of God's worship's motives were unclear, but some famous geniuses had already been killed. It didn't make much difference whether one was listed on the God King list earlier or later. Given the current situation, it was better to keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Chenzong's short-term plan was to return to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court first, then return to the Void where he was born to meet his master, Wholehearted Tao Lord, and discuss the follow-up of the Wholehearted Sutra. Zong increasingly realized the amazing benefits that the Wholehearted Sutra brought to him. If he didn't have the Wholehearted Sutra, it would definitely be difficult for him to reach this stage based on his own abilities. With such strength, he might even be at the 4th level. Therefore, Zong had great expectations for the follow-up of the Wholehearted Sutra. Zong had made up his mind to leave, and the Tianguang Peak Lord was powerless to stop him. Moreover, Zong was also at the 5th level now, and his strength was enough for him to travel the universe. As a sword cultivator, he was definitely not a flower in a greenhouse. He had to go through all kinds of hardships. A sword's edge was sharpened by grinding, this was the truth. Since you want to go back, I won't stop you. However, the current situation is chaotic. If you leave now, I'm afraid that you will attract many covetous eyes, and that will be disadvantageous to you, the Tianguang Peak Lord said in a low voice. He knew the current chaotic situation better than Zong. Zong was so outstanding. Once he left Taihao Mountain, he would directly become the eyes of other forces and attract countless troubles. Although Zong was now at the 5th level and had a certain level of strength to protect himself, it was still not enough. Even if Zong was invincible at the 5th level, he would still not be able to defeat a 6th level, let alone a 7th level. Then, what should he do? He left it to the Tianguang Peak Lord to handle. He brought Zong to Taihao Peak in a low-key manner to meet the first doyen. Although the first doyen was a saint-level expert, he was different from the Taihao Sword Sage. It was easier to meet him. With the identity of the Tianguang Peak Lord, it was not a problem to inform him under normal circumstances. So you brought Zong here because you want him to use the descent of 1,000 stars? The first doyen's expressionless face was filled with shocking majesty. The Tianguang Peak Lord couldn't help but shrink back. It couldn't be helped. The first doyen was far superior to the Tianguang Peak Lord in terms of status and strength. His majesty was shocking. Yes. Although the Tianguang Peak Lord shrank back, he still said with certainty. The descent of 1,000 stars consumes a lot of energy every time it is activated. It is used by Taihao Mountain to deal with emergencies. But you want to use it to travel. Isn't that too much? The first doyen's expression was still solemn. It almost made the Tianguang Peak Lord back out. However, the Tianguang Peak Lord still mustered up his courage and stated his reasons. He pointed out the importance of Zong and so on. You have a point. The first doyen pondered for a moment and nodded. Then you will bear half of the cost of activating the descent of 1,000 stars. Okay. The Tianguang Peak Lord nodded vigorously. The descent of 1,000 stars was a method of pursuit used by the various Holy Lands. It would only be used when an emergency happened in a place far away from the Holy Lands. The Holy Lands experts would be accurately sent to a certain place in the cosmos for rescue. The further away from the Holy Lands, the more energy it would consume. But even at a close distance, it would consume a lot of energy every time it was activated. If the Tianguang Peak Lord bore half of the cost, it would consume more than half of the Cosmos God crystals he had. The first doyen couldn't help but smile. Led by the first doyen, the three of them quickly arrived at a secret place on Taihao Peak. This was a huge hall located in the belly of the mountain. The hall was spacious, and the dome was like a starry sky. It was filled with countless stars. There were more than 10,000 of them, and they twinkled, making it seem extremely profound and mysterious. Standing in this hall, one would feel as though they were standing under a boundless starry sky. Zong stood at the center of the hall. The first senior statesman immediately sent out a few rays of sword light. The sword light pierced through the air and hit the pillars around the hall. The pillars trembled, and in an instant, rays of light shot into the sky. The countless stars in the sky flickered even more intensely. Every star began to move as they flickered. Move, it was. Like a star chart in the sky, rotating endlessly. Not long after, one of the stars became incomparably bright. It was like the true sun, causing the other stars to dim. All of their radiance was stolen by it. The resplendent and blazing star that was like the true sun suddenly released a great amount of light. It instantly fell and blasted towards Zong. In just an instant, Zong was swallowed up. Then, after the star swallowed Zong, it shot up into the sky and disappeared into the void. Only the first Doyen and the Tianguang Peak Lord were left in the hall. Let's go. The first Doyen turned and left. The Tianguang Peak Lord hurriedly left after him. This operation was quite low-key and secretive. Even if someone came to investigate, they would at most know that Chen Zong had left Taihao Mountain through the descent of 10,000 stars. As for where he went, it would be very difficult to find out. Of course, it was not impossible to find out, but it required authority. This authority was headed by the Taihao Sword Sage, followed by the first Doyen and the Peak Lord. Chen Zong only felt that he was enveloped by an extremely tyrannical and mysterious power. He was shuttling through everything at an indescribable speed. Chen Zong's destination was to return to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Unfortunately, although the descent of 10,000 stars was magical, it did not locate the Nine Heavens universe of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. After all, there were many universes in the universe, and Taihao Mountain could not locate all of them. Then, he could only locate the 10,000 origin island. Then, he would use the space transmission of the Trade Wind Tower to teleport to the mystical light universe, and then back to the Nine Heavens universe. This way, it would not take so long. If he were to travel by himself, he would have to cross 3 universes from Taihao Mountain to reach the 10,000 origin territory. Even with his current speed, it would be difficult to do so without hundreds of years. Hundreds of years was a very long time for Chen Zong. A round trip might take 1,000 years. Taking everything into account, it had only been a few hundred years since he started cultivating. But there was no other way. No matter what, he had to go back. This was related to the Heart Sutra. The Heart Sutra was passed down to him by his master, the Heart Tao Lord. He must have studied the follow-up of the Heart Sutra. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it also seemed like a short moment. Chen Zong was wrapped in the starlight and flew through the interlayer of the universe at an unparalleled speed. Through the starlight, Chen Zong vaguely saw countless figures flashing by. They did not seem to be the figures of cultivators, but more like the figures of fierce demons. That's right, this was the interlayer of the universe, the birthplace of the fierce demons of the universe. Besides that, Chen Zong also saw a figure that was different from the ferocious demons of the universe. It was completely pitch black and coiled with devil chi, and it was extremely gloomy. Even if it was only a flash, Chen Zong still felt a trace of an extremely horrifying aura. Dark demon of the universe. Dark demon of the universe was a general term. It was a general term for fierce demons of the universe and dark demons of the universe. However, compared to fierce demons of the universe, dark demons of the universe rarely appeared. But every time they appeared, it would definitely cause a great disaster. Chen Zong had never encountered a dark demon of the universe before. He did not expect to see one this time when he used the descent of 1,000 stars. That kind of feeling made Chen Zong involuntarily feel cold all over. Thinking back to when he was fighting for the wisp of primordial chi in the interlayer of the fierce demons of the secret realm, if there had been a dark demon of the universe, not only would he not have been able to get anything, but he would also have to give up his life. The dark demon of the universe also noticed Chen Zong, but the speed of the starlight was so fast that it disappeared without a trace before the dark demon of the universe could do anything. On Wanyuan Island, the strongest person was the leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, followed by the leaders of the 3 major forces, the Wanren Sect, the Yuanyuan Palace, and the Trade Wind Tower. The Wanren Sect was divided into several branches, each representing an independent inheritance. The leader of each branch was a top emperor-level cultivator. The Sky-Splitting Sword Palace was one of the branches. At this moment, in a corner of Wanyuan Island, Heavenly/Sword King, don't go too far. A figure surrounded by a blue storm floated in the air, his tone angry. I am bullying you. What can you do about it? If you don't accept it, let's fight. On the other side, there was a blue-robed middle-aged man with sword chi soaring to the sky. He had the appearance of a blue-robed middle-aged man. With a sword in his hand, a terrifying sword will rush to the sky. Sword chi raged in all directions like a storm. The sword will seem to be able to split the sky and the earth. It was extremely powerful. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him and then go kill the others. The man in a purple robe snorted. If you want my life, then exchange it with yours. The figure surrounded by the blue storm was enraged to the extreme. He directly exploded, completely exploding. The blue storm expanded several times in an instant, and a terrifying power swept through the world. It turned into two 100-meter-wide dark blue storms that swept out at an astonishing speed. They were so powerful that they seemed to be able to shatter the sky. After reaching the fifth realm, one's comprehension of the Great Path was at least complete and the Palace of the Way was opened. The power of the Great Path was at least 10 times more powerful than that of the fourth realm. Once they attacked, they could activate the corresponding power of the Great Path in the void and release a more powerful attack. Humph! The Heavenly Sword King snorted, and a touch of disdain flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the sword in his hand trembled, and he directly slashed out. A sky-blue sword light was extremely sharp and domineering. It cut through the void, and directly slashed at one of the dark blue storms. The other Sword King also pulled out his sword and stabbed out. An incomparably sharp sword light pierced through the storm as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. After sending out the two storms, the figure surrounded by the blue storm did not stop at all. Instead, he directly exploded with extreme speed and flew into the distance. Although he said that he was risking his life, if he could survive, he naturally would run. It would be best to escape to a place where there were fellow disciples. Only then could they fight and even kill the two Sword Kings. Chase! The heavenly breaking sword monarch sneered. As soon as he said that, the two of them immediately turned into two streams of sword light and instantly gave chase. It didn't take long for the figure surrounded by the blue storm to be caught up. Hundreds of meters of sword chi slashed through the air. He couldn't escape, he really couldn't escape. These two people were stronger than him. He could still fight them one-on-one, but he would still be suppressed in the end. In a one-on-two situation, he would probably be killed in a few moves. Heaven-beheading Sword King had a look of ridicule on his face, while Heaven-breaking Sword King was somewhat impatient. He did not plan to waste time. He drew his sword, the sword light flashed and fell like a meteor. It tore through the sky and shattered the world as it blasted towards the figure surrounded by the blue storm. He couldn't dodge it, exploding with all his power. The dark blue storm instantly expanded to its limit. Rumbling sound swept through the world. It was extremely violent, as if it wanted to shatter everything. It did its best to resist the sword light. However, in just one breath, the storm was shattered. His entire body was blasted away by the sword light, and blood splattered across the sky. Fall, his entire body fell to the ground. Blood dyed his clothes red. His face was pale, and his aura was weak. He looked like he was on the verge of death. Heaven-breaking Sword King was expressionless, but a sharp killing intent flashed in his eyes. The moment he was about to swing his sword again, a spot of light suddenly shot out from the sky. It turned from small to resplendent in an instant. It was a spot of starlight. In less than a breath's time, it became as blazing as the sun, startling the three people. What is that? Heaven-beheading Sword King was dumbfounded. Heaven-breaking Sword King's face was also filled with astonishment. As for the person who was injured and fell to the ground, he was also puzzled. What was that fall? It directly landed on the ground. There was no shocking momentum, nor was there a terrifying aura. Although the light was intense, there was no shocking power at all. In the next breath, the incomparably intense light rapidly dissipated, revealing a figure. Long hair fluttered, and every strand of hair seemed to be dyed with a faint silver-white light. His eyes were as bright as the stars, but also as vast as the universe. He wore a silver-white sword robe, perfectly accentuating his slender and vigorous figure. A long sword hung by his waist, and his figure was straight. There was a shocking sword aura that shot up to the sky. At first glance, he felt that there was no aura on this person. However, he also felt that there was an indescribable sword aura on this person. Who are you? Heaven-breaking Sword King frowned slightly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Chenzong. He only felt that this person's appearance was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, after thinking carefully, he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. This feeling was very strange. Heaven-breaking Sword King wasn't the only one who felt that way. Heaven-beheading Sword King also felt the same way. The person who was injured on the ground also saw Chenzong. He was stunned for a moment, then blinked his eyes in disbelief. You two are from the heaven-splitting sword palace of the Wanren sect? Chenzong didn't answer the other party's question. His gaze swept across and landed on the faces of Heaven-Sword King and Heaven-Breaking Sword King. That's right. Heaven-Sword King directly replied. Because they had the unique symbol of the heaven-splitting sword palace of the Wanren sect, there was no point in denying it. Moreover, this was the Wanren Island, and the Wanren sect was one of the 3 strongest sections. Their identities were also extraordinary, so there was no need to deny it. No matter who you are, the heaven-splitting sword palace of the Wanren sect is pursuing the enemy. I hope you won't interfere. Heaven-Breaking Sword King said. He couldn't see through Chenzong, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. It's good that you're from the sky-splitting sword palace. Chenzong smiled. It was a faint smile, but a cold smile. Back then, when he left the Wanren Island, he was sneakily attacked by the heaven-splitting sword emperor. If it weren't for the life-saving trump card given by the master of the wind-blowing tower, he would have been killed. However, after that, he had no choice but to escape into the cracks in the void and fight for survival. Fortunately, his luck was not bad and he also had a lot of things to rely on. In the end, he survived in the cracks in the void and even benefited from the disaster. He directly crossed 3 borders and approached Mount Taihao, saving hundreds of years of travel time. Even so, Chenzong didn't forget the Sky-Splitter Sword Emperor's attack, which had almost killed him. As for the so-called blessing in disguise, if it wasn't for his ability, he would probably have turned into ashes and his soul would have dispersed. He had to take revenge for this. Then, with his current strength, he was no match for the heaven-splitting Sword Emperor, but it didn't prevent him from attacking the heaven-splitting Sword Emperor's disciples. It was like interest. Chenzong not only recognized the 2 sword practitioners, but also recognized the identity of the injured person on the ground. He was from the wind-blowing tower. In this way, he had even more reason to attack. Chenzong's eyes became sharper as he stared at the heaven-splitting Sword Emperor and the heaven-beheading Sword Emperor, and asked in a low voice, "What's your relationship with the heaven-splitting Sword Emperor?" "Shut up. How dare you humiliate my master? You're courting death." The heaven-splitting Sword Emperor's expression suddenly changed. His anger exploded, and the sword in his hand also burst out. The heaven-splitting sword essence was shocking. The sword broke through the air and arrived with an extremely shocking power. This sword was like a flowing light, but it also carried the violent power of thunder. The sword was merciless and was about to kill Chenzong directly. Chenzong smiled. This sword seemed to be extremely powerful. It was as violent as thunder and as swift as a meteor. It could break through everything. But in Chenzong's eyes, it was nothing. This was because this heaven-sword king was only an ordinary king. He was someone who had just broken through to the king level not long ago. Not to mention Chenzong now, even Chenzong's strength before breaking through to the 5th realm was enough to deal with him. Be careful. The heaven-splitting Sword Emperor could be considered a veteran Sword Emperor on Wanyuan Island. He was very experienced and immediately sensed that something was wrong. In the face of his junior brother's sword, the other party's performance was too calm. Moreover, the way the other party appeared was too strange, making him feel very wary. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong also unsheathed his sword in an instant. The Guiyue sword was unsheathed and returned to its sheath in an instant. Chenzong's body did not move, his feet did not move, and his expression did not change at all. If a sword light flashed past as fast as lightning, it would seem that Chenzong did not unsheath his sword. Even the sound of the sword being unsheathed and the sword being sheathed were mixed together, showing how fast this sword was. The heaven-splitting Sword Emperor, who had attacked with his sword, was suddenly startled, as if he had been immobilized. He did not move at all, and his eyes stared straight at Chenzong, maintaining the posture of his sword slashing through the air. "Junior brother!" The heaven-splitting Sword Emperor hurriedly called out, already feeling that something was wrong. However, the heaven-splitting Sword Emperor's spirit, will, and everything else had already been destroyed by Chenzong's sword. It was a kind of crushing destruction, a destruction that could not be resisted in the slightest. Dead, the heaven-splitting Sword Emperor immediately realized that his junior brother had been killed. Soon after, the heaven-splitting Sword Emperor burst out with an extremely terrifying sword intent. That sword intent soared into the sky, carrying an extremely shocking blazing fury, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Burst, the heaven-splitting sword emperor burst out with all his strength. The sword in his hand also released an extremely shocking sword light, as if in the next breath he would release the most tyrannical and furious attack that surpassed his own limits. But in that instant, the heaven-splitting sword emperor, who seemed to be going all out, burst out with extreme speed, turning into a sword light and rapidly fleeing into the distance. Escape, the other party had attacked and instantly killed his junior brother, the heaven-splitting sword emperor, causing the heaven-splitting sword emperor to be extremely fearful. He knew that he was not a match for the other party, and might even be killed. The heaven-splitting sword emperor's thoughts were not simple either. He pretended to be going all out to take revenge, confusing the other party. In reality, he did not attack, but took the opportunity to escape. It had to be said that his method was extremely cunning. If it was under normal circumstances, he would really be able to escape. However, this was in front of Chenzong. Go and see your junior brother. Remember, I'll add Chenzong. Just as the heavenly splitting sword king erupted with extreme speed and turned into a streak of sword light to escape, a serene voice was suddenly transmitted into his ears. The content shocked him, and even made his hair stand on end. However, he could no longer think about it. Both the heaven-cutting sword king and the heaven-breaking sword king had died under Chenzong's sword. One of their junior brothers was the heaven-scar sword marquis, who had been killed by Chenzong. It had to be said that fate had brought them together. Now, the only ones left were their other senior brother and their master, the sky-splitting sword emperor. They were a family, and a family should stay together. However, with his current strength, he was no match for the sky-splitting sword emperor. Once they met and fought, he would be killed. Therefore, it was impossible for him to keep a family together. However, Chenzong believed that he could do it, and it would not take long. Based on his current rate of improvement, that should be the case. Of course, if he used the power of the sword scar left by the Taihao sword saint, he might be able to kill the sky-splitting sword emperor. However, that was Chenzong's greatest trump card. Chenzong was also hesitating whether to use it. He would think about it when the time came. After killing the two disciples of the sky-splitting sword emperor, Chenzong also saved the injured man, who was a King Realm expert of the Trade Wind sect. You are Chenzong? The King Realm expert of the Trade Wind sect had also taken an elixir to stabilize his injuries. He stared at Chenzong in shock and bewilderment. His tone was full of questions and puzzlement. The King Realm expert's reaction surprised Chenzong, and he thought of many things. Then, under Chenzong's systematic questioning, the King Realm expert told him the reason, or rather, the various events that had happened after Chenzong left the Wanyuan island. The biggest event was the war between the Tradewind sect and the Wanyuan sect. Why did they start the war? When Chenzong knew the reason, his expression changed involuntarily. The reason for the war was because of him. At that time, the sky-splitting sword emperor had secretly followed him and attacked him. As a result, he had no choice but to escape into the void crack to survive. He was extremely lucky and had a good backing, so he survived in the end. It was a blessing in disguise. However, in the Sky-Sundering Sword Sovereign's opinion, he was dead meat. Indeed, if a fourth realm cultivator fell into a spatial rift, only death would await them. This had been the case since ancient times, and it was the same even for fifth realm cultivators. Only sixth realm cultivators had a chance of survival. However, the gap between the fourth level and the sixth level was far too great. It was practically immeasurable. Thus, Chenzong would definitely die. The Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor felt that he had gotten his revenge. After returning, he didn't deliberately block the news. Instead, he told his disciple about it, and his disciple also spread the news. As soon as the news was spread, it was immediately known by the Tradewind sect and the master of the Tradewind sect. As a result, the master of the Tradewind sect flew into a rage. He directly attacked the Sky-Sundering Sword Palace of the Wanyuan sect, intending to kill the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor. However, the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor was prepared for this, and hid himself. In the end, the sect master of the Thousand Fathoms sect stepped in and fought with the master of the Tradewind Tower. The battle ended in a draw, and the master of the Trade Wind Tower stopped fighting with the mediation of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance master. After that, the master of the Trade Wind Tower immediately reorganized the Trade Wind Tower, and found the traitor who leaked the information. He made it public, and killed the traitor directly. After that, the master of the Trade Wind Tower and the Thousand Fathoms sect would occasionally have conflicts and even fights. Both sides were emperor-level forces with extraordinary strength. After many conflicts, both sides suffered losses. The master of the Trade Wind sect and the master of the Trade Wind sect didn't have the slightest intention of stopping them. Thus, the conflicts continued. However, as time passed, the conflicts became fewer and fewer. It seemed that they were about to return to silence. However, a piece of news was spread. Chenzong didn't die and was listed on the Divine Lord list. This was undoubtedly a shocking piece of news. Because the news of Chenzong's death had spread, it had led to conflict between the Trade Wind Tower and the 10,000 Wall sect. Both sides had suffered losses, but now, this conflict had weakened and was about to come to an end. But now, there was news that Chenzong hadn't died. Not only had he not died, but he had even entered the Divine Lord decree. It wasn't surprising that the same name existed in the vast universe. However, the same name with the same title was unusual. It seemed that there was only one unparalleled sword monarch, Chenzong. When the experts of the Divine Lord list on the Wanyuan Island witnessed Chenzong's challenge in the Divine Lord list, they were even more certain that Chenzong was still alive and well. The news was like a falling meteor, causing a huge commotion. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor couldn't believe it at first. Then, he flew into a rage. In his rage, he directly killed many of the Trade Wind sect's people. Then, the master of the Trade Wind sect found him. If the master of the Trade Wind sect hadn't appeared in time, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor would have been dead. However, even if he didn't die, he was severely injured. Since then, the conflicts between the Wanyuan sect and the Trade Wind sect didn't lessen. On the contrary, it became more and more intense. Now, they were like fire and water. The constant conflicts between the Trade Wind sect and the Wanyuan sect had caused great losses on both sides. The Trade Wind sect and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance didn't stop them. The conflicts between the two forces would weaken each other. It wasn't a bad thing for them. However, the master of the Trade Wind sect and the master of the Trade Wind sect were still rational. They didn't start a large-scale conflict. Otherwise, the situation would have been more serious. Now, the King Realm expert of the Trade Wind sect was being targeted by two King Realm experts of the Wanyuan sect. If Chenzong hadn't appeared, the King Realm expert of the Trade Wind sect would have died. Now that Chenzong had appeared, the two King Realm experts of the Wanyuan sect would have died. After knowing the cause and effect of the matter, Chenzong didn't know what to say. Speaking of which, this battle was still because of him. Then, did he have the ability to end it? Chenzong couldn't help thinking. In all fairness, everything that started with him should end with him. This was also Chenzong's style of doing things. Then, he would give it a try. If he could do it, then he would do it. If he couldn't, then he would make other plans. However, what he needed to do now was to return to the Trade Wind sect. Chenzong activated his own power and covered his whole body. This way, others wouldn't be able to see Chenzong's appearance and find out his identity. Although this method couldn't fool those Emperor Realm and Monarch Realm experts, the King Realm experts of the Wanyuan Island couldn't see through it at all. At the same time, Chenzong also warned the King Realm expert of the Trade Wind sect that he had saved not to leak his information. Not long after, Chenzong followed the King Realm expert back to the Trade Wind sect's territory. He didn't encounter any obstruction and directly entered the Trade Wind sect to meet the master of the Trade Wind sect. Master. Chenzong dispersed his power and immediately saluted the master of the Trade Wind sect. The master of the Trade Wind sect was indeed very good to him. Chenzong. When the master of the Trade Wind sect saw Chenzong, his figure immediately flashed and appeared in front of Chenzong, carefully sizing him up. The 5th level. The master of the Trade Wind sect's eyes blazed. When Chenzong left, he had just broken through to the 4th level. Although he had broken through to the 4th level greater mastery as soon as he broke through, it would take a lot of time to reach the 5th level from the 4th level greater mastery. However, it was still very shocking that he had broken through to the 5th level in just a few decades. However, although Qianzong had broken through to the 5th level, he wasn't listed on the God King list. In other words, Qianzong's current strength was at the 5th level. He shouldn't be very strong, but he was definitely stronger than ordinary 5th level experts. Qianzong, I'm very happy that you're back. However, it's not a good thing that you're back now. The master of the Trade Wind sect thought of something and his expression became serious. The current situation was that the Trade Wind sect and the Wanren sect were in constant conflict and both sides had suffered casualties. The fuse was Qianzong. Once the Wanren sect knew that Qianzong had returned, the Wanren sect might make a big move to specifically target Qianzong. Although Qianzong was now at the 5th level and could be considered an expert, it was still not enough. There were definitely many 5th level experts who were stronger than Qianzong, not to mention the sky-splitting sword sovereign who wanted to kill Qianzong. Trouble and danger were definitely not good things for Qianzong. Master, I'm planning to use the Trade Wind sect space-time gate to return to the mystical light universe. Qianzong directly stated his purpose. As for the conflict between the Trade Wind Tower and the 10,000 Men sect, even though he was the one who started it, theoretically speaking, he should be the one to end it. However, with his current strength, he was still unable to do so. In addition, he wanted to return as soon as possible. After completing his objective, he would then consider the matter between the Trade Wind Tower and the 10,000 Men sect. Alright. The master of the Trade Wind sect nodded immediately and did not ask Qianzong about his specific purpose. It was undoubtedly a good thing that Qianzong had left. There was no time to lose and he acted immediately. The master of the Trade Wind sect had personally opened the space-time gate without informing anyone else. As soon as it opened, he let Qianzong enter and quickly headed to the Trade Wind sect in the mystical light universe. From the moment Qianzong entered the Trade Wind sect's headquarters to the moment Qianzong stepped into the space-time gate and left, less than a quarter of an hour had passed. Even if the people of the Wanren sect knew that Qianzong had returned, they would not be able to pursue him. After all, the Wanren sect did not have a space-time gate that led to the mystical light universe. That was the Trade Wind sect's territory. Even if they wanted to pursue him, they would have to spend a lot of time. No one knew where Qianzong had run off to. As soon as Qianzong returned to the Trade Wind sect in the mystical light universe, he first met the commander who thought highly of him. The commander was also very shocked when he saw Qianzong. The 5th realm, how long had it been? Qianzong had cultivated from the 3rd realm to the 5th realm and become a king realm expert. What an incredible speed of improvement. If the commander knew Qianzong's current identity, he would be even more shocked. After meeting the commander, Qianzong mentioned that he wanted to take the space-crossing divine ship to the 9th heaven universe. Unfortunately, the space-crossing divine ship was not here. It would take more than 10 years for it to arrive. Only then could he go to the Trade Wind sect. More than 10 years was not a short time. In addition, it would take 10 years to take the space-crossing divine ship, which added up to more than 20 years. After thinking for a while, Qianzong gave up waiting. What should he do? He immediately set off and hurried on with his own speed. Qianzong was now a top 5th realm expert. He was confident that he could enter the 5th realm on the God King list. In addition, he had superb attainments in the time and space Tao. If he hurried on his own, it would not be inferior to taking the space-crossing divine ship. It would just not be as comfortable. However, he would just treat it as an experience. Qianzong made a prompt decision to leave as soon as he said so. His figure flashed as he transformed into a beam of sword light and flew away with extreme speed. With the combination of various powers, Qianzong's speed was much faster than an ordinary 5th realm expert. Even many top 5th realm experts might not be able to compare with Qianzong in terms of speed. The Heart Sutra was constantly circulating, allowing Qianzong to constantly comprehend and cultivate as he hurried along, increasing his strength. His mastery of the way of space had reached perfection. A space law spirit had been born in the Space Tao Palace, allowing Qianzong to have even more precise control over the way of space. Combining the mysteries of the Space Tao with himself, the beam of sword light that Qianzong transformed into seemed to become more illusory. Its aura became more subtle, and its speed also increased by a few notches. The distance between Mystic Light Universe and Ninth Heaven Universe wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. Chenzong didn't stop at all. The Fiend Godsword Codex was constantly circulating, absorbing the universe's energy to restore his energy consumption, maintaining a balance between consumption and recovery. His superb control of power allowed Chenzong to exert the greatest effect with the least consumption of energy. During the journey, Chenzong also encountered some dangers, but he was able to overcome them with his own strength. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ninth Heaven Universe was right in front of him. Without stopping, Chenzong quickly entered Ninth Heaven Universe and flew towards Heaven Continent. The Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon sect had reappeared, causing massacre and chaos. However, Ninth Heaven Universe was relatively remote and was further away from the Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon sect. Therefore, it had not been affected and was relatively peaceful. When Chenzong arrived at Heaven Continent, he headed straight for the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and entered it quickly. Chenzong's return immediately caused a great commotion in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. This was because they all knew that Chenzong had been ranked first on the Divine Lord roll before this. What kind of glory was that? Even though there were also experts on the Divine Lord roll in the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court, they were extremely few in number, and their rankings were not high at all. It was amazing that Chenzong could be ranked first. The Dao Alliance, in particular, was extremely excited. Now that Chenzong had returned, everyone in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was alarmed. This was especially so after they found out that Chenzong was now a 5th-level expert. The shock they felt in their hearts was simply indescribable. In the end, even the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's only Martial Emperor came out and personally met with Chenzong. He knew that Chenzong had gone to the Tradewind Tower, and the Tradewind Tower was a much stronger Martial Emperor force than the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. With Chenzong's ability, he definitely had a high status in the Tradewind Tower. After dealing with the experts in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chenzong and Yunyanqin had a tender moment and then met with third senior sister Wuxia. As for the War Demon and Xianxia, they were not in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. They had left more than 10 years ago to gain experience in the outside world. No one knew where they had gone. They were not in Ninth Heaven Universe. Chenzong proposed to return to the void where he came from. The experts in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court immediately agreed. After all, the present was different from the past. Chenzong was very strong and was valued more. Yunyanqin and Wuxia also returned with him. The feeling of returning was different. Previously, Chenzong had returned when he was in the 3rd realm. Now, he was in the 5th realm. In this void, he was at the Sovereign Realm. Moreover, because the cultivation of the universe was more advanced than the cultivation of the void, Chenzong believed that he could sweep across the void with his own strength. Even the number 1 expert, the Will Dominator, was not his match. Under such circumstances, Chenzong's state of mind was completely different from before. Once he returned to the void, Chenzong took Wuxia and Yunyanqin with him. Xianxia returned to the Will Heavenly Palace. The purpose of his return this time was to find his master, the wholehearted holy man. In the wholehearted palace, Chenzong bowed to the wholehearted holy man. Good. When the wholehearted holy man saw his disciple return, his face was overflowing with excitement. Master, your cultivation. When Chenzong straightened up, he immediately felt that the wholehearted holy man's aura was different. 5th realm, his master's aura had reached the 5th realm. I broke through 20 years ago. The wholehearted holy man, no, he should be called the wholehearted holy man now. Although he couldn't leave the void and go to the universe, it was still good to be able to break through to the sovereign realm. After all, the wholehearted holy man had been stuck at the 4th realm for many years, but he couldn't break through. He thought that he would never be able to break through in this lifetime. It was too difficult. He didn't expect that he would be able to comprehend it by chance and break through, his strength increasing rapidly. As his strength increased, so did his status. The wholehearted palace was now one of the best in the Will Heavenly Palace. Even in the entire void, it was a well-known existence. It was a pity that the wholehearted palace didn't have many people. It was too difficult to get started with the One Heart Sutra. However, the wholehearted holy man was also very glad that he took in Chenzong. The growth of this disciple surprised him. After the greetings, Chenzong changed the topic to the One Heart Sutra. The One Heart Sutra wasn't created by me, the wholehearted holy man said seriously. Chenzong couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that the One Heart Sutra was created by his master. He didn't expect that it wasn't. To be precise, the One Heart Sutra was created by your ancestral master. Then, his tone became heavy. He created the Heart Sutra and deduced it to the 4th level. However, he failed when he was deducing the 5th level. He suffered from chi deviation and his mind went berserk, causing him to die. The wholehearted holy man didn't say this. Chenzong and Yuwusha didn't know. This is the deduction of the 5th realm of the One Heart Sutra that your ancestral master left behind. Take a look. The wholehearted holy man took out a simple black leather book and handed it to Chenzong. Chenzong didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and immediately flipped through it. The ancestral master didn't record much about the subsequent deduction of the One Heart Sutra. After all, he failed. Soon, Chenzong finished reading and memorized it. Then, Chenzong started discussing with the wholehearted holy man. The wholehearted holy man had already cultivated the One Heart Sutra to the 4th realm. Moreover, he was constantly deducing the 5th realm. With the previous example, he didn't try to break through directly. Instead, he deduced time and time again, trying to be safe. Chenzong had also reached the 4th realm. He had also thought about the 5th realm. Now, the two of them were deducing and communicating with each other. The wholehearted holy man spent more time than Chenzong in deducing the subsequent stages of the One Heart Sutra. He had accumulated more experience and was more vigorous. On the other hand, Chenzong had the advantage of being more flexible and complementing each other. The One Heart Sutra was an extremely profound cultivation technique. It was an auxiliary cultivation technique. Chenzong had a deep understanding of its benefits. His current strength was closely related to the assistance of the One Heart Sutra. It was also because of this that Chenzong wanted to deduce the subsequent stages of the One Heart Sutra. Unfortunately, it was too difficult. Even if he were to discuss it with the wholehearted holy man now, it wouldn't be so easy to deduce it. It was destined to take a lot of time. Chenzong was also prepared. The rules in the void couldn't be compared to the rules of the universe. In the void, Chenzong's cultivation and comprehension couldn't be compared to the universe. It was only 1% of the time in the universe. It was very slow. However, in the deduction of the One Heart Sutra, he was constantly making breakthroughs and overcoming difficulties one after another. In addition, he was with Xianxia from time to time. His days were very comfortable. Even if his progress was slow, Chenzong never stopped cultivating. Under such circumstances, it seemed to be more beneficial for him to sharpen his swordsmanship and the application of the power of the Great Path. When it was difficult to improve one's strength, the way out was to study the application and skills. Time passed year after year. Chenzong didn't care and wasn't in a hurry to leave and return to the universe. Even if his cultivation and comprehension of the Great Path were slow, the One Heart Sutra was more important. If he could deduce the 5th realm of the One Heart Sutra, it would be of great benefit to him. 10 years, 20 years, time continued to pass. Xianxia and Yuwusha didn't leave. They stayed in the heavenly palace of intentions to cultivate together. They were only at the 4th realm. Chenzong had many resources that were useful for the 4th realm to help them cultivate and comprehend better. Therefore, even in the void, their cultivation efficiency wasn't inferior to in the universe. Without any worries, they could stay as long as they wanted. In the 30th year, Chenzong finally made a breakthrough in the deduction of the One Heart Sutra with the One Heart Sutra. However, he was also in a difficult position. There were two results about the deduction of the 5th realm of the One Heart Sutra. The first result was to strengthen again according to the previous path. For example, the first realm was the realm of one heart and mind, the second realm was the realm of one heart and mind, the third realm was the realm of one heart and mind, the fourth realm was the realm of one heart and mind, and the fifth realm was the realm of one heart and mind. Previously, the direction of the One Heart Sutra's master's deduction was also the same. Originally, Chenzong and the One Heart Sutra's deduction direction was also the same. They simulated it again and again. However, after 30 years, Qinzong found another path. Returning to simplicity, in other words, the fourth realm of the One Heart Sutra was the realm of one heart and mind, but the fifth realm wasn't the realm of one heart and mind. Instead, it returned to the realm of one heart and mind. However, it was different from the realm of one heart and mind. It was a leap in improvement. It was an improvement after the realm of one heart and mind. As for the effect, it was just a prototype of the deduction. It had yet to be confirmed. However, Qinzong didn't hesitate. He immediately chose the latter and continued with the deduction. As a result, Qinzong and the One Heart Sutra's deduction direction changed. They changed from the realm of one heart to simplicity. After continuous research, Tao Master Xian proposed to fuse the 33 heavens of heart into it. This provided another direction, allowing the deduction process to take a huge step forward. In the 40th year, the two of them deduced to a certain extent and started to simulate. In the 50th year, the deduction and simulation also reached a shocking level. Qinzong, I'm going to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough, the One Heart Sutra said in a serious tone. Master, why don't you continue with the deduction and strive to perfect it? Qinzong advised. This was because if the breakthrough failed, the consequences would be very serious. The power of the mind would go berserk and it would be over. However, the One Heart Sutra had already made up his mind. After all, what he could deduce and simulate was already the limit. This was the only way. Therefore, he wanted to try and break through personally. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, as his master, he wanted to guide Qinzong in a direction. Xian Tao Lord went into closed-door cultivation to verify Qinzong's research and simulations that he had spent decades trying to make a breakthrough in Xian Sutra. Qinzong, on the other hand, was cultivating while waiting. 10 years passed in a flash, and Qinzong was cultivating his sword techniques in Xian Palace. After decades of continuous cultivation, his Xian sword technique and sword technique of the world improved to another level. Now, the power of each of his sword techniques was on par with mid-tier sun-class techniques, and it was terrifying. The energy consumption of sword techniques was far less than that of ultimate techniques, it was less than 1/10 of the energy consumption. However, the power of sword techniques wasn't inferior to ultimate techniques at all. That was why it was so difficult to improve sword techniques. Most of the level 5 sword techniques and saber techniques were on the level of star class and moon class techniques, and very few of them were on the level of sun class techniques. Even if there were, they were at the top of level 5. Only in a situation like Qinzong's would he be able to raise his sword arts to such a profound level. To be able to reach this level, other than his own comprehension and foundation, it was inseparable from the One-Hearted Sutra. Without the Xian Sutra, it was unknown if he could improve his sword techniques to the level of sun-class techniques, but the possibility wasn't high. On the other hand, Qinzong knew that while it was important to improve his sword techniques, he couldn't give up on learning ultimate techniques. Sword techniques were sword techniques, and ultimate techniques were ultimate techniques. Even if both techniques had the same power, ultimate techniques had advantages that sword techniques didn't have. For example, range, distance, and so on. Sword techniques were close combat techniques, and if the distance was increased, it would be hard to unleash the full power of the techniques. At this time, ultimate techniques were very important. Therefore, while Qinzong cultivated his sword techniques, he didn't give up on comprehending and cultivating ultimate techniques. In addition, godly spells were also very important. They were trump cards, and they were trump cards that could allow one to defeat opponents who were more powerful than them. While cultivating, Qinzong waited for the results. On the day when the 10th year was complete, which was also the 10th year since his master, Tao Lord Xian, had broken through in seclusion, a mysterious and indescribable aura erupted from the depths of the Xian Palace. This aura was not the aura of cultivation, nor was it the aura of the great Tao, nor was it the aura of the essence, qi, or spirit. Instead, it was the fluctuation of the aura of the mind. It was illusory, as if it had come from the clouds. Did it work? Qinzong immediately sheathed his sword, his face full of joy. The aura grew stronger and stronger, like an invisible beacon, it soared into the sky and spread out, engulfing the entire One Heart Palace. Qinzong was shocked by the power of this aura. At the same time, he was also affected by it, causing his mind to fluctuate. After that, a figure appeared. It was Tao Lord Xian. "Congratulations, Master," Chenzong said with a smile. "Ha ha ha ha." Tao Lord Xian's face was full of joy. Originally, he only wanted to explore the path for Chenzong, the disciple he was most satisfied with. He even had the thought of sacrificing himself. He did not expect that in the end, he would succeed in breaking through. Of course, Tao Lord Xian was also very clear that his breakthrough was inseparable from this disciple. If Chenzong had not returned and studied the later stages of the One Heart Sutra together with him, combining many strange ideas with his own comprehension, he would not have been able to complete the deduction even if he had another 1,000 years. Chenzong and Tao Lord Xian had previously named the fifth level of the One Heart Sutra Returning to Truth. As the name implied, it meant that when the One Heart Sutra was cultivated to the end, it would return to its original state. The fifth level was also the end of the One Heart Sutra. Now that Tao Lord Xian had succeeded in breaking through, it proved that their decades of deduction and simulation had not been in vain. Soon, Tao Lord Xian also told Chenzong about his various experiences. "Thank you, Master. I should also go into seclusion for a while," Chenzong said to Tao Lord Xian after listening to him. He saluted with his sword and went into seclusion. Since Master had succeeded in breaking through, it was time for him to break through as well. Tao Lord Xian was very assured that Chenzong would go into seclusion to break through. With his experience, coupled with Chenzong's extraordinary talent, he would definitely succeed in breaking through. Tao Lord Xian was very much looking forward to it. The main purpose of his return was to study the later stages of the One Heart Sutra. Now that he was finally about to achieve it, Chenzong could not help but feel a little excited. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He had not really broken through yet. If he really wanted to be excited, he would have to wait until after the breakthrough. The breakthrough of the fifth level of the One Heart Sutra was closely related to the 33 heavens of the Heart Sutra. In Chenzong and Tao Lord Xian's deduction and simulation, the fifth level of the One Heart Sutra was actually to merge the essence of the 33 heavens of the Heart Sutra with the essence of the first 4 levels of the One Heart Sutra to break through the limit and truly return to truth. This was not an easy task. First, it took decades of deduction and simulation. Then, Tao Lord Xian spent another 10 years to successfully break through. If Chenzong wanted to break through, he would not be able to do it overnight. However, with Tao Lord Xian's experience, Chenzong's breakthrough would be smoother. The 33 heavens of the Heart Sutra forged 33 heart palaces. At the same time, it allowed Chenzong's mental strength to grow continuously, far surpassing others of the same cultivation level. Now, the first step to breaking through was to shatter all 33 heart palaces. However, these heart palaces were built with mental strength. After they were shattered, they would naturally not be expelled. Instead, they would turn into the initial mental strength and stay in the body. Then, with the guidance of the One Heart Sutra, he would be able to control them and break through the limit. It sounded simple and straightforward, but it was very difficult to actually do it. Shattering the heart palaces was extremely painful. It was difficult to bear, but he had to bear with it. It was like shattering his own heart. In addition, there were many things to pay attention to and details that could not be described clearly with words. As the heart palaces were shattered one after another, Chenzong's body trembled unconsciously. His face turned pale, but he endured it. Not long after, the 33 heart palaces were completely shattered, and a huge amount of mental energy was surging in his chest. The heart palace, which was formed from the power of the mind, had been solidified and could not be used. However, after it was shattered, it turned into balls and was controlled by Chenzong with great willpower. They fused with each other and merged with his originally enormous mind power. In an instant, the power of the mind power increased by several times. That mind energy seemed to have transformed into a mind lake, and it swept up layer upon layer of ripples that cleansed the surroundings. Without daring to pause or hesitate, Chenzong immediately used the One Heart Sutra. At that moment, he activated the 1,000 intents of the heart. If he wanted to break through to the 5th layer, he had to do this. He had to break through and rebuild, returning to his original state. Ever since Chenzong had mastered the thousand intents of heart, he had never truly activated it. This was because activating the thousand intents of heart consumed too much of his mental strength. Moreover, he had never needed to activate the thousand intents of heart to deal with any situation that he encountered. This was also the reason why the master and disciple had given up on deducing the fifth level of the myriad concepts of one heart after deducing it again and again. The thousand intents of the heart was the follow-up to the thousand intents of the heart. It was like an increase from the 100 intents of the heart to the 1,000 intents of the heart. It was an increase in quantity. However, Chenzong could only maintain the 100 intents of the heart for around 100 breaths with his tremendous mental strength from before. If he activated the 1,000 intents of the heart, he would not be able to maintain it for more than 10 breaths before his mental strength was exhausted. Of course, as Chenzong's cultivation increased, his mental strength would increase as well. However, even if it constantly increased, the 1,000 intents of the heart could not be maintained for long. After all, until now, Chenzong had no other way to improve his mental strength. He could only rely on the improvement of his cultivation to passively improve his mental strength. If he really deduced the 1,000 intents of the heart to the fifth layer, the consumption of his mental strength would undoubtedly be shocking when he activated it. With the total mental strength of Chenzong at the fifth layer, it was simply not enough to activate it. He would not even be able to maintain it for a breath's time. In other words, Chenzong had to break through to the sixth layer and increase his mental strength again before he could activate the 1,000 intents of the heart. As for how long he could maintain it after activating it, it was unclear. All in all, if he were to deduce the 1,000 intents of the heart as the fifth layer, it would not be practical at all. In the end, he would make a breakthrough and deduce another direction, returning to his original state. This would be a qualitative change and would also be the end of the Heart Sutra. Under the 1,000 intents of the heart, Chenzong's mental strength was consumed at an alarming rate. Fortunately, his mental strength had increased by several times and could maintain it for more than 20 breaths' time. Under the 1,000 intents of the heart, Chenzong felt very strange. It was as if there were thousands of consciousnesses operating at the same time. He could think in different directions and see through everything. This feeling was really indescribable and indescribable. All the mysteries of his mental strength seemed to be seen through and controlled by Chenzong. His mental strength was constantly being consumed. In the end, it was completely consumed. Chenzong had no choice but to withdraw from the 1,000 intents of the heart state and focus on recovering his mental strength. Once, twice, thrice, after his mental strength had recovered, Chenzong activated the 1,000 intents of the heart again and carefully perceived its mysteries. He repeatedly searched for the opportunity that would allow his Heart Sutra to break through. The reason why his master, the Heart Sutra master, took 10 years to break through was because he spent most of his time searching for that opportunity. It took him more than 9 years to truly find it and break through. The Heart Sutra master also shared his experience with Chenzong so that Chenzong could save a lot of time. After all, Heart Sutra master had spent at least 5 of the 10 years searching. It was not until 5 years later that he finally found the correct method. Even with his master's experience, Chenzong could not find that opportunity so easily. On the 100th time, Chenzong finally found it. That strange fluctuation was like the fluctuation of a singularity. It was like the beginning of the universe, like the chaos where the heavens and earth were created. Breakthrough, in an instant, his mental strength vibrated at an astonishing speed. His powerful essence, qi, and spirit were also guided and started to circulate. In his chest, they began to shrink inwards. Condense, return to his original state. Time flowed like water, but also like quicksand. Heart Palace, Chenzong stepped out of the secret chamber. His eyes were deep and boundless, and his aura was as one, as if it was compressed into a point and contained in his body, circulating endlessly. Master, Heart Palace, Senior Sister, let's go. Chenzong glanced at the 3 of them and said. Alright, let me see what the universe is like. Heart Palace Master smiled, full of anticipation. Under normal circumstances, only the 3rd realm was suitable to go to the universe. At the 4th realm, if one entered the universe, they would be repelled. Needless to say, the repelling force of the 5th realm was even greater. It was a complete suppression. They might even be crushed directly, their souls scattered, and turn into ashes. But now, Heart Palace Master planned to go to the universe because he had mastered the last realm of the heart. Sutra, Heart Returning to Truth. The changes brought about by this were shocking. At least under the continuous deduction of the master and disciple, Heart Palace Master could theoretically leave the void and enter the universe. Then, he would slowly adapt to the universe's environment and finally fully adapt to the universe. The fifth realm of the Heart Sutra was amazing. It was like turning into a singularity, condensing the power of one's mind, essence, energy, spirit, and so on to the extreme. Even one's own strength seemed to be self-contained, and one could continuously absorb energy from the outside world to improve oneself. In short, after mastering the heart returning to truth, one's body seemed to have really become a small universe. In this way, Heart Palace Master had the possibility of entering the universe and gradually adapting to it. Of course, it was more or less risky, but this was Heart Palace Master's choice. Ask in the morning and die in the evening. If he didn't know about the universe, it would be fine. But if he knew about the universe, Heart Palace Master also wanted to enter the universe and understand the mysteries of the universe. He would continue to advance on the path of cultivation, break through the fifth realm, and strive for a higher realm. In the past, it was impossible, but now, it was very possible. Even if there was the danger of death, Heart Palace Master was unwilling to give up. This was Heart Palace Master's decision, and Xianxia couldn't stop it. In addition, after many deductions, even if there was danger, he could retreat in time and try. 100 years, it had been exactly 100 years since Xianxia returned. In the past 100 years, he had spent most of his time on deducing and simulating the fifth level of the Heart Sutra, as well as breaking through. Of course, his own cultivation, swordsmanship, great Tao, and so on did not fall behind. He was constantly comprehending and improving. Compared to 100 years ago, he had made considerable progress. The increase in his cultivation base was not great. The main point was the application of his own power, the power of his swordsmanship, the development and application of his great Tao, and so on. Compared to 100 years ago, the improvement was astonishing. After Xianxia's One Heart Sutra reached the fifth level, One Heart Returning to Truth, he went into seclusion for a few more years before coming out. He took Xianxia with him and left the Heavenly Palace for the Lingwu Holy World. This was because he still had his family and friends in the Lingwu Sacred World. After spending a few years in the Lingwu Sacred World with his father, elder sister, and younger sister, he held a wedding with Xianxia under their witness. After that, he brought Xianxia back to the Heavenly Palace. It was worth mentioning that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Lingwu Sacred World was more than 10 times denser than before. This increased the upper limit of the Lingwu Sacred World's power, and gave birth to a few first-tier ascension experts. His return, the breakthrough of the Heart Sutra, and now it was the end. He took Xianxia to see his father and others. Now, he had fulfilled some of his wishes. Now, it was time to return to the universe. Although the void was good, if he wanted to continue cultivating and step into a higher realm, he still needed to be in the universe. With the Xian Daolord's departure, the One Heart Palace lineage of the Heavenly Palace became even more low-key. However, at least there was still a successor. North Dao Sky Wolf Luo Beichuan was now in the fourth realm, and was also a well-known expert. The fifth level of the One Heart Sutra was naturally taught to Luo Beichuan and the other two disciples. If they could master it in the future, they could enter the universe to understand the mysteries of the higher realms. This was considered as leaving a path for them to continue moving forward. After everything was done, the four of them set off for the Nine Heavens Imperial Court through the passage. With Xianxia's current status, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court wouldn't say anything. On the contrary, they would give him face. Is this the universe? The Xian Daolord appeared in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and felt an aura that was completely different from the void. It was an indescribable vastness. Compared to it, the void was like a pool, and the universe was a vast ocean. In the void, the fifth realm was the peak, the upper limit, and the ultimate. However, in the universe, the fifth realm was only the beginning of an expert, and there was a huge difference. It was like jumping out of a well. Perhaps with one's strength, one still couldn't leave the well, but it was enough to see the world outside the well. It was so vast that it couldn't be compared to the inside of the well. Fortunately, Xianxia Lord wasn't repelled. However, when he wanted to use the power of his cultivation, the repelling feeling immediately appeared. He had no choice but to restrain his power and use the One Heart Sutra. As a result, Xianxia Lord couldn't fight. Fortunately, this wasn't permanent. He needed time to slowly get used to it and change his cultivation power bit by bit. The method was naturally to cultivate the martial arts of the universe. As for which martial arts to cultivate, it was very simple. There were inheritances in the 9 heavens imperial court. The 3 supreme inheritances were enough to cultivate to the emperor level. In addition, it was the comprehension of the Great Tao. The Great Tao in the void was incomplete compared to the Great Tao in the universe. However, it could be improved, but it also needed time. After returning, Qianzong didn't plan to stay in the 9 heavens imperial court for long. After all, it had been 110 years since he left Mount Taihao. It was time to go back. As for Xianxia, he held a simple wedding under his father's witness. Whether in name or in reality, she was his wife and cultivation partner. In theory, Qianzong should leave with Xianxia. However, Xianxia's strength was indeed not strong enough. It would be better for her to stay in the 9 heavens imperial court for the time being. In the end, it was still because he wasn't strong enough. He didn't have much confidence in bringing Xianxia to Mount Taihao. However, although Xianxia stayed in the 9 heavens imperial court, Qianzong also gave some of his cultivation resources to Xianxia so that she could cultivate better. In addition, Qianzong even gave 3 drops of the Sword Dao source power given to him by the Tianguang Peak Lord to Xianxia as a life-saving trump card. Of course, Xianxia's stay was only temporary. Qianzong planned to ask the experts of Mount Taihao to bring Xianxia over after returning to Mount Taihao. However, Qianzong thought again. Although Xianxia couldn't go to Mount Taihao with him for the time being, she could go to the Trade Wind Brothel first. With the cultivation environment and resources of the Trade Wind Brothel, the 9 heavens imperial court couldn't compare to it. It would definitely help her improve further. Master, I'll take my leave first. Qianzong saluted Xianxia Master with his sword and nodded at third senior sister Yu Wuxia. Then, he held Xianxia's hand and turned to leave. After watching Qianzong leave, the 3 of them also returned to their respective cultivation areas. Xianxia Master needed a lot of time to adapt to the environment of the great cosmos. As for how long it would take, it was hard to say. However, given Xianxia Master's ability, it shouldn't take too long. When Qianzong returned, he hurried on his own. When he left, he did the same. He brought Xianxia along as he flew through the void of the universe. They flew out of the 9 heavens universe and towards the mystical light universe. Qianzong's cultivation hadn't improved significantly in the past 100 years. At most, it was equivalent to a few years of cultivation progress in the universe. In comparison, he had wasted a lot of time. However, was it really a waste of time? No, Qianzong could say with certainty that he hadn't wasted any time at all. Although the improvement of his cultivation base had been slow, he had made significant progress in the application of his cultivation power. This was due to the Taihao Sword Sage's White Jade Sword path and his own hard work over the past 100 years. In addition, he had made a breakthrough in the Heart Sutra. When it came to the application of his power, Qianzong believed that he had improved by leaps and bounds. In terms of the 5 great paths, the improvement was also slow because the void law wasn't as good as the universal law. He had made some progress in the nurturing path spirit, but it definitely couldn't be compared to when he was in the universe. However, Qianzong had also improved a lot in the application of the power of the 5 great paths. The application didn't have much to do with the external environment. As long as he was willing to work hard and had enough talent and time, he could improve. In fact, Qianzong's cultivation base had improved very fast before. At least in the universe, it was at the top level. Such a fast improvement had its advantages and disadvantages. However, for Qianzong, it wasn't a bad thing. After all, Qianzong's foundation was very solid. However, 100 years was equivalent to settling down. Further settling down was always beneficial. Therefore, even if the improvement of his cultivation base and great paths was not big after 100 years, Qianzong believed that his strength was at least several times stronger than it had been 100 years ago. Zong didn't know what level his strength was at now. After all, in addition to the 100 years of settling down and tempering, the biggest variable was the breakthrough in the Heart Sutra. The fifth level of the Heart Sutra was the heart returning to truth, returning to one's true self. Returning to one's true self represented a qualitative change, and also a kind of extreme. Zong was sure that if he and his master had chosen the heart intent realm as the fifth level of the Heart Sutra, it definitely wouldn't have been as good as the fifth level of the heart returning to truth. One was a quantitative change, while the other was a qualitative change. It was a qualitative leap. Then, what was the difference or special characteristic of the heart returning to truth realm of the fifth level of the Heart Sutra compared to the previous level? The power of the mind condensed into a singularity and absorbed the essence, qi, and spirit, leading all the power in the body. It was as if it had become a body of its own, as if it had turned into an internal small universe. To some extent, it was like cultivating a magical constitution, but it wasn't really a constitution. It didn't conflict with the Fiend God Sword Codex at all. Instead, it could control all the power in the body and make the power of the power more thoroughly. It took Zong 10 years to return from Mystic Light Universe to Ninth Heaven Universe. Now, it also took him 10 years to travel from Ninth Heaven Universe to Mystic Light Universe with Xianxia. It was the same 10 years, but the meaning was completely different. In the former, he was alone and didn't need to worry about anything or delay his speed. In the latter, he was carrying Xianxia, and Xianxia was only at the fourth realm. Even though her cultivation had improved rapidly in the past 100 years and had reached the perfected fourth realm, she was still at the fourth realm. The difference between the fourth realm and the fifth realm was huge, and the difference in speed was naturally huge as well. Traveling alone and carrying a fourth realm were different. Both of them took 10 years, but the latter was much more difficult than the former. In other words, Zong's strength had improved a lot in the past 100 years, and his speed had also improved a lot. It took less than a quarter of an hour to arrive at the Tradewind Tower in Mystic Light Universe and go through its spacetime gate to the headquarters of the Tradewind Tower on Wanyuan Island. As soon as he entered the headquarters of the Tradewind Tower, Xianxia was shocked. The vitality of the universe and the fluctuations of the Great Tao here were many times stronger than in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Cultivating in such a place would naturally be much faster than in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Zong frowned slightly. He felt that the chi here was a little different, and there was more murderous and chaotic. Did something happen? With Xianxia, he quickly found the master of the Tradewind Tower. After 120 years, Zong returned again. His aura had changed a lot. His power seemed to be self-contained and circulated internally, but he could also draw power from the outside to improve himself. It was very mysterious, and in the eyes of the master of the Tradewind Tower, it was unbelievable. He couldn't see through him, he actually had a feeling that he couldn't see through Zong. His aura was condensed into one, as if compressed into a point. That point seemed infinitely big, as if it was a piece of heaven and earth that could contain everything. It was a very strange feeling, as if it was contradictory, as if water and fire were incompatible. However, it was unified and harmonious, as if the sky and the earth. It had only been slightly more than 100 years, but it gave him such a feeling. He was indeed the top heaven's pride in the universe. "OP, this is my wife, Xianxia." After Zong met the head of the Xianfeng gang, he immediately introduced him. Xianxia also saluted to the head of the Xianfeng gang. On the way here, Zong had already told Xianxia all the information about the Xianfeng gang. "Your wife?" Housemaster Xianfeng was startled. He hadn't expected this. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. "No need for formalities, no need for formalities." Then, Housemaster Xianfeng took out 3 bottles of medicinal pills from his storage artifact and handed them to Xianxia. These were medicinal pills that helped with cultivation. For a fourth realm cultivator, they were quite good. Xianxia looked at Zong, and Zong nodded. Xianxia put down the 3 bottles of pills. "Housemaster, I am now a disciple of the Taihao Mountain. I also need to return to the Taihao Mountain. However, the journey from here to the Taihao Mountain is long and dangerous. I'm afraid I can't take Xianxia with me," Zong said unhurriedly. "Therefore, I plan to let Xianxia stay in the Xianfeng gang first." When I return to the Taihao Mountain, I will ask the elders of the Taihao Mountain to take Xianxia away. What do you think? Okay, I have no problem with that. Housemaster Xianfeng replied without hesitation. It's a pity that the situation on the Wanyuan Island isn't good right now. Otherwise, I would personally escort you to the Taihao Mountain. It would be much safer and faster if the Housemaster Xianfeng, an emperor-level powerhouse, personally escorted them. However, Housemaster Xianfeng was right. In the 100 years after Chenzong left, the situation on the Wanyuan Island had become even worse. Please tell me, Housemaster, Chenzong said solemnly. 120 years ago, when Chenzong returned from the Taihao Mountain, the Wanyuan sect and the Wanyuan sect had been in constant conflict on the Wanyuan Island, resulting in casualties. However, the Yuanyuan Palace, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, and other forces chose to wait and see. Chenzong planned to return to the void first and deduce the Heart Sutra with his master. He would return to the universe and return to the Trade Wind Tower after he had made a breakthrough. He would then focus on resolving the conflict between the Trade Wind Tower and the 10,000 Fathoms sect. Of course, if the conflict had already ended by then, it would be a different matter. Unexpectedly, the conflict between the Wanyuan sect and the Wanyuan sect continued. However, a mysterious force appeared and secretly subdued some king-level forces. Then, they targeted emperor-level forces. If they were unwilling to submit, they would be annihilated. No matter how secretive this matter was, it took some time for the 3 emperor-level forces and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to discover it. In essence, the Wanyuan Island was jointly ruled by the 4 major forces. Although the Wanyuan sect and the Wanyuan sect had been in constant conflict before, it was only a small-scale conflict. However, now that a mysterious force had appeared and was trying to occupy the Wanyuan Island, how could they ignore it? When the conflict broke out, they thought that the 3 emperor-level forces and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance would be enough to eradicate the mysterious force. Unexpectedly, the mysterious force erupted with amazing ability and strength, and was able to contend with the 3 emperor-level forces and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. There were even rebels in the 3 emperor-level forces and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. They had joined the mysterious force at some point in time. The background of the mysterious force was revealed in the repeated conflicts. The Eagle God Sect. The name of the mysterious force was the Eagle God Sect. The Eagle God Sect. Chenzong couldn't help but ponder. Before he left the Taihao Mountain, he had heard from the Peak Lord that in the universe, in addition to the Infernal Order and the Infernal Demon Sect, there was a new force called the God Worship Sect. Its specific strength was unknown. Then, was there a connection between the Eagle God Sect and the God Worship Sect? Chenzong didn't know much about the God Worship Sect and the Eagle God Sect, so he couldn't make a judgment. It was really difficult to tell from the name alone. After all, even if there was a difference of one word, it could be completely unrelated. Currently, the situation on Myriad Yuan Island had evolved into the Myriad Yuan Alliance on the Hawk God Sect's side, the 3 great Emperor-level forces and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The other forces had either been secretly annihilated by the Hawk God Sect, surrendered to the Hawk God Sect, or stood on the Myriad Yuan Alliance's side. The Eagle God Sect has 3 Emperor-level experts with extraordinary strength. There are also many Emperor-level and King-level experts. Moreover, they all have a strange secret technique. After using it, their strength will increase explosively, and they can even fight back with all their might. The Lord of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance said solemnly. Obviously, he had already seen the so-called secret technique of the Eagle God Sect. The leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was defeated by one of the Eagle God Sect's Emperor-level experts with a trump card. He was seriously injured and is still in seclusion. No one knows when he will recover. It was precisely because the leader of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was in seclusion that the Eagle God Sect could truly contend with the Wanyuan Alliance. The Eagle God Sect had never concealed their ambitions. They would either submit and join the Eagle God Sect, or be eliminated. Chenzong couldn't help but ponder. The situation on the Wanyuan Island wasn't good. It was so chaotic. Was Yun Yanqing's safety guaranteed here? Although he did give Yun Yanqing some trump cards, and with those trump cards, he could even contend against an ordinary 5th-level expert. However, the trump cards would eventually run out. Without them, Xianxia would only be a 4th-level expert with decent strength. However, would he follow him to Mount Taihao, not to mention the long journey, who knew how many dangers he would encounter along the way? It was fine for him, but Xianxia was different. At the end of the day, it was still a matter of strength. The only thing he could do now was to solve the problem on the Wanyuan Island before making any plans. Moreover, he had come here with the same purpose. It was just that the problem had grown bigger. After making up his mind, Zhenzong surged with fighting spirit. Zhenzong wasn't sure how strong he had become. Perhaps this time, he would be able to fight to his heart's content. It could also be considered as a test. In addition, he would also meet the Eagle God sect. Zhenzong had a feeling that even if he left this place, he would most likely come into contact with the Eagle God sect in other places. The Wanyuan Island was now divided into 2 camps, each occupying half of the island. However, from time to time, people from the Eagle God sect would cross over and kill. After a round of slaughter, they would quickly leave. Housemaster, people from the Eagle God sect have come again, an elder of the Windbreeze Tower reported. How strong are they? Housemaster Windbreeze frowned and couldn't help but ask. A group of 5th-level experts, the elder immediately replied. In the current situation, the Wanyuan Alliance was at a disadvantage. After all, the Eagle God sect's methods were very strange and their secret techniques were very terrifying. When a group of 5th-level Eagle God sect disciples attacked, the Wanyuan Alliance naturally had to fight. However, it wasn't good for them to send out people who were too strong. For example, 6th-level Emperor Realm or 7th-level Emperor Realm experts. Because once they did so, the Eagle God sect would immediately send out Emperor Realm and even Emperor Realm experts, causing terrible destruction and casualties. The attacking 5th realms could only be resisted by 5th realms. If they could kill the 5th realms, the Eagle God cult would not go against the so-called rules. Of course, this rule was set by the Eagle God cult before this. Whoever did not abide by it would trigger a frenzied counterattack from the Eagle God cult. In short, in the eyes of the Wanyuan Alliance, the Eagle God sect was a group of lunatics. They didn't care about the consequences at all. Even when facing death, they weren't afraid. Instead, they would erupt with all kinds of methods with fanatical faces, wanting to drag others down with them. Who would be willing to fight against lunatics? Very few people were willing to do so unless they had no other choice. However, they couldn't send out stronger experts. Otherwise, it would anger the Eagle God sect and lead to a counterattack, causing more casualties. There were several examples that were still vivid in their minds. If the people of the Wanyuan Island were willing to fight with their lives on the line, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of the Eagle God sect. The problem was that most people weren't willing to fight with their lives on the line. In addition, the Wanyuan Alliance was formed by many forces. Its cohesiveness couldn't compare to the Eagle God sect's. That was why they were at a disadvantage. Housemaster, leave it to me, Zhenzong said directly. In that case, you'll lead the team and kill the Eagle God sect's people. Housemaster Windbreeze pondered for a moment and made a prompt decision. Zhenzong's strength was still at the 5th level, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling. He shouldn't be weak. Moreover, he was a disciple of the Taihao Mountain. He must have a trump card. 10 figures flew out from the trade wind brothel. The one in the lead was Zhenzong. The other 9 were all 5th realm king level cultivators, and they were all top-notch 5th realm cultivators. Zhenzong's original intention was to act alone, but the Doubtwind Tower Master didn't know Zhenzong's current strength. Their opponents were the lunatics of the Eagle God sect. Even if Zhenzong was a disciple of the Taihao Mountain and had excellent swordsmanship and trump cards, there was no guarantee that no accident would happen. The Doubtwind Tower Master had seen the madness of the Eagle God sect with his own eyes. When the 5th realm Eagle God sect disciples went crazy, they even dared to kill a 6th realm cultivator. There was even a 6th realm Emperor realm cultivator who was killed by a group of 5th realm cultivators. Otherwise, why would the alliance of 10,000 yuan be so afraid of the Eagle God sect? They would try their best to avoid fighting with them. In the end, although the alliance of 10,000 yuan was an alliance, it still felt like a plate of loose sand. No one was willing to submit to anyone, and no one could lead anyone. They lacked an effective leader. These 9 Fifth Realm cultivators were actually very reluctant to come out. They didn't want to face the lunatics of the Eagle God sect at all. If they won, they wouldn't gain anything. If they lost, they would be miserable and die. Moreover, lunatics were lunatics because they wouldn't reason with you or size up the situation. They would kill you directly. If they couldn't beat you, they would use their secret techniques. Even if they died, they would drag you down with them. But they had no choice. This was the Doubtwind Tower Master's order, and they had to obey. Qianzong, although you used to be first on the Divine Lord list, you just broke through to the 5th realm not long ago. No matter what, you'd better cooperate with us. The most powerful of the 5th realm cultivators, Lai Wu, said to Qianzong in a serious tone. If he was a 4th realm cultivator, he wouldn't have dared to say that. But he was not only a 5th realm cultivator, but also a veteran 5th realm cultivator. His strength was top-notch. Although he wasn't listed on the Divine King list, he had challenged it before. He was one of the strongest cultivators below the Divine King list. Experts naturally had their own pride. There was no need to think too much about whether Qianzong's strength would surpass his in the future. Moreover, Qianzong was a genius himself. It was not impossible for him to be listed on the Divine King list in the future. Qianzong didn't say anything. First of all, the man was from the Tradewind Tower. Second of all, he was sent by the Tower Master to protect him. Third of all, Qianzong knew that he was more powerful than the man, but it would be hard for him to convince the man before he attacked. However, Qianzong did not care whether the other party was convinced or not. He would not deliberately make a move to convince the other party. As if he did not hear the other party's words, Qianzong raised his perception to the extreme and carefully sensed the aura fluctuations in the air. Then he moved and turned into a sword light, flying away. You, stop right there. Lai Wu's expression changed abruptly, and he was furious. How dare he disregard him like this? What should we do? The other 5th realms looked at each other. At the same time, they were also dissatisfied with Qianzong's actions. After all, they were sent to act together with Qianzong. In essence, they were supposed to protect Qianzong. They were just like nannies. This made them very unhappy. If Qianzong was willing to cooperate with them, it would be fine. However, Qianzong's actions made them very angry. He did whatever he wanted and did not take them seriously at all. Follow him. Lai Wu's face was pale. He really wanted to give up and ignore Qianzong. However, he remembered that this was a mission personally assigned by the Tower Master. If he ignored it, he would definitely be punished. Unwillingly, he kicked up a strong wind and chased after Qianzong in the direction he had fled. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all of them. The more you kill, the better. His sharp and sinister laughter was not concealed at all. He seemed very arrogant. When Qianzong arrived, he saw more than a dozen 5th realms attacking without any hesitation. They killed cultivators continuously and destroyed everything around them. These 5th realms were surrounded by strange blood-colored aura. It was as if they did not fit in with this part of the universe, but they were not repelled. Under the blood-colored aura, every 5th realm gave Qianzong a ferocious feeling. The Eagle God Sect. These 5th realms were the Eagle God Sect's disciples. Another one is here. Kill them all. As Qianzong approached, the Eagle God Sect's disciples noticed him one after another. They immediately laughed sinisterly. Then, one of the Eagle God Sect's disciples directly swung his palm like a knife. The blood-colored aura around him merged with this cultivator's cultivation and turned into a blood-colored blade aura. It slashed through the air. Ferocious, murderous, and extremely terrifying. It instantly made Qianzong feel like he was prey. This power was strange. Qianzong did not dodge. Instead, he directly reached out and grabbed the blade aura. He used his strength and senses to analyze the strangeness of this blade aura. This power is astonishing. It has a corrosive effect and can double one's cultivation strength. In just an instant, Qianzong came to a conclusion. It was no wonder people were wary of the Eagle God Sect's disciples. Under this strange aura, their strength would be stronger than usual. It was as if they were constantly using a secret technique. Could this be the Eagle God Sect's secret technique, or was it just a normal power, when they saw that not only was the aura of the blade unable to kill Qianzong, but it was instead grabbed and crushed with bare hands, all of these disciples of the hawk god cult were shocked. After that, over 10 gazes focused over successively. Their gazes were extremely sharp like hawks that had locked onto their prey, and the surroundings of these gazes carried strands of indescribable excitement and fervor. Qianzong did not like these gazes. They did not seem like the gazes of ordinary cultivators. They seemed more like the gazes of fanatical disciples. In the next moment, extremely sharp voices rang out from the eagle god sect's disciples. The demonic voices seemed to pierce through metal and stone. They tore through the air and directly attacked Qianzong's soul. Like invisible blades, they viciously pierced and tore through Qianzong's divine intent. If it were not for Qianzong's divine intent being extremely tough, he probably would have been affected and fallen into chaos for a moment. The eagle god sect's disciples erupted in an instant. The blood-red aura around them became extremely cold as well. It was as if they had turned into a dozen eagles, swooping down from different directions. Sharp claws slashed through the air, blade aura sliced through mountains, and huge palms pushed out. In just an instant, the eagle god sect's disciples erupted with astonishing strength. They all attacked, and with the enhancement of the blood-red aura, the power of their attacks all doubled. At the same time, Lai Wu and the others quickly caught up. From afar, they saw the eagle god sect's disciples attacking Qianzong. Damn it! Lai Wu could not help but curse. If Qianzong was killed, the 9 of them would definitely be responsible and would definitely be punished. However, they were too far away. Distant water could not put out a nearby fire. They could only hope that the other party could hold on for a while and wait for them to arrive. Qianzong did not move, but his eyes were extremely bright. He focused his gaze, completely capturing and locking onto the blood-red figures. In the next moment, with a wave of his right hand, the Guiyue sword at his waist was unsheathed in an instant, but it was sheathed again in an instant. From unsheathing to sheathing, only 1,000th of a second had passed. There seemed to be a flash of sword light in the air. It was extremely resplendent and dazzling, but it also disappeared like an illusion. It was as if the sword had never been unsheathed. However, most of the attacking eagle god sect's disciples all paused and then fell down like birds shot by arrows. Only one figure remained standing in the air. His expression was uncertain, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "Show me everything you've got." Qianzong stared at the other party. His eyes were calm and clear, but they gave the other party an indescribable pressure. As if provoked, the eyes of the last surviving eagle god sect's disciple turned red. His pupils contracted in an instant as if they were about to turn into vertical slits. The blood-red chi around his body surged endlessly like a raging tide. In the next moment, the eagle god sect's disciple let out a long howl. The howl he let out was actually like the sharp cry of an eagle. It was extremely ear-piercing, piercing through metal and splitting stone. In just an instant, the blood-colored chi became extremely powerful, directly multiplying by several times. It condensed on the other party's body, turning into the appearance of an eagle's head and a human's body. Its entire body was blood-colored, as if it was wearing a strangely shaped armor that covered its entire body. Powerful, on the basis of its original aura, it had directly multiplied by 4 or 5 times. This meant that the other party's strength had directly increased by 4 or 5 times. It was an extremely terrifying increase. The extremely sharp howl that seemed to fill one's brain became even more resounding. Immediately, the eagle god sect's disciple, who was covered in the blood-red chi armor of the eagle god sect's disciple, burst out with extreme speed. It was like a blood-red aurora that carried an extremely astonishing amount of chi. It was much faster than before. What an amazing secret technique that directly multiplied one's strength by 4 or 5 times. What an amazing secret technique it was in any place in the universe. It was no wonder that the alliance of 10,000 yuan was so afraid of the eagle god sect. If every eagle god sect's disciple could erupt with such a secret technique, how astonishing and ferocious would that be? However, although the other party's strength had increased by 4 or 5 times, it was actually nothing to Qianzong. The reason why Qianzong did not kill him immediately was that he wanted to force the other party to erupt with the so-called secret technique. He wanted to see what would happen. Now, he saw it. This secret technique was indeed amazing, but Chen Zong did not directly kill him. Instead, he circled around and forced the other party to use more tricks. He wanted to observe how long the other party's secret technique would last. This secret technique should have a duration. It could not last forever. That would be too heaven-defying. Sure enough, the other party continuously attacked. Under the amplification of the secret technique, his strength became more and more terrifying. However, after about 60 breaths of time, his tyrannical aura began to decline. It was indeed amazing that such a powerful secret technique could last for 60 breaths of time. It was enough to turn a battle around. However, it was useless in the face of an absolute gap in strength. Just as the other party's aura started to decline, a hint of madness and desperation flashed through the other party's eyes. In an instant, the originally declining aura started to burn, as if it had turned into a ball of fire. This fire was burning from within the other party's body. My God's glory will spread to every corner of the universe. As the other party's incomparably fanatical words rang out, an extremely resounding bird cry also resounded in all directions. Immediately after, that person was directly burned to ashes. A cluster of blood-colored flames exploded, as if a blood-colored vortex had been opened. A horrifying feeling spread out. The blood-red flames exploded and soared into the sky, turning into a 100-meter-wide blood-red vortex. It was like a portal to the blood-red hell, emitting a terrifying aura. Moreover, the terrifying aura locked onto Chen Zong. It felt like no matter where Chen Zong ran, he wouldn't be able to escape. Chen Zong couldn't help but look solemn. The aura from the blood-red vortex was too powerful. It actually made him feel threatened. Damn it. Seeing this, Lai Wu, who was rushing over, stopped without hesitation. He didn't dare to take another step forward. This was because he had seen something similar with his own eyes. That was the Hawk God disciple's final desperate move, using his own life to unleash his ultimate killing technique. He summoned the Hawk God from the blood-red vortex, and its might was extremely terrifying. It was at least 10 times stronger than the all-out attack of the Hawk God disciple. Previously, an emperor-level powerhouse had been killed by the Eagle God summoned by a group of king-level powerhouses with all their might. Lai Wu had seen that scene with his own eyes. It left a deep impression on him, so he was scared. Chen Zong looked solemn. Under the wholehearted realm, his essence, qi, and cultivation seemed to have been refined into a single point. It went through the hilt of the sword with his hand and into the blade. As the blood-red vortex spun rapidly, an extremely terrifying and sharp sound vaguely rang out. Immediately, a huge blood-red claw shot out of the vortex. It was a claw covered in blood-red scales. It looked like the claw of a blood-red eagle. The sharp claw, which was dozens of meters long, shot out of the vortex and mercilessly attacked Chen Zong. Countless blood-red auras spun madly within the claw. Every blood-red vortex contained a terrifying power that could easily crush everything. Moreover, a suction force burst out from the blood-red vortexes. It filled the surroundings and completely locked onto Chen Zong. He couldn't dodge at all. Strike, the blood-red claw fell from the sky. There seemed to be endless flames burning on it. The shocking power seemed to be able to shatter space. Strong, very strong, so strong that Chen Zong felt threatened. However, it was only a threat. Just as the blood-red claw fell and enveloped Chen Zong's body, Chen Zong drew his sword when it was less than 3 meters away. The sword light was condensed to the extreme. Like a cold lightning bolt, it tore through the darkness and opened up the sky. Chop, as soon as he drew his sword, Chen Zong knew that this strike was powerful. Even though it was only a sword technique and not a secret technique, it was powerful. However, Chen Zong's Heart Sword technique and World Sword technique were both high-grade Sun-class secret techniques after 100 years of cultivation in the void, and the final breakthrough of the Heart Sutra was terrifying and low-level. But, Chen Zong's secrets was. The difference was, the gap between them and the gap. Low-level gap, the gap was. In terms of secret techniques, there was a huge gap between low-level Sun class and high-level Sun class. As for sword techniques, they were much harder to improve, they were many times harder than secret techniques. Under the heart-returning realm, Chenzong's sword technique seemed to have merged all of Chenzong's energy into one in a more perfect way. With the same amount of energy consumed, the power it could unleash was many times greater. Also, since it was condensed, it was indestructible and hard to destroy. This was the heart sword technique. It was extremely sharp, and it seemed to ignore the difference in time. Even though Chenzong attacked later, he was faster than Chenzong, and it directly tore through streaks of blood-red energy vortexes and struck the huge blood-red claw. In the next moment, the huge blood-red claw struck down, and the terrifying force drowned Chenzong's body. Then, Chenzong's body smashed into the ground, creating a series of loud booming noises. The ground shook, and dust clouds rose into the air. Countless cracks spread out at lightning speed, and they instantly covered an area of several kilometers. Collapse, in the center, an irregular claw-shaped collapse appeared, and it covered 100 meters. "He's probably dead," Lai Wu said in a low voice. The other 8 fifth realms of the Trade Wind Tower also looked terrible. Although they took care of the dozen Eagle God disciples, Chenzong was also dead. When they returned, they would still be punished. However, compared to their lives, some punishments were bearable. The Eagle God's attack just now was too powerful, and it was on the level of the God King list. They couldn't take it at all. After the dust settled, the 100-meter-wide claw-shaped crater became even clearer, and a figure stood in it. "He's still alive." Lai Wu and the others were shocked, and they couldn't help but rub their eyes. Such a powerful attack from the Eagle God didn't kill Chenzong. No, not only didn't Chenzong die, Chenzong didn't even seem to be injured. His sword had already been sheathed, and Chenzong was indeed not injured. Although the Eagle God's attack was powerful, it was still not enough for Chenzong. As early as 100 years ago, Chenzong was already very powerful, and he was confident that he could make it to the God King list. 100 years later, he was at least several times more powerful, and he should be able to get a good ranking on the God King list. The Eagle God's attack was powerful, but it wasn't enough to threaten his life. However, Chenzong was still shocked by it. The Eagle God disciples were indeed troublesome. A blood-red aura circled around the Eagle God's body, multiplying his strength. It seemed like it could be used as a normal attack. After using the secret technique, the blood-red aura would turn into an armor with an eagle's head and a human's body, and the Eagle God's strength would increase by 4 to 5 times. Although it could only last for 60 breaths, it was already very terrifying, and it was enough to turn the tide of the battle in many situations. The final burst attack was to sacrifice his own life ignition to open up the blood-red vortex and summon the blood-red eagle's sharp claws. That attack's power would be greatly increased, and it would be like a trump card. If every Eagle God disciple had such a technique, it would be really troublesome. Moreover, Chenzong had tried it before. Once the Eagle God disciples fought, they were very crazy, and they wouldn't stop until one of them was dead. If it were an ordinary enemy, they would probably think of a way to escape and put it into action when they knew that they couldn't win. "Don't follow me from now on," Chenzong's voice sounded, and it passed through the void, directly into the ears of Lai Wu and the others. Why didn't he let them follow him? It was very simple. The difference in strength between them was too great. If they followed him, they would sometimes become a burden. In addition, Chenzong also planned to use the black mark and mysterious seed to devour souls and vitality, so it was best to act alone so that they wouldn't be noticed. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenzong turned into a beam of sword light again and instantly fled far away. He was so fast that Lai Wu and the others couldn't react at all. "What do we do?" The other 8 fifth realms looked at Lai Wu. Among them, Lai Wu was the strongest. "What else can we do?" "Go back and report this to the leader immediately." Lai Wu's expression kept changing, and he finally gritted his teeth and said. The Eagle God's attack couldn't do anything to Chenzong. This was enough to prove that Chenzong was very strong. He might even be listed on the God King list. The reason he wasn't listed yet was because he hadn't challenged anyone yet. With such strength, not only would they not be able to protect him, they might even drag him down if they acted together. Since that was the case, there was no point in following him. Reporting the truth to the leader was pardonable, and they wouldn't be punished. After killing more than a dozen general-level Eagle God disciples, Chenzong flew toward the Eagle God sect's territory. The Eagle God disciples were a collective name and were divided into levels. The fourth realms were called Eagle Guards, the fifth realms were Eagle Generals, the sixth realms were Eagle Kings, and the seventh realms were Eagle Supremacies. Currently, there were 3 Eagle Supremacies and many Eagle Kings in the Eagle God sect on the Myriad Origin Island. There were even more Eagle Generals and Eagle Guards. The Eagle God disciples were crazy, but Qianzong wasn't afraid. After entering the Eagle God sect's territory, Qianzong raised his perception to the maximum and started searching for the Eagle God disciples. Soon, Qianzong found a group of Eagle God disciples. In a flash, he seemed to have crossed thousands of meters silently and directly appeared in the middle of the group of Eagle Guard God disciples. A silver-white sword light exploded in an instant and turned into thousands of sword lights that directly covered the area. In an instant, dozens of Eagle Guard God disciples were killed by Qianzong. They didn't even have time to react, let alone use their ultimate secret technique. Death, their souls and life force were completely devoured by the black mark and the mysterious seed. When Qianzong broke through from the fourth realm to the fifth realm, the mysterious seed took the opportunity to absorb a large amount of the universe's power. The mysterious seed was now different from the past. It had already grown to 9 buds, surrounding the seed. Each bud was an inch long and emitted a misty green light. It was very pure and sacred, and its life force was astonishing. The life force contained within was more than 10 times denser than before, perhaps even dozens of times denser. With such dense life force, as long as one wasn't killed directly, one could recover in an extremely short time. Qianzong's life-saving trump card was undoubtedly stronger. Speaking of which, I still don't know how strong I am, Qianzong thought to himself. Although he had gone through 2 battles, his opponents were too weak for him to use his full strength. He had not even activated his silver sword body. Only when he fully activated the silver sword body could he erupt with his full strength. He hoped that he would be able to meet a strong enough opponent in the future to allow him to use his full strength. Qianzong stepped into the Eagle God sect's territory to hunt down Eagle God disciples. Lai Wu and the others quickly returned to the House of Trust and reported everything that had happened to the House Master in detail. The House Master of Trust couldn't help but ponder. Qianzong's strength was already so strong, even the Eagle Commander level Eagle God's attack couldn't do anything to him. He was definitely on the level of the God King list. Shocking, the House Master of Trust's heart was filled with endless shock. It seemed that he had underestimated Qianzong's strength. The Eagle Divine General swept up a blood-colored demonic wind and crossed 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, heading towards the Myriad Yuan Alliance. However, a silver-white sword light silently approached them. Who is it? Someone from the Myriad Yuan Alliance. You've got guts, actually daring to take the initiative to come to us. The Eagle Divine Generals were startled for a moment before revealing cruel and sinister smiles. Their eyes were filled with ferocity and sharpness, as if they were eagles that had locked on to their prey. In the past few decades, only the Eagle God sect's disciples would enter the Myriad Yuan Alliance's territory to cause chaos and slaughter. Very few people from the Myriad Yuan Alliance would come to the Eagle God sect's territory. The reason was very simple: the Eagle God sect was incomparably united, their cohesion terrifying. Moreover, every Eagle God sect disciple was unafraid of death. They firmly believed that after their death, their souls would return to the Eagle God's embrace and enter the Eagle God's divine kingdom to become his people. With this mindset, the Eagle God sect's disciples became incomparably frightening. The Myriad Yuan Alliance's people didn't want to provoke them at all. In the spirit of avoiding unnecessary trouble, the Eagle God sect's disciples only guarded their own territory. Whenever a Eagle God sect disciple came to attack, they would just beat them back. It was precisely this kind of thinking that led to the Eagle God sect's growth and development, resulting in the current situation. The Eagle God sect's disciples would invade the Myriad Yuan Alliance's territory from time to time, so they were accustomed to it. However, the Myriad Yuan Alliance's people rarely entered the Eagle God sect's territory. Now that they saw one, they were naturally very surprised. How could they tell if it was someone from the Eagle God sect? It was very simple. All Eagle God sect disciples had blood-colored energy surrounding them, making them very easy to identify. Are you the Eagle Divine Generals of the Eagle God sect? A voice came from the sword light. that's right. Who are you? The three Eagle Divine Generals who were about to attack paused and asked in return. I'm from the Tradewind Tower. This time, I've come to join the Eagle God sect. Another voice came from the Swordlight. Really? The three Eagle God sect disciples immediately smiled. In the past, they weren't Eagle God sect disciples. Later, due to various reasons, they became Eagle God sect disciples, gaining greater strength and trump cards. Why do you want to join our Eagle God sect? One of the Eagle God sect disciples asked in a cautious manner. Bathe in God's glory, become God's warrior, and foretell the universe for God. The Swordlight paused, and a figure appeared. It was Xianxia. His face was solemn, as if he was a believer on a pilgrimage. His tone and tone were powerful, and it gave people a feeling of conviction. Since that's the case, follow us to the fifth branch to meet the Eagle God King. One of the Eagle God Generals said. If they could make this person a disciple of the Eagle God, the three of them would also be rewarded by God. As for why Xianxia did this, could it be that he really wanted to believe in the so-called Eagle God? Become a member of the Eagle God sect? Of course not. Instead, Xianxia had killed many of the Eagle God sect's disciples and used various methods to extract more information about the Eagle God sect. On the Myriad Origin Island, the Eagle God sect had one main sect and 9 subsects. Within the main sect, there were naturally 3 divine eagles overseeing it, while the 9 subsects were overseen by Eagle God Kings. However, the locations of the main sect and subsects were somewhat secretive and not easy to find. This also showed that the Eagle God sect's vigilance wasn't brainless madness. Rather than killing them one by one, Xianxia felt that it wasn't satisfying enough, so he might as well kill his way to one of the subsects. With his powerful strength and trump cards to rely on, Xianxia was confident that he could escape unscathed even if he faced a 6th realm emperor. Because of this, Xianxia sought out the Eagle God Generals and told them that he wanted to join the Eagle God sect as a disciple. The Eagle God sect welcomed him very much. Of course, this seemingly brainless action was actually because Xianxia had already made preparations. If anything went wrong, he would immediately attack. His own strength, the power of the origin of the swordway of the Tianguang Peak Lord, and the power of the sword scar left by the Taihao Sword Saint were each more powerful than the other. This was where his confidence came from, and where he dared to take such a risk. In particular, the power of the sword scar left by the Taihao Sword Saint was extremely terrifying. Xianxia was confident that he could face anything. As for not using it, trump cards were meant to be used. Of course, they weren't used carelessly, but were used where they should be used. The 5th subsect was one of the 9 subsects of the Eagle God sect. The fact that the 3 Eagle God sect leaders dared to directly agree to take Xianxia to the subsect meant that they were prepared. Before long, Xianxia saw more than a dozen figures surrounded by blood-colored qi in front of him. They were the Eagle God sect's Eagle God Generals. There were a total of 15 Eagle God Generals. In addition to the terrifying enhancement of secret techniques, they were confident that they could take down even experts on the God King list. Not long after, before they even reached the 5th subsect, another figure surrounded by an even more intense blood-colored qi stood in the air. His aura was extremely powerful, far surpassing that of a 5th realm emperor. It was the 6th realm Eagle God King, with 15 Eagle God sect leaders and 1 Eagle God King present. Even if Xianxia was pretending to surrender, they still had a way to subdue Xianxia and take him back to force him to become a disciple of the Eagle God sect. The Eagle God King's pupils shrank the moment he saw Xianxia. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you the one who wants to become a disciple of our sect, bask in our glory, and fight for our sect? The Eagle God King asked with a smile. Yes, Xianxia replied unhurriedly. He didn't panic in the slightest. In that case, come with me, the Eagle God King said with a chuckle. The Eagle God King chuckled. The change in the other party's expression didn't escape Xianxia's eyes. This made Xianxia secretly surprised. Did the other party know him, or did he have a special purpose? If so, he had to be even more vigilant this time. Even so, Xianxia still didn't have any intention of retreating. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Moreover, he had something to rely on. With the power hidden in his body, even if he faced a 6th realm emperor, it wouldn't be a problem for him to protect himself. he might even be able to kill them. A strong foundation was the source of his confidence. The fifth subsect was indeed hidden. If no one led the way, it would be really difficult to find it. After circling around and going deep underground, they finally arrived at the fifth subsect. Xianxia, since you're here, come with me to pay your respects to our God. Pray to our God wholeheartedly and offer your piety. Only in this way can you obtain our God's favor and bask in our glory. You will become our warrior and expand our territory for our God. The Eagle God King's speech was neither fast nor slow. It had a unique rhythm, as if he was hypnotizing someone. As for why he called Qianzong Qianxiu, it was very simple. Qianzong was impersonating Qianxiu. In the universe, Qianzong's name was definitely much more famous than Qianxiu's. Moreover, the two of them looked the same and were impersonating the same person. It couldn't be more suitable. As for whether there would be any follow-up trouble, he would think about it when the time came. Doing so would also put some pressure on Qianxiu. Qianzong didn't have any objections to the Eagle God King's words. On the contrary, he looked delighted, as if he had been looking forward to it for a long time. In fact, Qianzong was also looking forward to seeing what the Eagle God of the Eagle God sect was like. As the saying went, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. If you didn't truly understand your opponent, how would you know what kind of enemy you were facing? The Eagle God sect, it was closely related to the Eagle God. The Eagle God sect's disciples kept saying our God, which meant that they were worshipping the so-called Eagle God. What kind of existence was the Eagle God? A particularly powerful cultivator? What was his real purpose in establishing the Eagle God sect? Qianzong felt that he had to find out more about this, because sooner or later, he would have to face the so-called Eagle God sect. Also, Qianzong had a feeling that the Eagle God sect and the God worship sect seemed to have some sort of relationship. Under the Eagle God King's lead, they kept going deeper and deeper before finally coming to a stop. In front of them stood a 10-meter-tall statue. The statue had the head of an eagle and the body of a human. Its wings were folded behind its back and its eyes were staring straight ahead. There was an indescribable sharpness in its gaze, as if it could pierce through everything. This statue was lifelike, as if it was real. When he saw the statue, Qianzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. For some reason, he felt a sense of threat from it. However, this threat was fleeting, as if it didn't exist. Qianzong was certain that the threat was real. But how could a statue pose a threat to him? Could it come back to life? Although Qianzong wasn't sure, he didn't doubt it. After all, in the world of cultivators, anything could happen. Qianxiu, this is the incarnation of our God. Now, face our God, remove all distracting thoughts, and use your most devout heart to feel our God's divine might. Pray from the bottom of your heart and bathe in his divine power. The Eagle God King's voice carried a unique rhythm into Qianzong's ears, as if to bewitch Qianzong. Immediately, the statue of the Eagle God released layers of light that spread out and enveloped Qianzong's body. Being covered by that layer of light, Qianzong's body tensed up subconsciously. Immediately, in front of Qianzong's eyes, there seemed to be an endless golden light. 1,000 feet tall, with the head of an eagle and the body of a human, appeared in front of him. It seemed to be higher than the sky, releasing endless divine light. People couldn't help but want to submit to it. They wanted to kneel at the feet of God and become a believer, a warrior under God. They wanted to give up all their strength, including their lives, for God. However, Qianzong's divine will was tyrannical. Facing such an impact, he wasn't affected at all. Instead, he withstood it. As if sensing that Qianzong was unaffected, the eagle-headed and human-bodied eagle god widened his eyes. The divine might on his body instantly increased by several times, pressing forward like a surging wave. Qianzong seemed to have turned into a small boat in the ocean, about to be crushed at any time. Even so, it was unable to do anything to Qianzong. Although the statue was only 10 meters tall, it still had great divine power, but it was still very difficult for it to affect Qianzong. This was because Qianzong's One-Heart Sutra had reached the One-Heart returning realm. His essence, qi, and spirit had been condensed into one. Even his divine will had increased several times. It was difficult for external evil to affect him. For Qianzong, the attack of the eagle god's divine power was an external evil. As if sensing that Qianzong's divine will was unshakable, the statue was enraged. Although it was only a statue, it contained a trace of the eagle god's consciousness. It immediately exploded, completely exploded. This was because it already knew Qianzong's true identity. Erupt, the eagle god's consciousness contained in the eagle god's statue burst out with a monstrous divine power. It wanted to subdue Qianzong and make him his follower. Even if he had to pay the price of a statue, he had to accomplish this. He used to be number 1 on the Divine General and Divine Lord rankings. His potential and talent were amazing. He believed that at the King realm, he could be ranked at the top of the Divine King ranking. With the help of his divine power, his strength would increase tremendously. It was very likely that he could become number 1 on the Divine King ranking. He had to control such a supreme talent. It would be of great help to invade the outer universe. He was willing to pay the price. The divine might was boundless, and the golden light was extremely dazzling. Even though Qianzong's divine will was strong, he still felt like he was being attacked by the divine eagle's will. It was hard to bear, and it felt like he was about to be crushed. Once he was crushed, he would be invaded by the divine eagle's will. However, Qianzong did not panic. He guarded his mind and withstood the attack with his tenacious divine will. No matter how strong the attack was, he would remain unmoved. Then, Qianzong activated the black mark. The black mark appeared like a divine demon. Suddenly, the eagle god, who was covered in golden light, seemed to see a pair of eyes open. The black and white were so distinct that it made one's heart palpitate. The white was filled with a sense of holiness, like that of a divine spirit. The black was like that of an abyss demon. It was boundless darkness and extremely evil. That pair of eyes was like that of a divine spirit. It was extremely terrifying. What is that? The wisp of eagle god's consciousness suddenly fluctuated violently. It was filled with fear, incomparable terror. The pair of black and white godly eyes that suddenly opened gave him an indescribable feeling. That feeling went straight to the depths of his bones and almost caused the wisp of eagle god's consciousness to explode. Terror, he was extremely terrified. Without any hesitation, the wisp of eagle god's consciousness retreated from Qianzong's spirit sea as quickly as possible. It didn't dare to attack or invade Qianzong's spirit will and soul. But it was too late. An indescribable force suddenly erupted, directly grabbing the eagle god's strand of consciousness. It was unable to retreat at all. Instead, it was forcefully pulled towards the pair of black and white fiend god eyes. Like a moth to a flame, it threw itself into them. Devour. If it was the complete consciousness of the eagle god, the power of the black mark would not have been able to devour it. However, this was only a wisp of the eagle god's spirit consciousness. It was only a very small wisp and was nothing to the complete consciousness of the eagle god. In just an instant, the wisp of eagle god's consciousness that carried some of the power of his spirit was swallowed up by the black mark. The endless golden light also vanished in an instant, and the 10,000-foot-long body of the eagle god collapsed. The moment it dissipated, it was accompanied by a shrill scream filled with endless anger and murderous intent. Immediately, Qianzong immediately felt an extremely pure power surge out from the black mark, directly feeding back his spirit. The purity of this power was indescribable, and it was also incomparably brilliant. Qianzong couldn't help but be overjoyed. After receiving this power, his spirit had actually improved by a sliver. One had to know that the strength of his spirit had completely surpassed that of an ordinary fifth realm cultivator. He had truly crossed the threshold of the sixth realm. How difficult would it be to further improve his essence, qi, and spirit? At the very least, it would be difficult to improve his fifth realm spirit. It would only be possible if he accumulated hundreds of fifth realm spirits. Otherwise, it would be a sixth realm spirit. But now, he had only devoured a wisp of eagle god's spirit consciousness, an insignificant wisp, but he actually felt that his spirit had improved. It was unbelievable. In addition, Qianzong even felt a ripple from the black mark, a ripple of joy. It was as if the eagle god's spirit consciousness had a great attraction to the black mark. If the spirit consciousness of cultivators and fierce demons were compared to ordinary food, then the eagle god's spirit consciousness was like a delicacy. It was extremely attractive to the black mark, and even delicacies were not enough to describe it. This was because it was not only delicious, but it was also a catalyst for the black mark. It was a possibility for the black mark to evolve. So this is the path for me to go against the eagle god? Qianzong couldn't help but have this thought. Then, he shook his head. It didn't matter. Today, he had already gone against the eagle god. If he really wanted to go against the eagle god, then so be it. His heart was filled with lofty aspirations. In the blink of an eye, from the moment the eagle god's spirit consciousness was devoured by the black mark to the moment Qianzong's thoughts flashed through his mind. The 10-meter-tall statue also trembled. Then, as if it had been ruthlessly slashed by an invisible sword, a crack appeared and rapidly spread down from the statue's forehead. Kacha 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 sounds rang out continuously. The eagle-headed statue was covered in cracks and then shattered, turning into fist-sized pieces that rustled and fell to the ground. The sixth realm eagle god king, who had brought Qianzong over, was stunned. What was going on? Why was it like this? Soon after, he received an obscure final thought, a thought that was filled with madness and murderous intent: kill him. Kill who? The eagle god king's eyes abruptly narrowed as killing intent gushed out from his eyes like a tidal wave bursting through a dam. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body in an instant. Without holding back, the blood-red aura on his body soared. Faintly, an extremely sharp screech seemed to ring out, filled with killing intent and hatred. Kill, it was this person who had destroyed the eagle god's incarnation. The eagle god had sent down a decree to kill him immediately. Killing intent, the monstrous killing intent surged forth like a torrential flood, directly attacking Qianzong from head to toe. That terrifying killing intent and power was about to directly destroy Qianzong. Tyrannical, the power of a sixth realm emperor-level expert was fully displayed, causing Qianzong's hair to stand on end. Without hesitation, Qianzong immediately detonated a drop of Swordway Origin Power. This Origin Power was the Heavenly Light Swordway Origin Power, a trump card that the Tianguan Peak Lord had given to Qianzong. He had given Qianzong a total of 10 drops, while Qianzong had given Yu Nianxin 3 drops as his trump card. He had kept 7 drops for himself. This was the Swordway Origin Power of an Emperor-level expert. It was not something that an Emperor-level expert's Swordway Origin Power could compare to. The difference between them was huge. As the drop of Heavenly Light Swordway Origin Power exploded, it turned into an extremely tyrannical force that wreaked havoc within Qianzong's body. It was like a torrential flood, extremely tyrannical and ferocious, as if it wanted to shatter Qianzong's tyrannical body. Activate, the silver sword body was fully activated. Strands of silver-white divine patterns appeared, making Qianzong look like a silver sword god. His sword intent was also there. Under the push of a drop of Swordway Origin Power, it seemed to have broken through the limit and reached a higher level. It was the 6th realm level, the Sword Emperor level. If it were before, Qianzong would definitely not be able to control this level of power. He could only guide a small part of its power and simply release it, just like when he had obtained the World Lord's Origin Power. However, ever since he had made a breakthrough in the Heart Sutra and cultivated the heart to true realm, Qianzong's control of all his power had reached an indescribable height. Even if it was the Swordway Origin Power of an Emperor-level expert, Qianzong could control it and truly display its power as if it was his own power. Of course, in addition to the superb heart to true realm, it was also because Qianzong was now at the peak of the 5th realm, and his state was even higher. The Swordway Origin Power of the Heavenly Light Swordway turned into raging waves, swirling endlessly in his body and attacking. Under the guidance of Qianzong, they all surged into the sword in the sheath. His energy, and even sword intent all surged into it in an instant. He pulled out the sword. Without any warning, Qianzong immediately pulled out the returning moon sword and wielded the strongest sword toward the Eagle King, who was bursting with a monstrous murderous intent. The sword light was like the godly thunder of absolute beginning that split the dark universe, releasing an unparalleled brilliance and power. The sword-drawing method of Heavenly Light, it was the unique inherited Swordway divine method of Tianguan Peak. Qianzong had cultivated it to the perfect realm through various opportunities and his own efforts. Its power had increased greatly, and it was driven by the most compatible Swordway Origin Power of the Heavenly Light Swordway, so its power had broken through the limit of its level. This sword strike was extremely powerful, and it had the power of a 6th realm emperor. It was not comparable to an ordinary emperor. However, although the Eagle King was an ordinary emperor, He was extremely experienced since he had been able to cultivate until now. He immediately reacted, and his hair stood on end. He was extremely shocked, as if this sword light was enough to kill him. A blood-red energy swept out from his body, turning into an armor with the head of an eagle and the body of a human. It covered his entire body, and his strength suddenly increased by several times. He attacked, an extremely terrifying blood-red energy blasted out, as if it could shatter the sky. When the punch was thrown out, it seemed as if the space had collapsed, colliding with the terrifying sword light of the sword-drawing method of heavenly light. Time and space seemed to have frozen under the collision of the world-shaking sword light and the destructive blood-red fist energy, and then it exploded. The terrifying power exploded directly, impacting everything. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and each crack exuded a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It was blocked. Qianzong's heavenly light sword-drawing method, which was executed with the power of the emperor-level heavenly light sword principal origin, had been blocked. Although Qianzong could now properly control the power of the drop of sword principal origin and exert it, he could not exert it to the 7th realm. It could only be at the 6th realm, which was the upper limit. An extremely terrifying power attacked. It was the shocking aftermath of the collision between the sword light and the fist energy. It was as if it could destroy everything, and it swept towards Qianzong like a flood that had burst a dam. It was earth-shattering. Qianzong's expression did not change. Following the action of drawing his sword, his body flew up like a butterfly. His feet left the ground, and he spun naturally, like a swallow flying across the surface of a lake. His posture was extremely elegant, but it was also extremely fierce. He used his body to drive the Guiyue sword in his hand, and took the opportunity to strike a second time. In an instant, the second sword light was even more dazzling than the first. That sword light was like a heavenly light that cut through layers of dark clouds, shattering everything and bringing light and hope. This slash was invincible, shattering everything. It was 30% more powerful than the first slash. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? Lone Swallow's return, the Eagle God King's expression changed drastically. How was this possible? How could there be another slash, and such a powerful one at that? How could a 5th realm cultivator unleash consecutive bursts of sword technique in such a natural, smooth, and coherent manner? He couldn't block it. This slash was stronger, more powerful, and more ferocious. It was also fast, accurate, and ruthless to the extreme. The Eagle God King's armor was split open in an instant, and his body was also cut in half at the waist. The astonishing sword chi instantly penetrated through the cut and wreaked havoc. It directly attacked his mind, destroying everything wantonly. At the same time, two extremely terrifying forces of devouring suddenly erupted, landing on his spirit and body at the same time. This disrupted the Eagle God King's final plan of using immolation to summon the Eagle God. He couldn't really carry it out. Accompanied by an unwilling scream, the Eagle God King's life force was rapidly devoured. His spirit was also devoured. Like a wailing spirit, it was thrown into the black mark, becoming nutrients for the black mark. It then fed back a wisp of incomparably pure energy, increasing Qianzong's essence, qi, and spirit. Crack, subtle cracking sounds rang out. The returning moon sword was instantly covered in cracks, and then it collapsed uncontrollably, turning into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Qianzong's body was as light as a swallow, landing gracefully on the ground like a butterfly. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were incomparably bright. He had slashed a 6th realm cultivator. He had actually managed to slay a 6th realm emperor-level cultivator as a 5th realm cultivator. Although he had borrowed the power of an emperor-level cultivator's sword Dao origin, it was extremely shocking to be able to slay a 6th realm emperor-level cultivator as a 5th realm cultivator. Moreover, it was an emperor-level cultivator from the Eagle God sect. If word got out, it would cause a huge commotion. The gap between the 5th realm and the 6th realm was far greater than the gap between the 4th realm and the 5th realm. The gap between the 4th realm and the 5th realm was still a break in the power of the Great Path, but the gap between the 5th realm and the 6th realm was a qualitative change from the power of the Great Path to the origin of the Great Path. The gap between the two was like the abyss. For a 4th realm cultivator to be able to slay a 5th realm cultivator, even though this was extremely rare, it did exist. For example, the monstrous geniuses ranked at the top of the Divine Lord ranking list. But for a fifth realm cultivator, while they did exist, it was more than 10 times more difficult and even rarer. What a pity. Looking at the completely shattered returning moon sword in his hand, Chenzong could not help but loosen his grip, allowing the shattered sword hilt to shatter into pieces and fall to the ground. He was able to control the origin power of an emperor-level expert with the wholehearted returning realm. He was able to unleash an amazing power, allowing his strength to reach the emperor level in an instant. The perfect sword Dao divine skill he displayed was also able to erupt with monstrous divine power. Chenzong felt fortunate that he had mastered the second part of the heavenly light sword drawing method. The heavenly light sword drawing method was an extreme offensive divine sword technique. It focused on consuming all of one's strength in an instant and then detonating it to unleash the most powerful strike. This strike alone could cut through everything, and the sword would never be able to return. Such an extreme divine sword technique had the best offensive power among the offensive divine methods of the same state. But it also had a disadvantage. If the strike couldn't kill or severely injure the enemy, the user would be in a difficult situation. It was because the energy consumed in an instant had to be recuperated. Without a doubt, this was fatal. What should be done then? The ancestors of Tianguang Peak had studied it incessantly. After countless deductions and experiments, and paying a great price, they had finally found a correct path. If he was unable to kill his target in one strike, then he would use the same sword drawing technique a second time. However, he did not need to draw his sword again. Instead, he could use the momentum to swing his sword again. He could even use the power of the first strike to increase the power of the second strike. In this way, he would be able to kill his enemy. This move was named Solitary Swallow Return. It was like a swallow flying back and forth. To cultivate Lone Swallow technique, one had to first cultivate the Skylight sword drawing technique to the perfection realm as a foundation. After several breakthroughs, Chenzong had cultivated the Skylight sword drawing technique to the perfection realm. Then, during the 100 years in the void, he had mastered Lone Swallow technique and cultivated it to the small success realm. It was very astonishing. It was because of this extremely terrifying sword way divine technique, coupled with the heaven light sword way origin energy, that he was able to unleash a power that exceeded his limits and successfully killed the Eagle God King. At the same time, there was also a bit of luck involved. After all, the other party was an emperor-level expert. It was normal for him to look down on king-level experts. Even if he had attacked, he would not have taken it seriously. It was also because of this that the Eagle God King was killed in the end. He did not even have time to fully unleash his tyrannical strength. As for the returning moon sword, it was only a middle-grade Dao weapon. It was a little overloaded with the power of the heaven light sword way origin energy. In the end, it could not bear it and shattered. Chenzong constantly circulated the cultivation formula and rapidly recovered. Had he used the Skylight sword drawing technique just now? Chenzong's essence, qi, and spirit had been consumed by Lone Swallow Return. Under the wholehearted realm, Chenzong's essence, qi, and spirit recovered extremely quickly. In addition, the Black Mark had swallowed the Eagle God King's spirit and nourished him, causing his essence, qi, and spirit to grow a little. After recovering, Chenzong quickly took the Eagle God King's storage device. After checking it, he could not help but smile. Sword, there were a few Dao weapons in Eagle God King's storage artifact. However, it was a pity that there weren't any supreme-grade Dao weapons. With his current strength, he was able to wield supreme-grade Dao weapons and unleash their true power. Although he did not have a supreme-grade Dao weapon, he did have an upper-grade Dao weapon, which was of a better quality than the Guiyue sword. It was enough to increase the power of his swordsmanship and way of the sword. As for way of the sword, it required an origin weapon to truly increase its power. The increase from a Dao weapon was not obvious. Since the returning moon sword had been shattered, he could use an upper-grade Dao weapon to fully unleash his strength. Next, it was time to deal with the other Eagle God King disciples. Chenzong stood up and strode out with a long sword at his waist. When the Eagle God King statue shattered, the disciples in the branch all felt it and fell into a daze. They did not know what had happened. Immediately, Chenzong appeared. There was no blood-red qi on his body. That was the symbol of the Eagle God King disciples. Xianxia, what happened? Where's the Eagle God King? Several Eagle God Kings questioned Chenzong when they saw him. I'll send you to see him. As soon as Chenzong's voice fell, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. His figure suddenly flashed, and a blazing sword light, like an aurora that cut through the dark clouds in the sky, flashed by. It was too late. The Eagle God Kings did not have time to react. The light flashed before their eyes and they were all killed. Immediately, their divine souls were forcefully devoured and their vitality was also devoured. Chenzong destroyed the corpses and used sword chi to completely destroy their dried corpses, turning them into powder. This was the only way to avoid being noticed. Kill, kill, kill. In the 5th division, there was only one Eagle God King. However, there were many Eagle God sect and Eagle God guards. Adding them all up, there were more than 100 of them. Chenzong killed all of them without showing any mercy. Because when he faced the wisp of Eagle God King's divine soul, Chenzong knew that he had formed an enmity with the Eagle God King sect. Unless he was willing to surrender and become a follower of Eagle God King, he would not rest until he was dead. Would Chenzong surrender? Impossible. On the contrary, Chenzong planned to devour Eagle God King's divine soul. That would be of great help to the Black Mark. Similarly, devouring a wisp of Eagle God King's divine soul and devouring an Emperor Realm expert's divine soul were the same. Chenzong found that the former was obviously better. It seemed to transform his essence, chi, and spirit to a certain extent. However, because he devoured too little of Eagle God King's divine soul, the effect was not obvious. If he devoured more, the effect would become more obvious. The 5th branch of the Eagle God King sect was eradicated by Chenzong. All the Eagle God King disciples inside were also slaughtered by Chenzong. It wasn't that Chenzong was cruel, but that once one became a follower of the Eagle God King sect, they would not be able to leave. Since they were destined to be enemies, why should he show mercy? Unfortunately, there wasn't much wealth in this branch. Otherwise, he would have made a fortune. After doing all this, Chenzong left as quickly as possible. Chenzong felt that the Eagle God King sect would counterattack very soon. Even if he had a lot of trump cards to rely on, he would not use them if he could. Although he could kill 1 or 2 Emperor Realm experts, it was difficult to guarantee that he could kill 10 of them. There were also Emperor Realm experts who were stronger than Emperor Realm experts. Return, without hesitation, Chenzong immediately left the Eagle God King sect's territory and headed for the Myriad Yuan Alliance. This operation could be considered daring, but it could also be considered a fruitful one. On Myriad Yuan Island, the Eagle God King sect's 30-meter-tall statue of the Eagle God King sect emitted an astonishing divine aura. At the same time, the other 10-meter-tall statues of the Eagle God King sect in the other 8 branches also trembled and released an astonishing divine aura. The divine aura was vast and mighty, and its eyes emitted an astonishingly sharp and cold light. In the headquarters, 3 Emperor Realm experts, the so-called venerables of the Eagle God Kings, led a group of Eagle God Kings to meet the 30-meter-tall statue of the Eagle God King. "My God, what is your decree?" One of the 3 Eagle God venerables asked with a pious and fanatical tone. The statue of the Eagle God King didn't speak. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, so it couldn't speak. However, it could transmit its thoughts. Shortly after, a scene was transmitted to the minds of the 3 venerables and the Eagle God Kings. It was a scene that happened in the 5th branch. It was the scene of Chenzong. This person was Chenzong, the former number 1 on the Divine Lord list. He was found on Myriad Yuan Island and was captured alive. Even now, the Eagle God King still had great thoughts about Chenzong. He wanted to subdue him and make him his follower. He wanted to use him to expand his territory and establish a foundation in the universe. On Wan Yuan Island, in the Eagle God sect's headquarters, the 3 venerables had gathered all the Eagle God sect's disciples. A blood-red chi filled the air, releasing a terrifying and shocking aura. Chenzong had already left the territory of the Eagle God sect and returned to the territory of the Myriad Yuan Alliance. He quickly headed towards the Wind-Letter Tower. He should let the Wind-Letter Tower Master know about what he had done. After all, Chenzong estimated that the Eagle God sect would make a big move soon. It would be like a storm sweeping over. When that time came, it would be difficult for him to deal with it alone. The Wan Yuan alliance's strength was indispensable. At the very least, the Trade Wind Tower's strength was needed. On the Myriad Origin Island, the Myriad Origin Alliance and the Eagle God sect were at odds. However, due to the Eagle God sect's astonishing unity and the fearless madness of its followers, the Myriad Origin Alliance, which wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Eagle God sect, was forced into a passive position and was at a disadvantage. If this situation wasn't changed, then the Eagle God sect would be at an even greater disadvantage. In the end, the Eagle God sect would most likely grow stronger and stronger. In the end, the Myriad Yuan Alliance would be defeated and the Myriad Yuan Island would be completely occupied by the Eagle God sect. Chenzong didn't want to see such a situation. At the very least, if he wanted to let Xianxia stay in the Trade Wind Tower, he needed to provide a relatively stable environment and not be tossed about by a storm. Because of this, Chenzong took the risk and slaughtered the Eagle God sect's disciples. He even destroyed a branch's stronghold and caused heavy casualties to the Eagle God sect, directly infuriating them. A serious illness needed strong medicine. The current Wan Yuan Island was akin to suffering from a serious illness. They needed strong medicine to cure it. With a flash of sword light, Chenzong entered the Trade Wind Tower's territory and quickly approached the Trade Wind Tower's master. "You're back," the Trade Wind Tower's master breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Chenzong safe and sound. "I'm back." Chenzong smiled and saluted with his sword, then continued, "Tower Master, this time, I killed the Eagle God sect's disciples." The Trade Wind Tower's master stood up abruptly after hearing this. He couldn't hide the astonishment in his heart. His face was filled with shock. Astonishment, extreme shock. One man and one sword killed hundreds of Eagle God sect's disciples in succession. Among them, there was no lack of Fifth Realm Eagle generals. He even killed a Sixth Realm Eagle God King and wiped out one of the Eagle God sect's branch strongholds. It was simply unbelievable. House Master Wordwind felt like he was listening to a fantasy story. A Fifth Realm cultivator with only a sword had actually eradicated an entire Eagle God cult stronghold. He had even killed a Sixth Realm Eagle God King and destroyed an Eagle God statue. If it was a Sixth Realm cultivator, perhaps the House Master of Trade Wind would not be so shocked. However, the gap between the Fifth Realm and the Sixth Realm was too big. The House Master of Trade Wind believed that a Fifth Realm cultivator had an astonishing trump card that allowed him to survive against a Sixth Realm cultivator. Even though he had never seen it before, it was still inconceivable for a Fifth Realm cultivator to kill a Sixth Realm cultivator. However, the House Master of Trade Wind did not suspect Chenzong. He believed in Chenzong's words. Moreover, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the Eagle God sect would definitely retaliate after Chenzong did such a thing. Based on the Eagle God sect's style of doing things, they would immediately explode when a few Eagle God sect disciples were killed. Now that one of their strongholds had been wiped out, it would be strange if they didn't go crazy. The House Master of Trade Wind couldn't help but frown and ponder. "Fine, since that's the case, then let's fight." The House Master of Trade Wind was not an indecisive person. He could see the current situation clearly, but he was powerless. This was because he was only the House Master of Trade Wind and not the Wan Yuan Alliance's leader. He didn't have enough prestige and strength to make all the decisions. However, he didn't believe that the other factions of the Wan Yuan Alliance would still be so passive when the Eagle God sect's army was pressing down on them. They would rather hide than fight to the death. Cultivators had to be unyielding. The Eagle God sect is very strange. It's very likely that they know that you're the culprit. They will definitely retaliate against you. The House Master of Trade Wind said in a firm tone, "Hide well and leave it to me." The House Master of Trade Wind's tone was firm and unquestionable. Chenzong nodded and took his leave. He went to find Xianxia. Of course, Chenzong would still choose to take action when the time came. On the Wan Yuan Island, a large blood-red aura was pressing down from the direction of the Eagle God sect. It was like a large blood-red cloud was sweeping across the sky. From afar, it looked like an incomparably huge blood-red goshawk was swooping down. Its killing intent was so strong that it wanted to destroy everything. Not good. It's the Eagle God sect's madman. Report. Although the Wan Yuan Alliance was doing their best to avoid conflict with the Eagle God sect, they couldn't completely ignore it. Some people were sent out to patrol the area. If they discovered an attack from the Eagle God sect, they would do their best to avoid it. The people who were sent out to patrol were also very unwilling, but there was no other way. If they were unwilling, it would not work. They might as well implement a combination of high-pressure policy and heavy reward system. Only then would people form teams and take turns patrolling. Now, the people patrolling the border between the 10,000 Yuan territory and the Hawk God sect saw the enormous blood-colored eagle attack. Their faces changed dramatically, and they cried out in alarm. They all fled to report the news to their superiors. High alert, the Eagle God sect had launched a large-scale invasion. All the factions in the Wan Yuan alliance received the news one after another. Their first reaction was disbelief. An attack from the Eagle God sect was nothing out of the ordinary. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened. However, the Eagle God sect's large-scale invasion had only happened once. In that battle, the Wandering Cultivator Alliance's leader had suffered heavy injuries. He was still in seclusion and hadn't come out yet. Why was the Eagle God sect launching a large-scale invasion now? What was the reason? Was it a false report? It couldn't be. In other words, the Eagle God sect must have gone crazy to launch a large-scale invasion. Tradewind Tower's reaction was the fastest. The Tower Master immediately issued an order that could not be disobeyed. He gathered all the members of Tradewind Tower, and with the Tower Master at the head, they stepped out of Tradewind Tower and prepared to face the Eagle God cult. The Eagle God sect was indeed very strong, but Tradewind Tower wasn't weak either. If they really fought, the Eagle God sect would definitely suffer losses. Furthermore, House Master Integrity Wind was certain that the Myriad Spires sect and the Palace of Origin wouldn't sit idly by and allow the Eagle God cult to invade. Emperor-class factions had their own foundations and pride. They might not be willing to clash with the Eagle God cult normally, but that didn't mean they would cower and not dare to fight when the Eagle God cult came knocking on their door. The Tower Master was very familiar with the Wan Yuan sect and Palace Master Yuan Yuan. Sure enough, when Tradewind Tower gathered, the Wan Yuan sect and the Palace of Origin mobilized as well. The other Emperor-level factions and even Monarch-level factions moved as well. Without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. Although they didn't want to clash with the Eagle God sect, they understood this principle. Whether they were sincere or not, they had to move out. Otherwise, they wouldn't be tolerated. As the Eagle God sect's army approached, the Wan Yuan alliance also moved out. Although they weren't as united as the Eagle God sect, they were still a very powerful force. Although the alliance master of the Wandering Cultivator Alliance was still recovering from his injuries, the Wandering Cultivator Alliance was still a very powerful force. They also moved out. On the border, the blood-red goshawk of the Eagle God cult swept over like a gale of 1,000 miles. It carried an extremely terrifying aura as it swept over. The Myriad Fish sect, Palace of Origin, Wind of Trust sect, Rogue Cultivator Alliance, and a group of Emperor and King-level forces arrived one after another. Tyrannical aura spread out. At the Wan Yuan sect's side, the auras were like sharp swords and sabers. They were astonishingly sharp. At the Palace of Origin's side, the auras were incomparably vigorous, surging like a boundless ocean. At the Tradewind Tower's side, the auras whistled endlessly like a gale, as if they were about to set off a heaven-shaking storm that would engulf the world. As for the Wandering Cultivator Alliance, their auras were more heterogeneous. That was because the cultivation techniques they practiced were not the same. They weren't like those sects that had their own complete inheritance. However, although the Wandering Cultivator Alliance's auras were heterogeneous, they couldn't be underestimated. Eagle God sect, are you planning to challenge us to a battle to the death? The Wan Yuan sect's sect master took a step forward. His shocking saber intent swept across the sky. It was extremely shocking, as if it could split the heavens and the earth. Hand over Chenzong. The people of the Eagle God sect immediately spoke. Their voices overlapped with each other like a huge wave. They turned into sound waves that surged forward. Chenzong? The Eagle God sect's sect master Wan Ren and the others revealed astonished expressions. Only the Tradewind Tower sect master's expression remained unchanged. However, if one looked carefully, one would discover that there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. As expected, they were here for Chenzong. However, he had already expected this. After all, Qinzong had directly eradicated a branch of the Eagle God sect, killing hundreds of their disciples. This was a great loss for the Eagle God sect. It was a great humiliation. Fortunately, Qinzong wasn't allowed to accompany them. Otherwise, if the Eagle God sect discovered Qinzong, they would probably explode. Qinzong. In the Wan Yuan sect's camp, the Skysplitter Sword Sovereign's expression changed drastically. He immediately unleashed a shocking sword intent that soared into the sky, as if it was going to shatter the sky. These two words, this name, were taboo to him. He should have killed Qinzong, but he didn't expect Qinzong to still be alive and even be listed on the Divine Lord list. Qinzong had even become the top expert on the Divine Lord list. His talent was simply terrifying. Now that Qinzong had left the Divine Lord list, there were two possibilities. The first was that Qinzong had died. If he died, his name would naturally be removed from the Divine Lord list. The second was that he had broken through from the 4th level to the 5th level. Naturally, he would automatically leave the Divine Lord list. From the looks of it, it should be the latter. Seeing the enemy that he had been unable to kill several times become stronger step by step, the rage and killing intent in the sky-splitting sword Emperor's heart soared, and it even gave birth to a strand of fear and indescribable terror. If this person didn't die, then wouldn't this person surpass him one day and become even stronger than him? At that time, this person would definitely come to take revenge on him. The Skysplitter Sword Sovereign wanted to kill Qinzong to avenge his disciple. At the same time, he wanted to prevent future troubles. He wanted to kill, but he didn't want to be killed. I brought Doll for a checkup this morning, so I updated a little late. The eagle formed from 1,000 miles of blood-red aura emitted a terrifying and violent aura. It was extremely cold and oppressive, surging endlessly like a raging tide. Hand over Qinzong. The Eagle God sect members roared again. Their voices were in unison, like thousands of soldiers and horses shaking at the same time, causing the already terrifying aura to increase several times in an instant. It was suffocating. Tradewind Tower, hand over Qinzong, Skysplitter Sword Emperor suddenly spoke, as if he was cheering for the Eagle God sect. The moment his words left his mouth, it immediately caused a great commotion. Tradewind Tower, Qinzong, could it be that Qinzong was in Tradewind Tower? The master of Tradewind Tower immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately unleashed a terrifying aura, which swept across like a destructive storm, suppressing everyone present. Everyone, listen to me. The master of Tradewind Tower suppressed everyone present with his powerful aura, and very few people could resist it completely. Qinzong was indeed a member of Tradewind Tower, but he has already left Wanyuan Island and is not here. Since he is not here, how can we hand him over? The master of Tradewind Tower's words immediately caused everyone to ponder. Indeed, because of Qinzong, the Wanyuan sect and Tradewind Tower had been in conflict for many years, and they had a very deep impression of it. Therefore, when the master of Tradewind Tower said that Qinzong was not here, they did not have much doubt. Impossible. Skysplitter Sword Emperor spoke again with a deranged expression. Qinzong must have returned and angered the Eagle God sect. Otherwise, the Eagle God sect would not have invaded with such great fanfare. That's right, hand over Qinzong. Qinzong is the one who committed the crime, so he should bear the consequences. The people of Skysplitter Sword Palace also echoed. Everyone knows that Skysplitter Sword Emperor has been scheming to kill Qinzong. Of course, he would say that now. The master of Tradewind Tower spoke again. In short, he was arguing. He had to deny that Qinzong had returned and delay it as much as possible. If the Eagle God sect could directly attack, that would be good. They could directly suppress them. At that time, there would be no need to argue. They could directly start a war. No one knew that Qinzong had already left the Tradewind Tower. He took a detour and infiltrated the Eagle God sect's territory. When the Black Mark devoured the Eagle God's consciousness in the 5th stronghold of the Eagle God sect, Qinzong had sensed the location of the other Eagle God statues. One of them, in particular, had the strongest Eagle God spirit, which was several times stronger than the one that the Black Mark had devoured. At that time, Qinzong was very tempted, but he restrained himself. He had used the sword principal source power to perform the heavenly light sword drawing technique. Although it was possible for him to kill an emperor, the sword principal source power was not endless, and he only had 6 drops left. 6 drops. It was best to save as much as possible and use them at critical moments. In addition, Chenzong also speculated that he would definitely anger the Eagle God sect by directly uprooting a stronghold of one of the Eagle God sect's branches. Given the Eagle God sect's style of doing things, they would definitely not let it go. They might even launch a large-scale attack. That would be his chance. As expected, his conjecture came true. The Eagle God sect had indeed launched a large-scale attack and did not stay behind. Then, this was his best chance. Chenzong rushed directly to the headquarters of the Eagle God sect, intending to take drastic measures. If he destroyed all the Eagle God statues on Wanyuan Island, would it affect the Eagle God sect and cause them to lose their enhanced power? It was worth a try. Relying on his previous perception, Chenzong finally found the location of the Eagle God sect's headquarters after searching for a while. It was also located underground. Fortunately, Chenzong's divine consciousness was extremely powerful. With the help of the Heart Sutra, it was even more precise. Even the 6th realm couldn't compare to it. After finding it, Chenzong went deeper and deeper. Finally, he came to a 30-meter-tall eagle head statue. Compared to the 10-meter-tall statue, the 30-meter-tall statue gave Chenzong a more majestic and powerful feeling. Then, the next step was to draw out the Eagle God's soul consciousness hidden in it and then devour it with the black mark. Chenzong stood in front of the 30-meter-tall eagle head statue and stared at it. He focused his mind and will and used his consciousness to communicate with it. In an instant, the scene before his eyes shook. It was as if the void was crumbling. Golden light gushed out continuously from the darkness. Soon after, a 1,000-feet-tall eagle-headed man's body appeared. It was the Eagle God. Golden light shone from it and it was extremely shocking. Vast divine power pressed down. It was several times more powerful than the 10-meter-tall statue from before. It was so shocking that Chenzong felt suffocated. Too powerful, even though Chenzong's divine consciousness was extremely tenacious, his soul was powerful, and his essence, qi, and spirit were all condensed into one because of the breakthrough of the Heart Sutra. He was still shaken at this moment. He couldn't help but have the thought of surrendering to the other party and becoming a devout believer of the Eagle God. He would become a sharp blade in the other party's hand and expand his territory endlessly. Chenzong's eyes widened. Under the Heart Sutra, his essence, qi, spirit, and spirit were all pushed to the extreme. His sword intent also burst out in an instant, resisting the attack of the Eagle God's soul consciousness. Burst, obviously, the Eagle God also recognized Chenzong's identity. It was the person who destroyed one of his incarnations and swallowed the soul consciousness of his incarnation. It was also the person he wanted to turn into a believer, Chenzong. In an instant, an even more powerful soul consciousness burst out, wanting to destroy Chenzong's resistance and control it to fight for him. Attack, a crazy attack. Chenzong's divine consciousness remained motionless. At the same time, he activated the black mark. The black mark sensed that the Eagle God's soul and consciousness were already unable to hold back. A pair of black and white demonic eyes suddenly appeared and stared at the Eagle God's soul consciousness. The Eagle God's soul consciousness felt inexplicably afraid. In fact, each strand of the Eagle God's soul consciousness was an independent existence. Therefore, when it was destroyed, the other strands of soul consciousness would generally know how it was destroyed, but not so clearly. In particular, the Eagle God did not know how it was swallowed by the black mark. He only knew that it had something to do with Chenzong. Otherwise, he would not have acted so rashly. It was tantamount to sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. Devour, the black mark was like a black hole, crazily swallowing the Eagle God's soul consciousness. The Eagle God's soul and consciousness wailed and let out an incomparably sharp cry. He constantly struggled and resisted, but there was nothing he could do. Devour, finally, the Eagle God's soul consciousness was completely swallowed by the black mark. Chenzong could see the dazzling golden eagle head and human body of 1,000 feet tall disintegrate. Then, the 30-meter-tall statue began to crack and crumble. Then, the black mark swallowed the Eagle God's soul consciousness and began to feed a strand of power back to Chenzong. This strand of power was several times stronger than the last time. Once it was fed back, Chenzong immediately felt a sense of he felt that his essence, energy, and spirit seemed to be filled with a cool and refreshing feeling, which was constantly being raised. After 3 breaths, the strand of pure power was completely consumed. Or rather, it was completely absorbed by his essence, qi, and spirit. Chenzong immediately felt that his essence, qi, and spirit were significantly strengthened. Moreover, there was a faint change, but this change was very subtle and difficult to distinguish because it was too subtle. However, many a little makes a mickle. Then next, it's time for the other statues. Chenzong revealed a smile and immediately moved, rushing to the other strongholds. At the same time, the Eagle God Sect's army finally erupted. They directly launched an attack. The Wan Yuan alliance was originally still arguing, but when they encountered the Eagle God Sect's attack, they could only counterattack. A great battle began. The Eagle God Sect's disciples' strength had at least doubled after receiving the buff. When they used their secret techniques, their strength could increase by 4 or 5 times. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Although the 10,000 Yuan Alliance's side also had their own secret techniques, their buff was completely different from their normal buff. Disadvantaged, as soon as the battle began, the Wan Yuan Alliance fell into a disadvantageous position. In addition, many people were actually unwilling to fight to the death with the Eagle God Sect. They faintly wanted to circle around and retreat, causing the Wan Yuan Alliance to be suppressed by the Eagle God Sect. In any case, casualties began to appear. The Eagle God Sect's disciples were not afraid of death. They fought madly, but the Wan Yuan Alliance did not dare to. The 3 Eagle God Venerables and the 3 Emperor Realm Experts fought fiercely. The 3 Emperor Realm Experts were also at a disadvantage, but they could still hold on. Previously, the Wandering Cultivator Alliance's Alliance Master was injured by one of the Eagle God Venerables. Fortunately, the Eagle God Venerable's attack was incomplete. Otherwise, the Wandering Cultivator Alliance's Alliance Master would have been killed. Of course, if it was a complete Eagle God Venerable's attack, the Eagle God Venerables would also have died. As for the incomplete Eagle God Venerable's attack, it was not easy to use. After using it, they would have to pay a considerable price. Compared to the Eagle God Guards and Eagle God Generals, Eagle God Monarchs and Eagle God Venerables would not easily ignite their life force. Sharp eagle cries rang out continuously, reverberating throughout the battlefield. An incomparably terrifying murderous intent filled the air. Chenzong, on the other hand, was constantly destroying the Eagle God Sect's strongholds and devouring the Eagle God's consciousness. When the last Eagle God statue was completely destroyed by Chenzong, the Eagle God Sect's disciples, who were in the midst of fierce battle, immediately discovered that the blood-colored aura on their bodies was dissipating at an alarming rate. That was the power bestowed by the Eagle God. Why was it dissipating? The 10,000 Yuan Alliance had also noticed this. Their buffs have disappeared. This is a good chance. Kill them quickly. Although they had tried their best to avoid the Eagle God Sect's attacks at the beginning and were unwilling to fight, they had been suppressed and chased around. They had even suffered considerable casualties. Even a clay figurine would have a temper, let alone a cultivator. Now, it was finally time to explode. Because even the 3 Eagle God Venerables had lost their blood-colored aura, their strength had decreased by more than a fold. This was an excellent opportunity for a decisive counterattack. Kill. Kill. Kill, kill. The Wan Yuan Alliance erupted in an instant. Their fighting spirit was incomparably high as they frantically counterattacked. On the other hand, the Eagle God Sect's disciples' expressions changed drastically. The loss of their divine power made them feel uneasy. They thought that they had been abandoned by their god. Coupled with the decrease in their strength, their morale was low. My god, we beg for your arrival. Oh, God's grace, the Hawk God cult's disciples roared and howled, as if they were praying and begging. Once the feeling of gaining strength was gone, it was as if something had been taken away from them. It was very uncomfortable. It was at least double the difference in strength. Even Venerable Falcon God, who had experienced countless hardships and setbacks and had an incomparably strong will, felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if his strength had dropped by at least 50%. It wasn't just 50%, the 50% drop was visible, but what about the secret technique? after directly activating the secret technique, one's strength would increase by 4 or 5 times for a few dozen breaths. Without the support of divine power, the secret technique's amplification was also lost. The final desperate attack to kill the hawk god was also lost. The loss could be said to be disastrous. This kind of blow directly affected the minds of the hawk god cult's disciples, causing them to fall into a state of confusion and confusion. They were like children abandoned by their families, confused and panicked. This point also allowed the myriad Yuan Alliance's cultivators to see another flaw in the hawk god cult's disciples. It turned out that the hawk god cult's disciples weren't really fearless. Once they lost the support of divine power and returned to their original strength, they would become so weak. Kill, 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 the killing intent of the myriad Yuan Alliance's side soared. Killing intent filled the sky like a surging tide. The sullenness of being intimidated by the hawk god cult's disciples was completely ignited and completely erupted. On the other hand, the hawk god cult's side was forced to counterattack, but they were also constantly injured and began to flee. They were utterly defeated, compared to the aggressive and arrogant attitude they had when they first arrived. The hawk god cult's disciples were now in a sorry state like stray dogs. Chase, what a rare opportunity, what a rare opportunity. The myriad Yuan Alliance's people immediately chased after them. The myriad Yuan Island belonged to them, not outsiders. The hawk god cult was an outsider. Even if the majority of the hawk god cult's disciples were originally cultivators of the myriad Yuan Island, since they had joined the hawk god cult, they were enemies, and enemies should be eliminated. The hawk deity disciples scattered and fled in all directions. Some were caught and killed, while others were wounded but luckily managed to escape. There were very, very few who were able to escape without being injured. Chen Zong had just left the last stronghold of the Eagle God sect and was heading towards the 10,000 Yuan Alliance when he saw the fleeing Eagle God sect disciples. Kill, with a flash of sword light, he tore through the air and killed his opponent. Then, he devoured his opponent's spirit and life force. How was it that Chen Zong was able to recognize the Eagle God disciple even though he had lost the support of his divine power? This was because the aura of the hawk god sect still lingered in the other party's aura. It would take a long time for the aura to completely dissipate. As for now, it was still very clear, and Chen Zong could easily sense it. Not long after, Chen Zong set his sights on a heavily injured Eagle King. Emperor-level powerhouse, chase, without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately chased after him. In an instant, he burst out with extreme speed and slashed his sword through the air. You're courting death. The Eagle King was furious. Even though he was heavily injured and could only use 10% of his strength, he was still a 6th realm emperor-level powerhouse. A mere 5th realm cultivator actually dared to attack him? He was courting death. In his fury, he suddenly slashed his saber through the air. The saber light tore through the air and slashed at Chen Zong. As the saber light slashed, Chen Zong's figure seemed to flicker like an illusion. He instantly passed through space and slashed his sword at his opponent. Wasn't a 6th realm cultivator who was heavily injured and could only use a fraction of his strength the perfect target for him to test his own strength? Chen Zong didn't intend to use his sword Dao origin power. He wanted to see if he could kill the 6th realm powerhouse head-on with his own strength. The emperor-level powerhouse was slightly taken aback when his saber missed. He found it unbelievable, but he didn't hesitate and slashed again. He didn't believe that a 5th realm cultivator could really dodge his attack. However, reality proved that it was indeed possible. The third saber strike was unleashed. It was a saber divine technique, a saber divine technique. When the saber arrived, the saber light directly traversed thousands of meters and completely covered a radius of thousands of meters. It even seeped into the level of the void, making it impossible for Chen Zong to dodge like before. Slash, skylight pierced the clouds. Under Chen Zong's repeated comprehensions and deductions, this technique continued to improve. Now, it had even reached the level of a supreme-grade sun-rank secret technique. However, the moment the sword light and saber light came into contact, the sword light instantly shattered. The extremely terrifying saber light poured out in torrents, and Chen Zong immediately activated the power of the space-splitting ring. When Chen Zong's cultivation reached the 5th realm, and his Dao of space was also cultivated to a certain extent, he could activate the power of the space-splitting ring again. This time, he was able to unleash an even more shocking defensive power and resist even more powerful external attacks. The saber light was extremely domineering, and it directly pierced into the internal space of the space-splitting ring. It vibrated non-stop, and a portion of its power was consumed in the process. However, in the end, it still managed to break through the power of the space-splitting ring and hit Qinzong's body. Qinzong activated his silver sword body to the extreme, and his body was extremely tough. He forcefully blocked the remaining saber light from his opponent. Qinzong felt like his body was about to be torn apart, and he couldn't help but experience a tearing pain. However, in the end, he managed to block the saber light. Qinzong couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, his opponent was severely injured, and he couldn't use much of his strength. Otherwise, if his opponent was at his peak, Qinzong wouldn't be able to block the power of the saber light, and he would be instantly killed. However, his opponent's saber light couldn't kill him, and it only injured him slightly. He could use the mysterious seed to instantly recover. What was there to be afraid of? Kill. With his strength, Qinzong could kill the severely injured Emperor Realm Master. If he could do it, it would be a great benefit to him. He would be able to further cultivate his confidence and will, and he would be able to further condense his essence, and spirit. Why would a true cultivator constantly issue challenges to stronger opponents? Their purpose was to temper themselves, their beliefs, their spirit, their will, and everything else. They would forge an incomparably solid foundation and stimulate even more potential, thus breaking through their limits and ascending to a higher level. Qinzong had been doing this for a long time. Unleashing all of his strength, Qinzong used his heart sword technique and world sword technique to the extreme. Under the pure heart realm, the power of each strike was extremely condensed and indestructible. Heavenly light-breaking clouds and heavenly light-shattering stars were both ultra-tier sun-class techniques and super-tier sun-class techniques respectively. Qinzong's self-created heart execution and world dragon were also super-tier sun-class techniques, and their power was shocking. In addition, Qinzong's sword sharpening technique was able to unleash attacks that were several times stronger than normal. For a while, he was able to battle with this Emperor Realm Master. Although he was at a disadvantage, he didn't show any signs of losing. The more he fought, the more Qinzong grew. Although his opponents were stronger than him, they weren't strong enough to defeat him. As long as they couldn't defeat him, he could rely on the power of the mysterious seed to recover instantly even if he was severely injured. Qinzong couldn't describe how much vitality the mysterious seed was accumulating right now. Moreover, the reason why he kept killing and devouring vitality was to make the mysterious seed something he could rely on. Since this was the case, he had to make the best use of it. Get injured, recover, and continue to battle. Sword energies wreaked havoc in the sky, and saber energies flashed across the sky. The fierce battle didn't stop, and everything around him was destroyed. As the intense battle continued, Qinzong's strength became more condensed, and his swordsmanship and ultimate techniques improved as well. Although the direct power didn't change, the application of his techniques improved. There was no end to the Tao. As the battle continued, Qinzong became more and more powerful. However, this Emperor Realm Master was getting weaker and weaker. His injuries were getting worse, and his strength was being affected. Run! The Emperor Realm Master had the idea of escaping. How humiliating it was to escape when facing a fifth Realm Master. However, there was no other way. If he didn't escape and continued to fight, he might die. This fifth Realm Master was too strong. Not only was he strong, but he was also very strange. He had clearly been injured many times, but he could recover in a very short time. The other party must have some kind of powerful healing artifact on him. If he could get it, then his injuries would be healed quickly. However, he was now seriously injured, and his strength had dropped from 10% to 5%. His opponent was getting stronger and stronger. If this continued, he would be in danger. Escape first, escape first. After recovering from his injuries, he would come back to kill this person and seize his treasure. However, how could Qinzong let his opponent escape? Heavenly light sword drawing technique. In an instant, the most powerful sword slashed through the air. The incomparably powerful sword light tore through the void as if it was going to destroy the heavens and the earth. It drew out an extremely Sharp arc as if it was a crescent moon shooting through the sky. Slash, his hair stood on end. In an instant, the Emperor Realm Master felt his hair stand on end. The loss of his divine power had already dealt a blow to his mind, and his strength had decreased greatly after being seriously injured in the battle. Facing a fifth realm master, he couldn't kill him. Instead, he was in a sorry state. The blow was even greater, and he lost his mind. Now, Chenzong's fatal sword attack seemed to have destroyed the last bit of resistance in his heart. He couldn't block it at all. Chenzong didn't even need to use the heavenly light sword drawing technique to kill him. The Emperor Realm Master was filled with disbelief. Chenzong directly activated the black mark and the mysterious seed, immediately devouring the Emperor Realm Master's spirit and life force completely. His essence, qi, and spirit were once again nourished, and the life force consumed by the mysterious seed was also partially replenished. With one sword attack, the Emperor Realm Master's body was completely destroyed. He turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth as if he had never existed. As for the Emperor Realm Master's storage divine artifact, it naturally became Chenzong's spoils of war. Now, Chenzong's wealth was astonishing. In the fifth realm, there weren't many who could compare to Chenzong in terms of wealth. Chenzong circulated the Fiend God Sword Codex and constantly absorbed the surrounding power to recover his own consumption. He continued to fly forward and continued to hunt down the Eagle God sect disciples who were fleeing in a sorry state. A complete defeat, this was the first time the Eagle God sect had suffered a complete defeat since its appearance on the Myriad Origin Island. Once it was defeated, it would be an irreversible defeat. Once it was defeated, it would be completely destroyed. Unless there was a miracle, but obviously, there was no miracle. Death continued to play out, again and again, in various places. Tell me, why are you looking for Chenzong? The sky-splitting sword emperor caught one of the Eagle God generals and immediately interrogated him. I don't know. The Eagle God general howled and was immediately killed by the sky-splitting sword emperor. The sky-splitting sword emperor caught the second one and continued to interrogate him. Finally, the sky-splitting sword emperor caught an injured Eagle God king, defeated him, and captured him for interrogation. Finally, the sky-splitting sword emperor forced the truth out of him. Chenzong, you really came back. The sky-splitting sword emperor grinned, but his eyes emitted an incomparably cold light, which was extremely terrifying. A terrifying killing intent surged like a tide, vast and mighty. An astonishing sword intent filled the air and soared into the sky, as if it was going to shatter the sky and shatter everything. The unparalleled sharpness seemed to have shot out from an ancient volcano. Chenzong, he must die. Then, where was Chenzong now? Was he hiding in the Tradewind restaurant? It was possible. Suddenly, the sky-splitting sword emperor's eyes widened, and then condensed into a point, emitting an incomparably terrifying cold light. Chenzong, he actually saw Chenzong. Ha 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 ha. The sky-splitting sword emperor couldn't help but laugh wildly. What was this? Even the heavens were helping him by allowing Chenzong to appear in front of him. This time, you can't escape. The sky-splitting sword emperor's murderous intent erupted endlessly. The terrifying sword intent instantly transformed into a shocking sword light that seemed to tear the heavens and the earth apart. It directly shot towards Chenzong, tearing the space apart. Chenzong must die, not only for revenge, but also to prevent future troubles. Chenzong's speed of growth terrified the sky-splitting sword emperor. He was afraid that if he didn't kill Chenzong now, he wouldn't be able to kill Chenzong after a while. He might even be killed by Chenzong instead. The shocking killing intent swept across the sky. Chenzong was startled. The killing intent was so strong, and it felt a little familiar. He turned around and saw the sky-splitting sword emperor. Without the slightest hesitation, Chenzong immediately swept up a sword light and quickly fled. Was he afraid? No, but Chenzong didn't want to fight with the sky-splitting sword emperor here. If other experts from the Wanren sect came, they would definitely help the sky-splitting sword emperor, not him. As for the experts from the Tradewind restaurant, it might be possible, but he shouldn't be so lucky. The only thing he could truly trust was his own strength, and nothing else. Then, he should leave now and find a more remote place where he wouldn't be easily disturbed. Then, he could kill the sky-splitting sword emperor. The sky-splitting sword emperor was a top imperial realm expert. He couldn't be compared to the two eagle god pontiffs he had killed earlier. However, Qianzong still had a trump card. At least, he had the power of the sword mark from the Taihao sword saint, which gave Qianzong great confidence. The power of the Way of the Sword was even stronger than the original power of the Way of the Sword given to him by the Tianguang Peak Lord. Qianzong was extremely fast, and there was quite a distance between him and the sky-splitting sword emperor. Since he had escaped in time, the sky-splitting sword emperor couldn't catch up with him. However, the sky-splitting sword emperor was a top imperial realm expert after all. His strength was terrifying, and his speed was also extremely fast. He was closing in on Qianzong at an astonishing speed. Qianzong flew towards a place with fewer people, which was getting more and more remote. The sky-splitting sword emperor had an idea. He actually slowed down a little. He didn't chase after Qianzong immediately. Instead, he kept chasing after him, but he didn't close in on him directly. Instead, he released his sword intent and kept attacking Qianzong, bringing great pressure to Qianzong. He also realized that if he killed Qianzong here, it would be very dangerous if the master of the Trustwind Tower saw it. The master of the Wanren sect wasn't here, so he couldn't stop the master of the Trustwind Tower. Therefore, it was undoubtedly better to go to a place with fewer people. Revenge had to be taken, and future troubles had to be eliminated. However, it was also very important to reduce his own danger. Many people were chasing after the remaining members of the Eagle God sect, so they didn't pay attention to Qianzong and the sky-splitting sword emperor's actions. They also didn't expect that the person who was constantly running away was Qianzong. Relying on his astonishing speed, Qianzong finally arrived at a very remote place and directly stopped. The Fiend Godsword Codex was still circulating unceasingly. Just now when he was flying, Qianzong actually did not use up much of his strength. Or rather, Qianzong's strength was indeed used up, but with the help of the Fiend Godsword Codex, he quickly recovered and was at his peak. His powerful essence, energy, and spirit were comparable to that of a sixth realm martial emperor. This allowed Qianzong to circulate the technique more efficiently, and he could also maintain his peak state at all times. Run, you can continue to run. This time, I'll see where you can run to. The sky-splitting sword emperor saw that Qianzong had actually stopped and was rapidly approaching him. He grinned maliciously, and his monstrous killing intent surged like a raging tide, engulfing everything. It was extremely terrifying. All grudges are settled today, Qianzong said unhurriedly. Qianzong said slowly. His eyes became sharper and sharper, and his sword will continue to rise. It shot into the sky as if it was going to break through the limits and break through the 9 heavens, directly approaching the 6th level. The sky-splitting sword emperor's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Such a powerful sword will. How could there be such a powerful sword will? This sword will was almost at the martial emperor level. It was terrifying. What a monster swordsman! If he didn't kill him now, when would he? In an instant, the sky-splitting sword emperor unsheathed his sword. The sword light was extremely blazing, as if tens of thousands of rays of light were blooming. It then condensed into one, the most dazzling, the most incisive, and the most domineering. It directly slashed through the air. With a ripping sound, the sky was directly torn apart like a piece of cloth. Terrifying spatial cracks spread rapidly and shot towards Qianzong like lightning. Horrifying, in just an instant, Qianzong felt his hair stand on end. He couldn't resist this sword with his own strength. Previously, when he fought with the heavily injured martial emperor, Qianzong knew that he couldn't resist a martial emperor at his peak state, at least not now. Explode, without hesitation, Qianzong immediately exploded with the power of the origin of swordsmanship. The tyrannical power flowed through his body and surged endlessly. It directly pushed Qianzong's sword will to temporarily break through the limit and reach the 6th realm. Astonishing sword chi raged in all directions, sweeping across the sky. It was extremely powerful. When the sword was unsheathed, the sword light shot out like an aurora and lightning. The heavenly light shattering stars under the power of the origin of swordsmanship was extremely powerful. End the battle quickly, Qianzong wanted to end the battle quickly. After all, he only had 6 drops of the power of the origin of swordsmanship. No, there were only 5 drops left, and they would be used up soon. If he couldn't end the battle quickly, he could only use a killing move like the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique at a critical moment. Otherwise, he might return empty-handed. In short, the sky-splitting sword emperor was incomparable to the two emperor-level martial emperors he had killed before. He couldn't let his guard down at all. Of course, it would be best if he didn't have to use the power of the sword mark left by Sword Saint Taihao. However, when it was time to use it, Chenzong wouldn't be reluctant to use it. He would use it when it was needed and make the best use of it. Child's play. The sky-splitting sword emperor was shocked, but then he revealed a ferocious expression. Immediately, he raised his sword and the terrifying sky-splitting sword essence erupted to the extreme. He slashed out again, and the shocking sword light tore through the sky. The pitch-black space cracks spread rapidly like demons. That kind of aura could destroy everything. Divine swordsmanship. The sky-splitting sword emperor directly used the divine swordsmanship, intending to kill Chenzong directly. Similarly, he wanted to end the battle quickly to avoid any accidents. Horrifying, Chenzong's sword light was shattered, and the terrifying sky-splitting sword technique arrived in an instant. Chenzong's hair stood on end, and an extremely strong sense of danger erupted from the depths of his body. It swept over and was about to engulf him. Without hesitation, Chenzong also unleashed the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique because he couldn't dodge it. Since he couldn't dodge it, he could only fight it with his divine skill. Slash, the extremely powerful sword light tore through the sky and arrived in an instant. The two sword lights collided in an instant. After a slight pause, Chenzong immediately felt that the opponent's sword light was tyrannical and fierce. It destroyed his sword light and continued to slash at him. Heavenly Light sword drawing technique? Lone Swallow returns, an even more tyrannical sword strike was unleashed. It collided with the sky-splitting sword emperor's sword light and was shattered again. After all, the sky-splitting sword emperor was a top sword emperor realm expert. He was very powerful, and he even used 100% of his strength to display the divine swordsmanship. Its power was extremely terrifying. Although Chenzong could truly display the power of the drop of sword principal origin, it was only at the level of an ordinary emperor realm expert. After using the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique, Chenzong also felt that the drop of sword principal origin was almost completely exhausted. There were only 5 drops of sword principal origin left. Chenzong knew very well that even if he used all of them, he couldn't do anything to the sky-splitting sword emperor. After all, the sky-splitting sword emperor was a top emperor realm expert. He was too powerful and couldn't be compared to him. The gap between an ordinary emperor realm expert and a top emperor realm expert was definitely greater than the gap between an ordinary king realm expert and a top king realm expert. Chenzong knew that he had to use his last resort. The power of the sword mark left by the Taihao sword saint. In an instant, Chenzong immediately activated the power of the sword mark. The space between Chenzong's eyebrows seemed to be split open. A golden-red sword mark appeared, releasing an astonishing light. His sword intent was once again raised to an even more powerful level. Chenzong felt that he was about to explode. That kind of power was too powerful. Even if he had the wholehearted returning realm to control it, he still felt that he couldn't control it. He had to release it as soon as possible. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be hurt. Slash, without hesitation, Chenzong used the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique again. The Heavenly Light sword drawing technique, which was displayed with the power of the Taihao sword saint's sword mark, was suddenly more than 10 times more powerful than before. The sword light that burst out at that moment was extremely intense. It seemed to illuminate the world. Only the light was shining. Everything else was dark. The sky-splitting sword emperor only felt that the world suddenly turned dark. In an instant, another extreme light lit up. It was blazing to the extreme. That light was invincible. Completely burst out, the sky-splitting sword emperor used all of his strength to release the most powerful sword strike. He wanted to compete with the divine light of absolute beginning that broke through the darkness. Skylight, clouds, and darkness retreated. 2 figures stood in the sky, motionless. Chenzong's breathing quickened. His face was pale, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. Using the power of the sword mark left by the Taihao sword saint was too much of a burden on him. The burden was so great because Qianzong wanted to control the power of the sword mark and unleash its full potential. If he didn't do so, he wouldn't be able to unleash the full potential of the power of the sword mark. Naturally, there wouldn't be such a huge burden on him. The might of the heavenly light sword drawing technique, which was executed with the power of the sword mark, was more than 10 times more powerful. Because the sword light was too blazing, a strong contrast appeared in the surroundings, and it was as if everything had fallen into darkness. You. The sky-splitting sword emperor opened his mouth with difficulty. He wanted to say something, but Qianzong didn't give him any chance. With a flash of sword light, he closed in on the sky-splitting sword emperor and pierced his heart. At the same time, the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed was activated. Devour, absorb. I was the one who killed your disciples, Yi Futian said coldly. Qianzong's voice was like a sharp sword that pierced into the sky-splitting sword emperor's heart. The sky-splitting sword. Emperor's eyes suddenly widened. He was shocked and resentful to the extreme. However, there was no chance. He had no chance to fight back. His spiritual soul had been absorbed by the black mark and was being dragged out. His vitality was being devoured by the mysterious seed. The mysterious seed was like a black hole that was devouring the sky-splitting sword emperor's vitality. No matter who he was, it would devour him first. I hate. The sky-splitting sword emperor let out a final wail, but he was powerless. The sword chi surged and directly shattered the sky-splitting sword emperor's body into powder. He destroyed the corpse and quickly took away the sky-splitting sword emperor's storage device and the sky-splitting divine sword. These were all spoils of war. Although this battle was not seen by others and he did not stand out, it was the best for Qianzong. Being in the limelight was just an empty reputation. Killing the enemy was a real way to reduce unnecessary threats. If someone saw this scene, Qianzong would become the focus of attention and cause a great shock, but it would also cause more trouble, which wasn't what Qianzong wanted. At the end of the day, he was only at the 5th realm. Even though he had killed 3 6th realm emperors in a row, it was only because of the power of the origin of the sword way and the power of the Taihao sword saint's sword mark. It was not his true strength. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. After killing the sky-splitting sword emperor, Qianzong also heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed from the bottom of his heart. As for whether the sky-splitting sword emperor's death would have any impact, that was the aftermath. It was very likely that the Eagle God cult would take the blame. After all, the people of the Alliance of 10,000 Yuan were all hunting down the Eagle God cult. It was normal for the sky-splitting sword emperor to be dragged down by the Eagle God cult before he died. Unfortunately, although the sky-splitting sword emperor's sword was an origin weapon, it had been nurtured by the sky-splitting sword emperor for countless years. It was only suitable for the sky-splitting sword intent and had little effect on other sword intents and origin of the swordway. When Qianzong returned to the Tradewind Tower, the master of the Tradewind Tower had also returned. Seeing Qianzong safe and sound, the master of the Tradewind Tower immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had told Qianzong to stay in the Tradewind Tower. He never thought that he would not be able to find Qianzong when he returned, nor did he know where Qianzong had gone. Qianzong did not hide anything and gave a general account of his actions. I see. The master of the Tradewind Tower came to a realization. As it turned out, Qianzong had destroyed the Falcon God statue, causing the Falcon God disciples to lose the support of their God force. As their strength decreased, they also felt like they had been abandoned. Everyone panicked and their morale plummeted. They went from attacking in high spirits to fleeing in panic. This was all thanks to Qianzong. It was Qianzong who had taken drastic measures to destroy the Falcon God statue. It had to be said that Qianzong's actions had been very noble. However, it was not appropriate for this matter to be publicized. After all, the Falcon God sect had attacked for Qianzong, and the master of the Tradewind Tower had clearly stated that Qianzong was no longer in the Tradewind Tower. If this matter was publicized now, it would lead to unnecessary trouble. In particular, the sky-splitting sword emperor of the Myriad Wall sect wanted to kill Qianzong at all times. Qianzong did not tell the master of the sky-splitting sword emperor's death. This was a secret that only he knew. Qianzong did not intend to tell anyone else. It was best to let it rot in his stomach. The Falcon God sect had suffered heavy losses this time. More than half of its members had died. One of the 3 great emperor-level falcon god venerables had died, while the other 2 were seriously injured. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for them to recover from such injuries without at least 100 years of rest. In other words, the myriad origin island would return to its former state. Although there would still be competition, it would be relatively peaceful. At the very least, the death of the sky-splitting sword emperor of the myriad wall sect meant that the sky-splitting sword palace existed in name only. The overall strength of the myriad wall sect had also been greatly affected. In addition, the myriad origin alliance had also suffered heavy losses in the confrontation with the falcon god sect. Following this, the various forces on the myriad origin island would have to rest and recuperate to avoid conflicts. In this way, Xianxia should be safe in the trade wind tower under the protection of the master of the trade wind tower. Only then could Shenzong leave with peace of mind and return to the Taihao mountain. He would then ask the experts of the Taihao mountain to come and take Xianxia away. Shenzong was also very clear that he was only at the 5th level and did not have a high status in the Taihao mountain. Therefore, if he wanted to ask the experts to take Xianxia away, he would need to show more ability. Prove himself. How could he prove himself? Challenging the God King list was one of the ways. In the Trade Wind Tower, Shenzong directly issued a challenge to the God King list. Previously, Shenzong was on the Divine General list and the Divine Lord list, so he had the right to issue a challenge directly. The will of the universe would inform the other party. There were only 3,333 places on the God King list, which was even fewer than the Divine General list and the Divine Lord list. It was more difficult to be listed on the God King list. Shenzong was confident that his current strength was enough to be listed on the God King list. However, he did not have a clear idea of how powerful the experts on the God King list were. All in all, at least every expert on the God King list had a top-grade Dao weapon and cultivated the great way to the pregnant Dao spirit realm. All of them had mastered Sun-class unique skills. Their strength and means were extraordinary. Therefore, his first target was the 3,000th place on the God King list. It didn't take long for Shenzong to enter the God King list and face his opponent. Peerless Sword Master Shenzong. After more than 100 years, he has indeed reached the 5th level. It has only been a little more than 100 years, and he wants to challenge the God King list? Isn't it too hasty? He is too hasty. Many people talked about it. Humph. Geniuses are geniuses because they can't be judged by common sense. Peerless Sword Master broke through as the number 1 on the Divine Lord list, and he was blessed by the will of the universe. It is said that when he broke through, the godly power of the universe was overwhelming. After he broke through, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. With more than 100 years of hard work, his strength would increase to a shocking level. Someone refuted. Both sides had their reasons, but who was in the right? It was very simple. One battle was all that was needed to determine the outcome. Fight. Shenzong drew out his sword and pierced through the air. When he used the Heart Sword art, it had the power of a top-grade Sun-class unique skill. As soon as he attacked, the masters on the God King list were startled. What is this sword art? The power of this sword art is too terrifying. All the masters on the God King list were stunned. How come the power of this sword art is so terrifying? It is a Sun-class unique skill, and it seems to be more powerful than low-grade Sun-class unique skills and even mid-grade Sun-class unique skills. It is shocking, a top-grade Sun-class unique skill. How is this possible? This is impossible. If it appeared in the hands of a sword emperor who was at the 6th level, it would be understandable. After all, their true skills were godly spells. However, even many sword emperors might not be able to master a top-grade Sun-class unique skill. It was shocking that a sword emperor at the 5th level could master it. Under the control of the pure heart realm, all the energy in Shenzong's body was condensed, and he was able to unleash all of it. As soon as Shenzong used his sword art, he suppressed his opponent and defeated him. After defeating his opponent, Shenzong's name appeared on the God King list again. He was now ranked 3,000, too fast. This sword art is too terrifying. He won so easily. The talent of Sword Emperor Peerless is too shocking. All the spectators on the God King list were shocked. Shenzong had won easily. He had only used his swordsmanship. He had only used his swordsmanship. Chen Zong had won after using his superb and mysterious swordsmanship. As for the other party, before he could even display his true strength, he was completely suppressed by Chen Zong and then killed. Aggrieved, they were extremely aggrieved. Even so, they understood the gap between them. It was true that they didn't use their full strength. However, it wasn't that they didn't want to, but they couldn't because they were suppressed by their opponent's sword art. The gap between them was huge. Chen Zong was surprised as well. He didn't expect that his strength could get him onto the God King list, and it seemed like he could get a good ranking on it. Without hesitation, Chen Zong directly challenged the person who was ranked 2000th on the God King list. The strength of the person who was ranked 2000th wasn't something that the person who was ranked 3000th could compare with. Chen Zong used his heart sword technique and world sword technique, but he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. So, let's fight with all our strength. The silver sword body was fully activated, and the power of the sea-splitting sword spirit was raised to the extreme. He also used his unique sword art. Defeated, Chen Zong defeated the expert who was ranked 2000th on the God King list and successfully replaced him. He continued to challenge the 1000th. After a fierce battle, Chen Zong defeated his opponent and replaced him. It's time to go. Chen Zongdong didn't plan to continue after he was ranked 1000th on the Divine King list. Although he could continue to improve his ranking, he decided to stop for the time being. Even if he could continue to improve, he wouldn't be able to make it into the top 100. Of course, if Chen Zongdong used Sword Wei divine spells, there would be hope. However, Chen Zong still hoped to be in the top 100 without using his sword principal divine skill. The universe was vast and boundless. A beam of sword light rose from the corner of the Wanyuan Island. In a place where no one could see, it instantly escaped into the universe. Its speed was amazing, more than 10 times faster than that of an ordinary fifth realm expert. When the sword light flew out 10,000 meters, it suddenly shook and disappeared, as if it had escaped into the void. When it reappeared, it was already 100,000 meters away. This sword light was transformed by Chen Zong. The technique of escaping into the void was also a technique that Chen Zong had comprehended from the original flying boat in the void. Combined with his own space Dao, it was very suitable for traveling alone. Unfortunately, the space in the universe was much stronger than the void. Even with Chen Zong's attainments in the space Dao, he could only travel a distance of 100,000 meters after accumulating energy. Otherwise, he would be in danger of falling into the space mezzanine, which was full of fierce demons of the universe and even terrifying dark demons of the universe. Even if it was 100,000 meters, Chen Zong could still greatly increase his speed and shorten the time to return to Mount Taihao. He could not use the method of escaping into the space crack when he was chased by the sky-splitting sword emperor. He could only use it when there was no way out. If he used it normally, who knew if he would be unlucky and really die in the space crack? Even if he did not die, it was very likely that he would drift to an unknown place, or even enter a dangerous and forbidden area of the universe. In short, it was full of uncertainty. It was almost impossible to repeat the last miracle. Chen Zong would not gamble on his luck. It was hard to say. It was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Chen Zong continued on his way. Thankfully, he was constantly cultivating the Divine Demon Sword Codex. It was constantly circulating, absorbing the universe's essence energy to replenish his energy consumption and maintain a balance. This allowed Chen Zong's cultivation base to remain at its peak, allowing him to calmly face any dangers that might appear. The Heart Sutra broke the limit and reached the realm of heart returning to nature. Chen Zong did not lose the Heart Sutra's ability to activate multiple intents at the same time, but it was different. In short, he had improved more than before. Under the realm of heart returning to nature, each intent was more condensed and could reach the essence when comprehending. Now, Chen Zong's mind power had greatly increased. In addition, the recovery speed of his mind power had also greatly increased. He could already activate 90 intents at the same time. The consumption of his mind power and the recovery speed were exactly the same. In other words, if Chen Zong actively activated 100 intents at the same time, he could persist for a very long time. However, 100 intents at the same time could not be compared to the realm of heart returning to nature. Under the state of 90 intents at the same time, Qianzong's consciousness was divided into 90 independent parts. Each part was complete, and they could be connected with each other. Qianzong could use 90 intents to comprehend a certain profound mystery at the same time, analyzing it from 90 different angles. He could also comprehend 90 different profound mysteries at the same time and apply them as he wished. Under such circumstances, his comprehension efficiency was amazing. Swordsmanship, unique skills, divine skills, great ways, and so on were accumulating and strengthening bit by bit. Qianzong seemed to be improving every moment. Of course, in a certain realm, the more one improved, the more powerful one became. The more powerful one was, the more difficult it was to improve. Moreover, there was a limit. If one could not break the limit, it would be useless no matter how many intents one had. However, Qianzong had not yet reached the limit of the fifth realm. He could still continue to improve. However, because he was constantly approaching the limit, the speed of improvement began to slow down. With the help of the Heart Sutra, Qianzong's improvement was terrifying compared to other fifth realms. The universe was vast. When one first saw it, it would bring an unparalleled sense of shock. It would madly impact one's mind and make one lose control of himself. One would be amazed by the vastness and magnificence of the universe. However, after seeing it for a long time, one would gradually feel bland and eventually feel that it was nothing. For example, those experts had seen the universe countless times. In their eyes, it was just a scenery. It was like the place where they lived, the tables and chairs, the walls, or the paintings hanging on the walls. Time continued to pass. This time, there were no accidents. Qianzong could only rely on his own ability to hurry. It was really difficult to reach Taihao Mountain from Wanyuan Island without more than 100 years. If Qianzong did not want to find the senior experts of Taihao Mountain to take away Yunyanxin, it would not matter. Anyway, even if he was hurrying, he would not stop cultivating. He could continue to cultivate and improve himself. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, there seemed to be no concept of the passage of time. The further he went, the more blurred it became. Qianzong also forgot how much time had passed. In short, he had never stopped and had been hurrying. During this period, he had also encountered some dangers, but he had relied on his superb strength to get through them. Powerful strength was the guarantee and prerequisite of everything. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Qianzong was still hurrying. After 10 years of continuous travel and using void travel from time to time, Qianzong was already very far away from Wanyuan Island. In front of him was a belt of planets, densely packed with hundreds and thousands of planets. At first glance, it was very shocking, but in fact, the distance between each planet was very far. They were spread out widely, covering all directions. When Qianzong entered, he felt that it seemed to be filled with a force field. It was a strange force field. Under this force field, the strength of the space was increased by more than 10 times. I can't travel. When Qianzong wanted to use void travel to speed up his journey, he found that the strength of the space here was amazing. He wanted to travel, but he could not do it. It was like a piece of steel. This made Qianzong very surprised. Qianzong also found that there were other cultivators here. They seemed to be looking for something on those planets. Some were mining ores and so on. The strength of the space here exceeded that of other places and the amazing force field. This meant that this place was extraordinary. Maybe there really was a treasure here that caused such a situation. Qianzong could not help but be a little excited. Could it be a space-type treasure? If so, he would be able to find it. Wouldn't he be rich? After thinking about it, Qianzong rationally restrained his impulse. If there really was a treasure, it would have been discovered by other cultivators after so many years. In that case, he would just try his luck. It would be great if he could find it, but it would not be a pity if he did not. The most important thing now was to pass through this planetary belt and go to Taihao Mountain. Everything was up to fate. Very suddenly, Qianzong's heart trembled. The pure will seemed to be warning him. It gave Qianzong a strange feeling, as if something terrible was about to appear in this planetary belt. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Qianzong chose to retreat. It had not been long since he entered the planetary belt, so it was easier to retreat than to pass through it. Moreover, Chenzong's warning told him that the source of the fluctuation was in the center of the planetary belt. Just as Chenzong retreated, an extremely strong fluctuation exploded in an instant from the center of the planetary belt. It rushed in all directions and turned into layers of violent ripples, crazily sweeping across like a raging tide. Crack, under the impact of the ripples, cracks appeared on the planets one after another. The cracks spread at an astonishing speed, becoming denser and denser, and then shattered. Chenzong was extremely shocked. Each planet was at least dozens of miles in size, and the largest was hundreds of miles in size. It was very shocking, but under the sweep of that force, they directly shattered and shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Chenzong retreated in a timely manner. He even did not hesitate to burst out a drop of Sword Dao origin power, causing his speed to increase explosively in an instant, and he retreated at an even faster speed. However, the other cultivators who were still inside were not so lucky. In the face of this terrifying force that could shatter planets, the king-level cultivators could not withstand it at all. In an instant, their resistance was defeated, and their bodies turned into ashes in an instant. They were completely destroyed. As for the 6th realm emperor-level cultivators, they had enough strength to withstand such an impact, but they did not dare to continue to do so. Instead, they all exploded with extreme speed and used various methods to quickly retreat, wanting to get away as quickly as possible. No one knew what was going on. Why did it suddenly become like this after so many years of living in peace? What exactly happened? In the next moment, everyone was stunned. They all stopped breathing, almost suffocating. Their eyes were wide open, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. Chenzong was no exception. Suffocation, they were shocked to the point of suffocation. What was that? An indescribably huge black shadow gradually appeared in the void at the center of the planet belt. As the huge shadow appeared, the planets that were hundreds of kilometers in size also collapsed and turned into dust. As soon as the huge shadow appeared, the planets that were hundreds of kilometers in size around it were as small as dust particles. This feeling was simply terrifying to the extreme. And a cultivator like Chenzong was also as small as dust particles in front of the planets that were hundreds of kilometers in size. How could he compare with that huge shadow? Finally, the huge shadow appeared. Chenzong kept retreating. He had to continuously burst out 2 drops of Sword Dao origin power in order to leave the planet belt. However, he did not stop at all. Instead, he continued to retreat. The farther he was, the safer it would be. The further back he retreated, the more Chenzong could see the huge shadow that was gradually appearing. It was as if it had emerged from the endless deep sea. The aura it exuded was extremely powerful and domineering. Yes, domineering, only domineering, the ultimate domineering. It was a domineering that could crush all things, the universe, and even time and space. The impact was indescribable. Even though Chenzong's mind was strong, he could not help but be shaken. Now, he could only see a part of the huge shadow. It was like the tip of the iceberg, and he could not see the whole picture. Firstly, it was because the huge shadow had not completely appeared. Secondly, it was because the huge shadow was so huge that Chenzong could not see it even though he was far away. He could only continue to retreat. Humongous, unparalleled humongous, unprecedented and indescribable humongousness, Chenzong was already far away from the planetary belt. He could finally see the outline of the humongous figure in the planetary belt. The figure gradually emerged from the water and became clearer. As it appeared, the extremely domineering and terrifying aura became even more powerful. Countless spatial ripples swept out like tidal waves, engulfing the entire planetary belt. Within the planetary belt, there were over 1,000 planets, ranging from a few dozen miles to a few hundred miles in size. They were scattered all around, forming a unique region. At this moment, countless tide-like spatial ripples were wreaking havoc, and the planets were constantly spreading out from the center, shattering, and turning into dust. Such a scene was extremely rare and impactful. It was too terrifying and shocking. It was the first time Chenzong had seen such destruction. Not to mention himself, even experts like the sky-splitting Sword Emperor could not do such a thing. No, even emperor-level experts could not do such a large-scale destruction. Even from a distance, Chenzong could clearly feel the tidal ripple's power. It was extremely terrifying, and he had a feeling that he would be turned into ashes. This aura was extremely familiar to Chenzong. It was the fluctuation of the Tao of space. In an instant, Chenzong's comprehension of the Tao of space seemed to have improved under the circulation of the Heart Sutra. The Space Tao spirit in the Space Tao Palace also constantly absorbed the vibrating Space Tao rhymes from the outside world, constantly improving and condensing itself. Now, the 5 great Taos that Chenzong had mastered had all been raised to the level of pregnant Tao spirit, which was equivalent to the perfected Great Tao realm. However, the pregnant Tao spirit realm itself was divided into different levels. If it was divided into initiation, initial success, large success, and perfection, Chenzong's 5 Tao spirits were all at initial success. The improvement of the pregnant Tao spirit was much more difficult than before. After so many years, the improvement from small success to large success was not great. But now, Chenzong felt that his Space Tao spirit was wantonly absorbing the Space Tao rhymes from the outside world, constantly condensing itself. Its speed of comprehension was more than 3 times faster than usual. What a good opportunity! Chenzong's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to comprehend and absorb it. He did his best to improve his spatial Tao spirit and increase the power of his spatial Tao. At the same time, Chenzong did not forget anything else. He stared at the terrifying figure that was emitting an overbearing aura. Too big, too big. In front of that figure, the stars were very small, like toys. Chenzong's heart was greatly shocked. That figure overlapped with the figure on a pattern he had seen before. It was exactly the same. Tide Dragon. Chenzong softly spat out these 2 words. His murmur was unable to conceal the shock and passion in his heart. In Sword Sharpening Mountain, Chenzong had obtained the inheritance of the Night Dragon sword art, which included various introductions of the Night Dragon sword art. It was mentioned in the sword art that the ancestors of Sword Sharpening Mountain were inspired by the Night Dragon sword art when they observed the cosmic beast. It took them 1,000 years to create and perfect it. It was a sword art of the Tao of space. The Night Dragon was known as the most overbearing behemoth in the universe. Chenzong knew very well that his Night Dragon sword art had not really been developed to the extreme. It was only because he had created the Heart Sword art and the World Sword art. These 2 sword arts had infinite potential and could be continuously integrated with other sword arts. The essence of the sword art was constantly improving. Therefore, Chenzong did not put too much effort into the Night Dragon sword art and other sword arts. He only needed to grasp the mystery, extract the essence, and integrate it into his own sword art. It was best if it was suitable for him. The creator of the Night Dragon sword art was the most suitable person for this sword art. Chenzong also planned to integrate the Heart Sword art and the World Sword art into an even more superior sword art. However, the 2 sword arts were completely different. It was too difficult to integrate them. He had no clue so far, but Chenzong would not be discouraged, nor would he give up. Chenzong was extremely excited because this was the first time Chenzong saw the true face of the Night Dragon, known as the most overbearing behemoth in the universe. Its enormous head was like a combination of a tortoise and a snake. There was an indescribable simplicity to it. Its upper body was extremely strong and frighteningly huge. It had 2 huge arms with bulging muscles that contained extreme power. Its back seemed to be carrying countless mountains, and it was also like a carapace that protected the back of the Night Dragon. It was extremely majestic. Its lower body was different. It looked like a tail, like a snake's tail, but at the end, it looked like a fish's tail. Its appearance was strange, but it looked very harmonious. Extremely astonishing fluctuations of the Space Tao constantly spread out from the body of the behemoth, forming layers of ripples that rose and fell like tides. They wandered and surged around the Night Dragon's huge body. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded from the Night Dragon's open mouth. It turned into layers of terrifying sound waves that rushed out like a turbulent sea. Shatter! Under that roar, Chenzong couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock because the space in front of the Tide Dragon had directly shattered. It had completely shattered and turned into an incomparably large expanse of darkness that spread out and devoured everything. A mere roar had caused such terrifying destruction. Zhong did not know how to describe it anymore. As for the other cultivators, they could not see this scene at all because as the tide dragon truly appeared, they could not withstand the impact of the spatial tide at all. This was the case even for cultivators at the 6th level. They were all reduced to ashes one by one. The night dragon did not seem to have discovered Zhong. Perhaps it had discovered Zhong, but it ignored him. After all, in its eyes, Zhong was no different from dust. Afterwards, the night dragon swung its huge tail, sweeping up vast tides like waves. They surged endlessly, all of them containing the power of space. Afterwards, the terrifying might of space erupted, instantly enveloping the surrounding several million kilometers. Zhong only felt an unfathomable power sweep through the air. Everything was locked down, including Zhong. He was immediately immobilized. Even as Zhong constantly erupted with power, he found it difficult to break free. In the next moment, the arms of the night tide dragon suddenly reached forward, and the space that had just closed was ripped apart like a piece of cloth. In a single moment, a shocking spatial crack several 100,000 kilometers long was ripped open. Terrifying forces swept out, wreaking havoc like a storm, tearing everything to pieces. Zhong saw that countless spatial turbulences had formed into astonishing sharp blades, madly rushing out. The spatial power that could crush a mountain in an instant fell on the enormous body of the tide dragon, but it only produced a few sparks. It simply didn't make any difference. It could not truly damage the night dragon's tyrannical body. The physique of an cosmic beast was already extremely tyrannical. As the most tyrannical cosmic beast, the night dragon was even more indescribably tyrannical. What's more, this was an adult cosmic beast. Tearing open a spatial fissure that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, the tide dragon's enormous body shook and swept up an endless terrifying spatial tide that could shatter everything. The spatial tide madly slammed into the surrounding void, as if it could destroy everything. Bursts of extremely violent roars rang out, and then the tide dragon plunged into the huge spatial fissure. It was an extremely domineering stance, but it also carried with it an indescribable elegance. Every muscle and every inch of skin seemed to interpret the perfect application of strength. That kind of turbulence was like a tidal wave, one after another, surging without end, as if it was pushing forward endlessly. As the tide dragon's tail gently swayed one last time, its colossal body completely disappeared into the huge spatial fissure. Zhong immediately sensed that the several million kilometers of spatial imprisonment had disappeared. The spatial crack hundreds of thousands of kilometers long was disappearing at an astonishing speed, but because it was so huge, it would take dozens of breaths for it to completely disappear. The astonishing power of space fluctuated wildly. Zhong took advantage of this opportunity to constantly absorb it, and at the same time, he increased his speed and approached the spatial crack. The closer he got, the stronger the power of space became, and the faster the absorption of the space principle spirit became. Of course, Zhong would also maintain a certain distance to ensure his own safety. When the spatial crack hundreds of thousands of kilometers long was completely healed, the extremely strong power of space also rapidly subsided. At the same time, Zhong felt that the space principle spirit in his space principle palace also shook and broke through the limit. It broke through from the minor achievement to the greater achievement, becoming the first Tao spirit that Zhong had reached the greater achievement. The other 4 Tao spirits were still at the minor achievement level. It was certainly a good thing that the space principle spirit had broken through to the greater achievement level, but Zhong was somewhat absent-minded because the impact of the scene just now was too strong. It had directly impacted his mind and left an indelible impression, like a brand engraved in the bottom of his heart. The huge body, every muscle, every inch of skin, and the overbearing and extremely beautiful lines were all clearly presented in Zhong's mind. Pondering, an astonishingly domineering aura was constantly attacking Zhong's mind. Unknowingly, Zhong's understanding of the Night Dragon sword technique deepened and advanced by leaps and bounds. There was no limit to swordsmanship. This was not a joke. It meant that swordsmanship could be improved without limit, constantly perfected, and become more powerful. However, there was also a limit to swordsmanship, and this limit was the limit of different people. There was no limit to swordsmanship, and there was a limit to swordsmanship. Human strength is limited, but Tao is limitless. Zhong did not know where his limit was, but now, he could continue to improve and improve continuously. Seeing the appearance of the night dragon with his own eyes and seeing it tear through the universe space and disappear, the shock that Chenzong brought was direct to his heart. At this moment, Chenzong was completely immersed in a wonderful state. As he continued to deepen his understanding of the night dragon sword technique, the mysteries of the sword principle also emerged passively. At the same time, the mysteries of the space principle were also constantly comprehended and dissected by Chenzong. After an unknown period of time, Chenzong suddenly sobered up and a burst of sword essence soared into the sky, breaking the limit. The sword intent soared into the sky and broke through the sky. Under the shocking sword intent, the void of the universe seemed to tremble as if it was about to break apart. Fine ripples appeared directly. After withdrawing the sword intent, Chenzong couldn't help but show joy on his face. He broke through, his sword intent broke through. Originally, his sword intent had already reached the peak of the 5th realm and was at the limit of the 5th realm. He was only a thin layer away from the 6th realm. However, the gap between the 5th realm and the 6th realm was extremely large. It was a qualitative change. It was extremely difficult to break through. Generally, cultivators would break through their cultivation first, and then make breakthroughs in other aspects. However, Chenzong was the opposite. His cultivation was still at the 5th level, but his sword intent broke through to the 6th level first. The reason why he could break through was that Chenzong had used the origin power of Sword Dao many times before, which caused his sword intent to temporarily break through to the 6th level several times. This left a mark in his heart. The second reason was the most important one. It was the Tidal Dragon sword technique. Witnessing Tidal Dragon's peerless and domineering body that traversed the universe gave Chenzong an indescribable feeling. That domineering spirit made Chenzong's attainments in the Tidal Dragon sword technique improve by leaps and bounds, and then it affected the sword intent of the world sword technique, causing the sword intent to break through the limit and the sword intent of the heart swordsmanship to break through as well. None of these points could be missing. After his sword intent broke through to the 6th level, Chenzong's strength improved a lot, and the sword intent of the world sword technique also broke through, surpassing the heart swordsmanship, and its power increased to the level of a supreme sun-class unique technique. As the Heart Sutra continued to circulate, Chenzong's mind constantly replayed all the movements of Tidal Dragon when he tore through space and escaped into the space crack. It was extremely subtle, and the extreme domineering and powerful feeling was vividly portrayed. As Chenzong comprehended it from time to time, his Tidal Dragon sword technique also continued to improve, and the sword intent of the world sword technique became more powerful and mysterious. The Tao of space was broad and profound, and it was the top Tao among the many Taos. If it was developed to the extreme, its power would be unparalleled. Using the Heart Sutra, Chenzong cultivated and comprehended while continuing his journey. Due to the existence of the Tide Dragon, the planetary belt with thousands of planets formed a unique force field, making the space there 10 times stronger than the outside world. It was abnormally strong, and Chenzong was unable to use void travel. However, with the awakening of the Tide Dragon, the planetary belt was completely destroyed and turned into cosmic dust that drifted away. The strange force field also disappeared and no longer existed. It could no longer stop Chenzong. With a slight movement, Chenzong transformed into a sword light and flew out again. His speed seemed to have increased by a few notches. When his speed was raised to the maximum, Chenzong planned to use void travel. Suddenly, he thought of Shilong's domineering posture, and his heart moved slightly. Immediately, his body imitated Shilong's appearance. His arms stretched forward, his 5 fingers like hooks seemed to grab the space of the universe, and he suddenly tore it to the left and right. With a ripping sound, Chenzong actually tore a hole in the space. Afterwards, Chenzong's feet moved. As he moved, a wondrous and tyrannical power was activated. It spread inch by inch, passing through his legs and waist. He directly burrowed into the shallow spatial crack in a tyrannical manner like a dragon of the night. Travel. In just a few short breaths, Chenzong rushed out of the space from the other end of 300,000 meters away. 2 times, compared to before, the distance had increased by 2 times. It had become 3 times the original distance. In addition to being pleasantly surprised, Chenzong also knew the reason. The first reason was the improvement of his Tao of space, and the second reason was to imitate Shilong's posture. Xilong's extremely domineering posture contained supreme mysteries, and was also an extremely profound application of power. It was incomparably powerful, and it gave Qianzong great inspiration. Like a child who had obtained a favorite toy, Qianzong happily tried again and again. Imitating Xilong's extremely domineering posture, he repeatedly traveled through the void. When the power of the Tao of space was exhausted, he could no longer travel at his own speed. After recovering, he continued to imitate, becoming more and more proficient. In the end, Qianzong no longer needed to make any preparations. He could directly tear open the shallow space and travel 300,000 meters. His speed was much faster, he was much more relaxed, and he consumed much less energy. In the depths of the universe, white gold light surged, piercing through the layers of spacetime like sharp blades. This light was extremely sharp and domineering, and it was suffused with boundless holiness. It broke through layers upon layers of restrictions, ultimately breaking through everything and descending upon the outer universe. The white gold light was endless, condensing into a 100-meter-tall figure. Like a god descending to the mortal world, it exuded boundless divine might. A pair of white gold divine eyes swept past, seeming to see through all the mysteries of the universe. At the same time, above the white gold figure, countless strands of energy converged, transforming into a massive vortex that exuded a terrifying pressure that seemed capable of suppressing everything. Your reaction speed is very fast. The white gold figure's divine eyes swept around, staring at the massive vortex that was rapidly condensing in the sky. It seemed like it was about to transform into a gigantic eye, exuding a terrifying pressure that wanted to crush the white gold figure. Soon after, the gigantic eye condensed, exuding boundless heavenly might. It suddenly shot out a terrifying beam of light that struck the white gold figure. He could not dodge or block it. In an instant, the 100-meter-tall platinum figure was destroyed by the beam of light from the single eye. It turned into countless streaks of platinum light that shot out in all directions like meteors and disappeared. A second later, the eye became blurry and gradually dispersed, returning to its original tranquility. After several dozen breaths of time, as if all the dust had settled, a 2-meter-tall figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was shockingly similar to the 100-meter-tall white gold figure that had been obliterated. The reaction of the heavenly Tao in the outer universe is indeed fast. Fortunately, I was prepared, the figure muttered to himself with a faint smile. Now, it's time for my divine might to descend. I wonder if there's anyone in the outer universe who can gain my favor and become my sharp blade to fight for me in this universe. Bits of white gold light flew across the sky, looking like exploding fireworks. In an instant, they spread out in all directions and swept far away. The whitish gold light was as fine as a grain of rice. Its aura was weak and restrained. As it flew, some of the whitish gold light spots gradually disappeared. However, there were also some whitish gold light spots that encountered cultivators and directly entered their bodies. In an instant, the cultivators who received the white gold light spots had white gold light bursting out of their bodies, either within a few breaths or several dozen breaths of time. In an instant, the white gold light covered their entire bodies and gradually faded away. It was as if they had silently merged into the universe and disappeared. Void travel. After another 300,000 meters, Qianzong was shuttling through the void. Suddenly, a white gold light spot flew over at lightning speed. It was too fast. Moreover, the white gold light seemed to have sensed Qianzong's aura and instantly adjusted its direction slightly. It should have bypassed Qianzong, but it ended up flying directly toward Qianzong. Extremely fast. Qianzong's reaction was also extremely fast. He immediately attacked. His sword fingers pierced through the air, and sword light shot out. The sword light was condensed and extremely sharp. The moment it hit the white gold light, Qianzong was slightly stunned. He had missed. He had missed. The white gold light was like a phantom. In an instant, the white gold light directly hit Qianzong's body and sank into it. Qianzong only felt that his consciousness was in a trance. At the same time, bursts of white gold light emerged from Qianzong's body and covered his entire body. Qianzong's body was fading away, as if it had disappeared. However, it did not really disappear. It was just hiding in a way that became transparent. Suddenly, countless rays of platinum light flashed in front of Qianzong's eyes. It was as if the sun had risen into the sky. Soon after, a platinum figure that was 10,000 feet tall appeared. As the figure appeared, an extremely vast divine might swept out in a manner that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It pressed forward as if it wanted to suppress Qianzong. God. Qianzong narrowed his eyes slightly. This feeling was similar to when he faced the eagle-headed statue before. However, compared to the 30-meter-tall eagle-headed statue, this divine power was much more powerful. I am the Skyblade fighting god. The voice of the 1,000-foot white gold figure sounded, with a terrible fighting spirit and amazing blade intent. It was like a knife or a sword that made Qianzong's heart tremble. He originally planned to activate the black mark to devour the spirit consciousness of this god, but he suddenly changed his mind and temporarily suppressed the black mark. The Skyblade fighting god, the platinum body of this self-proclaimed Skyblade battle god was different from that of the eagle god. The eagle god had the head of an eagle and the body of a human, while the Skyblade battle god didn't look too different from the origin race or the human race. The lucky one, draw your sword, defeat all opponents, and stand in front of me. I will give you the supreme divine power to sweep the universe. The voice of the Skyblade fighting god sounded again. The divine power was vast and endless, but Qianzong heard a strong bewitchment in it. This kind of bewitchment seemed to stir up the passion in one's heart and ignite one's blood. It made people unable to help but give birth to a kind of supreme motivation. In an instant, the 1,000-foot figure moved away. A path that seemed to be paved with sharp blades extended from an endless distance to Qianzong's feet. Qianzong narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already felt his current state. It was not a real body, but a consciousness. However, it did not feel like a consciousness. It was just a projection of consciousness, like a projection. It was very mysterious. Then, let's give it a try. With a thought, Qianzong immediately stepped forward. The body of the projection of consciousness directly stepped out and set foot on the white gold path of sharp blades. The body of the projection of consciousness did not have much power. It was very ordinary. It did not have the superpower of the Fiend God Sword Codex, nor did it have the power of the 5 Great Daos. In short, it was just a very ordinary power. Under normal circumstances, suddenly losing a powerful cultivation and power would make people panic and uneasy. However, Qianzong was very calm. On the one hand, Qianzong had experienced this kind of thing many times and was familiar with it. On the other hand, Qianzong could feel the existence of the black mark and could activate it in an instant. This gave Qianzong great confidence and competence. Then, let's see what the Skyblade fighting god was going to do. The path paved with platinum blades seemed to extend to an endless distance. When Qianzong's consciousness projection stepped on it, it was cold to the touch. He could faintly feel a trace of indescribable sharpness spreading from the bottom of his feet, as if it was going to penetrate his whole body. This body was not his original body of flesh and blood, but a projection of his consciousness. Therefore, it did not have his own powerful cultivation strength and power of the Great Way. Qianzong kept moving forward, step by step. With his extremely sharp senses, Qianzong could clearly feel that the sharpness under his feet was getting stronger and stronger. Traces of pressure were spreading from all directions. The pressure was endless, and it kept pressing on Qianzong from all directions, as if it was going to crush his body. Although he did not bring his powerful mind power with him, Qianzong found that he could still use the wholehearted returning realm to make his senses sharper, as if he could see through the essence of his opponent. With his extremely sharp senses, Qianzong found that as he kept moving forward, in addition to the increasing pressure, there was also a trace of power slowly seeping into his body. The power was so faint that if Qianzong did not have the wholehearted returning realm, he would not have been able to feel it. As he kept moving forward, the pressure became stronger and stronger, and the power seeping into his body kept increasing. This power was also platinum and filled with an indescribable sharpness, but it was motionless like a pool of stagnant water. Qianzong operated the wholehearted returning realm. The platinum power, which was like stagnant water, trembled slightly, and then slowly moved like a lazy bear. However, as Qianzong kept operating the wholehearted returning realm to control it, the platinum power in his body moved faster and faster. Step by step, Qianzong counted how many steps he had taken, and carefully felt how much more pressure he had to bear after each step, and how much more platinum power was seeping into his body. An almost instinctive feeling told Qianzong that the platinum power seeping into his body was good for him, at least for now. In that case, all he had to do was persevere. He had to keep moving forward, endure the pressure, and absorb more power. At the same time, in other places that Qianzong could not see, there were also paths formed from platinum-colored blades. They extended through the air like chains, and on each path, there was a figure walking forward. At first, they were very fast, but then they began to slow down. Some of them even had to accumulate power for a long time before they could take a step forward. There seemed to be no end to the platinum path. 998 steps. While thinking in his heart, Qianzong took another step forward. Pressure. Qianzong's body. 2. It was just that this power could not resist the pressure from the outside world, as if they were not on the same level. To put it simply, the pressure from the outside world was on the spiritual level, while the platinum power that seeped into his body was equivalent to the cultivation power of internal force. They were not of the same type, so naturally they had nothing to do with each other. Qianzong stopped and continued to bear the impact of the pressure from the outside world. He adapted little by little. Then, he lifted his foot and took another step forward. 999 steps, was this the end? No. At first glance, he could see that the path ahead seemed to be endless, and he did not know where the end was. However, Qianzong knew that he had reached his limit. If it was his original body, it would definitely be more than this. However, this body couldn't do it. Even if his consciousness could withstand it, it wasn't all of his consciousness. It was just a projection of his consciousness. When combined, it had already reached its limit. When Qianzong could not bear it anymore, he thought that he was going to leave here, but he found that the scene in front of him had changed again. It was a huge round platform, platinum in color, engraved with sword-like patterns. At the edge of the round platform, there were many sharp blades suspended. There were long swords, short swords, thin swords, heavy swords, and so on. There were also knives, such as big knives, long knives, short knives, heavy knives, and so on. All of them were knives and swords with different shapes. Different knives and swords also had their own application skills. The dazzling array dazzled Qianzong, but he was very tempted. This body did not have a sword with it. Qianzong suddenly had an idea. Perhaps he could choose a suitable sword from here. Previously, the sky saber fighting god said that only by walking in front of him could he get his favor. So, how could he walk in front of him? Qianzong estimated that he had to go through some tests or challenges. With a sword in hand, he could really exert his strength. At a glance, Qianzong did not pay too much attention to the knives. His focus was on the swords, such as heavy swords, big swords, thin swords, short swords, and so on. Qianzong could use them if he wanted, but he preferred long swords. There were also many long swords. After looking around, Qianzong stared at one of the long swords. He took a step forward and suddenly grasped the hilt of the long sword. The sword also trembled, and a force shook back, shaking off Qianzong's palm. Qianzong's palm loosened and instantly clenched. It was like catching a big fish. Between loosening and tightening, the force of the sword's rebound was removed. It was like subduing a fierce horse. When the sword was in his hand, it was very comfortable. It was as if the hilt automatically adjusted to fit his palm. Even the lines were matched. There was a feeling of blood connection, which was very wonderful. Qianzong immediately nodded with satisfaction as he pulled out a sword flower. It was a pity that there was no scabbard, so he could only hold the long sword with his left hand. Just as Qianzong chose the long sword, there seemed to be ripples on the circular platform. Between the ripples, a figure emerged. As soon as the figure appeared, his eyes quickly swept around and saw the swords and sharp weapons floating in all directions. His eyes flashed with a touch of passion. Immediately, he saw Qianzong and suddenly showed incomparable vigilance. The moment the figure appeared, Qianzong also had a kind of understanding. That was, he could only continue by defeating the figure. Finally, he could meet the so-called sky saber fighting god. Of course, Qianzong's purpose of meeting the sky saber fighting god was not to become his follower. It was another idea, which was to use the black mark to devour the sky saber fighting god, just like how he had devoured the eagle deity's spirit consciousness. Both were devouring spirits, but the ferocious demons were inferior to the cultivators, and the cultivators were inferior to the so-called gods. Qianzong had a strange feeling. It seemed that the black mark was more interested in the divine souls of the gods. It was as if that was its main meal, and the divine souls of the other cultivators and even the ferocious beasts were just desserts or snacks. The figure leaped and immediately grabbed a heavy sword. The moment his body landed, he stomped his feet and broke out with amazing speed. The sword slashed across the sky. As the platinum light spread, it was added to the heavy sword, and an amazing sharpness permeated the air. Is this the divine power? Qianzong narrowed his eyes slightly and secretly moved. Before, when he fought with the eagle deity's disciples, he had personally felt the fluctuations of the eagle deity's power. Now, whether it was the sword slashing across the sky or the platinum power circulating in his body, they all felt similar to the power of the eagle deity. Of course, they were not the same kind of power, but there was a kind of similarity in essence. This kind of power was different from the power of his cultivation. Under the Heart Sutra, the divine power circulated. Qianzong's body flashed, and as if he had turned into a flash of sword light, he rushed forward and slashed across the sky. His own power did not exist, and it was difficult for him to use unique skills and divine skills. However, his swordsmanship was not affected at all. This sword seemed to be a simple stab, but it had a feeling of returning to the natural state, as if it was directly pointing to the essence of swordsmanship. As soon as he attacked, Qianzong had such a wonderful feeling, tracing back to the essence of swordsmanship. The opponent's sword skills were also very famous. He did not pay attention to any skills. With the heavy sword in hand, the power of each slash was very strong, and the power was amazing. World swordsmanship, Qianzong met the attack with his sword. Heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship could be used as usual, but because the power of heart path and world path was not integrated, it was different. However, Qianzong gradually had a kind of enlightenment that pointed to the essence of swordsmanship, and some kind of mystery was sprouting. With a sword in hand, he operated it as he wished. As the heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship were used alternately, it became more and more profound. Even if there was no heart path and world path, no time path and space path power, and no sword path power, swordsmanship was swordsmanship. As long as there was a sword, it was a kind of basic or superb skill that could be used. Throw away all other influences, go straight to the essence, and trace back to the source. Waves of enlightenment began to spread out. Layers of sword light circled around and blocked the opponent's heavy sword. As if falling into a vortex, the powerful force was also weakened. Then, the sword light flashed, and like an aurora, it swept past the opponent's neck as fast as lightning. Fatal blow. In the next breath, the opponent's body collapsed, leaving only a ray of platinum light. The platinum light flew directly like a spiritual snake and disappeared into Qianzong's body. Qianzong immediately felt that his divine power had increased by a lot. It turned out that this was the way to increase one's strength. Qianzong suddenly understood. However, what Qianzong cared more about was swordsmanship. Throwing away the influence of the great path power, it turned into a kind of pure swordsmanship to be used. In this way, the mystery of heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship could be displayed, and Qianzong saw the way to further improve his swordsmanship. Originally, he just wanted to see the sky saber fighting god and let the black mark have a big meal. Now it seemed that in addition to letting the black mark have a big meal, there were other benefits, and that was swordsmanship. In this case, he would continue to fight and defeat one opponent after another to see if his swordsmanship could change qualitatively in the end. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong looked around. Holding the platinum-colored longsword in his left hand, he took a step forward and walked out of the circular platform. In front of him, there was another path that connected to another circular platform, and it was gradually ascending. The platinum divine power that the Skyblade battle god released this time was a primer. In the vast universe, he selected a group of sword cultivators and saber cultivators. However, the highest level of these cultivators was at the 5th realm. This was because once one reached the 6th realm, there would be a qualitative change. His platinum divine power was not enough to guide the projection of their consciousness. In terms of swordsmanship at the 5th realm, Qianzong claimed to be second. Very few people dared to claim to be first. It was even difficult to find someone who was on par with Qianzong. Even without the blessing of the Great Path, just pure swordsmanship was very terrifying. Every time he met an opponent, he would be defeated by Qianzong's sword after a fierce battle. Every time he fought, Qianzong felt that his swordsmanship had a qualitative improvement. However, each improvement was not much, so it was hard to tell in a short period of time. However, the Platinum Divine Power had strengthened a lot as Qianzong defeated one opponent after another. It was several times stronger than before. He continued to walk and entered the next round platform. The opponents he encountered would become stronger. After repeatedly defeating one opponent after another, Qianzong stepped out of the round platform again. He saw a platinum road that kept going up. At the end of the road, there seemed to be a palace. After crossing the road, Qianzong stepped into the palace. This palace was also platinum. It was incomparably huge, magnificent, and majestic. It stood between heaven and earth and was very shocking. The palace was spacious and boundless. A red carpet was spread out from the entrance of the palace to the inside. Walking on it, Qianzong unconsciously felt extremely small. In such a place, one did not dare to speak. Even one's breathing had to become subtle. Otherwise, it would be a kind of blasphemy. One could not help but feel that way. Even though Qianzong's divine will was tough, it was not his real body after all. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Qianzong stepped forward step by step. He walked on the huge red carpet. The deeper he went, the stronger the divine power. Finally, Qianzong saw a platinum figure, sitting at the end of the palace. There was a throne on the 99 steps. It was high up like a god looking down. A pair of platinum eyes carried endless divine power as they stared at Qianzong. "Mortal, to be able to walk in front of me, you deserve my divine grace," the platinum figure on the throne said. His voice seemed to come from all directions, carrying unparalleled majesty. In the palace, there seemed to be countless sharp blades fighting. For a moment, Qianzong seemed to see thousands of sword lights rolling like a long river, spreading from afar. "Mortal, come here and kneel in front of me." The Skyblade fighting god spoke again. Hearing this, Qianzong stepped onto the first step. Step by step, he climbed up the stairs. Not long after, Qianzong walked up the 99 steps and walked in front of the Skyblade fighting god. "Kneel down, lucky mortal. You will receive my divine grace and become my sharp blade to sweep the universe." The Skyblade fighting god was very satisfied. He saw the battle just now clearly and was very satisfied with Qianzong's strength. Although the fifth realm was not very strong, it was indeed amazing to have such swordsmanship. Of course, because the Skyblade fighting god was not the Skyblade fighting god himself, his original body was still unable to truly enter the outer universe. What came was only a doppelganger with weaker strength. It was also because it was a doppelganger that the Skyblade fighting god could not receive the 6th realm or even the 7th realm masters. At most, he could only receive the 5th realm masters. However, if he succeeded, it was equivalent to taking root in the outer universe. The doppelganger's divine power would gradually increase. At that time, he could recruit more believers and gradually recruit stronger believers. Qianzong was the first believer he wanted to recruit, and also the most important one. He was necessary for him to open up the situation in the outer universe. The Skyblade fighting god stood up. His body was about 2 meters tall, but it had a majestic feeling, like a platinum divine mountain, exuding a vast and incomparably tyrannical divine power. Like a divine sword mountain, he stood in front of Qianzong. For a moment, Qianzong actually had a feeling of looking up at a tall mountain. He could not help but have a kind of admiration from the bottom of his heart. He faintly wanted to surrender. After all, this was not his original body. His resistance was completely inferior to his original body. If this continued, it would be very dangerous. He was afraid that he would really be subdued and become a believer of the Skyblade fighting god. However, Qianzong still had to resist and wait for the Skyblade fighting god to launch his divine power. This way, he could better counterattack. Sure enough, when he felt Qianzong's resistance, the Skyblade fighting god immediately erupted. Even if it was just a doppelganger, the power of his doppelganger was very terrifying. It completely surpassed the level of the top emperor realm. Moreover, it was much stronger than all the top Emperor Realm Masters. It was already at the level of the Emperor Realm. Even in the face of a top Emperor Realm Master, it could survive. The divine power erupted, and the spiritual pressure came. Endless platinum light spewed out, and a divine body that was thousands of feet tall also appeared. The divine power was vast and boundless, and the divine eyes stared at him. Oppression. The Skyblade fighting god wanted to oppress Qianzong and subdue him in this way. He wanted to turn him into his own divine blade and take root in the outer universe for himself to open up new territory. Since he had already come to this step, then the counterattack should begin. The black mark was already ready to move, and it had a feeling that it could no longer hold back. Since it could no longer hold back, then it would be released, devoured, and have a good meal. In an instant, a pair of black and white eyes opened silently. It looked so mystical amidst the endless white gold light. As soon as a pair of godlike eyes appeared, it immediately shocked the Skyblade fighting god. What are you? The Skyblade fighting god instinctively felt that something was wrong, and he also felt a strong threat. The pair of godlike eyes did not give an answer. Instead, they stared directly at him. A feeling of fear emerged for no reason, and it almost scared the Skyblade fighting god out of his wits. Retreat, his intuition told him that it was very bad. This pair of strange eyes was very terrifying. Unless his original body was here, it would be difficult to contend with this avatar. He could only retreat. After all, he wanted to break into the outer universe. He had spent a lot of effort and paid a big price to successfully deceive the will of the outer universe, allowing this avatar to temporarily take root. However, it was only temporary. If he did not develop believers in time and really take root, after a period of time, he would still be discovered by the will of the outer universe and be rejected. At that time, all his efforts would be in vain. But now, facing this pair of strange eyes, he felt a great threat and had no choice but to retreat. However, it was too late. A terrible force suddenly erupted. That force was like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. It fell directly on the avatar of the Skyblade fighting god. The power of this avatar was not comparable to the previous eagle god's spiritual consciousness. Simply put, the spiritual consciousness of the eagle god was only a small part, which was the extent of 1/10,000th. The avatar was a larger part, at least 1/100th of the original body. 1/10,000th and 1/100th were two completely different concepts. It was not only a difference in quantity, but also a difference in quality. The black mark had a strong desire to devour the avatar of the Skyblade fighting god. Now, it had completely let go of the restrictions and wanted to devour it. Break out, the avatar of the Skyblade fighting god broke out again and again, trying to break free from the devouring power of the black mark. However, he found that there was no way and could only be pulled over bit by bit. He was extremely desperate. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? The Skyblade fighting god did not have the previous arrogance and calmness. On the contrary, he was flustered and even frightened. He instinctively felt that he would be devoured. Once he was devoured, the consequences would be terrible. He would lose this avatar, which was 1/100th of the original body's avatar. Once this avatar was destroyed, the damage to the original body would not be small. But now, it was not a matter of whether he could be destroyed, but whether he could escape. It was a pity that the devouring power was too strong. It kept pulling him closer to the pair of eyes. Below the eyes, there was a touch of darkness, like an abyss. The moment the avatar of the Skyblade fighting god was devoured, the Skyblade fighting god seemed to understand something. It's you. How dare you devour a god? You will be punished by God. The Skyblade fighting god finally roared. Devour, the avatar of the Skyblade fighting god was directly devoured. Qianzong was puzzled by the last words of the Skyblade fighting god. Devour a god, what did it mean? Listening to the Skyblade fighting god, it seemed that he knew the black mark. But unfortunately, Qianzong could not ask. The avatar of the Skyblade fighting god had been completely devoured. Then, a pure and incomparably vigorous power came back and directly poured into the essence, qi, and spirit of the original body of Qianzong. Everything in front of him shattered. The consciousness projection collapsed and the wisp of consciousness also returned to the original body. The essence, qi, and spirit were directly strengthened by the power of the black mark. Upgrade, the continuous upgrade. When it was over, Chenzong immediately felt that his essence, qi, and spirit were directly strengthened by 10%. 10%, his essence, qi, and spirit had already surpassed the 6th realm of the 5th realm. It was too difficult to upgrade. He did not expect that now, it was strengthened by another 10%. This upgrade was too amazing. At least devouring the spirits of dozens of emperor-level masters could bring him such an upgrade. Sure enough, devouring the spirits of gods was the best. Devour a god. Chenzong was suddenly stunned. The black mark devoured the spirits of gods. Wasn't this devouring a god, but Chenzong was very clear that it was definitely not talking about him, but the black mark. No, if he continued to deduce the origin, he could trace it back even further. Where did the black mark come from? There was no doubt that Chenzong got it from the sword-grinding mountain. Then, was there any relationship between the black mark and the sword-grinding mountain lord, the so-called devourer god? Was it referring to the sword-grinding mountain lord? For a time, countless thoughts burst forth, making Chenzong's eyes flicker. But without enough information, Chenzong could not make more judgments. It seems that after returning to Taihao Mountain, I still need to investigate the sword-grinding mountain further. Chenzong thought. Brothers, it's a new month, I'm looking for a monthly vote, sword-sharpening mountain lord, black mark, god devourer. Chenzong guessed that there was a connection between the two, but he couldn't be sure because he lacked sufficient information. However, he could do a thorough search after returning to Taihao Mountain. Perhaps he could find some clues. As for now, he had to hurry back to Taihao Mountain as soon as possible. Thanks to the increase in his essence, qi, and spirit, Chenzong's flying speed increased even though his cultivation level didn't increase. His speed in the void shuttle also increased, which was beneficial for his journey. Time flew by. Year after year passed. Chenzong finally arrived at the back of the third border and was close to Taihao Mountain. Fortunately, it took less than 100 years. Originally, Chenzong estimated that it would take more than 100 years to cross the 3 borders and arrive at Taihao Mountain. However, due to the continuous increase in his cultivation level and the awakening of the Tide Dragon, Chenzong's comprehension of the Space Tao was astonishing. His doctrine spirit had already been nurtured to the perfect realm. In addition to some unexpected circumstances, Chenzong's speed greatly increased. As a result, he used a short 60 years to get close to Taihao Mountain. The faster the speed, the shorter the time, the better. The Chaos region was right in front of him. When he was only at the 4th realm, he took the risk to barge into the Chaos region. Although he encountered many dangers, he still made it through safely. Now, he was about to barge into the Chaos region again. Compared to the last time, his strength had increased by many times. The Chaos region's environment was very special. The space was relatively weak. Once one's strength was too strong, it would cause the space to shatter and form spatial cracks and other things. It was extremely dangerous. Therefore, there wouldn't be anyone too strong in the Chaos region. Simply put, for 6th and 7th realm cultivators, the Chaos region was like a grave that could bury them at any time. Even if they were in a hurry, they would rather go around it than cross it directly. Chenzong was at the 5th realm. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't have to worry. Without hesitation, Chenzong directly barged into the Chaos region. In the Chaos region, there were 18 bandit groups. However, the most powerful bandit groups were only at the 5th realm and were listed on the Divine King list. However, they were not in the top 100. Chenzong was not afraid of such strength. Dozens of years ago, Chenzong already had the strength to enter the top 100. Now, dozens of years had passed. Chenzong's strength had improved a lot, reaching a very high level. It was easy for him to enter the top 100 of the God King list. However, Chenzong didn't issue any challenges and kept his ranking at the top 1,000. His powerful strength made Chenzong even more unruffled. As soon as he entered the Chaos territory, Chenzong immediately sensed the spatial ripples here. They were indeed different from other places. They were very clear, very active, and very chaotic. There was a sense of aimlessness. If one had to make a comparison, the spatial fluctuations in the chaos territory were like boiling water. In such a place, it was easier to shatter the space, and it was also easier to comprehend and cultivate the way of space. However, in terms of the way of space, Chenzong had already cultivated to the complete level of pregnant path spirit. This was the ultimate level. He couldn't improve any further unless he had a breakthrough. However, the next breakthrough was the origin. Condensing the origin and controlling the power of the origin would surpass the fifth realm and enter the sixth realm. However, it was very difficult to break through from the fifth realm to the sixth realm. Chenzong didn't dare to think too much about it in a short period of time. Now, it was better to lay a good foundation and improve everything to the ultimate level of the fifth realm. Then, he would think about the sixth realm. With a flash, Chenzong moved forward silently in the chaos region. He was astonishingly fast. The space here was weak and unstable. Spatial cracks could appear at any time. However, to Chenzong, ordinary spatial cracks were no threat. After all, Chenzong's mastery of the way of space had reached the ultimate level of the fifth realm. Chenzong seemed to be taking a stroll in the park. With a single step, he appeared in another place as if he had passed through the void. Although it was very easy, Chenzong didn't get carried away. After all, this was a place where space was weak. If he was unlucky and fell into a deep spatial crack, Chenzong wasn't confident that he could survive. Even if he could survive, he didn't know where he would end up. However, how exactly was this chaos region formed? Chenzong began to ponder. There were many strange places in the universe. For example, the planetary belt he had passed through earlier had a unique force field and shockingly strong space. However, because the night dragon was sleeping there, the planetary belt completely disappeared after the night dragon woke up and left. The chaos territory could be considered a strange place. So, how did it come to be? One theory was that the chaos region was formed after a battle between two experts and two saint-level experts. However, another theory was that a saint-level expert who had grasped the way of space had left behind an opportunity, and so on. In the past, many people had entered the chaos region to search for the opportunity left behind by the so-called expert. Unfortunately, they hadn't found anything. Of course, they had found quite a few treasures such as spatial crystals. Since they couldn't find the legacy left behind by the so-called expert, gradually, fewer people entered the chaos region to search for opportunities. In addition, it was also because of the 18 territories of bandits. They were extremely ferocious and were not to be trifled with. Chenzong continued to fly. As time passed, he was already halfway to the chaos region when he was intercepted. The people who intercepted Chenzong were bandits. 3 fifth realm bandits. The 3 bandits didn't hesitate at all. They immediately attacked, displaying their ferocity to the fullest. Since they wanted to kill him, Chenzong naturally wouldn't show any mercy. He unsheathed his sword in an instant and directly attacked. The 3 bandits froze as if they had been immobilized. In the next moment, their spiritual souls were directly pulled out of their bodies. Their vitality was also sucked away in an instant. Their spiritual souls scattered and their spiritual souls disappeared. Now, with Chenzong's strength, most king-level experts were no match for Chenzong. After killing the 3 fifth realm bandits, Chenzong didn't slow down at all. At the same time, he was thinking. Perhaps he could come back and clean up the bandits in the chaos region in the future. As for now, it was better to return to Taihao Mountain first and ask the elders to help bring Xianxia back from the Tradewind sect. A few decades had passed. He didn't know how the Tradewind sect on Wanyuan Island was now. Was it safe and sound? He only hoped so. However, things didn't go as he wished. After Chenzong killed the 3 fifth realm bandits, the other bandits gradually knew that someone had come and killed their men. Action, the experts of one of the top 3 chaos territories immediately took action to find the murderer. The chaos region was their natural protection. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. 6th and 7th realm experts couldn't invade. As for 4th and 5th realm experts, they weren't much of a threat to them. On the contrary, they would be killed. Because of this, gradually, no one was willing to enter the chaos region to carry out missions. They didn't expect that someone would kill their men this time. They really didn't know what was good for them. In order to hurry on his way, Chenzong didn't deliberately hide his tracks. Of course, he didn't need to do so because he was 100% confident in his strength. If a 6th realm expert didn't make a move, he didn't need to fear anyone at the 5th realm. Moreover, even if a 6th realm expert did make a move, he had a trump card to fight back and even kill them. On Wanyuan Island, whether it was the 2 emperor-level experts of the Eagle God sect or the sky-splitting sword emperor of the Wanyuan sect, their deaths were enough to prove this point. When the two sides met, a battle was about to break out. But it was a one-sided massacre. Soon, more than a dozen 5th realm bandits were all killed by Chenzong. Their spiritual souls and vitality were all devoured. Unfortunately, the feedback Chenzong received was very weak. It couldn't bring any improvement to his energy. However, Chenzong didn't give up because of this. Many little drops make an ocean. When the amount reached a certain level, it would cause a qualitative change and improve. In addition, the treasures of these bandits all became Chenzong's spoils of war. Along the way, no matter what level or how many 5th realm experts came, they weren't a match for Chenzong. They were all killed. Finally, Chenzong crossed the Chaos region and flew quickly to Sword City outside Mount Taihao. After entering Sword City, he went back to Mount Taihao and returned to Tianguang Peak. The first thing he did after returning to Tianguang Peak was to see the Peak Lord. "You're finally back," the Tianguang Peak Lord said with a smile when he saw Chenzong return. It had been more than 100 years, almost 200 years, since Chenzong left. It wasn't a long time for a great emperor-level swordsman, but it wasn't short either. When Chenzong left, the Tianguang Peak Lord was actually very worried. He was worried that Chenzong would be killed. With Chenzong's talent, it was hard to say whether he could reach the saint level in the future, but he could definitely become a top-grade emperor-level swordsman, one who was even more powerful than the Tianguang Peak Lord himself. If Chenzong's name hadn't appeared on the Divine King list a few decades ago, the Tianguang Peak Lord wouldn't have felt relieved. This meant that Chenzong was still alive and even more powerful. It was a good thing. Now, Chenzong had finally returned, and he gave the Tianguang Peak Lord a feeling that he couldn't see through. Even though the Tianguang Peak Lord was sure that Chenzong was still in the 5th realm, he felt that Chenzong was unfathomable. It was very strange. What the Tianguang Peak Lord didn't know was that this was an effect brought about by the Single-Hearted Sutra breaking through to the Single-Hearted Sutra. "I'm back," Chenzong said with a smile. Fortunately, he had the source of sword work given to him by the Tianguang Peak Lord and the power of the sword mark left by the Sword Saint of Taihao. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he could come back alive. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to come back in such a short time. "Peak Lord, I have a request," Chenzong said again. Ask for another round of monthly votes. The Tianguang Peak Lord had no objection to Chenzong's request and agreed right away. However, because he was a peak master, he couldn't leave easily. In the end, he asked the Great Elder of Tianguang Peak to take Xianxia back to Taihao Mountain in person. Although the Great Elder's strength wasn't as strong as the Tianguang Peak Lord, he was still a top-notch great monarch. Among the great monarchs in the entire universe, he was in the upper echelon and stronger than any great monarch on Wanyuan Island. Chenzong was quite relieved that someone with such strength would take action in person. However, Chenzong didn't have enough influence to ask someone stronger to do such a thing. With the Great Elder's strength as a top-notch great monarch, his speed was many times faster than Chenzong's. It would take him at most 2 or 3 years to reach Wanyuan Island from Taihao Mountain. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, Xianxia would be able to reach Taihao Mountain in 3 or 4 years, at most 5 years. With Xianxia's strength, it was quite possible for her to become a participating disciple of Taihao Mountain. Taihao Mountain was the holy land of swordsmanship, one of the holy lands in the universe. It was also one of the more powerful holy lands with a deep foundation and extraordinary strength. Becoming a disciple of Taihao Mountain was a great guarantee in itself. With the resources of Taihao Mountain, Xianxia's improvement would be faster and stronger. All in all, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Since the Great Elder had taken action in person, Chenzong was relieved and accepted a task that had been put on hold. This task had existed for many years and had been accepted many times. However, it had never been completed. Now, it had been put on hold because it was impossible to complete. The content of this task was to clean up the Chaos Territory and wipe out all the bandits and villains in the 18 Chaos Territories. It sounded simple, but it was extremely difficult to do. Because of the unique environment of the Chaos Territory, it was difficult for great monarchs to exert their strength there. Otherwise, they would most likely be killed. No one was willing to face such danger head-on. In that case, merely being at the 5th level was not enough. At the very least, some of the stronger bandits in the 18 Chaos Domains had a more detailed understanding of the Chaos Domains. Using the unique environment of the Chaos Domains, they could deal with 5th Realm experts from the outside world and then kill them. The various forces around the Anarchic lands, including a powerful force like the Taihao Mountain, were unable to completely wipe out the Anarchic lands. Even the Taihao Mountain had lost many 5th-level cultivators. In the end, they could only admit defeat and let the matter rest. After all, it was impossible to completely wipe them out. As long as there were remnants, they would slowly develop again. The fire could not burn them out completely, and the wind could blow them up again. Unless a saint-level expert intervened, there was nothing they could do. However, what kind of existence were saint-level cultivators? They were the strongest cultivators in the universe. Why would they care about a bunch of 4th and 5th level cultivators? They were just like a bunch of ants. Moreover, martial saints had experienced countless things. Their worldview was completely different. Whether it was intentional or out of convenience, they would not personally deal with a group of 4th or 5th realm bandits. That would be too embarrassing. Now, after so many years, Chenzong found the mission file and accepted it. Wipe out the Anarchic lands, this was not a small matter. In an instant, it caused a huge commotion. You want to wipe out the Anarchic lands? The Tianguang Peak Lord directly found Chenzong and asked him directly. Yes. Chenzong replied bluntly, Peak Lord, don't worry. With my current strength, I can enter the top 100 on the God King list. Moreover, my space Dao has been comprehended to the extreme. Even if I don't complete the mission, I will be fine. The Tianguang Peak Lord did not doubt Chenzong's words. After interacting with him many times, he knew that Chenzong was not someone who spoke without thinking. No matter what, you must be careful. Even if you can't complete the mission, you must protect yourself, the Tianguang Peak Lord said in a low voice. He did not intend to stop Chenzong. Peak Lord, don't worry. I cherish my life very much, Chenzong said with a smile. Then, he bowed to the Tianguang Peak Lord and began his preparations. The first thing he prepared was a sword. With his current strength, he could not use his original divine weapon, but he could use a top-grade Dao divine weapon. Not long after, Chenzong used his contribution points to exchange for a top-grade Dao divine long sword from Tianguang Peak. The sword was silvery white, like frost, and naturally emitted a gust of coldness. It was not the coldness of ice, but the coldness of extreme sharpness. It was bone-chilling. The tip of the sword and the edge of the sword were extremely sharp. When one stared at it, they would feel a stinging pain in their eyes. The name of the sword was very simple, Frost. The sword was like frost, and the cold currents flowed endlessly. With the frost in his hand, Chenzong's strength increased a bit. After everything was ready, Chenzong set out with the sword in his hand. He left Tianguang Peak and headed for the 9th Sword City, which was the closest to the Anarchic lands. Just as Chenzong set out, he felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. The target has already set out. He has already made preparations. He has set up an inescapable net and is waiting for him to break in. This person is dead for sure. The Anarchic lands, also known as the 18 Anarchic lands, were divided into the upper 3 lands, the middle 6 lands, and the lower 9 lands. The 18 lands were a collection of bandits and villains, but the most powerful ones were in the 5th realm. According to the intelligence of Taihao Mountain, there were not only powerful bandits on the Divine King list in the upper 3 lands, but also powerful bandits who were not on the Divine King list but had the strength of the Divine King list. They were very terrifying. After entering the Anarchic lands, Chenzong immediately headed for one of the 18 lands closest to him. This was one of the lower 9 lands. Although it was a relatively weak one, there were many bandits in the 4th and 5th realms, who were not easy to deal with. However, Qianzong did not have the slightest fear. He went straight ahead with a sword in his hand. Soon, he arrived at the Red Wolf territory. It was formed by countless meteorites, and many bandits lived in the manor caves. From afar, it looked like a beehive. From time to time, someone would fly in and out. It was quite a spectacular and shocking scene. With a faint smile on his face, Qianzong did not try to hide his whereabouts. Instead, he burst out with extreme speed, turning into a flash of shocking sword light as he approached rapidly. "Who is it? Who is it?" The bandits in the Red Wolf territory immediately noticed him, and they all shouted. However, the answer they got was a flash of sword light. That flash of sword light was dazzling. It was extremely bright and breathtaking, and it dashed across the sky at an incredible speed. In the eyes of the bandits in the Red Wolf territory, this flash of sword light was slashing toward them. Everyone had the same feeling as if the people around them disappeared, and they were the only ones left to face this flash of sword light. Exquisite, superb, he only swung his sword once, but it created such a shocking effect. With one strike, dozens of bandits, regardless of whether they were in the 4th realm or the 5th realm, died. After traveling for dozens of years, Qianzong's swordsmanship had also been improving. Especially after the experience at the Skyblade Battle God's place, Qianzong felt like he was able to understand the essence of swordsmanship, and the improvement was even greater. Now, whether it was the heart sword art or the world sword art, Qianzong had improved them to the highest level, which was the level of a super sun-class technique. The power of each strike was extremely terrifying. Not counting the uniqueness of these two techniques, these two swordsmanship techniques were invincible in close-range combat. That strike just now was the heart sword art, and its main power was in close-range combat. However, in a short distance, it could still unleash a certain amount of power. Perhaps the top 5th realm cultivators could dodge or block it. However, these dozens of bandits were mostly in the 4th realm, and some of them were in the 5th realm. How could they block it? They couldn't even dodge it. In fact, when they saw the flash of sword light, they were already hit by the sword when they were lamenting. Being hit by the sword meant death. His figure flashed, and those dozens of bandits turned into dried corpses as their souls and vitality were devoured, becoming nutrients for the black mark and the mysterious seed. Kill. Qianzong released his spiritual will. With this powerful spiritual will that was comparable to that of a 6th realm cultivator, he scanned the area and locked onto his targets. His speed was fast, and he killed the bandits one after another. The terrain inside the Red Wolf territory was very complicated. It was like a beehive, and all the paths were connected to each other. It was very complicated, and it was like a maze. If one wasn't familiar with it, it was easy to get lost. This was one of the difficulties when the Red Wolf territory was wiped out. When the bandits knew that they weren't a match for the Red Wolf territory, they immediately hid in the territory and used the complicated terrain to deal with the Red Wolf territory. In the end, the Red Wolf territory suffered heavy losses. After all, 5th realm cultivators weren't enough to completely destroy the territory in such a place. Even if there were many people, it would take a lot of time. With the time to destroy the territory, the bandits would have probably escaped through some secret exits. However, Qianzong was different. Under the wholehearted convergence realm, coupled with his powerful spiritual will, Qianzong could sense farther and longer distances. He could also capture things more clearly. To put it simply, the Red Wolf territory was completely under Qianzong's perception. Qianzong could clearly sense how many bandits there were. These bandits were like grasshoppers after autumn. They wouldn't be able to jump around for long. Soon, Qianzong would find them and kill them one by one. Even the maze-like terrain inside the territory couldn't stop Qianzong at all. It couldn't cause any hindrance to Qianzong. Encountered something he couldn't understand, it was very simple. He only needed to rely on his powerful perception and the mysteries of the space Tao to pass through, quickly approach his target, and kill them. Who exactly are you? The leader of the Red Wolf territory, a top 5th realm cultivator, saw his subordinates being killed one by one. His eyes were wide open, but he was also horrified. Too powerful, this person was too powerful. When the sword light flashed, it was bone-chilling, as if it could freeze one's divine soul. It made him extremely terrified and his hair stood on end. How could there be such a terrifying person? I'm the one who will kill you. Chen Zong smiled and swung his sword without hesitation. A ruthless person didn't talk much. Otherwise, if he said a few more words and something unexpected happened, he would kill first and talk later. The 9 territories of the Chaotic 18 were scattered all over the Chaos territory. Chen Zong did not deliberately target anyone. Anyway, all 18 territories were on his list of targets, and he had to clear them all. After clearing out the Red Wolf territory, there was a lot of wealth in it. They all became Chen Zong's spoils of war. Unfortunately, most of them were relatively ordinary. For Chen Zong, they were not very valuable. It was better than nothing. His next target was also one of the lower territories. Chen Zong moved without hesitation. He immediately turned into a sword and flew toward it at an amazing speed. The target has left the Red Wolf territory and is heading toward the Blue Fox territory. Continue to monitor and wait for the target to fall into the trap. Before that happens, don't take any action. Understood. However, those people are good helpers. Wouldn't it be a waste to kill them just like that? In order to get rid of them, necessary sacrifices are necessary. Otherwise, how can we let them fall into the trap? Moreover, they are just a group of bandits. There are many of them. Not long after, Chen Zong arrived at the Blue Fox territory. Although Chen Zong's speed was extremely fast, and he had just fought a big battle, he did not consume much of his strength. In fact, Chen Zong had already recovered all the strength that he had consumed. To put it simply, the battle in the Red Wolf territory was nothing to Chen Zong. His opponents were too weak. Even the leader of the Red Wolf territory, who was known as the Red Giant Wolf, was not a match for Chen Zong. He only needed to use his sword to end his opponent's life. Such a battle was completely one-sided. In fact, it did not consume much of Chen Zong's strength. With the absorption speed of the second stage of the Celestial Demon Sword technique, he could quickly replenish his strength. He could then clear out the Blue Fox territory with his full strength. The battle in the Red Wolf territory did not last long. Chen Zong's extraordinary senses allowed him to accurately pinpoint the location. Coupled with the mystery of the Space Dao, Chen Zong cleared out the Red Wolf territory in a short time. As a result, the Blue Fox territory, which was not far away, did not receive any news. Therefore, Chen Zong's attack was beyond the Blue Fox territory's expectations. Without any warning, Chen Zong invaded his computer. The strength of the Blue Fox territory and the Red Wolf territory were about the same, and the terrain was similar as well. Both territories were very complicated, just like a maze. Of course, it was not exactly the same as the Red Wolf territory, but it was not a problem for Chen Zong. Needless to say, their goal was to clear out the Chaos region. Since that was the case, why waste words? The leader of the Blue Fox clan was not very strong. Although he was very fierce at first, he was soon scared of Chen Zong. There was no other reason other than that Chen Zong was too strong. Just a casual strike of his sword had a terrifying power. Killing a 5th-level cultivator was as easy as cutting grass. The leader of the Blue Fox territory was known as the Yin Fox. He was at the peak of the 5th level, but the martial arts that he practiced leaned toward the mysterious. He liked to play tricks and was proud of it. "Spare me, I'm willing to submit to you." Yin hurriedly knelt down and begged. She looked very experienced and decisive, without any hesitation. He did not want to die. He wanted to live. Only by living could he experience glory. However, Chen Zong directly swung his sword. The sword flashed, and it immediately pierced through Yinhu's forehead, killing him. With unwillingness and bewilderment, Yinhu fell forward. He did not understand why Chen Zong did not hesitate to kill him when he had already knelt down and expressed his willingness to submit. Why? Yinhu's thoughts were very secretive and direct. He first expressed his willingness to submit, and then he pretended to submit. Then, he slowly waited for an opportunity. Once the opportunity presented itself, he would immediately seize it and kill Chen Zong. Unfortunately, when Chen Zong did not hesitate to kill him, everything was in vain. Chen Zong could tell at a glance that this person was rebellious and had an impure mind. He did not intend to use any means to completely subdue him. He was too lazy to fight a battle of wits with him because it was not necessary. he would kill those who deserved to be killed. After killing everyone and turning the wealth of the Blue Fox territory into his own spoils, Xianxia immediately took action and went to the next territory. The next territory was not one of the lower 9 territories, nor was it one of the middle 6 territories. It was one of the upper 3 territories, Wukong territory. The upper 3 territories were the 3 most powerful territories among the 18 Chaos territories. There were many 5th realm king level cultivators, and there were even demigod realm cultivators. Demigod realm, in essence, belonged to the 5th realm. However, it was different from the 5th realm. It was more powerful than the top 5th realm. Generally speaking, a demigod realm cultivator's strength was enough to be listed on the God King list. However, due to various factors, he was not able to be listed on the God King list. This kind of strength was very terrifying. Not long after, Xianxia entered the boundary of Wukong territory. However, he frowned slightly. With his strong perception, Xianxia indeed felt that there were many auras in Wukong territory. Among them, there were many powerful auras. They were all gathered together. Were they having a meeting, or were they doing something else? He was not sure. However, the special environment of the Chaos territory, coupled with his own strong strength, gave Xianxia unparalleled confidence. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia rushed directly into Wukong territory. As one of the upper 3 territories, Wukong territory was larger. Its terrain was more complicated than the Red Wolf territory and the Blue Fox territory. However, to Xianxia, it was nothing. It could not stop Xianxia at all. Even if there were any traps, Xianxia was not afraid. From the very beginning, Xianxia had wanted to end the Chaos region as soon as possible. He didn't want to waste too much time here. After all, there were as many as 18 Chaos regions. It would take a lot of time to clear them all out. In an instant, Xianxia rushed into Wukong territory without hesitation. He flew towards the aura closest to him. His body was as fast as lightning. He had an unparalleled aura. He was invincible. Confidence, the confidence brought by strong strength gave Xianxia the courage to be fearless. It gave birth to an unparalleled belief. A swordsman had to be strong and confident. Only then could the sword be invincible. If there was hesitation, and indecisiveness, the sword would be blunt. If the sword was blunt, how could it kill the enemy? As an excellent swordsman, Xianxia knew this very well. Enemy attack. The moment he saw Xianxia, the figure that Xianxia had locked on to immediately roared. At the same time, he attacked without hesitation. He pushed his palm forward. The strong palm energy instantly surged like a tsunami towards Xianxia without mercy. 5th realm, and it was not an ordinary 5th realm expert. However, Xianxia didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. His figure charged forward as a sword light flashed, and a wisp of silvery white light emitted bone-piercing coldness. It was extremely sharp and peerlessly shocking, and it directly slashed apart the extremely powerful palm energy and arrived brazenly. He could not dodge it, he could not block it, the 5th realm bandit was directly hit and killed instantly. Xianxia even devoured his spirit and vitality. Under the terrifying sword chi, the bandit's corpse was destroyed. The whole process was over in less than a breath's time. Xianxia did not stop. A mere 5th realm bandit was not worth his time. Following the second aura, Xianxia rushed forward. At the same time, Xianxia's extraordinary senses sensed that many powerful auras were approaching. They were attracted by the bandit's roar just now. Enemy attack. Soon, they met on a narrow path. Xianxia realized that these bandits were all 5th realm experts. There were no 4th realm experts. In the Red Wolf territory and the Blue Fox territory, there were many more 4th realm experts than 5th realm experts. Xianxia did not believe that there were no 4th realm experts in the upper 3 territories. There must be some 4th realm experts. However, why was it that there were no 4th realm experts? It was also difficult to sense their auras. After killing all the 5th realm bandits, Xianxia suddenly had a thought. The other party knew that he was coming and was prepared. They sent away all the 4th realm experts to prevent unnecessary casualties and left the 5th realm experts to kill him. This guess seemed to be correct. Immediately, Xianxia's lips curled into a sinister smile. Prepared, ambush, then come at me. I have a sword in my hand. I will kill all the monsters. Pride rippled in his chest. Shenzong wanted to roar, but he held it in. He channeled this pride into the long sword in his hand. He's here. He's finally here. We've already prepared a feast for him. A prodigy with a bright future. If he dies here, I wonder how Taihao Mountain will feel. That's not something we need to consider. In the Wukong territory, someone was staring at a huge water mirror in front of him and laughing non-stop. In that water mirror, Shenzong's figure was clearly displayed. Every detail of Shenzong's actions could be seen clearly. They seemed to be in control of everything. All of Shenzong's actions were within their calculations. After continuously killing strong enemies and advancing, Shenzong finally arrived at a place where the auras gathered according to his senses. This place was like a huge hall. It was very spacious, and there were hundreds of people gathered here. Every one of them exuded a powerful aura. They were all Fifth Realm experts. All of a sudden, hundreds of Fifth Realm experts gathered in one place. When Shenzong appeared, hundreds of gazes focused on Shenzong. Those gazes were either sharp, cold, or domineering. Their auras were all different, but they were all very shocking. If it were other Fifth Realm experts, facing hundreds of extraordinary gazes and auras, they would probably be frightened. Even if they weren't frightened, they would feel heavy pressure. However, Shenzong didn't. Not to mention hundreds of Fifth Realm experts, even if there were 10 times more, or even thousands of Fifth Realm experts locking onto Shenzong at the same time, Shenzong wouldn't be afraid at all. Strong, unshakable, faced with hundreds of gazes, Shenzong stepped forward without hesitation and stepped into the hall. Unparalleled sword gentleman Shenzong, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Among the hundreds of figures, 2 of them had the most powerful auras. They were clearly demi-emperors. One of them had an extremely strong body, like an unshakable mountain. He also had a shocking power that could shatter everything. The other was skinny, but his aura was extremely condensed, and he exuded an extremely cold aura. These 2 people stared at Shenzong. Vaguely, they gave off a sense of threat to Shenzong. They also spoke one after another. The strong person's voice was deep and forceful, while the skinny person's voice was sharp and gloomy. They had been waiting for a long time, in other words, this was really a trap. Perhaps it wasn't really a trap, but it was definitely prepared for Shenzong's arrival. In an instant, Shenzong immediately understood. However, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, a trace of excitement grew in his heart. Regardless of whether it was the Red Wolf territory or the Blue Fox territory, they were both too weak and could be easily dealt with. He didn't even have the true strength to deal with them yet. Then, since Wukong territory had made such preparations for his arrival, would it bring him more surprises? Would it allow him to fight to his heart's content and to fight to his heart's content? There was no need to say more. Draw your sword. As the sword light flashed, a bone-chilling coldness spread in all directions and filled the hall. For some reason, it made the hundreds of Fifth Realm bandits tremble. They couldn't help but feel cold. This chilliness was not the chilliness of ice. Instead, it was an extremely sharp chilliness. It was a chilliness that penetrated deep into one's bones. It was extremely shocking. One could not help but tremble. One could not help but feel fear from the bottom of one's heart. Kill. Kill him. The 2 half-step martial emperors said one after another. Their expressions were solemn because they felt a great threat from Shenzong. This threat had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Hundreds of Fifth Realm cultivators erupted and attacked one after another. Each of them unleashed their powerful powers and charged towards Shenzong. In just an instant, Shenzong was caught in the midst of hundreds of terrifying attacks and was about to be crushed into powder and disappear. Just as the hundreds of violent attacks were about to hit him, Shenzong's eyes lit up slightly. His body seemed to sway. Like the reflection of the moon in the water, or like ripples, he turned into nothingness and escaped into the void. He instantly shuttled back and forth. Missed, the hundreds of powerful attacks all missed. What came towards them was a sword light. That sword light instantly cut across the sky. It was like the absolute beginning divine light that tore through the darkness. It was so dazzling, so bright, and seemed to steal all the brilliance in the world. At that moment, it also made everyone feel dazed. It was as if that sword light was specifically targeted at them. They couldn't dodge it, they couldn't block it, even the two half-step martial emperors felt this from the bottom of their hearts. "Quick, take the pill." The skinny half-martial emperor immediately screamed. He didn't hesitate to crush the pill hidden in his mouth. The others also reacted in an instant and bit the small pills hidden in their mouths. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. An extremely shocking force erupted from the bodies of the fifth-level cultivators. The force was as scorching as flames and as red as blood. The force gushed out and soared into the sky, burning endlessly like a raging flame. Instantly, the auras of the fifth realms increased by more than twofold. Their abilities increased greatly, and they all unleashed a shocking amount of power to counter the sword light. Chenzong was not surprised. Since the other party had been waiting for him for a long time, it meant that the other party had made all kinds of preparations. The current method of using the elixir to greatly increase one's strength was just one of the preparations. However, he was too naive if he thought that he could block his sword with that. Kill. In just an instant, the sword gleam directly killed more than 20 fifth realms who had their abilities greatly boosted. The other fifth realms were so frightened that their souls almost left their bodies. They activated the power of the pills recklessly. Under the burning of the blood-red flames, all of them let out strange howls. Change, their bodies were changing. A single horn grew on their foreheads. Their arms and legs were elongated. Bone spikes appeared on their joints, and a layer of cuticle-like scales also grew on their skin. In an instant, the remaining fifth realm cultivators all changed. They transformed from humans to demons, and their auras became even more powerful and strange. Chenzong was secretly surprised. What was this? The bandits who had turned into monsters all let out shocking roars and roars. The blood-red flames on their bodies burned even more brightly. Then, they all charged towards Chenzong. Their extremely sharp claws tore the sky apart, leaving terrifying scars. Every monster's speed increased by many times. Their sharp claws were even more terrifying. Chenzong had the feeling that he would be instantly torn apart if he was caught. However, no matter how fast they were or how sharp their claws were, they could not catch Chenzong. In an instant, Chenzong switched between the virtual and the real. He dodged all the attacks. The sword gleam suddenly lit up and attacked with endless bone-chilling coldness. Kill, kill, kill. Not long after, most of the fifth realm bandits who had turned into monsters were all killed by Chenzong. Even their spiritual souls and vitality were devoured by Chenzong. Their bodies were also destroyed by the extremely sharp sword qi, turning into powder and disappearing. Chenzong could feel that the bandits who had turned into monsters had their spiritual souls unchanged. However, their vitality had increased by several times. This was a good meal for the mysterious seed. In the end, only the two demi-emperor bandits were left. "What other tricks do you have?" Chenzong asked in return. You, the two bandits were horrified. All their subordinates had been killed. Even though they had taken the pill and turned into monsters, their strength had increased greatly. However, they were still easily killed. Moreover, after they were killed, their corpses turned into powder. This scene was too horrifying. Now, the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed had increased by a lot. The speed at which they devoured spiritual souls and vitality had become extremely fast. Now, there was no need to pull the opponent's spiritual soul out of the body. They could directly devour it in their heads, and their vitality would also be devoured in an instant. While devouring, Chenzong's sword qi vibrated, and at the same time, the opponent's body was directly shattered and turned into powder. In this way, it would give people the feeling that they were directly crushed into powder. No one would associate it with the devouring of spiritual souls and vitality. Otherwise, if others were to see through him, it would probably bring about a disadvantageous effect on Chenzong. After all, no matter how one looked at it, devouring souls and vitality wasn't something that the righteous path did, and it was the actions of the evil path. There was a saying that power was righteous if it was used righteously, and evil if it was used evilly. There was no such thing as righteous or evil power. There was only one's heart. However, not everyone could see through this point. Only a small number of people could be so wise. The vast majority of people were relatively ignorant. Chenzong did not think that he could resist the crusade of the world. There were always some self-righteous people who acted in the name of eliminating evil and defending righteousness. This was unnecessary trouble. If he could avoid it, he would avoid it. However, the scene of killing someone and then crushing them into powder was really too shocking. Moreover, it was too cruel. It was so cruel that even the two demi-emperor bandits of the Wukong territory were shocked. They could not do it. It was a cruel and terrifying method. Kill him. The two demi-emperors growled without hesitation. In an instant, the two of them attacked one after another. They exploded with an astonishing attack. The terrifying power directly blasted towards Chenzong, as if it wanted to crush Chenzong. However, after releasing the powerful attack, the two of them immediately retreated without any hesitation. They knew that even if they used their trump cards and increased their strength greatly, they were still no match for Chenzong. Chenzong slashed with his sword. It was incomparably sharp. It directly split the two attacks that were coming towards him. His figure flashed and he immediately chased after them. However, the two of them were extremely fast. Moreover, they had already prepared all kinds of escape routes. In just a moment, they rushed into the wall. It was a secret door. The moment Chenzong chased after them, the two demi-emperors had already rushed into the secret door and disappeared. Under the perception of Chenzong's divine consciousness, his figure turned into an illusion in an instant. He directly crossed the wall as if he was using the wall-passing technique. However, in fact, this was just an application of the space Dao by Chenzong. It was a special technique. As soon as he passed through the thick wall, Chenzong immediately felt a different aura. The aura was demonic and blazing. It was like a volcano that was about to come to life, releasing a terrifying power that could destroy everything. What entered his eyes was a platform. It was a platform that was 100 meters high. The platform was covered with blood-red lines. It looked very strange. A tall silhouette wearing a blood-red battle armor was standing on the platform. An extremely dreadful aura was fluctuating around his body. And those two semi-emperor level experts were rushing towards the platform in a panic. "Sir, hurry up and do something. Sir, Chenzong is here." When the two of them saw the figure on the platform, they immediately shouted. Chenzong's pupils contracted slightly. He instinctively felt a trace of threat from the figure on the platform. Who was that? Someone from the Wukong territory? It shouldn't be. The tall figure in blood-red armor, who had been standing on the platform and seemed to be sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. A blood-red light filled his eyes. It was as if a blood-red flame was burning fiercely, burning everything. The pair of blood-red flame eyes directly passed over the two demi-emperors who were fleeing in panic and stared at Chenzong. In an instant, the threat that Chenzong brought to him became even stronger. Peerless Sword King Chenzong. The man in blood-red armor spoke directly. His voice was strange and fleeting. It was as domineering as a raging flame. The voice contained some kind of indescribable power that directly poured into Chenzong's ears. "Who are you?" Chenzong narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. His intuition told him that this person was not a bandit from the Wukong territory. He was not even a bandit from the Chaos territory. He was from somewhere else. "I am Divine General Tsang Wu of the Purgatory Divine Sect," the man in blood-red armor replied directly. Purgatory Demon Sect. Chenzong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. 200 years ago, the Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon Sect revived and began to wreak havoc in the universe. They caused many killings and created a lot of chaos. Of course, whether it was the Infernal Order or the Purgatory Demon Sect, they were just flattering themselves. They called themselves the Avicii Sect and the Purgatory Divine Sect, but in fact, they had always been called the Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon Sect. The divine generals of the Purgatory Demon Sect were also called Demon Generals. They were equivalent to experts of the fifth realm. Of course, the man named Tsang Wu in front of him belonged to the top of the fifth realm. He was a demi-emperor expert. Moreover, he was a top demi-emperor expert who could threaten Chenzong. He was strong enough to reach the top of the Divine King list. Chenzong suddenly felt that his blood seemed to be burning. His fighting spirit began to rise. How strong was the demon general of the Purgatory Demon Sect? Let's try it with the sword in my hand. It was out of Chen Zong's expectations to meet a demon general from the Inferno Demon Sect here. But in retrospect, it wasn't that surprising. After all, the Infernal Order and the Inferno Demon Sect had been wreaking havoc in the universe for more than 200 years. In these 200 years, the two evil forces had been wreaking havoc and chaos everywhere. Therefore, it was normal for them to set their sights on the Chaos Territory. After all, the Chaos Territory was very close to Mount Taihao. If they could take over the Chaos Territory and use it as a stronghold, it would be easier for them to deal with Mount Taihao. It wasn't that the Inferno Demon Sect had a grudge against Mount Taihao, but that all the forces in the universe were the Inferno Demon Sect's targets. If it wasn't for the fact that they felt that they weren't strong enough to conquer the universe, even the Infernal Order would have been eliminated by the Inferno Demon Sect. Of course, the Infernal Order had the same idea too. Since that was the case, the two evil forces would temporarily join forces to deal with the other forces in the universe, especially the various Holy Lands. They would be able to truly wreak havoc in the universe and cause it to fall into chaos. It would be easier for them to invade the universe and become the overlords of the universe. The Inferno Demon Sect set their sights on the Chaos Territory and quickly took action. But unfortunately, just as they started their operation, Chen Zong arrived. They had no choice but to make some arrangements to get rid of Chen Zong first. Chen Zong, your talent and potential are extraordinary. Our Inferno Demon Sect needs a prodigy like you. Come, join us and become a divine general. Together, we can dominate the universe. The Inferno Demon General Tsang Wu seemed to be praising something, but also seemed to be trying to bewitch Chen Zong. Indeed, the Infernal Order and the Inferno Demon Sect, in addition to wreaking havoc and chaos, had also recruited many talented cultivators for their use. For example, Chen Zong's outstanding talent was naturally in the eyes of the Infernal Order and the Inferno Demon Sect. They planned to recruit him first and use him for their own purposes. If it didn't work out, they would have to kill him. In the face of Tsang Wu's bewitching words, Chen Zong smiled. How could he join them? In a flash, Chen Zong unsheathed his sword and pierced it through the air. The silvery white sword light cut through the air like a frosty river, aiming straight for the Purgatory Demon General Tsang Wu. This attack was merciless. Tsang Wu's eyes shone with an incomparably scarlet blood-red light, burning like raging flames. However, he revealed a vicious smile in the face of Chen Zong's attack. Soon after, he waved his right hand and a blood-red blade suddenly appeared. He suddenly slashed out with it. Tsang Wu's of the Demon Sect. Fight, Tsang Tsang Wu. And of Tsang Wu Tsang of Wu. Of Tsang Wu of the Wus of Tsang Tsang Tsang. Tsang Tsang Tsang. Est Tsang Tsang. Tsang 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 S Sect. Saber light and sword shadows filled the air, killing everywhere. It was as if the place had turned into a desolate land. Tsang Wu was shocked. He was one of the top 10 divine generals of the Purgatory Divine Sect, but he couldn't kill Chen Zong. Chen Zong's strength was too shocking. Your strength is not bad, but if that's all, then I'll send you on your way. Chen Zong's voice suddenly rang out. The sword light became even more intense in an instant, and its power increased exponentially. Whether it was the Heart Sword Art or the World Sword Art, Chen Zong had cultivated both of them to the level of Super Sun Class secret techniques, and they were already at the pinnacle of Sun Class secret techniques. When Chen Zong fully unfolded, he immediately suppressed the Purgatory Goblin General Tsang Wu. In terms of strength, Tsang Wu was indeed more powerful than Chen Zong. However, in terms of the profoundness of swordsmanship, Tsang Wu was much weaker than Chen Zong. In just a few strikes, Tsang Wu was injured. You have infuriated me. Tsang Wu let out a furious roar, followed by a strange roar. His originally muscular body began to tremble non-stop, and his muscles began to swell crazily. A series of strange noises also began to ring out. Transformation, Tsang Wu was transforming, and the blood-red energy flames burned around him. In the blink of an eye, Tsang Wu turned into a 3-meter-tall blood-red monster. He had a single horn, red eyes, and fiery red scales that looked like snake scales or fish scales covered his body. His limbs became longer and thicker, and there were spikes on his joints that were as sharp as blades. The claws on his left hand were extremely sharp, and a long blood-red saber grew out of his right hand. Chilling light flashed around the saber, and a tail that was more than 1 meter long grew out of his back. Song Wu's transformation was similar to the transformation of those people, but the difference was obvious. The transformation of those bandits was like a half-finished product. However, Qin Zong felt that Song Wu's transformation was complete, and his aura was much stronger. He took a step forward, and the long saber on his right arm slashed out. In an instant, dozens of blood-red saber lights slashed through the void without mercy. Then, the sharp claws on his left hand clawed out in all directions, cutting off all escape routes for Qin Zong. Then, he swung his tail violently. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. 3 consecutive attacks were completely connected, and Qin Zong was directly locked in place. The power of each attack was extremely terrifying, and it could be said that it was an instant kill. Retreat, in an instant, Qin Zong was forced back. Song Wu's speed was fast, and his strength was powerful. Even though Qin Zong had a lot of techniques, he was still a little weak in front of Song Wu's speed and strength. This made Qin Zong realize that his swordsmanship wasn't strong enough. Even though his swordsmanship had reached the level of a Super Sun class technique and surpassed many people, Qin Zong still felt the same way. His 2 swordsmanship techniques improved very quickly, but he didn't have enough combat experience. To put it simply, he didn't have enough combat experience in the last 200 years. Even if he did, he only had a few intense battles on Wanyuan Island. However, those battles didn't belong to him, and they had nothing to do with his swordsmanship. Therefore, they couldn't help him sharpen his swordsmanship. Even though his 2 swordsmanship techniques improved rapidly, he didn't have enough combat experience. Therefore, although these 2 swordsmanship techniques were powerful, they weren't profound enough. In other words, their potential wasn't fully developed yet. Realizing this, Qin Zong immediately performed the Heart Sword technique and the World Sword technique. He kept using the 2 sword techniques to resist the monster's attacks. Heart Sword technique neutralized Song Wu's attacks, and World Sword technique collided with Song Wu's attacks. Again and again, Qin Zong grasped the mysteries of these 2 swordsmanship techniques and developed their potential. The monster transformed from Song Wu became more and more violent as the battle continued. In the beginning, it was able to force Qin Zong back, but Qin Zong's swordsmanship seemed to be improving. Gradually, Song Wu was able to counter Song Wu's attacks. World Sword technique. Chop, in the intense whistling noise, Qin Zong struck out with his sword. That sword energy seemed to contain the shocking power of a world. It was extremely domineering and powerful, and it directly pressed down on Song Wu's body. Monster, Song Wu's arm blade also struck at Song Wu's body. It was extremely powerful, as if it could cut through everything. At the moment when the sword and saber collided, Qin Zong's arm trembled. His body also trembled, and he leaned back as if he was about to be sent flying. However, Song Wu didn't have it easy either. Qin Zong's strike was so powerful that it had gradually interpreted the essence of swordsmanship. It was as if the world was really colliding with each other. Even though Qin Zong wasn't as strong as Song Wu in terms of absolute power, the profound power of his swordsmanship could completely make up for it. Like a bamboo in the wind, the second strike came again. It was Heart Sword technique. The power of Heart Sword technique was far inferior to World Sword technique, but it was faster and harder to defend against. Hit, Song Wu's monster body was very strong, but he couldn't resist Qin Zong's Heart Sword technique. His tough scales were directly broken, and he was instantly injured. Song Wu's superb swordsmanship was further honed by Qin Zong. His potential was truly stimulated, and he turned the tables around. He was injured, Song Wu's monster body was constantly injured, and blood was flowing out. He felt that his powerful strength was gradually fading away. If this goes on, I'll be in danger. This is the only way now. Although Song Wu had turned into a monster, he didn't lose his mind. He thought about it, and after a feint attack, he immediately burst out with an amazing speed and flew back. This monster body was indeed very strong. As he flew back, he was as fast as a fiery light. In an instant, he was close to the 2 half-royal realm bandits. Without hesitation, he grabbed their necks and twisted them. With a crack, the 2 men's necks were immediately broken. However, they didn't really die. They were still struggling, and they were very puzzled. Why did he want to kill them? They didn't understand. Chenzong was also shocked. Weren't they accomplices? Why did they fight among themselves? With a swing of his left arm, Song Wu flung the two bandits onto the platform. They landed heavily on the platform, and in a flash, he appeared on the platform. His arm blade slashed through the air, directly splitting the bodies of the two bandits into two, causing blood to flow out. Then, Song Wu's left arm suddenly punched down, directly hitting the platform beneath his feet. With a boom, the platform shook. The blood of the two bandits flowed onto the red marks on the platform, and they immediately burned. An extremely terrifying aura began to spread out. Monster God, please grant me supreme divine power. As the bloody light spread out, Song Wu's monster body suddenly roared. Burn, burn. Burn, extremely fierce dark red flames burned on the entire platform. It turned out that this wasn't a platform, but an altar. Standing on the altar, Song Wu's body was also burning. He was in extreme pain, and he was constantly being destroyed. However, he forced himself to endure it, like a madman. Chenzong slashed out with his sword. However, when the sword light got close to the altar, it was blocked by the dark red flames. It couldn't break through at all. 1 slash couldn't do it, 2 slashes couldn't do it, and even 10 slashes couldn't do it. Instead, Song Wu on the altar kept roaring. The dark red flames burned wildly, as if they wanted to turn him into ashes. An extremely terrifying and evil aura spread out like a raging tide. On the altar, the dark red blood light surged like flames. The flames were blazing fiercely, but there seemed to be an indescribable chill to them. Chenzong was very wary of them. Sword after sword, Chenzong could not break through them, but he was also thinking about whether he should use the heavenly light sword drawing technique. The power of the heavenly light sword drawing technique was obvious, but Chenzong was not confident that he could break through them. The heavenly light sword drawing technique consumed too much of his strength, so it could only be used as a trump card. As for the remaining 3 drops of Sword Wei origin energy and a fragment of Sword Saint Taihao sword mark, he didn't want to use them as much as possible. This was especially true in a place like the Chaos Territory. If he used too much power, he could shatter the space. Even though the space in the territories of bandits was more stable, it was still more fragile than the outside world. The dark red flames rapidly shrank inwards, and the terrifying aura continued to increase. Chenzong could vaguely see the image of a huge vortex appear, and a pair of eyes that were burning with endless blood-red flames emitted an endless terrifying will. The demonic aura was overflowing. Vaguely, there seemed to be a voice from the vortex. Then, the pair of eyes emitted a shocking light that fell directly on Song Wu's monster body. As if adding oil to the fire, the flames on Song Wu's body burned even more fiercely, as if they were going to burn him to ashes. However, Song Wu was not burned to ashes. On the contrary, his body, which was originally 3 meters tall, swelled again and finally stabilized at 5 meters tall. His original single horn became 2 horns, like the horns of a bull. Burn, it burned crazily, the dark red flames blazing fiercely, the raging flames surging wildly. When the dark red flames on the altar converged into his body, Song Wu's monster body had changed. He was now 5 meters tall, and the dark red flames continued to burn. He looked like a demon that had walked out of a magma lake. The aura he exuded was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the saber in Song Wu's right hand grew sharply and was covered with saw teeth. From time to time, drops of dark red molten iron would drip to the ground, burning through the ground and emitting shocking smoke and sizzling sounds. The sharp claws on Song Wu's left arm looked even thicker. A dark red chain was wrapped around his arm, making him look exceptionally ferocious. Chenzong's face was solemn and dignified. Pressure. His opponent's aura was extremely violent, as if it was evil from purgatory. It was so terrifying that Chenzong felt great pressure. A sharp whistle rang out as Song Wu suddenly swung his left arm. The chain wrapped around his arm instantly shot out. It was extremely quick, and contained an extremely terrifying power as it smashed towards Lin Dong in an unstoppable manner. In that instant, Chenzong's figure turned illusory and dodged the chain's attack. Then, he closed in on Song Wu. Suddenly, the light of his sword flashed, and he slashed at Song Wu. The serrated arm blade was burning with a shocking dark red flame. It suddenly slashed down. It was a simple slash, but it seemed to have sealed off everything around it. Everything was shrouded in it, and its power was incomparably tyrannical. Chop, the slash seemed to be able to split a mountain. It collided with Chen Zong's swordsmanship. Chen Zong immediately felt an extremely terrifying power rushing towards him. The power was several times stronger than before. Originally, Song Wu was already a top-notch half-emperor expert. After transforming into a monster, his strength had increased by more than 3 times. He had made further progress in the half-emperor level, and now he had the strength to rank among the top 100 on the Divine King list. Now, with the help of the Purgatory Demon God, his strength had increased by several times. Now, his strength was so strong that even Chen Zong was extremely wary of him. Even though Chen Zong had thoroughly comprehended the essence of the world sword principle, and every slash of his sword seemed to carry the power of a world. It was extremely powerful and could crush everything. But now, with the help of the so-called Purgatory Demon God's power, Song Wu's strength had become even more terrifying. He was many times stronger than Chen Zong. If Chen Zong's world sword principle had not been so exquisite, he would not have been able to contend with Song Wu. Fight! Chen Zong attacked with all his strength, and the sword sharpening technique was also activated. Then, he slashed out horizontally, and the two of them were evenly matched. The world sword principle collided head-on. In the next moment, it transformed into the heart sword principle, and it followed a mystical trajectory and struck Song Wu's body. Puff! As if the heart sword principle hit leather, it couldn't break through Song Wu's body. It only left a sword mark. Such a powerful defense. Chen Zong couldn't help but inhale a cold breath. The hard sword principle focused on sharpness, and its sharpness was shocking. However, it couldn't break through Song Wu's scales. This body was too terrifying. It must be noted that the heart sword principle was a super sun class technique, and Chen Zong's swordsmanship techniques were also super sun class techniques. Except for some special characteristics, their close-range power wasn't much higher than the heart sword principle. Since the heart sword principle couldn't break through Song Wu's body, it meant that other sword techniques couldn't harm him either. Could it be that he had to use the Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique? The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique was a sword Dao divine technique with a very extreme offensive power. It was much more powerful than other sword Dao divine techniques of the same level. It could be said to be the most powerful offensive divine technique of the same level. Compared to the heart sword principle, the Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique was more than 10 times more powerful. Chen Zong believed that the Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique could break through Song Wu's tough body, but he wasn't sure if he could kill him. He wasn't sure. From the bottom of his heart, Chen Zong knew that he wasn't sure. However, even if he wasn't sure, there was still some hope. With the hard sword principle and the sword sharpening technique, Chen Zong's sword struck Song Wu's purgatory demonic body again. This time, the sword strike was more powerful, and it did break through Song Wu's purgatory demonic body. However, the damage wasn't serious. This strike was extremely domineering, and it carried with it a terrifying blazing flame. Chen Zong had no choice but to dodge. He retreated, then advanced again. In an instant, the Frostfall sword had already returned to its scabbard when Chen Zong retreated. As Chen Zong took another step forward, the Frostfall sword was suddenly unsheathed. In the middle of retreating and unsheathing, Chen Zong had already mobilized all the power in his body, and it exploded in an instant. The wholehearted realm not only made Chen Zong's power more condensed, but it also made it easier to mobilize. The instantaneous explosion was extremely powerful and shocking. He unsheathed his sword and struck. The sword light was so sharp that Song Wu couldn't look at it directly. He couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of fear from the depths of his soul. However, the sword light was too fast. It was indescribably fast, and it seemed to be even faster than lightning. There was no way to dodge it. In a moment of desperation, Song Wu could only wave his saber horizontally in an attempt to block the sword. Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. This sword Dao divine technique, Chen Zong had long cultivated it to the realm of perfection. The power of one sword strike was astonishing to the extreme. Even a 6th realm cultivator wouldn't dare to underestimate this strike, let alone a 5th realm cultivator. An absolutely tyrannical sword slashed out. In the chaotic region where space was relatively weak, this beam of sword light directly tore apart the void, creating a crack that was pitch black to the extreme, as though it wanted to devour everything. The moment the sword light and saber light collided, Songwoo's saber arm was cut off. The saber arm was connected to his blood vessels, and it was equivalent to a part of his body. It was extremely painful when it was cut off, but the saber arm was also extremely hard. After it was cut off, it offset most of the power of the heavenly light sword drawing technique. The remaining power landed on Songwoo's purgatory monstrous body and cut it open. However, it didn't manage to sever Songwoo's body. It was stuck, the frost stream sword was stuck in Songwoo's purgatory demon body. For a moment, it couldn't be pulled out. Songwoo endured the intense pain of being injured and suddenly grabbed at Chenzong's body with his left arm. The extremely terrifying claws were about to crush Chenzong. Retreat. Without hesitation, Chenzong let go of the frost stream sword and instantly retreated to avoid Songwoo's counterattack. Another sword appeared in his left hand. Although it wasn't a supreme grade Dao weapon, it was still a superior grade Dao weapon. The heavenly light sword drawing technique. Now, Chenzong's cultivation and spirit were so strong that he could use the heavenly light sword drawing technique twice in an instant. He still had some left over. This sword light slashed at Songwoo's head. It couldn't be blocked at all. It was too fast. In just an instant, the neck of Songwoo's demon body was directly cut off by the sword light. The hideous head flew high into the air, but he didn't die immediately. This demon body gave him an extremely strong and vigorous vitality. Explode, dark red flames erupted wildly. It was about to explode and kill Chenzong. Devour. Chenzong immediately controlled the black mark and the mysterious seed to explode with astonishing power. They directly devoured Songwoo's divine soul and vitality, which was equivalent to interrupting Songwoo's self-destruction. As soon as he devoured, Chenzong was shocked. The divine soul of Songwoo's demon body was at a normal level, but the vitality in his body was comparable to that of a 6th realm expert. Under the sword chi, Songwoo's body also turned into powder, leaving no trace behind. After killing Songwoo, Chenzong also constantly circulated his cultivation technique to recover the energy he had consumed. After using the heavenly light sword drawing technique twice in a row, although he didn't exhaust all his spirit and cultivation power, he had consumed about 70% to 80%. Chenzong, I really didn't expect you to have cultivated the heavenly light sword drawing technique to such a level. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was a little gloomy and a little hoarse. Who's there? Chenzong's eyes flickered with a cold light, and he immediately scanned the area. However, he didn't see anyone. The voice seemed to be coming from all directions, and it was difficult to distinguish clearly. However, with Chenzong's superb perception, he still sensed 3 weak auras hiding not far away, separated by a wall. The battle just now was very intense, and the 3 auras were very restrained, so he didn't sense them. However, now that the battle was over, the 3 auras seemed to have strengthened a little. Chenzong only sensed them slightly when he used all his perception. Unparalleled sword sovereign Chenzong, everything about you ends here. The second voice sounded. It was hoarse and low, but Chenzong could still tell that it was different from the first voice. At the same time, Chenzong felt a chill run down his spine, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body, and his hair to stand on end. Horrifying, extremely horrifying. However, the moment the sense of crisis appeared, there was a sudden explosion in all directions. The shocking explosion came directly from all directions and headed toward the center. A huge explosion, an earth-shattering explosion. The entire hall was in the midst of the explosion. Chenzong hadn't recovered his strength yet, not even half of his usual strength, so he couldn't rush out in time. Explosion, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The entire palace was shattered and turned into dust. This explosion was incomparably intense and powerful. It was comparable to the attack of a 6th-level emperor. The attack of a 6th-level emperor was enough to tear apart space in the outside world. In a place like the anarchic lands where space was relatively thin, it was even easier to tear apart space. Shatter, the space in the palace shattered like porcelain, revealing a large patch of darkness that emitted a terrifying devouring power. It was like the mouth of an abyss monster that could devour everything. After a while, the black hole-like space crack quickly closed and finally disappeared. The palace was completely destroyed, leaving behind only a vacuum. The remaining aura was extremely terrifying. Not long after, 3 figures appeared at the edge of the palace. He should be dead this time. Under the power of the space crack, he must have been devoured and his soul scattered. The hatred in my heart is finally resolved. These 3 people were dressed in black robes. Their auras were faintly discernible, and they looked very unfathomable. Let's go. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 of them immediately turned into 3 shadows and left the place at an extremely fast speed. A terrifying force was crazily attacking his body. The space energy was as sharp as a blade and nothing in the world could withstand it. Qianzong activated the silver sword body with all his might. He took out some elixirs and consumed them to speed up the recovery of his strength and resist the devastating cutting of the space energy. However, it was difficult for him to truly resist it. The silver sword body was indeed very strong, but there was a limit to it. His body was constantly being torn open, and the wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. The terrifying power of space invaded his body and continued to wreak havoc. The mysterious seed's life force spread throughout his body. When Qianzong was injured, the mysterious seed's life force immediately healed him. It allowed Qianzong to preserve his body and not be killed by the terrifying and chaotic power of space. However, the power of space here was simply too chaotic and too violent. It was several times more violent than the spatial crack Qianzong had fled into. Qianzong did not know if he could survive by relying on the mysterious seed's life force and his grasp of the Tao of space. He had to do his best. Qianzong was constantly moving around to find a safe place while resisting the attack of the space force and recovering from his injuries. There was always a way out. Qianzong's luck was not bad. Finally, he found a black hole that looked like an exit. Qianzong took the risk and rushed into the darkness. Qianzong's face lit up when he fell. There was no attack from the space force, which meant that he was out of danger. As for the rest, he would take it one step at a time. Qianzong was very lucky to be able to survive the space explosion. Of course, other than luck, there was more. What mattered was his own ability, his grasp of the Tao of space, and the mysterious seed's vitality. Otherwise, he would be dead for sure. After floating in the chaotic space for a long time, the mysterious seed's life force was constantly consumed. Now, only half of it was left. Qianzong couldn't help but feel sorry for her. In order to get that life force, he had put in a lot of effort. Now that half of it had been consumed, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel sorry for her. However, Qianzong did not dwell on it. After all, the life force that was consumed was used to heal and save his life. At first, he had 2 purposes for letting the mysterious seed devour the life force. One was to see what the mysterious seed would eventually grow into. The other was to add a life-saving card to himself. A trump card. Falling, Qianzong kept falling. There seemed to be wind whistling in his ears. There was darkness in front of him. However, as he kept falling, the darkness seemed to be fading slowly. Qianzong could gradually see the scenery around him. It was a very spacious place. Qianzong looked carefully and finally saw clearly that he had landed on a mountain. Looking ahead, it was a stretch of grayish-white, as if there were countless hills rising up. There were also many withered bones scattered all over, like mountains and rivers entrenched in a long river. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the air of death was everywhere. It was like a graveyard, a huge graveyard. Qianzong was even more shocked to find that it was not a mountain under his feet, but a huge skeleton. The skeleton was thousands of meters high. It was stuck in the ground for an unknown number of years. It was covered with a thick layer of dust and gradually condensed into the appearance of earth and stone. That was why it looked like a mountain. However, Qianzong still perceived its original form with his super-strong perception. The skeleton that was thousands of meters high was only a section. It could be imagined how huge the body of the skeleton's owner was when he was alive. Could it be a cosmic beast? Whether it was or not, Qianzong couldn't tell, but he was still shocked. There were countless skeletons. Under Chenzong's sharp gaze, they were clearly revealed. Chenzong could tell that some of these skeletons were of the same origin, which meant that they came from the same body. However, some of them were not of the same origin, which meant that they didn't belong to the same body. In other words, many giant beasts had died here. Was it a war between giant beasts, or was it something else? He couldn't tell. Suddenly, Chenzong's eyes flashed sharply. He stared at the dark and gloomy sky. At that moment, Chenzong felt that he was being spied on. However, the feeling of being spied on was like the moon in the water. It disappeared in a flash. Chenzong wasn't sure whether it was real or just an illusion. Looking away, Chenzong became more vigilant. He accidentally fell into this place. It was like a huge graveyard of giant beasts, but he had no idea where it was. Explore, Chenzong didn't plan to stay there. He had to find a way to leave. Since he was going to leave, he had to move and explore. Perhaps, he might even be able to obtain some sort of opportunity. With a leap, Chenzong leaped from the skeletal mountain that was thousands of meters high and flew forward quickly. Chenzong also spread out his divine sense and raised his perception to the maximum, carefully sensing all the fluctuations in the surroundings. His eyes were extremely sharp, as if he could see through everything. Skeletons, they were all skeletons. Skeletons were everywhere. The shortest ones were dozens of meters long and the longest ones were thousands of meters long. It was amazing. Those so-called hills were all evolved from skeletons. The more Chenzong looked, the more surprised he was. Was this really a graveyard? It was so vast that it seemed to have no end. Moreover, it was full of all kinds of skeletons. Chenzong also saw many skeletal heads that were hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters in size. He even saw a head that was tens of thousands of meters long lying on the ground. It was amazing. In addition, Chenzong had been paying attention to the feeling of being spied on. Chenzong's instinct told him that it wasn't an illusion. He was really being spied on. Unfortunately, he didn't feel that again after that. Maybe his reaction was discovered by the other party. Thinking, Chenzong kept exploring but didn't find anything. He couldn't see any living creatures at all. There were only skeletons, endless skeletons. Compared to the mystery of this place, Chenzong wanted to find the exit as soon as possible to leave this place and return to Taihao Mountain. After all, the chief elder of Tianguang Peak had gone to the Trustwind House in person to bring Yun Yanxing back. If nothing unexpected happened, the chief elder of Tianguang Peak would come back within 5 years. As such, he had to return to Taihao Mountain within 5 years. In addition, the sound and explosion at the end made Chenzong smell a strong conspiracy. In Wukong territory, the so-called waiting for him for a long time meant that the people of Wukong territory already knew about his actions. He obtained this mission in Taihao Mountain. He didn't delay and acted immediately, but he was still found out. What did this mean? It was very simple. Someone deliberately leaked this mission and his whereabouts to the bandits in the Chaos territory. And in the Wukong territory of the Chaos territory, there were also Yao generals of the Purgatory Demon sect. The last 3 presences, with Chenzong's strong perception, he could sense that they were not the presences of the Purgatory Demon sect, but a somewhat familiar presences. The breaths of the Lanhai clan of Gulan Peak. Chenzong was sure that he didn't sense it wrong. The auras of the 3 people were very obscure but also very powerful. They had surpassed the 5th level and were most likely 6th level Emperor Realm cultivators. Moreover, the aura fluctuations were clearly the aura fluctuations of the Lanhai clan. It was the power of the bloodline of the Lanhai clan. Of course, if someone disguised themselves, they could do it. Chenzong's thoughts were very clear. It was normal for the Lanhai clan of Gulan Peak to hate him. After all, he had opposed them many times, and because of him, they won. The peak promotion battle, which caused Gulan Peak to be demoted to a branch peak. They lost their position as the main peak and lost a large amount of resources, which would be detrimental to their future cultivation. Obstructing their path of cultivation was like killing one's parents. It was almost the same concept. But Chenzong didn't dare to imagine that the Lanhai clan would really go to this step and inform the bandits in the Chaos territory to kill him, even including the people of the Inferno Demon sect. Such an action was undoubtedly against the rules of Taihao Mountain. Therefore, after Chen Zong left, he would return to Taihao Mountain to investigate this matter. If it was really the Lanhai clan, then Chen Zong would definitely not let it go. But the most important thing now was to leave this place. If he couldn't leave, then everything else would be in vain. Chen Zong was very fast. He flew through the air, crossing 10,000 meters in an instant. He kept searching, but he couldn't find anything. Skeletons, endless skeletons, and the breaths here were mainly death qi. Chen Zong thought that he had fallen into the undead world of the interlayer universe. If it weren't for these skeletons, they wouldn't have moved. He kept flying forward. As he flew, Chen Zong didn't calculate how far he had flown, nor did he care about how much time he had spent, because time didn't seem to exist here. In front of him, a huge figure was entrenched, which made Chen Zong feel extremely shocked. What was that? It was a gigantic skeletal head. How gigantic was it? Hundreds of thousands of meters. That skull was at least several 100,000 meters in size. It was like an immemorial mountain that stretched across the land. It was extremely majestic, causing Chen Zong to be extremely shocked. Chen Zong's instincts told him that perhaps what he wanted to explore was in the area of the gigantic skull. Chen Zong could not tell what giant beast had left behind the gigantic skull that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. The closer he got, the more oppressive he felt. Although he did not know how long it had been dead, the skull of the giant skeletal beast still exuded a terrifying aura. Even with Chen Zong's divine will, he felt that it was difficult to withstand. Chen Zong's divine will was extremely strong, and his essence, qi, and spirit were even more powerful. Even so, he had to be careful in resisting it. If it were any other fifth realm cultivator, they would not be able to get close at all. Facing this terrifying aura, Chen Zong flew into the skull's eye socket. Although it was just an eye socket, it was still extremely huge. After flying into it, the aura weakened. Although it was just an eye socket, it was like a huge cave. Chen Zong spent a lot of time to really cross it and fly into the skull. As he flew forward, the light inside the skull was a little dim, but Chen Zong could still see clearly. In addition, Chen Zong also instinctively felt that the aura here was different. It was filled with the rich aura of the Space Dao. Moreover, the deeper he flew, the stronger the aura of the Space Dao Chen Zong could feel. Chen Zong could not help but reveal a look of joy. Could there be some kind of opportunity that was related to the Space Dao in this place? Was it a treasure, or an inheritance? Finally, Chen Zong saw a figure in front of him. It was a circular platform that resembled an altar. It was about 10 meters in size and 3 meters in height. There were 9 5-meter-tall obelisks erected around it. Each obelisk was engraved with mysterious patterns and exuded the aura of the Space Dao. It was very mysterious. In the middle of the altar sat a skinny figure in tattered robes. His grayish-white hair scattered, covering his head and face. It hung directly on the altar. The spatial divine runes on the 9 obelisks glowed faintly, and the runes on the altar glowed faintly as well. The aura of the Tao of space emanated from the 9 obelisks and the altar. That withered body was filled with a deathly stillness, without the slightest bit of vitality. Chen Zong didn't know how long it had been dead, but he didn't smell any decaying aura. On the contrary, other than the deathly stillness, it seemed even more peaceful. After observing for a while, Chen Zong stepped forward step by step and approached the figure. Senior. Even though he could feel that this body had withered and was deathly still, Chen Zong still tried to call out. Chen Zong could not let his guard down at all in such a place and with such people. Suddenly, something strange happened. The body seemed to tremble slightly, as if it was about to come to life. Chen Zong suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed to the extreme, as sharp as the edge of a sword. In an instant, an illusory figure appeared on the withered body. That illusory figure was as thin as smoke, like the flame of a candle in the wind. It looked as if it would be extinguished by a gust of wind. But Chen Zong did not dare to underestimate it. You have the Tao of space, and you are able to come to me. You must be a fated person, the illusory figure said. His voice passed through the void and entered Chen Zong's ears in a strange way. Senior, may I know who you are? Chen Zong asked. I am the great sage of Hong Kong, the illusory figure said with a smile. In his words, there seemed to be lofty sentiments, but there was also a kind of sorrow of a hero past his prime. No matter what, the glory was in the past. Now, he had died long ago. What was left was only a wisp of his remnant soul consciousness. And this wisp of remnant soul consciousness was constantly being worn down with the passage of time. Now, it was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. If more time passed, this wisp of remnant soul consciousness would be completely worn down and disappear completely. The great sage of Hong Kong, who was this, Chen Zong did not know because he had never heard of him. But, the words great sage meant that this person was a saint-level expert. Even the weakest saint-level expert was an expert who stood at the top of the universe. He was a super-existence whose life level surpassed the emperor level. In an instant, Chen Zong even had more associations. The great sage of Hong Kong was a saint-level expert who had mastered the great way of space. A saint-level expert who had mastered the great way of space. Wasn't this an opportunity? Thinking of this, Chen Zong was a little excited, but it was only a little and he soon calmed down. First, Chen Zong's current state of mind was extraordinary. Second, what he had not gotten was not his, so there was nothing to be happy about. This wisp of remnant soul consciousness of mine will not exist for long. Long story short. The wisp of remnant soul consciousness of the great sage of Hong Kong immediately said, I have been dead for many years. Back then, I fought with many giant beasts to snatch the primordial saint essence of the Desheng stage. That battle evolved into a chaotic battle with the universe fierce demons and dark demons. Primordial saint essence, these 4 words made Chen Zong's heart tremble. Wasn't that one of the treasures he needed to cultivate the 3rd level of the sword body of gods and demons? Could it be that he could obtain it here? Chen Zong was personally involved in the Fiend God Sword Codex's tyrannical power, so he was very clear about it. Currently, he had only mastered the 2nd stage, but he already possessed extremely terrifying power. If he mastered the 3rd stage, his cultivation strength would directly increase by many times. At that time, his overall strength would also increase by a lot, and his strength would become even more tyrannical and astonishing. This was the foundation of strength. Therefore, Chen Zong wanted to cultivate the 3rd level very much. Of course, he also wanted to cultivate the 4th level. However, he had not even mastered the 3rd level yet. Forget about the 4th level. He could only think about the 4th level after mastering the 3rd level. Moreover, the cultivation of the 3rd level was so difficult. The cultivation of the 4th level would be many times more difficult than the 3rd level. Chen Zong did not think so much now. He would cultivate the 3rd level first. However, Chen Zong had already prepared all the treasures he needed to cultivate the 3rd level of the sword body of gods and demons. He only needed the last one, which was the most difficult to obtain. The primordial saint essence, this treasure was not in Taihao Mountain. Chen Zong had also inquired about it, but he had not found anything. He did not expect to hear about the primordial saint essence here. It was really unexpected. Chen Zong suppressed his excitement and listened to Great Sage Hong Kong's story. Great Sage Hong Kong's story was brief and concise. He did not go into details, but Chen Zong could clearly understand the content of Great Sage Hong Kong's words. Many years ago, Great Sage Hong Kong had discovered the primordial saint essence at the Desheng stage. The primordial saint essence at the Desheng stage was extremely powerful and had the power of a saint. It was also of great value to a saint expert. Great Sage Hong Kong's cultivation had some deviations at that time. He needed the help of the primordial saint essence to eliminate his shortcomings and improve his cultivation. However, the primordial saint essence also attracted a group of ancient beasts to fight for it. Ancient beasts were powerful beasts that possessed the bloodline of cosmic beasts. Powerful ancient beasts could also possess the strength of a saint. In addition to ancient beasts, there were also powerful cosmic beasts and dark demons that had come to fight for the innate saint essence. That battle had caused the sky to darken and the earth to collapse. The void had been completely shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Countless cosmic beasts, dark demons, and ancient beasts had died in that battle. There had even been a cosmic beast. Great Sage Hong Kong had used all his strength in that battle. In the end, the primordial saint essence had been shattered. Great Sage Hong Kong had obtained a fragment of the primordial saint essence, but the rest had escaped. Great Sage Hun Kong had also been severely injured in that battle. His injuries were so severe that he could not be healed unless he had the complete primordial saint essence. However, he had only obtained fragments, which could barely be counted as 1/10 of the primordial saint essence. Great Sage Hun Kong knew that he was going to die and that he did not have much time left. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He could only lay down all kinds of methods and use the last of his strength to leave behind his legacy. Chenzong finally knew the origin of the Chaos Domain. The Chaos Domain had not existed a long time ago. It had only appeared because Great Sage Hun Kong had fought against ancient beasts, cosmic beasts, cosmic beasts, cosmic beasts, and dark demons for the primordial saint essence. Countless voids had been shattered, and the destruction had eventually formed the unique environment of the Chaos Domain. Great Sage Hun Kong had also left behind some opportunities in the Chaos Domain. For example, the spatial divine art inheritance and the space-breaking ring that Chenzong had obtained had been left behind by Great Sage Hun Kong. Of course, this wasn't the only place where he had left behind his legacy. There were other places that Chenzong had not found. Some of them were still there, while others had been found before. However, the true legacy was here, in the Great Necropolis. Countless corpses of cosmic beasts were buried in this tomb. There was also the corpse of a cosmic beast. For example, the head that was hundreds of thousands of meters long had been left behind by that cosmic beast. The life force of the cosmic beast was astonishing. Even if it died, its remaining life force would still last for a long time. Fortunately, the Great Sage of Hun Kong had kept its head and used it as the core. He then used a special secret technique to build a life-prolonging altar. Through the head of the cosmic beast, he could absorb the remaining life force of all the corpses in the Great Tomb and gather it into the head of the cosmic beast. Then, through the altar, he could fuse it into the body of the cosmic beast to ensure that it could last for a long time. The purpose of this was naturally to wait for a fated person to come and pass on his spatial Tao. However, the Great Tomb was located in a mezzanine of the universe, a mezzanine between the mezzanine and the inner universe. It was also connected to the anarchic lands. The anarchic lands had an extremely unique environment, which led to many people coming here in search of opportunities but to no avail. Time was long and eroded everything. The remaining vitality of all the corpses in the Great Tomb was eventually absorbed. Great Sage Hun Kong could no longer hold on. His body died, leaving only his soul behind. However, the soul could not live forever. It would also be slowly consumed until it was completely exhausted. Now, his soul was just a strand of remnant soul. At most, it could last for another 100 years before it dissipated. Fortunately, you're here. Great Sage Hun Kong sighed. He felt that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Not only did someone come here before his remnant soul dissipated, this person had also mastered the spatial Tao and was the most suitable person to pass on his spatial Tao. If the person who came did not master the spatial Tao, it would be fine. However, when passing on the legacy, it would be relatively slower. A fist-sized, 36-sided transparent, silver-colored crystal rose from the withered body of the chaotic void Grand Sage. It radiated layers of silver-colored light. That silver-colored light appeared ethereal and ethereal. It was so dazzling and enchanting as it illuminated the surroundings. An astonishing aura of the great way of space spread out from the 36-sided crystal. Chenzong's eyes were attracted to it, and his heart beat wildly. Space crystal. This was a space crystal, a fist-sized space crystal, and its value was astonishing. No, Chenzong sensed it more carefully. He was sure that it was not a simple space crystal, but a space origin crystal that was of a higher level. Crystal and origin crystal were two words apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. It was like the difference between the fifth realm and the sixth realm. The value of an origin crystal was at least 100 times that of a space crystal. This origin crystal is the inheritance crystal that I made, Great Sage Hun Kong said with a sigh. Great Saint Hun Kong sighed. The shadow's eyes were filled with reluctance and expectation. Since you're here, I'll leave the inheritance crystal to you. With that, the inheritance crystal flew to Chenzong, stopped in front of Chenzong, and slowly landed. Chenzong immediately reached out to catch it. As soon as he touched it, Chenzong immediately felt an extremely strong aura of the great way of space sweep over him. If you want to leave this tomb, you must first accept the inheritance and have a deeper understanding of the great way of space. The great sage of Hong Kong said, "This remnant soul of mine can use its last bit of strength to help you accept the inheritance." Do you have any other questions? Great sage Hong Kong asked finally. Senior, where is the connate saint essence now? Chenzong asked. Compared to great sage Hong Kong's inheritance, Chenzong wanted the connate saint essence more. This was because the connate saint essence was related to his cultivation of the third level of the celestial demon sword codex. It was the fundamental power and the foundation. It was completely different from the inheritance of the space origin crystal. Of course, it would be best if he could get both. However, if he had to choose one, Chenzong would choose the connate saint essence. The innate saint essence is broken. I only have one fragment here. The remnant soul of the great saint of Huangkong replied. Then, a translucent fragment rose from the withered body of the great saint of Huangkong. It was like a lotus leaf, and the aura it gave off was incomparably divine and ethereal. It seemed like it could sort out all chaos, merge all conflict and rejection, and reforge the world. Thank you, Senior. Chenzong was overjoyed when the innate saint essence fragment fell into his hands. Although it was only a fragment, it was enough for him to reach the third level of the celestial demon sword body. After all, it was a fragment of a Deshang stage innate saint essence. It was no weaker than a newly born innate saint essence. The third level of the celestial demon sword body only required a newly born innate saint essence. With the innate saint essence in hand, he had gathered everything he needed to reach the third level of the sword body. All that was left was to cultivate. But now, Chenzong decided to accept the great saint of Huangkong space great Tao inheritance first. After putting away the innate saint essence, Chenzong picked up the inheritance crystal. His essence, qi, and spirit poured into it instantly. Instantly, the inheritance crystal shone brightly. Layers of light spread out and covered Chenzong. The inheritance crystal slowly floated to Chenzong's glabella. The moment it touched Chenzong's glabella, it seemed to melt into Chenzong's glabella. At the same time, the remnant soul of the great saint of Huangkong smiled and started burning. Sacrifice, he was burning himself for the inheritance. There was a blur in front of his eyes. It was as if the world had been created, and also as if time and space had changed. Chenzong found himself leaving the skull of the skeletal beast and appearing in a void. A figure condensed in front of him. It was a figure in a silver-gray robe. It looked the same as the remnant soul just now. It was the great saint of Huangkong. Senior. Chenzong immediately bowed. He was not worried that the other party would try to take over his body. Generally speaking, such a situation could be an inheritance, or it could be a trap set up by the other party to take over his body and live another life. But Chenzong was not afraid. Why was he not afraid? It was because of the mysterious black mark. The black mark gave Chenzong great confidence. If the other party dared to take over his body, he would be devoured by the black mark. In fact, if Chenzong had not pressed it down, the black mark would have already taken action and devoured the remnant soul of the great saint of Huangkong. Therefore, if the remnant soul of the great saint of Huangkong dared to take over Chenzong's body, it would become food for the black mark. It would become a resource for Chenzong to improve his essence, qi, and spirit. The spiritual soul of a saint-level expert, even if it was only a remnant soul, was incomparable to an emperor-level expert. After devouring it, there would be great benefits. Don't say anything. Watch my technique. The voice of the great saint of Huangkong sounded. Immediately, his silver-gray robe and long hair fluttered in the absence of wind. His eyes shone with an incomparably deep light. Then, he stretched out a finger and pointed directly at Chenzong. In just an instant, Chenzong felt that he and the void around him were fixed. A finger-pointing technique, this was the spatial divine technique that he had inherited. It was indeed the divine technique of the great saint of Huangkong. However, Chenzong had already cultivated this finger-pointing technique to the perfection realm. However, as the mystery of the finger-pointing technique poured in, Chenzong immediately realized that the finger-pointing technique that he had comprehended and cultivated was not perfect. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Chen Zong was secretly delighted. As long as he mastered it, the power of the finger-pointing technique could be increased by another 30% under the same consumption of power. After the finger-pointing technique, the great saint of Huankong's expression turned serious. The light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The second finger condensed an even stronger power and pointed out in an instant. Silently, as the finger pointed out, the void in front of him suddenly split open, as if it had been cut open by an invisible sharp blade. At the same time, the corresponding information appeared in Chen Zong's mind. A finger-pointing technique. This divine technique was at the same level as the finger-pointing technique, but the effect was different. It was an offensive divine technique. When used, it would tear the void apart to kill the target. Then, the third finger was raised and pointed again. Shatter, a large part of the void was directly shattered, revealing a pitch-black area. It was as if a giant beast had opened its mouth and swallowed everything. The third finger, a finger-pointing technique. This was also an offensive divine art, but it was different from the sky-splitting finger technique. The finger-pointing technique was a one-sided attack and its attack range was limited. On the other hand, the finger-pointing technique was a larger attack range. Each had its own merits. The finger-pointing technique, and the finger-pointing technique were the great saint of Huankong's Huankong 3 moves of Huankong. They were the foundation of his great way of Huankong. It was also the technique that the great saint of Huankong used the most when he was in the Emperor and Emperor realm. He created it himself and perfected it again and again until it reached the extreme. It became the foundation of his great way of Huankong. You are in the 5th realm. The 3 moves of Huankong are enough for you to comprehend. The great saint of Huankong smiled and said, when you completely master these 3 fingers, you can receive the next step of the inheritance. With that, the remnant soul of the great saint of Huankong condensed into a point and charged directly at Chen Zong. Chen Zong immediately felt that it contained the profound mysteries of the great way of space. All kinds of spiritual light appeared one after another. It was the accumulation of the great saint of Huankong's experience and skills in comprehending the great way of space. It could help Chen Zong better understand the great way of space. In addition, it also sealed the more profound applications after the 3 moves of Huankong. However, Chen Zong's current realm was too low. His understanding of the great way of space was not at a high enough level to withstand the subsequent mysteries. However, the 3 moves of Huankong, or the 3 fingers of Huankong, were enough for Chen Zong now. In a trance, Chen Zong's consciousness returned. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the head of the cosmic beast. However, the altar in front of him had lost all its light. The figure on the altar had also disappeared without a trace. It was like an illusion, but also not an illusion. In Chen Zong's mind, there was indeed the information of the 3 fingers of Huankong. It contained all its contents and mysteries. Thank you, Senior. Chen Zong sighed softly. He was very grateful to the great saint of Huankong. In addition to the 3 fingers of Huankong, there was also the great saint of Huankong's understanding of the great way of space. In addition, there was also a way to leave the great tomb. However, if one wanted to leave the great tomb, one had to meet one of the 2 conditions. The first condition was to completely master the 3 fingers of Huankong and integrate the mysteries of the 3 fingers. Only then could one break through a space in the great tomb and leave this place. The second condition was to have the attack power of an Emperor realm master. Of course, one also had to master the great way of space. With these 2 combined, one could break through that space and leave this place. Calculating the time, I have left Taihao Mountain for less than a year. It will be at least 2 or 3 years before Nianxin comes to Taihao Mountain. Then I will use these 2 or 3 years to cultivate well, Chen Zong said to himself. This place was extremely hidden. No one could disturb him. Moreover, the people of the Lanhai clan were targeting him. If he left now, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not be targeted again. Strength, one must have great strength to face all dangers. Of course, he was now in the 5th realm. If he wanted to break through to the 6th realm, it would not be so easy. After all, from the 5th realm to the 6th realm was a qualitative change, a real transformation. It was not something that could be broken through when the conditions were right. Breakthroughs below the sixth realm were natural breakthroughs. They were breakthroughs that would not be obstructed. However, breakthroughs to the sixth realm were tribulations or disasters. One had to go through the tribulations to truly break through. Although he could not break through in his cultivation, Xianxia could break through in other aspects and increase his strength. The third level of the Fiend God Sword Codex. If he mastered the third level of the Fiend God Sword Codex, his strength would definitely increase by many times. When that time came, his strength would be even more tyrannical. When he exploded, he might even reach the sixth realm. Without hesitation, Xianxia immediately took out all the treasures that he had prepared and began to cultivate the third level of the Fiend God Sword Body. Only by mastering the third level of the Fiend God Sword Body could he cultivate the third level of the Fiend God Sword Origin. This was because only the third level of the sword body could withstand the power of the third level of the Fiend God Sword Origin and truly master the third level of the Fiend God Sword Codex. In the center of the tomb of Great Saint Hun Kong, inside the skull of the cosmic beast, a figure sat cross-legged in the air. His body was covered in strands of silvery white divine runes, but a faint golden color was growing at the ends of the silvery white divine runes. Third level of the sword body, heavenly gold, bronze, silver, and heavenly gold were the first three levels of the sword body. Xianxia had started to cultivate the heavenly gold sword body, the third level of the sword body. When all the silvery white divine runes on his body turned golden, it meant that Xianxia had cultivated the heavenly gold sword body. Xianxia had thought that he would only have a chance to cultivate the third level of the sword technique after he reached the sixth level. After all, he would be an emperor-level cultivator by then, and he would be more powerful. Only then would he have the confidence to travel the universe and search for the connate saint essence. Who would have thought that he would end up here, in the tomb of Great Saint Hun Kong, and get such an opportunity to cultivate the third level of the sword body, the heavenly gold sword body? Xianxia kept cultivating. In the pure realm, he didn't meditate on anything else. He focused all his efforts on cultivating the heavenly gold sword body, and the efficiency was amazing. The silvery white divine runes changed at an amazing speed. Gradually, they were dyed with a thin layer of gold. The gold also became clearer and thicker. Finally, all the silvery white divine runes turned golden. The gold wasn't as tacky as gold, but a color that was close to platinum. It was filled with endless sharpness. The heavenly gold sword body was cultivated today. Immediately, Xianxia opened his eyes and a whitish gold light shot out like the edge of a sword. It pierced through the air and pierced through everything. His sword intent surged as well, soaring into the sky. It was actually twice as powerful as before. Xianxia's sword had already surpassed the fifth level and reached the sixth level. It was very shocking. Now, because he had cultivated the heavenly gold sword body, his sword had been strengthened, and its power had doubled. Not to mention other things, just the doubling of sword will's power had greatly increased Xianxia's strength. Moreover, when Xianxia clenched his fist slightly, it felt as if the space was about to be crushed. The power was extremely shocking, and it was more than 10 times stronger than before. The heavenly gold sword body was indeed far superior to the silver sword body. There was a huge difference. Now, I'll first familiarize myself with the power of the heavenly gold sword body before training in the third stage of the Fiend God Sword Essence. Xianxia said to himself. The third level of the Fiend God Sword Origin was even more powerful than the second level. Otherwise, it wouldn't require the heavenly gold sword body to withstand it. Not long after, Xianxia had familiarized himself with the power of the heavenly gold sword body and began to cultivate the third stage of the Godly Devil Sword Essence. Godly Demon Sword Energy, also known as Star-Shattering Sword Energy. Mountain-crushing, sea-splitting, star-shattering, each tier was stronger than the last, and their power was even more shocking. The sea-splitting sword energy continued to circulate and condense at an astonishing speed. When the first strand of star-breaking sword energy was condensed, Xianxia could feel the monstrous divine power contained in it. That kind of sword power was extremely powerful and sharp, as if it could destroy the stars and the moon. It was extremely shocking. The first strand of star-shattering sword essence appeared, followed by the second, third, and fourth strands. More and more sea-splitting sword essence transformed into star-breaking sword essence. Although the number had decreased, the power had increased by many times. Time passed. In the end, Chenzong's extremely majestic ocean-splitting sword energy completely transformed into star-breaking sword energy. Within Chenzong's body, little cold stars flickered endlessly. They were like starlight, emitting an extremely shocking aura. It was as if they could destroy everything. Their might was extremely shocking. It was the star-shattering sword origin. A little starlight represented a strand of star-breaking sword origin. Chenzong's mighty sea-splitting sword origin had completely transformed into star-breaking sword origin. There were a total of 9,999 strands. The star-breaking sword origin's sword power was shocking, and the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Chenzong couldn't help but be secretly shocked. No wonder only the heavenly gold sword body could withstand the star-breaking sword origin. It was too powerful, and the silver sword body couldn't withstand it at all. It would be destroyed directly. With a thought, a speck of starlight drifted out and instantly appeared at the tip of Chenzong's finger. As it flickered, it emanated an extremely shocking and sharp divine might that seemed capable of tearing and piercing through everything. There was even an extremely shocking explosive force contained within it. Once it was released, it would be able to destroy everything. Chenzong was even more shocked. The mountain-crushing sword energy was the power of the first tier of the godly demon sword codex, while the sea-splitting sword energy was the power of the second tier. However, they were far inferior to the star-breaking sword origin of the third tier. One sword to crush a mountain, one sword to split the sea, and one sword to break a star. The mountain-crushing and sea-splitting belonged to the same essential level, but the star-breaking sword origin had surpassed this essential level. Mountains and seas were both located in a world or in a star. However, a star could contain and surpass mountains and seas. Chenzong deeply felt the difference between the first and second tier of the godly demon sword codex. It was a kind of sublimation, an extreme sublimation. In other words, the power of the third tier of the godly demon sword codex was far superior to the second tier. In theory, the third tier of the godly demon sword body is equivalent to the acquired divine body. However, when combined with the third tier of the godly demon sword energy, the complete third tier of the godly demon sword codex is superior to the acquired divine body. It's comparable to an ordinary innate divine body. Chenzong thought to himself. The innate divine body was extremely shocking and had endless potential. Even if it was an ordinary innate divine body, it was extremely rare and shocking. With such a divine body, it was destined that one would be able to reach the top in the future and step foot into the high and mighty saint-level domain. In addition, developing the potential of the divine body was the best way to increase one's power. Every innate divine body owner, as long as they were willing to work hard, could grow and become extremely powerful. It would be easy for them to be in the top 10 of the Divine General ranking list, Sir God ranking list, Divine King ranking list, etc. They could even kill strong enemies of a higher cultivation level with their lower cultivation level. They could also master the divine skill before reaching the appropriate level. For example, every innate divine body owner could master the corresponding divine skill at the 5th tier and give full play to the power that exceeded the limit. Some strong innate divine bodies could even master the divine skill at the 4th tier, just like the God-destroying king. Then, Chenzong's physique had caught up with those innate divine bodies. Even though it wasn't as good as the top innate divine body like the reincarnation divine body, Chenzong's overall power was strong enough to defeat the God-destroying king, who had a top body. Not to mention then, his overall power had increased tremendously. Strong, regardless of whether it was the heavenly gold sword body or the star destruction sword origin, Chenzong felt an indescribable strength. With such strong power, he still needed to cultivate for a while to master it completely. Then, he could give full play to its power and give full play to its extreme. He drew his sword and performed with his sword principle to assist in the mastery of the power and strengthen its application. Heart sword principle and world sword principle were performed over and over again. Chenzong used the power of the star destruction sword origin and consumed a bit of starlight. When he swung his sword, the sword light was extremely condensed. It was like a bit of platinum starlight that swept past. In an instant, there was a mark in the space. Such strong power. Chenzong couldn't help but be shocked. In the past, if he wanted to use his sword principle to leave a mark in the space, he would have to perform the 6th stage of the sword sharpening skill. But then, he only swung his sword with the Star Destruction Sword origin. Moreover, he didn't activate the Heavenly Gold Sword body and raise the power to its extreme. Such a sword was even more shocking than the 6th stage of the sword sharpening skill when he used all his strength. Such power surpassed all 5th realms and set foot on the threshold of 6th realms. A 5th realms could exert the power of a 6th realms attack. It was undoubtedly heaven-defying. It was even more unbelievable and shocking than a 4th realms being able to kill a 5th realms. Casually performing a sword principle had the power of a 6th realm. If he used all his strength, it would be the real power of a 6th realm. Chen Zong couldn't help but smile. Lan Hai clan, I'm afraid you didn't expect this either. Chen Zong sneered. The Lan Hai clan wanted to get rid of him, but he didn't expect that not only did he not die, but he also gained a blessing in disguise. He obtained the Khanate Saint Essence and mastered the 3rd stage of the sword principle of the god and demon. Although his cultivation base didn't improve, his strength increased tenfold. It was extremely shocking. Not only that, but he also obtained the inheritance of Supreme Saint Hun Kong. I'll take this opportunity to practice the Finger of the Void cracking skill and the Finger of the Void shattering skill. Chen Zong threw away all distracting thoughts and immediately began to comprehend. Under the Wholehearted Realm, with the foundation of the Finger of the Void finger-pointing skill and Supreme Saint Hun Kong's understanding and experience of the Great Tao of Space, Chen Zong's efficiency in comprehending the Finger of the Void splitting skill was amazing. It didn't take long for him to comprehend the mystery. Split. Chen Zong softly spat out a word and then drew a line with his finger. With a silent finger, the void 10 meters in front of him was suddenly cut open like a thin piece of paper by an invisible sharp blade. A trace of a meter long was suddenly cut open. It was pitch black like ink, and there were wisps of shocking aura spreading out from it. Chen Zong couldn't help but be shocked. This finger was only at the initial stage of cultivation and could barely be considered a beginner, but it was enough to tear open the void. It was several times more powerful than his previous sword. No wonder it was a spatial divine art. If it was cultivated to the realm of greater mastery or perfection, its power would increase to an unknown level. Overjoyed, Chen Zong continued to cultivate. With the foundation, extraordinary comprehension, and various conditions, Chen Zong didn't encounter the slightest bottleneck in comprehending the Finger of the Void splitting skill. Under the cultivation, his progress was amazing. It was only a matter of time before he cultivated it to perfection. Of course, it wasn't so easy to reach perfection. It required a kind of sublimation. After cultivating the Finger of the Void splitting skill to greater mastery, Chen Zong stopped and began to cultivate the Finger of the Void shattering skill. The altar was used to absorb the remaining vitality of all the skeletons in the tomb to maintain the vitality and even the soul of Great Sage Hun Kong. This altar was also the only way out of the tomb. Chen Zong activated the Space Tao to the extreme. His eyes flickered with silver light as he stared at the altar. Suddenly, a ripple seemed to appear on the altar. According to Great Sage Hun Kong, there were 2 ways to leave the Great Tomb. The first was to cultivate the Hun Kong 3 fingers to perfection and then fuse its essence to leave through the altar. The second was to combine the Tao of Space and use the offensive power of the 6th level to forcefully break through. Chen Zong chose the latter. Although Chen Zong could also do the former, it would take a lot of time. After all, Chen Zong had only cultivated the finger-pointing technique to perfection. It would take a lot of time to cultivate the finger space cracking technique and the finger space shattering technique to perfection. Moreover, perfection was not the end. He still had to integrate the mystery of the Hun Kong 3 fingers, which would take a lot of time. Relatively speaking, the second method was simpler. This was because Chen Zong could now unleash the attack power of the 6th realm even though he was still at the 5th realm. He drew his sword. In an instant, a dazzling platinum gold light burst out from the sword. It was extremely condensed and seemed to be able to destroy the stars and the moon. The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique executed with the Star-Shattering Sword essence was not only many times more powerful, but it also consumed less energy than before. The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique was a Sword Tao Divine technique that belonged to the 6th realm. Chen Zong was able to master it in advance, but every time he executed it, it consumed a lot of energy. Although his cultivation was still at the 5th realm, His sword essence had surpassed the 5th realm and reached the 6th realm because of the breakthrough in the Sword God and Demon Sword Codex. The combination of the 6th realm sword essence, the 6th realm essence, chi, and spirit, as well as the power of the 6th realm allowed him to truly execute the heavenly light sword drawing technique and maximize its power while also reducing his energy consumption. The space didn't change in the slightest and wasn't torn apart. However, when the sword light hit the space inside the altar was torn apart and shattered without any delay. A pitch-black crack instantly appeared. As it rotated, it looked like a door. Sheathing his sword, Qianzong took a step forward. It was as if he had traveled through endless time and space. He suddenly rushed into the pitch-black door. His figure was directly swallowed up and disappeared. Colorful lights flickered incessantly, like a grotesque passage leading to an endless place. Qianzong's expression was solemn as he kept flying forward. Quick, the speed was extremely fast. Great Sage Hun Kong's tomb was located between the interlayer and the inner layer of the universe. It would not be easy to return to the outer layer of the universe. Fortunately, Great Sage Hun Kong had already made all the necessary preparations. He had built a passage, a hidden door, that could return from the tomb to the chaos region. In this passage, Qianzong couldn't feel the passage of time. He just kept moving forward. With the protection of the door, Qianzong wouldn't be strangled by the endless power of space like before. He didn't know how much time had passed or how far he had flown. Finally, a light appeared in front of him. It was a door that rippled like water. Qianzong rushed into the rippling door and rushed out again in an instant. It was a void with weak spatial strength. Qianzong had a feeling that he could break the space and create a crack with a casual strike. With a thought, Qianzong immediately drew a line with his finger. It was just an ordinary finger, and he didn't use the way of space. However, it broke the space in front of him, and a crack with a diameter of half a meter appeared. Qianzong couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. In this way, in the chaos region, if he casually attacked, the space would shatter. If he wasn't careful, he might even be affected. To a certain extent, although he was in the 5th realm, he was equivalent to the 6th realm. In this way, it would be difficult to clean up the remaining bandits. Of course, there was another reason, and that was the Purgatory Demon Sect. The Purgatory Demon Sect had probably already intervened in the Chaos region. Thinking about it, even if the mission failed, there would be no punishment. Besides, there was no time limit for the mission. Without hesitation, Qianzong immediately left the Chaos region and flew toward Mount Taihao. His speed was much faster than before. In the Lan Hai clan of Gulan Peak. Oh no, Qianzong isn't dead. Damn it, how could he still be alive after such an explosion? The expressions of the elders changed drastically. Previously, Qianzong was caught in the big explosion and accidentally wandered into the tomb of Great Saint Hun Kong. He was in the interlayer between the middle layer and the inner layer of the universe, far away from the outer layer and beyond the control of the universe's will. Therefore, on the God King list, Qianzong's name dimmed as if he was dead. But now, his name was shining again, indicating that not only was Qianzong still alive, but he had also returned to the outer layer of the universe. This was definitely not good news for the Lan Hai clan of Gulan Peak. On the contrary, it was very bad news. Immediately make the 3 of them cultivate in seclusion. The eyes of the first elder of Gulan Peak flashed as he gave the order without hesitation. There's no need for that. Even if Qianzong is still alive, he won't know, the second elder said. It's better to be safe than sorry. The first elder only said 4 words. The second elder didn't say anything else. He immediately ordered the 3 people who attacked Qianzong to cultivate in seclusion so that they wouldn't be found. At the same time, they were also very depressed. This was a great opportunity to target Qianzong. They could have gotten rid of him, and in fact, they almost did. After all, Qianzong was caught in the big explosion. Under such circumstances, even a 6th realm cultivator would find it difficult to survive. But for some reason, Qianzong was still alive. Could it be that this was the luck of the universe? Was it that good to be lucky? But no matter what, their operation had failed. Qianzong was indeed still alive and was about to return. Now, they had to draw a line between them and pretend that they didn't know about this. They couldn't leak anything either. Otherwise, once they were found out, the rules of Taihao Mountain were not to be trifled with. Not long after, Chenzong left the Chaos region and returned to Taihao Mountain. He went directly to the Tianguang Peak Lord's residence. Although Chenzong wanted to investigate the Lan Hai clan of Gulan Peak to see if they were targeting him, it wasn't that easy. Therefore, Chenzong went to the Tianguang Peak Lord first. "Have you completed your mission?" the Tianguang Peak Lord asked. "Not yet," Chenzong replied. Then, he told him about what happened in the Chaos region. Of course, Chenzong didn't mention Great Sage Hun Kong and the others. He only said that he was very lucky and didn't die in the explosion. Instead, he relied on the Space Dao and Sword Dao origin power to survive. He also spent a lot of time recovering from his injuries before returning. The Lan Hai clan of Gulan Peak, the Tianguang Peak Lord heard Chenzong's story and couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, Chenzong was very lucky. Otherwise, he really might have been killed this time. The Tianguang Peak Lord didn't suspect that Chenzong was lying when he sensed the Lan Hai clan's aura. On the contrary, he felt that it was possible. However, it was difficult to judge if the Inferno Demon sect was involved. Could the Lan Hai clan of Gulan Peak be so daring as to collude with the Inferno Demon sect? They didn't know that if their actions were leaked, the experts of Taihao Mountain would directly take action and wipe out the Lan Hai clan. "Come with me to see the founding elders." The Tianguang Peak Lord's expression was somewhat serious. This was no small matter. No matter how serious it was, it couldn't be overdone. The Tianguang Peak Lord didn't want to see an ordinary founding elder. He wanted to see the first founding elder. Among the many founding elders of Taihao Mountain, the one with the most power and prestige was the first founding elder. Other than being the oldest among the founding elders, it was also because he was the most powerful among the founding elders. He was a saint-level expert. As the Tianguang Peak Lord, it wasn't easy for him to meet the first founding elder. However, when he reported something important and so on, the Tianguang Peak Lord and Chenzong both met the first founding elder before long. "What's the matter?" the first founding elder asked. His gaze swept over them and fell on Chenzong. He was slightly stunned. As a saint-level expert, he could naturally see the level of Chenzong's cultivation at a glance. He could even see more than that. For example, Chenzong's body was extremely strong. It was far stronger than a 5th realm cultivator and could even rival a 6th realm cultivator. For example, the aura within Chenzong's body was extremely strong. It was also stronger than a 5th realm cultivator and could rival a 6th realm cultivator. This made the first founding elder extremely shocked. After less than 200 years, he saw Chenzong again. Chenzong's cultivation was still at the 5th realm, but his strength, be it cultivation strength or physical strength, had all surpassed the 5th realm. It was enough to rival an ordinary 6th realm cultivator. It was extremely shocking. Not only that, but there seemed to be an extremely mysterious power entrenched within Chenzong's body. That power was condensed to the extreme. It seemed to have turned into a singularity that could condense and control everything. It then spread out and filled Chenzong's entire body. It was as if it had become one with him. It was as if he had formed a world of his own. It was extremely mysterious. It was as if Chenzong's body had evolved into a small world of its own and was circulating on its own. It was extremely mysterious. Although he was surprised, the first founding elder didn't show it. First founding elder, Chenzong is the one who is most familiar with this matter. "Let him repeat it again," said the Tianguang Peak Lord. Chenzong took a step forward. Without any fear, he immediately repeated what he had said to the Tianguang Peak Lord. At the same time, he also concealed the opportunity of Great Saint Huankong, the Connate Saint Essence, and so on because those had nothing to do with this matter. The main point of this matter was that the demon general of the Inferno Demon Gate had appeared in the Chaos territory. It was also because he had sensed the 3 auras of the Lan Hai clan. Of course, because he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and had only sensed the auras, it wasn't enough to be 100% proof. Without enough evidence, it was impossible to deal with the Lan Hai clan. The rules of Mount Taihao didn't allow it. Moreover, Chenzong's personal strength was not enough to deal with the Lan Hai clan. So what should he do? Borrow their strength? Chenzong was used to acting alone, but that didn't mean he was inflexible. When one couldn't solve a problem on their own, they had to borrow power. The Tianguang Peak Lord was one such example, and so was the first Grand Elder. In the end, it was because one's own strength wasn't enough. If he had the strength of a saint, he wouldn't need to borrow power. He could just go to Gulan Peak with his sword and suppress the Lanhai clan. He would know if they were the ones who did it. Of course, if he had the strength of a saint, then no matter how much the people of the Blue Ocean clan hated him, they wouldn't dare to do anything to him. A saint wasn't easy to deal with. If they didn't have a saint, then going against a saint was no different from digging their own grave. After listening to Chen Zong's story, the first Grand Elder's expression turned cold. He didn't believe that the Lanhai clan of Gulan Peak would target Chen Zong, but he didn't doubt Chen Zong's words either. In addition, the Lanhai clan did have a motive to target Chen Zong. However, the Inferno Demon Gate was also involved, which was unusual. One must know that the strongest enemies of all the holy lands in the universe were the Infernal Order and the Inferno Demon Gate. As for the God Worship sect, it was hard to tell whether they were friend or foe. If the Lanhai clan really colluded with the Inferno Demon Gate, then it was no small matter. It was a big matter, big enough to affect the life and death of Taihao Mountain. If the Lanhai clan had really colluded with the Inferno Demon Gate, and the Lanhai clan had suddenly betrayed them when the Inferno Demon Gate launched a large-scale invasion, then sabotaged them from the inside, it was very likely that this would lead to the collapse of Mount Taihao and the destruction of Mount Luofu and Myriad Net Valley. This matter is between the three of us. Don't mention it again. The first Grand Elder said in a low voice, I will investigate it myself. His tone was solemn, but it was also filled with shocking killing intent. If he really found traces of the Lanhai clan colluding with the Inferno Demon Gate, then they couldn't blame him for being ruthless and eliminating the Lanhai clan. Colluding with foreign enemies was a big taboo in any power. Chen Zong and the Tianguang Peak Lord nodded. This was not a small matter. If it was leaked out, it would inevitably alert the enemy. At that time, it would be even more difficult to investigate the truth. The best way was to act as if nothing had happened and let down the Lanhai clan's vigilance. That way, it would be easier for them to give themselves away and seize the evidence. After the Tianguang Peak Lord left and returned to Tianguang Peak, Chen Zong didn't go to the chaotic territory again. Now that he was even more powerful, if he unleashed his power in the anarchic lands, he could easily shatter space. That would be a threat to him. Not every time he fell into a spatial crack, he would be so lucky to survive. If he did it again, he might just die in there. Add to that the fact that the Inferno Fiend General had appeared in the anarchic lands, and it seemed to have become even more chaotic. After thinking about it, Chen Zong decided to put aside the mission of cleaning up the anarchic lands for the time being. If there was a suitable opportunity in the future, he would complete it. As for now, first, he had to restore the life force of the mysterious seed. Second, he had to improve his own strength to the limit of the fifth state. When the time came, he might be able to break through to the sixth state. Only when he reached the sixth state could he be considered a strong man in the universe. As for the Divine King list, Chen Zong was currently ranked 1000. However, Chen Zong didn't want to challenge the first place of the Divine King list right now. He planned to wait until the end. When he planned to break through to the sixth state, he would challenge the first place of the Divine King list. As for whether he had the confidence to do so, it was needless to say. Chen Zong of course had a lot of confidence. There was still some time before the Chief Elder returned with Nianqin. Then, he would take advantage of this opportunity to enter the mysterious territory of fierce demons again. He would hunt down the fierce demons and devour their spiritual souls and life force to restore the life force consumed by the mysterious seed. The mysterious territory of fierce demons had a rule that only cultivators of the fourth and fifth states could enter. Those above the fifth state couldn't enter. Even if the Lanhai clan really wanted to deal with him, they would at most send out a fifth state strong man. Then, among the fifth states, who would be a match for him, one must know that his current strength had surpassed the fifth state and reached the sixth state. His strength was so strong that he could compete with a sixth state strong man. If he used his trump card, he could even kill a sixth state strong man. With such strength, even other strong fifth states wouldn't be a match for him. At most, they would be on par with him. Those people were too rare. Zong didn't believe that the Lanhai clan had them. Even if there really was a fifth state strong man, Zong didn't think that he could kill him. This was confidence, great confidence in his own strength. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Without hesitation, Zong immediately entered the mysterious territory of fierce demons and began to hunt the fierce demons. In the mysterious territory of Taihao Mountain, the fierce demons of the universe were of the third, fourth, and fifth states. As for the fierce demons of the sixth state, they didn't exist. Zong could hunt to his heart's content without any danger. Slaughter. When I hold a sword in my hand, I can move unhindered in all directions, looking disdainfully at the four extremes. The life force consumed by the mysterious seed was slowly replenishing. It didn't look so sickly anymore. It recovered some vitality, but it was still not enough. The fierce demons in the mysterious territory of fierce demons suffered directly. Zong's strength was extremely powerful. Even a fifth-level ultimate form ferocious demon couldn't withstand a casual swing of Zong's sword. He slaughtered them like he was cutting grass. His speed was terrifyingly fast, and his efficiency was shocking to the extreme. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, for 3 consecutive years, Zong came out once to see if the first elder and Yanxin had arrived. Then, he entered the mysterious territory of fierce demons again to hunt. Over the past 3 years, Zong had killed an uncountable number of ferocious demons. In fact, during that time, Zong had accidentally entered the mezzanine and slaughtered tens of thousands of ferocious demons. Later on, it became very difficult for Zong to hunt down ferocious demons. After all, the fierce demons were not inexhaustible. Moreover, they were not that stupid. It should be known that Zong had continuously slaughtered fierce demons in the universe. The number of fierce demons was at least more than 100,000. The fierce evil spirit was extremely shocking. Moreover, it was all the evil spirit produced by slaughtering fierce demons. The fierce demons in the universe could feel it from afar. The fierce demons of the universe were known to be fierce and cruel. They were a kind of terrifying existence that wouldn't rest until they were dead. But in fact, they were also afraid when too many of them were killed. Any intelligent creature would have an instinct for fear. The only difference was the strength of that instinct. When facing a ruthless person like Zong who had slaughtered countless vicious demons and accumulated an extremely terrifying baleful aura, even the most vicious of the universe's vicious demons would not be able to be fierce. Instead, they would be terrified and flee. As for the Lanhai clan, they didn't take any action. Either they really didn't attack Zong, and the aura that Zong sensed before was just a disguise to frame the Lanhai clan. The other possibility was that they didn't dare to take action for the time being, because they didn't have enough confidence to kill Zong in the fierce demon's secret territory. They also didn't dare to send people, for fear that they would give themselves away and be tracked down. Zong felt that it was a pity that the Lanhai clan didn't take action, but he didn't do anything. 3 years had passed, plus the time when he came back from a mission in the Chaos Territory. 4 years had passed. Under normal circumstances, the first elder should have come back. Stepping out of the fierce demon's secret territory, he saluted the stone lion guarding the fierce demon's secret territory and turned into a sword light and left. What an amazing evil spirit! The stone lion narrowed his eyes, staring in the direction that Zong left. He was shocked. Such a horrible evil spirit was almost tangible. How many fierce demons of the universe had he killed? It was unimaginable. He was like an unparalleled killing star. If such a person went on the deviant path, he would become a very horrible guy. Returning to Tianguang Peak, the first elder hadn't returned yet. Zong cultivated quietly while waiting. The 3 years of killing in the fierce demon's secret territory had completely recovered the life force consumed by the mysterious seed, and it had also increased a lot. In addition, the black mark had also swallowed the spiritual souls of many fierce demons. Many little drops make an ocean, and it had also increased a lot. Zong's energy, qi, and spirit were the most direct, which had increased a lot. However, Zong also felt that if he continued to swallow the spiritual souls of the 4th and 5th realms, his energy, qi, and spirit could no longer be improved. At most, it could only help him recover what he had consumed. It couldn't be helped. Now, Zong's energy, qi, and spirit were powerful enough to surpass the ordinary sixth realm, and could even be compared to the top sixth realm. The powerful energy, qi, and spirit had further increased Qianzong's combat power to the limit. His cultivation had already reached the limit of the fifth realm, and there was no more room for improvement. All 5 of his great Tao had also been increased to the limit. At this time, he could actually break through to the sixth realm, but Qianzong didn't plan to do so. Although breaking through to the sixth realm could make his strength stronger, Qianzong felt that he hadn't really reached the limit yet. What had reached the limit was only his cultivation and great Tao. His sword work, unique skills, and other aspects could still be improved. Only when everything had reached the limit would it be time for him to break through to the sixth realm. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. The investigation of the Gulan Peak's Lan Hai clan hadn't found anything. Of course, even if they found something, they wouldn't tell Qianzong. That was no longer a level that Qianzong could interfere with. Qianzong suddenly felt uneasy, as if something bad was going to happen. An indescribable pressure filled his heart, as if dark clouds were pressing down on him. It disturbed Qianzong's emotions, and made it difficult for Qianzong to concentrate on cultivation for a while. Could something have happened to Nianxin? Qianzong couldn't help but frown, and then shook his head. It shouldn't be. The Great Elder is a top-grade Emperor-level cultivator. He should be able to bring Nianxin here. He tried hard to calm his emotions. Another few months passed, and the Tianguang Peak Lord suddenly sent a message, asking Qianzong to go over. The uneasiness in his heart immediately emerged once again and became even more intense. At the Tianguang Peak Lord's place, Qianzong saw the Great Elder. The Great Elder's face was pale and gray, and his aura was weak. However, he didn't see the figure that he yearned for day and night. Where was she? Where was she? I'm sorry, Qianzong, I wasn't able to bring your cultivation partner back. When I brought you Nianxin through the void between the Chaokong border universe and the Clear Sky universe, we were ambushed by the Infernal Order. After a great battle, I was severely injured, and Nianxin fell into a crack in the space, and we don't know where she is now. I'm really sorry. The words of the Grand Elder seemed to be echoing in Qianzong's mind over and over again, like a demon's voice. Gloominess, unimaginably gloomy. A surge of anger and murderous intent grew, condensed, and bloomed from the bottom of his heart. In an instant, a sword will mixed with endless anger and murderous intent shot up to the sky, as if it could shatter the heavens. It was extremely powerful. The expressions of the Tianguang Peak Lord and the Grand Elder changed. This sword will was so powerful that it wasn't inferior to that of a sixth realm cultivator. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. What made them even more fearful was the anger and murderous intent contained in the sword will, which was extremely powerful. As the murderous intent accumulated in Qianzong's body exploded, it was like a raging tide that wanted to devour everything. It was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were spreading, with corpses and bones floating in the air. Infernal Order. Qianzong's eyes were red, and his murderous intent was as red as blood. Soon after, an extremely terrifying power exploded, and a sword light rolled up, shooting out of Tianguang Peak at an extremely fast speed. Peak Lord. The Grand Elder was anxious. You recuperate first, I'll follow, the Tianguang Peak Lord said quickly, and with a flash of his body, he immediately followed Qianzong. He could understand Qianzong's feelings at the moment, so he understood that Qianzong needed to vent. Of course, the most important thing was not to vent, but to personally go to the Chaokong border universe, where Nianxin and the Grand Elder were attacked by the Infernal Order, and to see if he could find any clues or something. Therefore, the Tianguang Peak Lord didn't stop Qianzong, and instead let Qianzong leave, but he followed closely behind to ensure Qianzong's safety. Flames of fury burned and anger rushed into the heavens. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood following that streak of sword light. It dyed a part of the sky red, and it made people feel extremely shocked from afar. Who is that? What a strong murderous intent, what happened? The people who felt the terrifying murderous aura were all shocked. This murderous aura made even fifth realm cultivators feel terrified. A chill invaded their bodies, and they could not help but feel numb. Extreme speed, Qianzong dashed out of Tianguang Peak and the boundary of Taihao Mountain at an extremely fast speed. As he dashed out at an extremely fast speed, the terrifying lethal energy of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood around him had gradually calmed down and was withdrawn quietly. The red color in the bottom of his eyes had also gradually faded away, becoming clear again, but his anger was still there, and his lethal intent was still there. This murderous intent were targeted at the Infernal Order. Originally, he didn't dare to bring Xianxia back to Taihao Mountain because he didn't have the confidence, and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to protect her if she was in danger. The fact also proved that he did experience a lot of danger on his way back. He could have overcome it by himself, but it would have been difficult if there was an extra person. Because of this, he asked for the help of the Tianguang Peak Lord, and the Great Elder came personally. But unexpectedly, an accident still happened. On the way back, they encountered the Infernal Order and were ambushed. The Great Elder was severely injured, and Xianxia fell into the space crack. What would happen if she fell into the space crack? She would most likely die. Chen Zong was very clear about the dangers of the space crack, because he had experienced it more than once. The reason he was able to survive was not only because of his own luck, but also because he had mastered the Tao of space and possessed the mysterious seed. What about Xianxia? Nothing. Could she survive? Chen Zong didn't dare to think about it. The space crack was too dangerous. After many years of cultivation, the powerful will of God and sword intent, Chen Zong finally regained his composure, but he was even more eager to rush to the scene of the incident. He wanted to see with his own eyes if he could find any traces. Even though he knew that even if he rushed there, he wouldn't be able to see or find anything, but he still had to go. He had to go. Chen Zong didn't know that the Tianguang Peak Lord was following behind him. After flying out of the Ninth Sword City, Chen Zong didn't hesitate at all. He directly flew towards the Chaos Territory, because this was the shortest distance. If he went around the Chaos Territory, it would take more time. Chen Zong didn't want to waste more time, so he took some risks. Fortunately, as long as he didn't act recklessly and was cautious, there wouldn't be any danger when crossing the Chaos Territory. As for the bandits in the Chaos Territory, Chen Zong didn't need to use his full strength to kill them. The Chaos Territory. The Peak Master of Tianguang Peak followed Chen Zong and paused for a moment. Seeing Chen Zong rush into the Chaos region, he furrowed his brows slightly. Then, he moved again and followed Chen Zong into the Chaos region. He was a top-grade Emperor-level expert. If he were in a place like the Chaos Territory, the slightest move of his could directly shatter the space and create a large space crack. Of course, with his strength as a top-grade Emperor-level expert, ordinary space cracks couldn't threaten him. Even if he accidentally fell into one, as long as it wasn't too deep, he could use his own strength to rush out. But it was better to be safe than sorry. If he encountered a powerful space crack, he might be finished. So in a place like the Chaos Territory, unless one was a half-saint or a saint-level expert, no one would want to set foot in it. But now, the Tianguang Peak Lord stepped into the Chaos Territory for Chen Zong. He was worried that an accident might happen. There was no other way. Chen Zong was now the treasure of Tianguang Peak. Going out to experience the world was fine. But in the current situation, it was hard to guarantee that Chen Zong wouldn't lose his cool due to anger and sadness. When a person loses their cool, they might make some mistakes that they wouldn't normally make. The Tianguang Peak Lord was worried that Chen Zong would make some mistakes. Flying at an extreme speed, Chen Zong directly crossed the Chaos Territory. During this time, there were bandits attacking the Chaos Territory. They were ignorant, but as long as they didn't get close to Chen Zong didn't pay any attention to them. But those who directly blocked his path were seeking their own deaths. Chen Zong didn't even need to attack. He flew past them at an astonishing speed and killed them instantly. Rushing out of the Chaos Territory, he headed in the direction of the Bright Space Territory. The place where the Great Elder and Xianxia were attacked was between the Bright Space Territory and the Sky Territory. Of course, the void was also very vast. Chen Zong even used the void travel to travel at extreme speed. Now, with Chen Zong's cultivation and strength, plus the great sage Hun Kong's comprehension and application of the Tao of space, Chen Zong's application of the Tao of space was even more profound. Previously, the void travel was 300,000 meters. Now, the void travel could reach 500,000 meters. Moreover, the interval between the void travel was shorter, and the energy consumption didn't increase by much. The inheritance that the great sage Hun Kong gave to Chenzong was the Hun Kong Three Fingers. But in addition to the Hun Kong Three Fingers, his mastery and application of the Tao of space was also very profound. Chenzong had only digested a small part of it, but he had made great progress in the application of the Tao of space. But now, Chenzong didn't have the time to think about it. The Tianguang Peak Lord who was following behind was shocked. 500,000 meters, a single void travel was a distance of 500,000 meters. With his speed as a peak martial emperor, it wouldn't be easy for him to travel 500,000 meters at full speed. He would still need a bit of time. Left with no choice, the Tianguang Peak Lord quickly caught up with Chenzong at full speed. The void travel, coupled with his own speed, was not inferior to a sixth realm expert. Finally, he reached the void zone between the clear sky universe and the sky universe. The void was boundless and vast, and darkness filled the air. Chenzong didn't feel anything. He stood in the void and slowly scanned the area. His divine consciousness was expanded to the maximum, and his senses were also raised to the maximum. Nothing, not to mention any traces, even his aura had disappeared. Darkness, traces of darkness spread out like darkness, gnawing at Chenzong's mind like a demon. It was as if he was about to fall into an endless abyss. A terrifying aura also spread out from Chenzong's body. The Tianguang Peak Lord appeared in the distance. He frowned and stared at Chenzong. He could vaguely see the dark aura rising from Chenzong's body. Is he going to turn into a demon? The Tianguang Peak Lord was secretly anxious. Every cultivator could encounter a demon. Accidents could lead to the birth of a demon in one's heart. For any cultivator, the birth of a demon in one's heart was not a good thing. However, the birth of a demon in one's heart was a personal matter. It was difficult for others to interfere. Even if they wanted to stop it, they couldn't. In this regard, the heavenly palace of Will was inferior. Now, they could only hope that Chenzong could withstand it. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire if he turned into a demon. With Chenzong's talent, if he turned into a demon, he would definitely become a terrifying existence. However, as the traces of black aura spread out, it seemed to lack energy. It couldn't become denser. Indeed, Chenzong's condition was a bit like a demon in one's heart. However, Chenzong's demon had already run away. The so-called demon in his heart was like a rootless duckweed. How could it grow? If it couldn't grow, then it would be over. As the black aura dissipated, Chenzong's eyes gradually became clear. He stared at the heavenly palace of Will with his sharp eyes. The Tianguang Peak Lord let out a sigh of relief. Lucky, very lucky. For a moment, Chenzong's mind was in a mess. Is Xianxia still alive? If he is, where did he go? Where should I go to find him? Even though Chenzong had the heart-returning realm, he couldn't straighten things out. His mind was still in a mess. The more he cared, the more confused he became. After a long while, Chenzong gradually sorted out his thoughts. If Xianxia was still alive, then, where would she go? It was possible that she was still alive, but the possibility was very low. However, there was still a trace of possibility. Then, he had to search for Xianxia's traces. Unless he was sure that she was really dead, he wouldn't give up. On the other hand, he also had to deal with the Infernal Order. Originally, when the Infernal Order wreaked havoc in the universe, Chenzong didn't care. He couldn't care less. After all, he wasn't strong enough. But now, the Seamless Demon cult had directly provoked him. No matter what their goal was in attacking the Great Elder, in short, they had implicated his Tao companion and wife. This was the same as directly provoking him. Mince, the power in the depths of the space crack was so terrifying that it could shatter everything into pieces. Xianxia successively unleashed the 3 drops of origin of sword wei that Chenzong had left for her. She could resist and protect herself for a while, but she couldn't protect herself forever. Even when she unleashed the origin of sword wei, she couldn't completely protect herself and was inevitably injured. When the power of space cut her body like sharp blades, the pain went deep into her bones and was extremely terrifying. But Xianxia had to endure it. Even if she couldn't, she had to endure it. She was terrified, but she had to force herself to calm down. Xianxia knew that she would definitely die in such a situation, but she was very reluctant. Reluctant to leave Chenzong and the path of Sword Way, but most reluctant to leave Chenzong. In order to see Chenzong, she cultivated very hard. From the void to the universe, from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to the Trade Wind Tower, and now, from the Trade Wind Tower to Mount Taihao. Unexpectedly, such an unforeseen event happened. Xianxia also hated that she wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up like this. But it didn't help. She wasn't strong enough. Hatred couldn't change the fact. When the power of the 3 drops of origin of Sword Way was completely exhausted, Xianxia could only desperately stimulate her own power, all of her power, cultivation power, and even the power of her bloodline. Burn, Xianxia burned her bloodline recklessly. That was a method of draining the pond to catch all the fish. Although it could increase her strength by several times in a short period of time, the consequence was that the power of her bloodline would be exhausted and she would suffer a great loss. But she had to survive first. Even if the hope was slim, she had to fight with all her might until she died. Burning, burning wildly, like a phoenix that emitted an astonishing power. Coldness spread in all directions, as if an ice phoenix was standing proudly in the turbulence of space. However, the burning of his bloodline power couldn't last for long. After a while, it began to weaken, and the ice phoenix's image gradually weakened. Chenzong, I miss you so much. Xianxia could feel his strength fading away. His consciousness was also gradually sinking into oblivion as the power of his bloodline was burned away. It was as if he was falling into a bottomless abyss. His vision became blurry. A clear figure flashed across his mind. That figure also became blurry as his consciousness sank. Goodbye. Just as Xianxia's consciousness was about to sink into oblivion, an extremely clear voice sounded in his ears. Following which, an incomparably huge figure, emitting an endless chill, approached. Chenzong's eyes grew increasingly sharp as he stared at the pitch-black darkness in front of him. Soon after, Chenzong's body flashed. He erupted with a shocking speed and silently flew towards the darkness. This was one of the Infernal Order's strongholds. The Infernal Order had been wreaking havoc in various parts of the universe for 200 years. Other than their main sect, they had also built many strongholds in various parts of the universe. Of course, the power of the Infernal Order alone wasn't enough to build so many strongholds. However, with the continuous development of the Infernal Order, there were still some forces and rogue cultivators in the universe that joined them and became their members. Many of these strongholds were built among the forces that originally sided with the Infernal Order. For example, the one that Chenzong saw now was an Emperor-level force. The strongest person was an Emperor-level powerhouse. Now, it was one of the many strongholds of the Infernal Order in the universe. This was also the second Infernal Order stronghold that Chenzong found. Although Chenzong was furious and full of murderous intent towards the Infernal Order, he didn't lose his rationality or do anything stupid. He wouldn't go looking for strongholds that had Emperor-level powerhouses. This was because with his current strength, he could deal with a 6th realm. He could even kill an average 6th realm. However, it was hard to say if he wanted to deal with a top-tier 6th realm. As for a pseudo-Emperor-level powerhouse, he was most likely not their match. However, if he wanted to protect himself, he could do it. However, an Emperor-level powerhouse was much stronger than an Emperor-level powerhouse. Even if he had a lot of trump cards, Chenzong wasn't confident that he could fight against an Emperor-level powerhouse. His body seemed to have merged into the void and became very illusory. This was a combination of Chenzong's experience and skills in the Tao of space that he had absorbed over the years. He combined it with his own application. It was as if he wanted to escape into the interlayer between the outer universe and the interlayer universe. However, he wouldn't actually reach the interlayer. This way, he would be silent, and it would be harder for others to see and sense him. It would be even more secretive. Whether it was assassination or stealth, he was very good at both. Without making a sound, Chenzong escaped into the stronghold of the Infernal Order. Using his extraordinary aura, he directly headed towards the strongest person in this stronghold. The strongest person in this stronghold was an Emperor-level powerhouse. However, Qinzong sensed the aura of two emperor-level powerhouses. One aura was stronger than the other, but even if it was weaker, it was still a 6th realm emperor-level powerhouse. An emperor-level powerhouse that was many times stronger than a 5th realm emperor-level powerhouse. In addition, there were dozens of 5th realm auras and hundreds of 4th realm auras within this stronghold. Qinzong first ignored the 4th and 5th realms and locked onto the two 6th realms. Without any hesitation, he directly headed towards the stronger 6th realm emperor-level powerhouse. These two emperor-level powerhouses weren't in the same place. Assassination. Qinzong wanted to assassinate these two 6th realms first, then kill the other 4th and 5th realms. Without the presence of the 6th realms, the 4th and 5th realms were like a bunch of ants in front of Qinzong. He could easily kill them all as if he were cutting vegetables and melons. He would assassinate the stronger ones first and take them by surprise, then deal with the weaker ones. The Tianguang Peak Lord had been following Qinzong all this time and witnessed all of Qinzong's actions with his own eyes. Especially when he saw Qinzong kill a 6th realm emperor-level powerhouse, the shock in his heart could not be described with words. He could understand a 4th realm killing a 5th realm, but a 5th realm killing a 6th realm? That was too shocking and shocking. Even if the one Qinzong killed was just an ordinary 6th realm. Now, Qinzong had his eyes on a stronger 6th realm. This made the Tianguang Peak Lord suck in a breath of cold air. However, he still did not step in. If Qinzong was really no match for the 6th realm and was in mortal danger, that would be the time for him to step in. As for now, it all depended on Qinzong's performance. This 6th realm powerhouse came from the infernal order and was cultivating in silence. Qinzong's figure was hidden to the extreme, and his aura was also completely restrained to the extreme. It was as if he had completely merged into the void. Even the Tianguang Peak Lord was very surprised by his attainment and application of the Tao of Space. Qinzong approached bit by bit. The closer he got, the more patient Qinzong became. He was not in a hurry or nervous at all. He was cautious and calm. It was as if he was treading on thin ice. However, when he was close to a certain distance, Qinzong stopped and hid without moving. Patience. This was the time to be patient. He had to observe and wait slowly. He had to wait for the moment when the other party was the most relaxed. Only then would it be the time to assassinate and directly deliver a fatal blow. Time passed slowly. Qinzong was waiting, and so was the Tianguang Peak Lord. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. 45 minutes, 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, this concealment lasted for a total of 8 days. Only then did the other party end his cultivation. During cultivation, one's senses were the sharpest. The moment when the cultivation ended was the moment when the other party relaxed. It was just a moment, a fleeting moment. However, Qinzong grasped it. Suddenly, he drew his sword and attacked. This sword attack contained the killing intent and strength that Qinzong had accumulated for the past 8 days. Under the constant nourishment of his essence, qi, and spirit, combined with the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time, this was a peerless sword attack. Fast, it was extremely fast. Moreover, because it had just integrated the Tao of Time and the Tao of Space, there was a mysterious change. It was as if everything around him had slowed down. However, it was not actually slow. It was just that the speed of this sword attack was too fast. It was so fast that there was a relative difference. Just as Qinzong drew his sword and attacked, the emperor-level expert of the Infernal Order also sensed it. Moreover, he reacted with the fastest speed possible, displaying the ability that an emperor-level expert should have. Qinzong's sword attack, which was like a peerless assassin, was evaded. It did not stab between the other party's eyebrows. However, Qinzong's expression was extremely cold. The moment he was evaded, he had already reacted. The originally straight sword light suddenly twisted, like the reflection of the moon in the water, creating a moment of confusion. He could not evade it. Since he could not evade it, then he would not evade it. He would use his powerful strength to resist this sword attack. At the same time, he exploded with all his strength to counterattack with a palm. Injury for injury, life for life. However, Qinzong had no intention of dodging. This sword attack was meant to kill his opponent. As for the ferocious palm attack from his opponent, so what? He would take it head-on. The power of the space-splitting ring was activated to the extreme. As Qianzong's Tao of Space continued to improve, the power of the space-splitting ring also increased. Now, 5th-level attacks were completely unable to break through the defense of the space-splitting ring. Even 6th-level attacks could be blocked by the space-splitting ring. The heavenly gold sword body was activated to the extreme. Platinum divine patterns spread out in an instant, covering his entire body. An indescribable sharpness also spread out. Not only did it increase Qianzong's defense greatly, but it also increased the power of Qianzong's sword attack by a lot. Kill, Qianzong was hit. The power of the palm attack was extremely condensed and vicious. After it bombarded the defensive power of the space-splitting ring, it directly hit Qianzong's chest. It was extremely tricky and extremely cold. It wanted to penetrate Qianzong's strong body and shatter his heart. However, the power of the heavenly gold sword body was not only on the surface. It took into account both the inside and outside. He blocked it. The sword also pierced through the space between Qianzong's eyebrows. The power of the palm attack was extremely strong and vicious. Qianzong was still injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his opponent's face red. The life force of the mysterious seed was immediately released. It healed the injury at the fastest speed possible. As the sword aura vibrated, the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed also exploded. Devour, shatter. You're courting death. Although the other Emperor-level powerhouse in the Infernal Order stronghold was some distance away, he could still feel the aura that erupted from here. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately charged over at full speed. With a boom, the spear pierced through the air like a giant dragon emerging from the sea, crushing everything with a tremendous force. Huge waves surged like a vast ocean. The origin power of water poured out in torrents. The frost stream sword returned to its scabbard, and in the next moment, it was unsheathed and slashed out with the terrifying might of a thunderbolt. Like a furious thunderbolt, it released an extremely terrifying power in an instant. The sword light directly split the void. Heavenly light sword drawing technique, the sword split the sky and shattered everything. Its power was unparalleled. The surging sea was instantly split open, and the sword light arrived with irresistible force, causing the other party's expression to change drastically. How could it be so powerful? Fortunately, Qianzong still couldn't use the sword sharpening technique to increase the power of the heavenly light sword drawing technique. Otherwise, its power would become even more terrifying. The sword and spear collided in an instant, bursting forth with monstrous divine power. Terrifying energy surged in all directions, turning the surroundings into a beehive, riddled with holes. It was extremely terrifying. Freeze! Qianzong suddenly pointed with his left hand, and the power of space in the surroundings seemed to be sucked dry in an instant. Then, the space around the Emperor-level powerhouse also condensed and became incomparably hard. The Emperor-level powerhouse's body also froze in an instant. In an instant, it only needed to be frozen for a moment, and that was an opportunity. Heavenly light sword drawing technique? 6. Lone Swallow returns, his body spun, and an even more blazing sword light slashed out in an instant, cutting everything in its path. It couldn't be blocked. The power of the finger-pointing technique was extremely shocking. It was enough to freeze an ordinary 6th realm cultivator in place for an instant. This instant was the moment between life and death. Kill, the Tianguan Peak Lord, who was hiding in the dark, was extremely shocked. First, it was a peerless assassination that killed a stronger 6th realm cultivator. Then, it was the combination of the heavenly light sword drawing technique and the spatial divine technique that killed a 2nd Emperor-level cultivator. It was so clean that even the Tianguan Peak Lord was amazed. If he had encountered a 6th realm cultivator when he was in Qianzong's realm, he would have either fled or died. How could he possibly kill a 6th realm cultivator? There was no other reason. Qianzong had reached the 3rd stage of the sword mantra of the mythical god and demon. In terms of cultivation and power, he was already comparable to an ordinary emperor-level expert. In addition to other aspects, Qianzong had the strength of a level 6 expert at level 5. Qianzong had killed 2 martial emperors in a row. It looked clean and tidy, and it seemed very simple. However, only Chenzong himself knew how difficult it was to kill two martial emperors in a row. Even the slightest carelessness could have led to a different result. Chenzong had consumed a lot of energy after killing two emperors in a row. He immediately took out an elixir and consumed it. Then, he circulated the Fiend God Sword Codex with all his might. While refining the elixir, he also absorbed the energy of the universe from the outside world to restore himself. The aura that erupted here was extremely powerful. It had already alerted the other 4th realm and 5th realm cultivators in the stronghold, causing them to be extremely shocked and bewildered. Who was it? Not long after, a figure flew out and stopped in midair. Many 4th and 5th realms saw it. Illusory body of the heart. With a low chant, Chenzong's expression was cold and solemn. In that instant, his body became dazzled. It was as if there were violent waves rippling endlessly like water. It was more like there was a mysterious force constantly pulling Chenzong's body. As he swayed left and right, layers of shadows appeared. After a breath's time, a shadow peeled off from Chenzong's body. Then, a second shadow also peeled off from Chenzong's body. The two shadows appeared on Chenzong's left and right. They quickly solidified. Whether it was their appearance or their attire, they were exactly the same as Chenzong. Illusory body of the heart, this was a divine art that Chenzong had created himself. It was a divine art of the path of the heart. Chenzong had never given up on comprehending and applying the path of the heart. With the help of the Heart Sutra, he finally created his own divine art after comprehending it again and again. To be able to create his own divine art at the 5th level was undoubtedly very shocking. Chenzong named this divine art Illusory Body of the Heart. It was a newly created divine art and was not yet complete. Now, he could only create 2 illusory bodies of the heart. Each illusory body had 1/10 of the original body's strength. Of course, his own strength would not be affected or weakened when he used the illusory body of the heart. Illusory bodies with 1/10 of the original body's strength were, of course, not very useful against the 6th level. However, it was very suitable for dealing with the 5th level and 5th level. It could completely crush them. Kill, the 2 illusory bodies of the heart immediately charged out with swords. Like tigers in a flock of sheep, they charged into the group of 4th level and 5th level cultivators and slaughtered countless. Chenzong's original body did not stay idle either. He also transformed into sword light and attacked. As he killed, he devoured their spirits and vitality. It was better than nothing. They could not escape. Under the attack of Chenzong's original body and the 2 illusory bodies of the heart, none of the infernal order cultivators in this foothold managed to escape. They were all killed by Chenzong. Was it ruthless? Very ruthless. Was it cruel? Extremely cruel. However, this was the truth. Because they were members of the infernal order. No matter what reason they joined the infernal order, they were already members of the infernal order. That was an indisputable fact. Since it was a fact, they deserved to be killed. Because to the other universe-level forces, the infernal order was their enemy. Especially to a holy land like Taihao Mountain. To the other forces, it was equivalent to the position of a leader. It was their responsibility to fight against the infernal order and the purgatory demon sect. Chenzong was a disciple of Taihao Mountain. Naturally, he did not need to show any mercy when dealing with the infernal order and the purgatory demon sect. In addition, this time, the members of the infernal order caused Xianxia's disappearance and possibly even death. Chenzong directly blamed the infernal order for this grudge. The Tianguang Peak Lord also did not have the slightest reaction. The members of the infernal order deserved to be killed. Even if they were only at the 4th level, they still needed to be killed. If they were still alive, with their style and temperament, they would still cause a lot of trouble. After eliminating a stronghold, Chenzong also took away the various resources of this stronghold. Then, he set fire and burned this stronghold to the ground. The second one. Chenzong stared at the burning flames and said in a low voice. While looking for Xianxia, he also looked for the infernal order strongholds to eliminate. With a move, Chenzong immediately left. Infernal Order Headquarters. The people in the headquarters also knew that 2 strongholds had been eliminated in a row. Moreover, they immediately responded by sending out many emperors and even emperors to investigate. Although those two strongholds did not have much impact on the Infernal Order, who could be sure that there would not be more losses if this continued? After spending half a year, Qinzong still did not find Yun Yanqing's whereabouts. However, he found the Infernal Order's third stronghold. That stronghold, like the two previous strongholds, was shrouded in darkness. Qinzong immediately used the Path of Space escape technique and instantly escaped into the shallow layers of the void. He silently snuck into that stronghold, just like before. He was not discovered. Qinzong also sensed that in this stronghold, there were hundreds of fourth realms and dozens of fifth realms. Other than that, there was only one sixth realm. Moreover, it was a weaker sixth realm. The strength of the first stronghold could be eradicated. Even though Qinzong was 100% sure that he could succeed, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he adopted the same method as before. First, he adopted the method of concealment, and slowly approached that emperor-level powerhouse. When he found an opportunity, he went on a rampage, drew his sword, and assassinated. A peerless assassin's sword pierced through the void in an instant. Although that emperors with average strength reacted quickly, they were still a little too slow. This was because Qinzong had integrated the mysteries of the paths of time and space into the sword. In particular, Qinzong had tried to integrate the mysteries of the finger-pointing technique into it. The moment the sword stabbed out, the opponent's body seemed to be frozen in place. Even if it was only for a moment, it was still a kind of influence. This tiny bit of influence created an unavoidable sword strike. It directly pierced through the sixth realm emperor's glabella. As the terrifying sword aura wreaked havoc, the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed spread and engulfed him in an instant. That emperor's could not even retaliate. Even if he wanted to self-detonate and fight to his death, Qinzong could not do so. He could only die with endless regret and fear. The sword aura trembled. In an instant, the sixth realm emperors were reduced to dust and died. The Tianguang Peak Lord, who had been following in the dark, could not help but nod and say to himself, that sword already has the embryonic form of a divine technique. He had been following Qinzong for many years now and had witnessed Qinzong's growth with his own eyes. From the first time he dealt with the stronghold of the Infernal Order, he had been somewhat hasty and embarrassed. Now, he was calm and easily killed. This kind of growth was astonishing. The sword that Qinzong used to assassinate the sixth realm emperors had also gone from being crude in the beginning to being refined. It even had the embryonic form of a divine technique of the sword. If it continued, it could transform into a true divine technique of the sword. Although it was rare for a fifth realm emperor to master a divine technique, it still existed. However, for a fifth realm emperor to create his own divine technique was astonishing. Of course, the Tianguang Peak Lord had also seen Qinzong master the divine technique of the heart illusion with his own eyes. However, he was not sure if it was Qinzong's own creation or if he had inherited it. However, the Tianguang Peak Lord was sure that the assassination sword was indeed created by Qinzong. Tianguang Peak is so lucky, the Tianguang Peak Lord could not help but feel sentimental. It was because of this that he had put aside his duties as the Tianguang Peak Lord without hesitation and followed Qinzong in secret to protect Qinzong. After killing the sixth realm emperors, Qinzong did not feel any excitement or joy. Instead, he was very calm. His brows were slightly furrowed. For some reason, he instinctively felt that something was not right, as if a great danger was lurking. Without any hesitation, Qinzong gave up on killing the other fourth realm and fifth realm emperors and immediately entered the void to leave this stronghold. It's too late to leave now. A gloomy and cold voice suddenly rang out, as if a gust of extremely cold wind had blown out from the 9th level of hell. When it blew past Qinzong, Qinzong immediately felt a force repelling him, pushing him out from the shallow layer of the void. Then, an extremely terrifying aura descended and directly pressed down on his body. A great emperor. That aura was extremely cold, as if it had been blown out from the depths of hell. Qinzong could not escape into the void, and he even felt like he was about to be frozen. His extremely powerful qi and blood, which was like an oven, seemed to be extinguished. His extremely powerful essence, energy, and spirit also seemed to be solidified. An emperor-level expert, only an emperor-level expert could bring about such a huge impact and threat to him. Was it you who uprooted two of the saints' strongholds? The extremely cold voice blew directly into Chenzong's ears like a gust of chilly wind. A mere 5th realm cultivator can assassinate a 6th realm cultivator. How shocking. Who are you? Your swordsmanship is superb, and you have mastered the Tao of space. You can even kill a 6th realm cultivator. Let me guess. The other party did not show himself. Instead, the voice that sounded like a cold wind continuously sounded out. It was filled with shock and mockery. However, Chenzong could clearly feel an extremely frightening aura locking onto him. Under the lock of this aura, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. In fact, it was almost impossible for him to do so. Chenzong finally realized that he had been too naive when he thought that he could escape from a 7th realm cultivator. A 6th realm cultivator's abilities could not be compared to a 7th realm cultivator's. The difference was too great. However, Chenzong did not panic. Instead, he was very calm. Firstly, it was the result of his many trials. His divine will was tough and his sword will was unshakable. Even in the face of all kinds of dangerous situations, he could maintain his calmness to the greatest extent. An outstanding sword cultivator must have the quality to remain calm at all times. Losing one's rationality and calmness would be the failure of a sword cultivator. In addition, Chenzong had something to rely on. The power of the sword scar left by the Taihao sword saint still had some left after he used it once. The power of the sword scar was very strong. Chenzong had used it once to kill the sky-splitting sword emperor and consumed part of its power. At that time, he was not strong enough, so his endurance was limited. He could only exert part of the power of the sword scar. Now, although his cultivation was still at the 5th level, he had reached the 3rd level of the Fiend God Sword Mantra, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. As a result, his endurance had increased by many times as well. When he used the power of the sword mark again, he would be able to endure an even greater burden and release even more power. Perhaps, he might even be able to contend with an emperor-level powerhouse for a short period of time. Even if he couldn't, he could use the power of the sword mark to quickly leave this place. More or less, there was still some hope of escaping from the lock of an emperor-level powerhouse. As for the last point, of course, there were other things to rely on. Peak Lord, are you still not going to act? Chenzong suddenly spoke, as if he was talking to himself. The Tianguang Peak Lord had not intended to act at first. He wanted to see how far Chenzong could go under the pressure of an emperor-level powerhouse. However, he did not expect Chenzong to speak. The problem was that he spoke with such certainty, as if he already knew that the Tianguang Peak Lord was secretly following him. This made the Tianguang Peak Lord not know whether to laugh or cry. She thought that she was following Chenzong in secret but never expected that Chenzong had already found out about it. He knew that she was following him in secret but pretended that he didn't know. What a clever girl. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, the Tianguang Peak Lord had no choice but to step in. In an instant, a shocking sword will shot up into the sky, sweeping away all darkness and evil as if cleansing the universe. This was the light of the heavens that broke through the darkness, descending like the dawn, bringing both hope and destruction. The sinister wind that seemed to blow from the depths of hell was instantly shattered and completely shattered. Under the terrifying sword will, the emperor-level powerhouse had nowhere to hide. In fact, his expression changed drastically and he was extremely shocked. He never expected that there would be someone who he could not detect. Moreover, it was a top Jiandi-level powerhouse. The strength of this sword will shocked him greatly. He was no match for it. There was no doubt that he was no match for this Jiandi based purely on his perception of the sword will. Needless to say, just the strength of the sword will alone was enough to estimate the other party's strength. A top emperor-level powerhouse, moreover, it was a top Jiandi that was known for its offensive abilities. Run, without any hesitation, the emperor-level powerhouse of the Infernal Order immediately turned into a ray of black light and tried to escape. He had no choice. Faced with a top Jiandi-level powerhouse, he had no confidence in defeating Chenzong. He could only escape first and bring the news back. Naturally, there would be stronger powerhouses to deal with them. How dare you try to escape in front of me? Since the Tianguang Peak Lord had appeared, he naturally would not hold back. He would not let the other party escape just like that. He drew his sword. In the blink of an eye, the peak master of Tianguang pulled out his long sword. The sword light flashed and cut open the empty space. A huge black crack appeared in the air, extending at an alarming speed. There was no way to dodge it. As the sword was drawn, the emperor-level powerhouse of the Infernal Order knew that there was no way he could dodge this sword. He could only explode with all his strength and hope that he could block it. However, this was the heavenly light sword drawing technique, and it was performed by a top GND-level powerhouse. Its level and power were extremely tyrannical and terrifying. This sword made Qinzong's eyes light up. Watching it at such a close distance, Qinzong surged with even more understanding about the heavenly light sword drawing technique. The power of this sword was extremely terrifying. Nothing could resist it. The emperor-level powerhouse of the Infernal Order unleashed all his strength and activated his protective secret treasure. It formed a layer of black light that enveloped his body in an attempt to resist, but it was cut open in an instant. This extreme attacking magic method was exceedingly powerful, especially when it was wielded by a swordsman in the upper state of the Sword Emperor state. Moreover, the Tianguang Peak Master had been cultivating and comprehending the heavenly light sword drawing method for over 10,000 years. He had improved it constantly, and it had reached a very high level. The emperor-level powerhouse of the Infernal Order was instantly cut in half at the waist by this sword light. When the sword light dissipated, the long sword had already returned to its scabbard. "You won't live long if you kill me. I've already sent the news back." The emperor-level powerhouse of the Infernal Order knew that he was going to die, so he immediately laughed wildly. Immediately, he was about to self-destruct, but the Tianguang Peak Lord struck again. The sword light flashed across the void and directly pierced through the space between his eyebrows, shattering everything. The self-destruction was also forcibly stopped. Qinzong couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. If he could devour the soul and vitality of an emperor-level powerhouse, he believed that it would improve his essence, energy, and spirit. The mysterious seed could also devour a lot of vitality. However, this was killed by the Tianguang Peak Lord, and the Peak Lord was right next to him. If Qinzong devoured it, it would be obvious that it would be exposed. He could only regret it. "Thank you, Peak Lord." Qinzong immediately saluted the Tianguang Peak Lord with his sword. "Kid, when did you discover me?" The Tianguang Peak Lord pointed at Qinzong and couldn't help but laugh. "When we attacked the first stronghold of the Infernal Order." Qinzong replied with a smile. It had actually been a few years since Xianxia went missing. No matter how angry Qinzong was, he had already recovered. Of course, his anger was still there, but it was deeply suppressed and hidden. This was because Qinzong deeply understood that anger wouldn't solve the problem. He had to remain calm and do things. However, after all these years, he still couldn't find any trace of Xianxia. This was also helpless. After all, the universe was too big. If Xianxia could survive, then where did she go? There was no clue at all. However, Qinzong still targeted the Infernal Order while searching. "Now, you've vented your anger. It's time to go back." The Tianguang Peak Lord stared at Qinzong and smiled slightly. He didn't say more, because he felt that Qinzong knew very well. After all, although they had eliminated 3 strongholds of the Infernal Order over the years, it was actually nothing to the Infernal Order. It wasn't a big deal. Moreover, the Infernal Order had already sent out a monarch-level powerhouse. The Tianguang Peak Lord couldn't always follow Qinzong to protect him. The affairs of Tianguang Peak couldn't always be left alone. After all, the Great Elder was seriously injured and was recuperating behind closed doors. Qinzong also knew very well that continuing the operation against the Infernal Order would probably have to stop, or temporarily stop. After all, they had already begun to encounter monarch-level powerhouses. It was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't encounter monarch-level powerhouses in the future. Let the Peak Lord follow him all the time, that was impossible. Moreover, even if it was true, would it be enough to deal with the Infernal Order? The Infernal Order was a powerful force that wasn't inferior to the Taihao Mountain. It could be called the Holy Land of the Demon Sect. There must be many top monarch-level powerhouses, and even half-saint-level powerhouses. Then, it was time to go back to the Taihao Mountain. Now, his strength had increased to the extreme. He would go back and recuperate behind closed doors for a while, and then try to break through to the sixth state. Because only with stronger strength could he deal with more dangers and continue to search for Nianxin. In addition, if Nianxin was still alive, she would definitely try to come back to find him. Only with stronger strength would he have no worries and be able to protect everything he wanted to protect. Hearing Chen Zong's words, the Tianguang Peak Lord immediately let out a sigh of relief, and then said with a smile, "As for your cultivation partner, I believe heaven will help the worthy. In addition, after returning to the Taihao Mountain, I'll take you to see the Great Elder and ask him for help." Help how? Chen Zong couldn't help but be puzzled. Even if the Great Elder was a saint-level powerhouse, it wouldn't be easy to find a person in the vast universe. In the universe, there's a wandering saint-level powerhouse called the Profound Theory Elder. He's good at divination and has some friendship with the Great Elder. The Tianguang Peak Lord said with a smile, but didn't say too much. However, with that sentence, Chen Zong put an end to it. Divination and divination, with this method, perhaps he could find Yu Nianxin. At the very least, he had to know whether she was alive or dead. Chen Zong finally let out a sigh of relief, and followed the Tianguang Peak Lord in the direction of the Taihao Mountain. This return would take some time, after all, Chen Zong had been quite far away these past few years. 7 or 8 years had passed since he left and returned. Fortunately, 7 or 8 years wasn't a long time. Even though the Tianguang Peak Lord wasn't there, Tianguang Peak didn't encounter any major problems. Some minor problems piled up and didn't cause too much of an impact. They could be dealt with after some time. However, the Tianguang Peak Lord wasn't in a hurry to deal with the affairs piled up on Tianguang Peak over the years after he returned. Instead, he brought Chen Zong to the manor cave of the first senior statesman. The Tianguang Peak Lord had come to the first senior statesman for Chen Zong's affairs more often than in the past 1,000 years. After the first senior statesman heard the intention of the Tianguang Peak Lord, or Chen Zong, he pondered for a moment and then nodded. "You go back and wait. I'll contact him first." "Thank you, first senior statesman." Chen Zong bowed with his sword. After returning to Tianguang Peak, Chen Zong began a short period of closed-door meditation to study the sword move he used to assassinate the emperor. It was because this sword move already had the initial form of a divine sword method. If he continued to study it, he would make it a true divine sword method. This sword move was an attempt by Chen Zong. It was a divine sword method that incorporated the Tao of space, especially the mysteries of the method of finger pointing. The sword move froze the space and the target, then killed the target. Although he had a target, Chen Zong knew it wasn't so easy. The difficulty of creating a divine method was at least 100 times, or even 1,000 times, more difficult than cultivating a divine method. Cultivating a divine method was to follow the footsteps of the predecessors. Creating a divine method was equivalent to opening up a path by oneself. The opening up of a path was time-consuming and laborious. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the path would be passable after it was opened up. If it wasn't passable, one would have to open up a new path and try again and again. It was normal to have bumps and bruises in the process of trying, resulting in injuries. It wasn't easy to create any kind of divine art. One had to have enough knowledge and experience, as well as a burst of inspiration and opportunity. Chen Zong was able to master the embryonic form of theurgy because of the numerous assassinations. Chen Zong was mentally prepared for the difficulty of creating his own divinity. However, he did not expect that after a month, he had only found a few clues. Moreover, there were still so many questions that Chen Zong did not know what kind of swordsmanship he should create. An offensive sword Tao divine art? There seemed to be no need for that. With the heavenly light sword drawing technique, its potential was astonishing, and he could continue to research and explore its potential. Then, should he create an auxiliary sword technique? There was no need for that, right? The way of the sword was the way of the attack. There was no need for any support. Moreover, if there was a need for support, the finger-pointing technique was already very good. Why pursue this? Chen Zong suddenly fell into a daze. He didn't think too much when he tried to assassinate those emperor-level experts. He just wanted to increase the chances of his assassination. But now, after thinking about it, he felt that his direction seemed to be wrong. Maybe I can integrate the mystery of the finger-fixing technique into the heavenly light sword drawing technique. Chenzong suddenly had an idea. With the astonishing offensive might of the skylight sword drawing technique, if it was infused with the profundity of the space fixation technique, it would be difficult for the enemy to dodge or resist the terrifying might of the skylight sword drawing technique for an instant. The enemy would be directly struck and would very likely be killed on the spot. This seemed to be a very good idea. Chenzong couldn't help but think of the heavenly light sword drawing technique used by the Tianguang Peak Lord. Its power was extremely powerful and its mystery was astonishing. The heavenly light sword drawing technique was a unique inheritance of Tianguang Peak. It had been perfected by generations of people and had amazing potential. The sixth realm could be cultivated, and so could the seventh realm. Of course, even though it was the same skylight sword drawing technique, there were still differences. The skylight sword drawing technique cultivated by different powerhouses was the same at the beginning, but as they continued to cultivate and comprehend it, they gradually integrated their own ideas into it, causing it to change. To put it simply, the heavenly light sword drawing technique practiced by Tianguang Peak only had 3 moves. The first move, which was also the most basic move, was called the heavenly light sword drawing technique. The second move was called the solitary swallow return, which was an astonishing divine sword method that could produce 2 moves in a row. As for the third move, it was called the chopping heaven fault. The mystery of this move was that its power could be multiplied. In other words, it could increase the consumption of energy, and so on. It could be condensed and unleashed in an instant. The power of the heavenly light sword drawing technique would be doubled in an instant, and its power would be even more powerful. The solitary swallow return and the chopping heaven fault each had their own mysteries. They were both the follow-up divine sword methods of the heavenly light sword drawing technique. Of course, the follow-up divine methods of the heavenly light sword drawing technique were not limited to this. Different practitioners, after practicing the heavenly light sword drawing technique for some time and reaching perfection, would gradually have their own understanding of it. Then, they would slowly develop some inspirations and integrate them into it. They would keep trying and eventually evolve their own version of the heavenly light sword drawing technique. For example, the Tianguang Peak Lord had cultivated a sword move for 3,000 years. Its power was extremely terrifying and powerful. It directly killed the Gulan Peak Lord and the elders of the Gulan Peak, who were stronger than him in their normal state, without any resistance. That was the Tianguang Peak Lord's unique understanding of the heavenly light sword drawing technique, and it was his unique skill. Now, he could use the heavenly light sword drawing technique as the foundation and integrate other mysteries into it. He could gradually try to create his own divine sword method. This method was feasible. When Chenzong was about to stay behind closed doors again to study the heavenly light sword drawing technique, he was unexpectedly summoned by the first elder. "Let's go. I'll take you to Profound Theory Cultivator," the first elder said directly. Yes. Chenzong was immediately excited. With the first elder, a saint-level expert, personally taking him along, Chenzong felt what speed was. It was simply indescribable. Compared to the first elder, his speed was as slow as a snail. The speed of a saint-level expert was simply indescribable. He directly escaped into the interlayer of the universe and hurried along at his fastest speed. Fierce demons and dark demons simply couldn't keep up with the first elder's speed. Of course, there were saint-level existences among the fierce demons and dark demons, but they were very rare and difficult to encounter. Chenzong didn't know how much time had passed. In short, he felt that it wasn't very long. The first elder took Chenzong out of the interlayer of the universe and appeared in the outer universe. Profound Theory Cultivator's celestial knowledge star is up ahead, the first elder said. It was a planet that constantly moved through the universe. It was not very large, only a few dozen kilometers in diameter. It was completely silver-black and gave off an incomparably solid feeling, as if it was indestructible. Naturally, it gave off an indescribable, mysterious ripple. Tianji planet has always been drifting through the universe without a fixed location, so finding Profound Theory Cultivator isn't that easy, the first elder explained. The first senior elder explained, "It took me nearly a month to get in touch with him. However, although I have some friendship with Profound Theory, he has his own rules. My friendship with him isn't enough for him to change his own rules. Hearing the first elder's words, Chenzong couldn't help but feel a little speechless. If that was the case, why had he been brought along? Then what do I have to do to make Profound Theory Cultivator willing to help? Chenzong couldn't help but ask. It depends on the situation, the first elder smiled. We'll only know after we try, right? Yes. Chenzong nodded. If he didn't know anything, he had to try to find out. Since he was already here, he should do the same. Taihao Mountain's Yuan Hao has come to pay a visit to old friend Profound Theory. The first elder brought Chenzong closer to Tianji Planet and spoke in a clear voice. His voice condensed into a thread and transmitted directly into Tianji Planet. Old friend Yuan Hao has come to visit. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Please, come in. An old yet hearty voice rang out. Soon after, light flickered on Tianji Planet and a vortex appeared. That was the entrance. Tianji Planet was Profound Theory Cultivator's Immortal's Cave. It was covered in layers of formations and seals. Even a saint-level expert wouldn't be able to break in so easily. Of course, if they encountered an expert on the level of the Taihao Sword Saint, they wouldn't be able to stop them. However, they weren't enemies with Profound Theory Cultivator, nor would they force their way in. Instead, they were here to pay a visit. As a saint-level expert among loose cultivators, Profound Theory Cultivator generally wouldn't refuse a visit. The prerequisite was that the visitor had to be of sufficient status. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry had the right to pay him a visit. Master Yuan Hao, also known as the Yuan Hao Sword Saint, was the first elder of Taihao Mountain. His status was astonishing, and he was a saint-level expert. Of course, Profound Theory Cultivator welcomed him with open arms. Moreover, the Yuan Hao Sword Saint had already informed him beforehand. He took Chenzong and rushed into the vortex. Then, they entered the Tianji Planet. As soon as he entered, Chenzong sensed that the planet's aura was very mysterious. It was full of spirituality, and that kind of spirituality was difficult to describe with words. It was as if the aura and vegetation here were suffused with a kind of mystery. Chenzong also saw Profound Theory Cultivator. He was an old man with white hair and a white beard, but his complexion was ruddy. His eyes were as clear as spring water, but also as deep as the ocean. They seemed to contain a profound mystery. When Chenzong met his gaze, he felt as if he could see through everything. What he didn't know was that when Profound Theory looked at Chenzong, although his expression didn't change much, he was inwardly shocked. He actually felt as if he couldn't see through Chenzong. After all, he was Profound Theory Cultivator, an expert in divination. Although he hadn't divined anything yet, his realm and knowledge were still there. Combined with his many years of divination experience, he could often easily see through the ins and outs of others, especially those whose cultivation was lower than his. Chenzong was only at the 5th level, but Profound Theory Cultivator felt as if he couldn't see through him. In his long life, this was the first time he'd encountered something like this. It was simply astonishing. Profound Theory Cultivator immediately developed a great interest in Chenzong. Of course, he didn't directly express it. Yuan Hao, my old friend, long time no see. What advice do you have for me? Profound Theory Cultivator wasn't someone who was good at pleasantries. He was used to asking about the purpose of the visit first, then talking about the reception afterwards. Chenzong, you tell him, the first elder immediately said to Chenzong. The Knowledge Star was an artificial planet that Profound Theory Elder had spent many years creating. It was incomparably sturdy, and even a half-saint's attack would find it difficult to cause much damage. As for an Emperor-level attack, it would only leave a mark. Add to that the combination of many formations and seals, and the Knowledge Star was as sturdy as an iron bucket. It was simply impossible to break through. Even a saint-level expert wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. If Profound Theory Elder were to sit on the Knowledge Star and use all of its power, even a powerhouse like the Taihao Sword Saint would be helpless against it. Apart from being sturdy, the Knowledge Star also had extraordinary mysteries within. Hearing Chenzong state his intentions, Profound Theory Elder smiled. The Knowledge Star has its own rules. It's not impossible for me to divine the mysteries of the heavens, but you'll have to prove that you're qualified. Dare I ask, Senior, how will you prove it? Chenzong wasn't surprised. The first elder had already told him about this before he came. Simple. Profound Theory Elder laughed, but Chen Zong sensed something amiss in his eyes. On the contrary, he seemed to be taking pleasure in Profound Theory's misfortune. Go challenge the heavenly secret grotto. So long as you pass, I'll divine the heavens for you. The first elder stood to the side, not expressing any opinion. Profound Theory Elder's rules were indeed as such. As for the heavenly secret grotto, the first elder expressed that he didn't know. If a saint-level expert asked Profound Theory to divine the heavens, they didn't need to challenge the heavenly secret grotto. Instead, they had to pay a certain price, such as some treasures that were useful even to saint-level experts. As for cultivators below the saint level, if they wanted to ask Profound Theory to divine the heavens, they had to challenge the heavenly secret grotto. Only by passing the heavenly secret grotto would Profound Theory be willing to help. As for the heavenly secret grotto's mysteries, Profound Theory never spoke of them. Only those who entered knew. Of course, there were very, very few non-saint grade experts who could request Profound Theory to divine the workings of the heavens. Since this was the only way to ask Profound Theory to help, Chen Zong was duty-bound to do it. The pitch-black entrance to the heaven's secret cavern was like the maw of an ancient beast that wanted to devour everything. That was an extremely mysterious aura. This aura was unfathomable, causing Chen Zong to feel fear. However, no matter how fearful he was, he still had to step in. In an instant, Chen Zong's figure disappeared as if it had been swallowed. Old friend, what secrets does the Heaven's Legacy Grotto hold? The first elder couldn't help but ask. I can't say. Grandmaster Arcanum shook his head, a mysterious smile on his face. The first elder couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a farce, time passed slowly. There's no rush. He'll need at least a day to get through the Heaven's secret cave. Let's have some tea first. Profound Theory chuckled and waved his hand. Instantly, a teapot and teacups appeared on the table in front of him. This is heavenly secret tea that I've meticulously cultivated. Have a taste. However, just as Profound Theory and the first elder picked up their teacups and prepared to taste the steaming, fragrant tea, a figure walked out of the Heaven's secret cave's entrance. The first elder's eyes widened as he stared at Profound Theory, his expression saying, "Are you kidding me? Didn't he say that he'd need at least a day to come out? What was this? Was it even a quarter of an hour? It didn't even seem like a quarter of an hour." Profound Theory ignored the first elder's questioning gaze, because he was completely stunned. Less than a quarter of an hour, how was it possible that someone had passed through the Heaven's secret cave in less than a quarter of an hour? The Heaven's secret cave was something he'd spent a great deal of time and effort to personally set up. He was well aware of its secrets. Even a great emperor-level powerhouse might not necessarily be able to pass through, but a fifth-level cultivator had. Passing through was one thing, but passing through in less than a quarter of an hour? What did that count for? It was simply unimaginable. Chen Zong walked over and saluted the first elder and Profound Theory. Seniors, I've passed through the Heaven's secret cave. What did you encounter? The corner of Profound Theory's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but ask. He really wanted to know if something had gone wrong with his Heaven's secret cave. Some illusions. Chen Zong replied. This was the truth. He'd only encountered some illusions, but they weren't much of a disturbance to his divine will, essence, and spirit. Especially since he'd been in the wholehearted convergence realm, the illusions were very weak. Some illusions? Profound Theory couldn't help but ask in return. His eyes widened, and in an instant, his image of an otherworldly expert disappeared. It was just too shocking. Illusions, he knew that because the Cave of Heavenly Secrets would indeed produce illusions. However, those illusions were different from ordinary illusions. They were illusions of the Heavenly Secrets. They were illusions that involved the Heavenly Secrets and the intruders. They would directly pull the intruders into the illusions and enter the world of illusions as if it were real. Because of this, the intruder would experience certain things. Only by seeing through the illusions would they be able to pass through the Heaven's secret cave. If they couldn't see through the illusions, they wouldn't be able to pass through. After a while, they'd be expelled from the Heaven's secret cave. That would be considered a failure. According to Profound Theory's experience, the fastest person to pass through in the past was a day. But now, Chen Zong hadn't even used half a quarter of an hour. It could barely be considered half a quarter. Profound Theory's figure flickered, and he immediately entered the Heaven's secret cave. He wanted to check and see if there were any problems. After checking, Profound Theory was even more shocked. If there were no problems with the Heaven's secret cave, then the problem lay with Xianxia. In other words, he'd easily passed through the Heaven's secret cave and only encountered some illusions. However, those illusions weren't enough to truly affect Xianxia and cause him to fall into them. Just how powerful was his divine will? It was simply unimaginable. Of course, no matter how powerful a fifth-level divine will was, it couldn't compare to a saint-level expert like Profound Theory. However, it only needed to be stronger than a fifth-level divine will. The illusions triggered by the Heaven's secret cave were relative. Regardless of the intruder's cultivation level, the illusions would be at the same level as the intruders. For example, if Xianxia was at the fifth level, then the illusions he'd encountered after passing through had surpassed the fifth level and reached the threshold of the sixth level. In other words, Xianxia's divine will and so on had already surpassed the fifth level and reached the sixth level. This was truly astonishing. Young friend, the path of heavenly secrets can be used to deduce the workings of the heavens. If you grasp it to a high level, you can deduce the workings of the universe and peer into the cycle of life, death, and reincarnation. It's not difficult at all. Profound Theory stared at Xianxia, his tone suddenly becoming very amiable, like an amiable grandfather. It's a pity that the path of heavenly secrets is unfathomable and mysterious. However, the threshold to cultivating the path of heavenly secrets is too high. Even now, this old man still hasn't found a suitable candidate. I haven't found a suitable successor. As he said this, Profound Theory stared fervently at Xianxia, a hint of hope in his eyes. Many thanks for your kind intentions, senior. However, this junior's heart is solely focused on the path of the sword. Xianxia instantly understood Profound Theory's intentions. He wanted him to take the initiative to ask for a master. Unfortunately, Xianxia wasn't interested in the path of heavenly secrets. To tell the truth, although he could master a few more abilities, even with the assistance of the Heart Sutra, Xianxia wasn't willing to be distracted any further. The path of the sword alone was as vast as the sea, incomparably deep. It was enough for him to spend his entire life pursuing it. Since Xianxia had said so, Profound Theory didn't say anything else. He was a saint-level expert, after all. He'd personally expressed his intentions, but the other party had already rejected him. Was he going to cry and beg? Although Profound Theory was a little tempted, his reserved nature as a saint-level expert prevented him from speaking again. He was extremely hesitant. Old friend, Taihao, said the first elder simply. The first senior statesman's words caused Profound Theory to give up, because he immediately understood what the first senior statesman was trying to say. What a pity. However, he didn't dare compete with that person for a disciple. So now, he could only help Xianxia divine the path of heavenly secrets. Profound Theory's expression was solemn. Wisps of an extremely profound aura emanated from his body. The fingers of his left hand gently moved, causing strands of light to burst forth from his fingertips, filling the air with an incomparably profound aura. Profound Theory's eyes were boundlessly deep, countless mysteries appearing within them. They spun endlessly like streams of light, as mysterious as a nebula vortex. Around him, images appeared one after another. The images flashed by as if they were passing by on horseback. They were gorgeous and swift. Xianxia and the first elder waited, not making the slightest sound for fear of disturbing Profound Theory's divination. A moment later, the images around Profound Theory shattered one by one, transforming into specks of light. All the mysteries in his eyes instantly dissipated, and the profound aura around him also dissipated. Divination shows that your partner is still alive, said Profound Theory. His words instantly caused Xianxia's heart to tremble. He couldn't help but feel a wave of joy. Still alive, as long as she was alive, that meant there was hope. Then, Xianxia stared at Profound Theory, hoping to hear about Jin Yanxin's whereabouts. But I'm very sorry, young friend. I can only divine that your partner is still alive, but I can't divine where she is. Profound Theory shook his head. But don't worry. Generally, there are only a few explanations for such a situation. The first is that your partner isn't in the outer universe. As for where she is, I don't know. The second is that she's in the outer universe, But she's come across a great opportunity that surpasses the scope of my divination. Many thanks, Senior. Although Chenzong was a little confused and disappointed, he still saluted Profound Theory with his sword to express his gratitude. Although he didn't know where Yunyanxin was, at least he knew she was still alive. Since she was still alive, then there would be a day when they would meet again. Right now, he had to cultivate. He had to continuously cultivate, diligently cultivate until he reached the peak and continuously increase his strength. Only with greater strength could he protect himself and the people he wanted to protect. As for Yunyanxin, he wouldn't give up looking for her. Chenzong was also very confident that if Yunyanxin was still alive, she would definitely find a way to come back and find him. After the divination, Chenzong and the first Doyen didn't stay for long and soon left. Although they didn't find the exact whereabouts of Yunyanxin, at least they knew that she was still alive. That was hope. Being alive was hope. Chenzong finally breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. Next, it was time for him to cultivate with all his might. He had to do everything he could to improve himself and continue to improve. However, God's plan was not as good as man's plan. When Chenzong returned to Tianguang Peak of Taihao Mountain, he heard a piece of news. Taihao Mountain had 12 sword saints, and the 10th sword saint had died. The death of a sword saint was definitely not a small matter. It was a big matter, so big that it alarmed the 36 peaks and 8 major schools of Taihao Mountain. However, Taihao Mountain didn't fall into chaos because of this. On the contrary, they dealt with things in an orderly manner. The person was dead. No matter how important he was dead. Since he was dead, the funeral arrangements should be made accordingly. The other point was the replacement of the sword saint. There were 12 sword saints in Taihao Mountain. This was a rule that had been passed down for generations. There would be no increase or decrease. Once there was a decrease, they would be replaced immediately. How would they be replaced? Of course, they would choose the best among the disciples of Taihao Mountain. However, they wouldn't be chosen randomly. Peak Lord, do you mean that I should compete for the position of the Sword Saint? Chenzong asked after hearing the Tianguang Peak Lord's words. That's right. The Peak Lord nodded. Okay. Chenzong agreed after thinking for a while. If he became the Sword Saint, he would have greater authority in Taihao Mountain. When the time came, he would be able to mobilize part of the power of Taihao Mountain to investigate Yunyanxin's whereabouts. This would be more efficient than searching for her alone. I've already signed you up. The Tianguang Peak Lord smiled. Chenzong was speechless, but he didn't say anything. When he found out about the competition for the Sword Saint, he would definitely sign up. Now, all we have to do is wait for the notification. The Peak Lord smiled. Chenzong nodded and returned to his cave abode to cultivate. He continued to deduce the subsequent changes of the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique. He planned to use this as a foundation to improve and perfect his sword drawing technique and create his own unique sword drawing technique. Of course, his sword techniques wouldn't fall behind. However, his hard sword technique and world sword technique were at the pinnacle of Sun class techniques. If he made another breakthrough, he would reach the level of godly spells. It was even more difficult to upgrade swordsmanship to the level of a divine spell than to create one's own divine spells. Even so, despite all the difficulties, Chenzong would not give up. Instead, he would continue to cultivate and accumulate until he broke through. It was fine if he could not do it now. He would accumulate until he reached the peak. Maybe he could do it after he broke through to the 6th realm. Of course, if his cultivation state broke through to the 6th realm, the difficulty of upgrading his swordsmanship to the level of a divine spell would be reduced by many times. If he was in the Emperor realm, the difficulty of upgrading his swordsmanship to the level of a divine spell would be reduced by more than 10 times compared to when he was in the Emperor realm. If he was in the Saint realm, it would be a piece of cake. However, this was just a thought. It was not that simple. Unless there was some special opportunity, such as the Virtual God's secret realm that he entered before. However, the Virtual God's secret realm could not be opened now. Therefore, everything depended on one's own efforts. For a cultivator, opportunities were indispensable, but one's own efforts were more important. On Tianguang Peak, Chenzong signed up for the competition of the Saint of Swordsmanship. Naturally, people from other peaks also signed up for the competition of the Saint of Swordsmanship. However, the competition of the Saint of Swordsmanship was not a trivial matter. Not everyone could sign up. One must be qualified enough. Therefore, in the end, there were more than 100 people who signed up for the competition of the Saint of Swordsmanship. The 36 peaks and the 8 great academies each had 3 to 5 people. In addition, there were also a few disciples from the punishment hall. More than 100 top-notch 5th-level disciples were all gathered on Taihao Peak. In front of them was the second elder of the High Elder Hall. The second elder was a half-saint. He was also recognized in Taihao Mountain as someone whose strength was second only to the Taihao Sword Saint and the first elder. Even the Hill Master dared not say that he could defeat him. Of course, the Hill Master was only a symbolic figure most of the time. The Hill Master basically did not care about the affairs of Taihao Mountain. He only focused on cultivating and breaking through to the Saint realm. Looking at the second elder, many people looked serious. Chen Zong had also heard of the second elder's reputation, or rather, his notoriety. It could not be helped. The second elder was a person who killed decisively. With a sword in hand, there was no equal. If one did not take into account strength, the second elder's deterrence was even greater than that of the first elder. Since you all have the intention to compete for the position of the saint, then the first test will begin. The second senior statesman was someone who did not like to waste his breath. His extremely cold gaze swept past the crowd, and his simple words rang out. His gaze was as cold and sharp as his voice. When it swept past the crowd, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. It was as if they were going to be cut and torn apart. As the second elder's words fell, the crowd felt a strong sense of unease. Before they could think carefully, a peerless murderous intent suddenly erupted from the second elder's body. The murderous intent was so strong and intense that it frightened everyone. It was as if they had been pierced by a formless sword of murderous intent in an instant. It was as if they had been continuously pierced, torn apart, and chopped into pieces. Not only their bodies, but even their spirits were affected. It was as if their spirits and bodies were being destroyed, completely annihilated. In just a short breath's time, the 100 or so peak fifth realms from the 36 peaks, the 8 great schools, and the punishment hall immediately suffered a great attack under the second elder's terrifying killing intent. Some of them even collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand it. They were terrified beyond belief. In the second breath, another group of people fell to the ground. In the third breath, another group of people fell to the ground. At this point, the terrifying murderous intent that swept through everything disappeared in an instant. In just 3 breaths, more than half of the peak 5th level cultivators fell to the ground. They felt an inexplicable sense of horror, and their bodies could not help but tremble. You have all been eliminated. The second elder glanced coldly at the disciples who had fallen to the ground because of his murderous intent. With a wave of his hand, sword chi swept out like a storm, directly blowing these people away. They were in a very sorry state, and he did not show any mercy at all. Chen Zong could not help but be secretly shocked. The second elder was truly a classic example of a man who was ruthless but did not speak much. Of course, if they were enemies, he would have killed them long ago. After 3 breaths of the second elder's shocking murderous intent, there were not many people who were still standing. In total, there were only 25 people. Chen Zong was among them. The others were disciples from the 4 main peaks, the 8 great schools, and a few from the 24 subsidiary peaks. Among them, Chihi from the ancient peak was among them. In the past 200 years, Chihi had broken through to the 5th level. With his superb talent, the Blue Ocean clan's full nurturing, and his own desperate pursuit, his strength had increased explosively. He was now at the peak of the 5th level, and he was aiming to be ranked on the God King list. In addition, there were disciples from the 8 great schools who had passed, and a disciple from the punishment hall had passed as well. However, that was only the first trial. Now, let's begin the second trial. The second elder glanced at them coldly and said extremely directly. He did not give any prelude at all. Then, the second elder pointed his finger at the air like a sword, directly tearing a hole in the air. There are 100 sword badges in there. Go in and find them. When all the sword badges are found, the exit will appear and you can leave. In the end, the 10 people with the most sword badges will pass and enter the third trial, the second elder said quickly. The 25 people did not hesitate at all. They all turned into beams of sword light and disappeared in an instant. As soon as they entered, they found that it was a small world. There was a land, a sky, and also grass, trees, mountains, rocks, rivers, and so on. However, the chi of the universe here was very thin. Obviously, it was not a suitable place for cultivation. However, the purpose of entering here was to find the so-called sword token and obtain it. The more sword badges they obtained, the more likely they would be to pass the second trial and enter the third trial. There were a total of 100 sword badges, but there were 25 people. In total, each person could obtain 4 sword badges on average. However, that was not the case. The third trial would only take 10 people. In other words, some people were destined to obtain more sword badges, while others would only obtain fewer. Some people might not even obtain a single sword badge. So, how could they obtain more sword badges? Strength was the only guarantee. If they were not strong enough, no matter how many sword badges they obtained, they would still be taken away by others. However, if they were strong enough, they would be able to protect the sword badges they obtained. They could even steal the sword badges of others. It was that simple. Of course, apart from strength, there was also a bit of luck involved. For example, if they found quite a few sword badges, and the last sword badge just happened to be found, the exit would appear. If they left quickly, they would be able to protect those sword badges. Where were the sword badges? Since they did not know, they could only search. In an instant, the 25 people burst out with extremely fast speed and flew in all directions. Because no one knew where the sword badges would appear, they could only search. Chenzong was also searching. He spread out his divine thoughts and his perception to the extreme. Among the 25 people, no one could compare with Chenzong in terms of the strength of divine thoughts and perception, not to mention other things. Therefore, it did not take long for Chenzong to see the first sword badge. It fell on a huge stone, and half of it was embedded in it. In a flash, Chenzong immediately appeared in front of the sword badge and directly took it out. It was a palm-sized, sword-shaped badge. It was black and made of an unknown metal. The moment the sword badge was in his hand, it naturally emitted a trace of aura, which quickly spread out. Chenzong immediately mobilized his own strength, but found that he could not isolate the aura emitted by the sword badge at all. It seemed to be a guide, guiding others to perceive the aura of the sword badge. 100 sword tokens. The first sword token was in his hands. Chenzong put it away and realized that the aura was not isolated. It continued to spread out as if telling others, "I have a sword token on me." Chenzong was speechless, but then he smiled. This was good too. It was convenient for others to find him, and it was also convenient for him to find others to snatch the sword tokens. The other 24 people were all very strong, but Chenzong was very confident that he could suppress them. Chenzong moved and began to search for the second sword token. The others also began to obtain their first sword tokens. They immediately realized that no matter what method they used, they could not hide the aura emitted by the sword tokens. Their thoughts were basically the same, which was to better sense other people's sword tokens so that they could defeat and snatch them. So many sword tokens. Before long, Chenzong sensed the aura of several sword tokens gathered together. He immediately changed direction and flew over. He saw 5 figures standing a distance away from each other, looking wary of each other. These 5 people all had the aura of a sword token. Moreover, they were all from the same token. However, the important thing was not the sword tokens on these people, but the sword token hanging on a big tree in front of them. It was a 100-meter tall tree, but there were no leaves. It was so bare that it looked like a withered tree. However, there were 10 sword tokens hanging on it. That's right. There were 10 sword tokens hanging on it. There were only 100 sword tokens in total, and there were 10 hanging on this withered tree. What a shocking number! If they could obtain all 10 sword tokens, it would not be a problem for them to rank in the top 10. However, the 5 people did not try to snatch the tokens because there was a big black bear lying under the withered tree. Just lying there, it was 3 meters tall. Once it stood up, it would definitely be more than 5 meters tall. Of course, this was not the main point. They had killed many larger beasts with their own hands. The main point was that the big black bear lying on the ground had an extremely powerful aura. It was so terrifying that everyone was wary of it. That aura had surpassed the 5th realm and reached the 6th realm. Although their abilities were not bad among the 5th realms, they were not enough to face the 6th realm big black bear. Let's work together. First, we'll lure that big black bear away. Then, we'll take the sword token. At that time, we'll divide it equally. One of the 5 said. The other 4 people thought for a moment, and it seemed that this was the only way. Otherwise, none of them would be a match for the big black bear. Of course, even if the 5 of them joined forces, they were still no match for the big black bear. However, if they joined forces, there was still hope for them to take the sword token away from the withered tree. However, just as they finished their discussion, a streak of light directly shot over from the distance. It was extremely fast, like a flash of light. It did not stop at all as it charged towards the withered tree. No, to be precise, it charged towards the 10 sword medallions hanging on the withered tree. Extremely fast, it was none other than Xianxia. Xianxia naturally felt the aura of the big black bear clearly. It was the aura of a 6th realm. However, it was only an ordinary 6th realm. He had killed quite a few of such powerful cultivators before. Of course, he was not afraid of this big black bear. However, Xianxia had no intention of attacking the big black bear. He only wanted to take the sword token away. Fast, Xianxia was extremely fast. In an instant, he had charged over. The big black bear's reaction was also very fast. The moment it felt Xianxia's aura approaching a certain range, it immediately woke up and stood up. It opened its mouth and let out a terrifying roar. The roar transformed into layers of sound waves that madly surged outwards. It was as if the void was about to collapse, and traces of black directly appeared. This scene instantly shocked the other 5 people. Such fast reaction speed and such a terrifying sound wave attack. If they were the ones going up, they would have to kneel in one move. However, the sword light ignored it. It had an astonishing sharpness that was indomitable. It directly tore through the layers of sound waves and approached the withered tree. After that, the streak of light swept out and directly swept up the 10 sword medallions that were hanging on the tree. They were all stored in a storage artifact before flying forward. In a rage, the big black bear actually snatched the 10 sword tokens right under his nose. It was simply looking down on him. It was unforgivable. Chase, the big black bear was extremely violent. It immediately chased after him. Unfortunately, although it was very powerful, its speed was not as fast as Xianxia's. It could not catch up at all. The other 5 people were all dumbfounded. They were still discussing how to work together to lure the big black bear away and then seize the sword tokens. They did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the 10 sword tokens would be snatched away by someone else. He just left as fast as lightning. Dumbfounded. The 5 people were completely dumbfounded. They looked at each other and then at the bare withered tree. They did not know what to do. Chase. That person has 11 sword tokens on him. Immediately, the 5 people came to their senses and immediately chased after him at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, their speed was not comparable to Xianxia's at all. They could not catch up even if they chased after him. However, the aura of the 11 sword tokens was too strong. It was like a lighthouse that guided them forward. The big black bear could also sense the aura. It chased after it like a bulldozer, directly pushing through everything in its path. It was extremely violent, and its momentum was incomparably vast. The dirt and dust behind it surged like a huge dragon swaying. However, Xianxia shook it off. Xianxia's speed was really too fast. The aura of the 11 sword tokens. The eyes of the ultimate sword peak's genius lit up. He immediately intercepted him from the side. The ultimate sword peak's genius blocked Xianxia with his sword and said very directly, "Hand over 6 sword tokens and keep 5 for yourself." Xianxia also sensed that the other party had 3 sword tokens on him. In that case, hand over 2 sword tokens and keep 1 for yourself, Xianxia said to the other party with a smile. Then, let's see who's stronger with our swords. The ultimate sword peak's genius smiled coldly. His figure swayed and split into three, each holding a sword. They were so lifelike that it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. They directly attacked from the left, middle, and right sides. He used his ultimate move as soon as he attacked. However, Qianzong did not move at all. He allowed the three figures to approach him. Then, he drew his sword. However, with a flash of sword light, the two figures collapsed and the third figure was sent flying. The sword in his hand flew out of his hand. He was defeated with a single strike. The ultimate sword peak's genius was shocked. It was unbelievable that he had been defeated with a single strike. However, he still reluctantly handed over two sword tokens. The huge gap in strength made him unable to see any hope of fighting back. Basically, with such a person around, it was certain that he would be in the top 10. Perhaps the position of the sword principal Holy Sun had already been reserved. Qianzong did not rush to seize all of the other party's sword tokens. It was actually enough for him to get 2 out of 3 sword tokens. This was only the second round of the assessment. There was still a third round of assessment. The second round would select 10 people. Now that he had 13 sword tokens, it was almost certain that he would enter the top 10. No, it should be said that it was 100% certain. After all, there were 25 people, but there were only 100 sword tokens. Even if 15 people did not get a single sword token, the other 10 people would each get 10 sword tokens on average. Of course, it was impossible to be average. Some people would definitely get more than 10 sword tokens, and some would get less than 10 sword tokens. Therefore, Qianzong now had 13 sword tokens, so he would definitely be in the top 10. Therefore, Qianzong was not in a hurry. It was a good thing to get more sword tokens, but it was not a big deal if he could not get more sword tokens. However, Qianzong now had 13 sword tokens. The aura of the 13 sword tokens was very strong and spread far away, so more people could sense it. Chase, this time, there were 3 people chasing after him. One was a disciple from the punishment hall, and the other 2 were disciples from 2 of the 4 main peaks. Sensing that Qianzong had 13 sword tokens, the 3 of them were very eager. Qianzong, we don't want too many. Just give us 9 sword tokens, said the punishment hall disciple directly. The 3 of them formed a circle and surrounded Qianzong to prevent Qianzong from escaping. Among the 3 of them, one had 5 sword tokens, while the other 2 had 4 sword tokens. Then, each of you give me 3 sword tokens. Qianzong smiled slightly. Qianzong's words directly angered the 3 skyprides. They were the skyprides of the punishment hall and the 2 main peaks. They were the strongest among the 5th level. How dare he say such words to them when they joined forces? It seems that you don't intend to cooperate. The punishment hall disciple smiled coldly. Then, they knelt down. The 3 of them were indeed very strong. They were at the demigod emperor level and were very strong among the demigod emperors. However, they met Qianzong, who suppressed the 3 of them with his swordsmanship and defeated them. It was a complete one-sided victory. There was no other way. Qianzong's true strength had already surpassed the 5th level and reached the 6th level. Even if he didn't use any trump cards, he was still at the 6th level. In the end, the 3 of them had to hand over 3 sword tokens, which added up to 9 sword tokens. Qianzong originally had 13 sword tokens, but it suddenly increased to 22 sword tokens. At this moment, the last sword token had been found, and the exit was opened. With a roar, Qianzong turned into sword light and swept across the sky. He flew toward the exit in an instant. Without any pause, he flew out of the exit and appeared on Taihao Peak. Qianzong was the first to come out. The second senior statesman's eyes turned and fell directly on Qianzong. He sensed the aura of the sword tokens on Qianzong and a trace of undetectable surprise flashed across his eyes. 22 sword tokens, there were only 100 sword tokens in total. This young man had taken almost a quarter of them. It was too shocking. However, the second senior statesman knew Qianzong. He used to be number 1 on the Divine General and Divine Lord rankings. Now, he was number 1 on the Divine King rankings. His talent and potential were amazing. It wouldn't be difficult for him to make it to the top 100 of the Divine King rankings. He might even make it to the top 10 or top 3. The space-crossing divine ship started and flew out of Taihao Mountain. There were 10 disciples on the ship. They were the ones who had passed the first and second tests. They were preparing to go to the third test, which was also the last test. These 10 people were the disciples of the 4 main peaks, the disciples of the Punishment Palace, the disciples of the 4 main peaks, and the disciples of the Gulan Peak. The disciple of the Gulan Peak was Chihi. After being defeated by Chenzong, he worked hard and cultivated with all his might. He even ventured into some forbidden areas. He didn't die and gained a lot. His strength improved rapidly. With the help of the Lanhai clan, he was indeed very strong now. However, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be compared with Chenzong. In addition to these 10 people, there was also the second senior statesman on the space-crossing divine ship. In addition, there were several Monarch Realm experts and 10 Emperor Realm experts. Only the second senior statesman knew where the third test was held. The others didn't know. The second senior statesman didn't give any explanation now. They would only know when they arrived. Although Chenzong was curious, he didn't plan to explore. Instead, he cultivated quietly. Even if this period of cultivation couldn't help him improve, it was still a kind of accumulation and a kind of habit. The path of cultivation was like sailing against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Only if you maintained it all the time could you stabilize and improve gradually. This trip wasn't short. After a full month, they entered a land and finally stopped at a place a few hundred miles away from a valley. Ahead is an important stronghold of the Inferno Demon sect. The second senior statesman stood at the bow of the ship and pointed at the valley a few hundred miles away. There was a trace of demonic aura there. It was very terrifying and blazing. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the third test to be related to the Inferno Demon sect. What you have to do is to eliminate this stronghold of the Inferno Demon sect. The second senior statesman said coldly. His eyes were calm like an ancient well, but he gently spat out 3 words that seemed to contain thousands of murderous intent. Kill without mercy. The killing intent was piercingly cold and decisive. It was like a bolt of cold lightning that directly swept through everyone's bodies. Immediately, they couldn't help but tremble as a chill rose from their hearts. In that stronghold, there will naturally be people to deal with the 6th and 7th realms. As for the others, I'll leave them to you. When the time comes, your performance will be combined with the first and second tests to determine who is qualified to become the Sword Dao Holy Son, said the second elder. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. He actually had to combine the results of the first and second tests. This was not mentioned before. In that case, those who performed better in the first and second stages would have a higher chance of succeeding. There was no other way. He could only perform better in the third stage and kill more Purgatory Demon sect members. Only by performing better could he earn more points. Luckily, those 6th and 7th realms could be dealt with by the other 6th and 7th realms. Set off. As soon as the second elder finished speaking, he took the lead and flew out of the space-crossing divine ship. The other Emperor-level and Emperor-level experts also flew out together. Last were the 10 prodigies who would be taking the test. Maintaining an appropriate speed, the group quickly headed in the direction of the Purgatory Demon sect. During this time, the second elder used some kind of secret treasure to conceal everyone's aura and figure. They only appeared when they were completely close to the Purgatory Demon sect. The Purgatory Demon sect was completely unprepared and was directly attacked. Of course, this was also because there were no half-sage experts in this stronghold. Otherwise, they would have long discovered the arrival of the Taihao Mountain group. Kill. As soon as everyone appeared, they immediately rushed down and drew their swords to kill. In this stronghold, there were some Emperor-level experts and Emperor-level experts. Of course, there were more 4th and 5th realms. The most powerful one was a top-notch Emperor-level expert. He was also the person in charge of this stronghold and a high-level figure in the Purgatory Demon sect. This powerful Emperor-level expert did not need to be considered by the others. Naturally, the second elder would take action. As for the 10 prodigies, all they had to do was to kill the 4th and 5th realms in this stronghold. Chenzong had come into contact with the Infernal Order more often. As for the Purgatory Demon sect, he had only come into contact with them once. That was the Purgatory Demon General in the Chaos region. Although he had only come into contact with them once, Xianxia still had some understanding of the Purgatory Demon sect. Their path of cultivation was different from the orthodox path of cultivation. The members of the Purgatory Demon sect could transform into demonic beasts and their strength would skyrocket. Not only that, they could also borrow the power of the Purgatory Demon divinity, allowing them to transform into demonic beasts and become even more tyrannical. Simply put, an ordinary fifth realm Purgatory Demon General would become extremely terrifying once he gave it his all. People from the Taihao Mountain. How dare they come directly to our door? Kill them all. One by one, the members of the Purgatory Demon sect were extremely furious and unleashed a terrifying aura. The Emperor-level experts of the Purgatory Demon sect were naturally dealt with by the Emperor-level experts of the Taihao Mountain, and the Emperor-level experts of the Purgatory Demon sect were naturally dealt with by the Taihao Mountain. As for the fourth and fifth realms of the Purgatory Demon sect disciples, they were naturally dealt with by the 10 prodigies. That was their opponent. There weren't many prodigies from Taihao Mountain participating in the third test, only 10 of them. However, there were quite a number of fifth realm Inferno Demon generals from the Inferno Demon Gate in this stronghold. There were close to 200 of them. The difference in numbers was huge. However, none of the 10 swordsmen from Taihao Mountain felt any fear. Not even the slightest bit. Kill, Xianxia unsheathed his sword. The sword light flashed and directly killed 2 Purgatory Demon generals. Explode, the Purgatory Demon generals all exploded. Their auras surged wildly as they transformed into demons. Their auras directly increased by 3 or even 4 times, becoming extremely terrifying. The Emperor-level experts also fought the Emperor-level experts of the Purgatory Demon sect, and so did the Emperor-level experts. It's you. You really think highly of me. When the strongest person in this stronghold, the elder of the Purgatory Demon sect, saw the second Grand Elder, he was first stunned and then his pupils shrank to the size of needles. The second Grand Elder of the Taihao Mountain was the famous killer, a terrifying expert with an astonishing murderous nature. Transform, demonize. Without the slightest hesitation, the Purgatory Demon sect's top monarch realm expert immediately erupted with all his strength and transformed into a 5-meter-tall monster. He erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. Blood-red flames burned incessantly, as if everything around him would be burned to ashes. Under the demonization, his strength also increased by several times. There was no other way. If he did not demonize in time, he might be directly killed by this killer. There was no need to doubt, and there was no need to think in vain, because those who did were already dead. In addition, he also wanted to kill this killer. In this way, it would be a great blow to the Taihao Mountain. It was not comparable to killing a sword saint. Yes, the 10th sword saint of the Taihao Mountain was killed by the Purgatory Demon sect. Otherwise, the third test would not have been specially targeted against the Purgatory Demon sect. It was both a test and revenge. If you kill the sword saint of the Taihao Mountain, you will have to bear the consequences. The second Grand Elder watched coldly from the sidelines. He watched the other party demonize and did not move to stop him. Instead, he let the other party do as he pleased. It was more interesting to kill the strong. When he saw that the other party had completed his demon transformation and his aura had increased by several times, the second Grand Elder's eyes began to ripple a little. It seemed that he was a little interested. Burst, this top Imperial-level demonic cultivator's strength was close to that of a demi-saint. As soon as he attacked, he shattered the space and arrived with terrible power in an instant. The second Elder's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately drew his sword. The moment the sword was unsheathed, murderous intent filled the sky. It poured out like a torrent, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Under this murderous intent, the void seemed to be frozen. Even time and space seemed to be frozen. The second Grand Elder did not comprehend the way of time or way of space. He only used his terrifying sword will to freeze time and space. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the sword pierced through the air. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. It met the other party's attack head-on. The sword light of this sword was extremely condensed. It condensed an incomparably terrifying murderous intent. In an instant, the top Emperor-level expert's pupils shrank to the size of needles. A trace of fear bloomed in the depths of his eyes. The murderous intent was too strong. It was only an instant of impact, an unstoppable impact, but it made him feel as if he had fallen into a sea of blood. It was as if he was about to be drowned in the sea of blood. It was difficult to breathe. His whole body was sinking, as if he was about to fall into an endless abyss of corpses. How could it be so terrifying? He finally understood how the second Grand Elder got his nickname of the Killing Star. He lived up to his name. No, he seemed to be even more shocking and terrifying than the legends. He couldn't block it, the power of this sword was too terrifying. There was no way to block it at all. The tyrannical attack was instantly shattered by the second senior statesman's sword. The sword light continued forward as if there was no way to block it at all. It was invincible. Kill, even though his strength had increased several times after demonifying, nearing the half-saint level, he still couldn't block the second Grand Elder's killing sword. Even at the half-saint level, the second Grand Elder's strength was extremely tyrannical. He belonged to the top of the half-saint level. He was a terrifying expert who was only a hair's breadth away from the saint level. His killing move wasn't that easy to block. Even a top half-saint would have to treat it with caution. How could an expert who hadn't even reached the half-saint level resist it? The only result was death. The sword pierced through his opponent's forehead. The terrifying murderous sword will directly destroyed his opponent's spirit. He couldn't even self-destruct. The second Grand Elder withdrew his sword. He shook it gently to shake off the remaining bloodstains on it. He sheathed his sword. His movements were graceful and calm, as if it were a work of art. After he sheathed his sword, the second Grand Elder swept his gaze over the battlefield. He saw every battle clearly. Then, he was slightly startled. His eyes lit up as he stared directly to the left. That was where Xianxia was. A sixth realm cultivator had suddenly appeared and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia was killing more than a dozen fifth realms. Moreover, they were all fifth realms that had undergone demon transformations. Although their abilities had increased several times, they were no match for Xianxia at all. There was no other reason other than that Xianxia's abilities were incomparable to those of the fifth realms. Some fourth realms that had undergone demon transformations wanted to take advantage of the situation, but they also ended up dead. Compared to the other 9 prodigies, Xianxia was undoubtedly the fastest. The others had not even killed 10 fifth realm demon generals yet. It could not be helped. Demon generals that had undergone demon transformations had their abilities increased several times. Ordinary fifth realms would have the abilities of a top fifth realm after transformations. After transformations, they would have the abilities of a demi-emperor. After transformations, they would have the abilities of a top demi-emperor. After transformations, they would have the abilities of a top demi-emperor. Xianxia had killed the most and attracted the attention of an emperor-level cultivator from the Purgatory Demon Sect's stronghold. There were some discrepancies in the intelligence. They had not fully investigated the number of emperor-level cultivators in the stronghold. It was expected that there would be some discrepancies. However, with the second senior statesman around, there would basically be no slip-ups. Seeing that the emperor-level cultivator attacked Xianxia and was about to kill him, the second senior statesman prepared to draw his sword. In just an instant, his hand pressed on the sword hilt. The moment his 5 fingers clasped the hilt, he could immediately draw his sword out of its sheath. However, just as he was about to draw his sword, the second senior statesman paused. This was because he realized that Xianxia's expression did not have the slightest hint of panic or seriousness in the face of the emperor-level cultivator's attack. On the contrary, he actually revealed a hint of excitement. A fifth realm cultivator actually revealed a hint of excitement in the face of a sixth realm's attack. What was this? In the face of the sixth realm's attack, Xianxia did not dodge. Instead, he slashed his sword through the air. The sword light was extremely bright and extremely fast. It was extremely terrifying as it traversed the sky. The brilliance of the condensed light was indescribable. Even the second senior statesman, who had the abilities of a top demi-saint, felt an indescribable shock. This was because the sword lights might have completely surpassed the 5th level and reached the 6th level. Letting go of the sword hilt, the second elder paid more attention to Xianxia. He wanted to see how Qinzong would deal with a sixth realm cultivator. Would he be able to contend with him? If he could do it, then he would have to re-evaluate Qinzong. The second senior statesman didn't know what Qinzong had done in the past. He didn't know that Qinzong had already killed several Emperor Realm experts. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so surprised. Qinzong had been killing 5th Realm demon generals all this time. His opponents were too weak, and he wasn't someone who liked to bully soft persimmons. Now that a 6th Realm cultivator had appeared, it wasn't bad. He could fight to his heart's content. The heavenly gold sword body was activated. As the platinum divine inscriptions filled the air, traces of a sharp aura also spread out. The platinum divine inscriptions seemed to eventually converge on Qinzong's eyes, but also seemed to have started from Qinzong's eyes. It made Qinzong's eyes look even sharper. They were so sharp that they could see through everything. That kind of light was too sharp, to the extent that the other party felt endlessly apprehensive. Qinzong's figure flashed. First, he turned illusory in an instant. Then, he solidified. The moment he switched between illusory and corporeal, he had already closed in on his opponent. His frost stream sword burst forth with an astonishingly sharp and chilling light. It was as if it wanted to freeze the surroundings as it attacked. That sword was so fast that it seemed to be able to freeze everything. It was so fast that it seemed to ignore time and space. Qinzong was best at close-range combat. The Heart Sword technique and the World Sword technique were both at the pinnacle of Sun-class techniques, and they were at the limit. If they broke through, they would reach the level of Divine Sword technique. This sword technique. The second Grand Elder was stunned. Of course, his sword technique was already at the level of Divine Sword technique, and it was very profound. It wasn't something that Qinzong could compare with. Now that he thought about it, he wondered what level his sword technique was at when he was still at the 5th realm. It was indeed a Sun-class technique, but it was only at the mid-tier Sun-class technique. Back then, he had already surpassed many of his peers and seniors, and only a few people could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Now, he saw with his own eyes that a 5th realm warrior had mastered a top-tier Sun-class technique. If he didn't see it with his own eyes and heard it from others, he wouldn't believe it. However, facts were facts, and he had to believe it. He saw it with his own eyes, and he didn't fall into an illusion. Sigh, the second Grand Elder sighed with emotion. This level of talent in the Tao of Swords was indeed enviable. Moreover, not only was his swordsmanship so superb, but his strength was also very strong. He was only at the 5th level, but his strength was comparable to that of a 6th level. The platinum patterns on his body were also extraordinary. There was an indescribable wonder to them, and they were indescribably wonderful. As a top semi-sage expert, the second senior elder couldn't be compared to others. His pair of sharp eyes could see through many mysteries. Even so, he couldn't truly see through Qinzong. He always felt that Qinzong's body was covered by a layer of mysterious gauze. It seemed as if he could see through Qinzong, but in fact, he couldn't see through him. As the second Grand Elder sighed with emotion, the battle between Qinzong and that 6th realm warrior got more intense. Demonic transformation, this 6th realm warrior unleashed his full power and directly turned into his demonic form. He realized that if he didn't turn into his demonic form, he would be suppressed by his opponent's sword technique. In terms of physical strength, his opponent wasn't inferior to him at all. In terms of technique, his opponent was actually better than him. As such, he had no choice but to unleash his full power. Under his demonic form, his demonic flames burned more fiercely and fiercely. His physical strength also increased by 3 times, immediately putting Qinzong under heavy pressure. Sword sharpening technique was strengthened. Qinzong also unleashed his full power. He directly raised the first level of the sword sharpening technique to the 5th level, causing the power of each sword to increase by 5 times. Under the sword light, the space was constantly torn apart. Streaks of pitch-black sword marks appeared, emanating a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. The second Grand Elder became more and more shocked as he watched. A quarter of an hour. Qinzong and that 6th realm warrior had been fighting fiercely for a quarter of an hour. He had even forced his opponent to turn into his demonic form. However, he wasn't at a disadvantage and could still fight on. Die. The demonic Emperor Realm Warrior was extremely furious. The crimson flames around him burned wildly and soared into the sky. It was as if he had turned into a fiery demon that pounced on Chenzong, destroying everything. Chenzong's hair stood on end. This was a divine technique. The divine technique unleashed by his opponent was extremely powerful. Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. Without hesitation, Chenzong also unleashed his full power. Although the sword sharpening technique couldn't enhance the Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique, its power was still very terrifying. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword light was like a crescent moon across the sky. It tore through everything, cut through everything, and instantly collided with the opponent's fiery demon. Lone Swallow returns. With a turn of his body, the second sword light, which carried an even more powerful power, pierced through the air. After 2 consecutive slashes, the fiery demon was instantly defeated. Chenzong's eyes were extremely bright. His eyes were extremely sharp. He stretched out his left finger and pointed it. In an instant, the space around him froze. Even the demonic Emperor Realm Warrior stopped moving. Immediately after, Chenzong pointed his finger a second time. When the Emperor Realm Warrior unleashed all his power to break free from the shackles of the finger-pointing technique, Chenzong's second finger also arrived. This was a killing move. The finger-pointing technique. In an instant, the space around the body of the demonic Emperor Realm Warrior was directly torn apart, as if it had been cut by an invisible divine weapon. The crack was more than a meter long and as thick as a finger. It appeared very quickly and was covered with saw teeth. With the current strength of Chenzong's attack, it was enough to tear apart space. However, the finger-pointing technique was different. Not only could it tear apart space, but it was also an extremely powerful spatial crack. In comparison, the power of Chenzong's finger-pointing technique was at least 3 times weaker than that of the finger-pointing technique. The Emperor Realm Warrior dodged in time, but he still couldn't completely avoid it. His 2 calves were torn apart by the spatial crack and were directly broken. However, only 2 broken legs were not enough to kill him. On the contrary, he still had the strength to fight again. The Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique? Sky Slash. In an instant, the Emperor Realm Warrior's essence, energy, and spirit were rapidly consumed. His cultivation power also poured out like a flood, condensing into a powerful force that instantly surged into the scabbard. The sword in the scabbard trembled as if it couldn't bear it anymore. He unsheathed his sword. He directly slashed out with his sword. The sword light was peerless, and it seemed to be able to cut through everything in an instant. The void was directly cut open, and a shocking crack appeared. The power of the Sky Slash was twice as strong as that of an ordinary Heavenly Light Sword Drawing Technique. When this sword slashed out, there was a kind of brilliant and domineering divine power. It was as if it could overturn the heavens and the earth. He couldn't block it. The demonified monarch had originally targeted the wound on his calf that had been cut off. He had charged forward decisively, wanting to get rid of Chenzong. He had been very ruthless. However, when Chenzong slashed out with his sword, his eyes were filled with indescribable shock. He couldn't block it or dodge it. He was immediately slashed by the sword. All of his resistance was destroyed in an instant, and his body was instantly cut in half. Then, Chenzong took advantage of the situation and kicked out, sending his opponent's body flying. At the same time, he infused a large amount of sword chi into his opponent's body, wreaking havoc in his opponent's remaining body to prevent him from self-destructing before his death. Chenzong didn't use the black mark and the mysterious seed to devour his opponent's soul and vitality because Chenzong knew that the second senior statesman was watching the battle. He might also be watched. With the second senior statesman's ability, he might be able to see through something. To be safe, it was better not to devour his opponent's soul. If he really wanted to devour his opponent's soul, there would still be many opportunities in the future. After witnessing Chenzong kill a demonic Emperor Realm Warrior head-on without using any life-saving trump cards, the second senior statesman knew that this assessment was as good as over. There was no need to say more about who the Sword Dao Holy Sun was. None of the other 9 could kill a 6th realm warrior when they were at the 5th realm. No, not to mention killing a 6th realm warrior, it wasn't that easy to even contend with a 6th realm warrior. However, Chenzong did it. He didn't cheat at all. He did it with his own ability. The second senior statesman smiled. Unknowingly, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Send eldest son to the training class. And, the stronghold of the Purgatory Demon sect was directly eradicated. The 6th realm and 7th realm experts were all killed by the experts of the Taihao Mountain. After all, the Taihao Mountain had come prepared. They had investigated this stronghold for a long time and had also paid attention to it for a long time. They had made a more complete analysis of its strength. Even if there were some omissions, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The 4th realm and 5th realm experts didn't manage to escape and were all killed. In the end, except for Chen Zong, the other 9 Skyprides were all injured. Their injuries weren't very serious, but they weren't light either. On the space-crossing divine ship, the 9 Skyprides looked at Chen Zong, who was clean and uninjured, as if he was here for a vacation. Compared to them, who were slightly battered and injured, it was a completely different matter. Chen Zong had also fought. They all had a feeling that perhaps they had all lost the battle for the Sword Dao Holy Sun this time. There was only one true winner, and that was the young man in a silver-white sword robe standing on the deck with a calm expression. His body was as straight as a sword. It took a month to come and another month to return. This space-crossing divine ship was a high-level space-crossing divine ship. It had the speed of an Emperor-level expert. With such speed, it would take a month. If it were a 5th realm expert, it wouldn't be possible without at least a few years. 10 days later, darkness filled the air. In the darkness, there was a pitch-black space-crossing divine ship. This space-crossing divine ship blocked the path of the Taihao Mountain space-crossing divine ship without hesitation. Following that, several figures appeared and surrounded the space-crossing divine ship of the Taihao Mountain. Infernal Order Bastard. The second senior statesman's eyes were filled with extremely sharp killing intent. His terrifying killing intent also spread out as if a massacre hell had descended. So it's Jiandi no kill. Among the group of black-robed people surrounded by wisps of dark aura, the leader took a step forward. Under the cover of the black robe, an old face full of wrinkles was revealed. His eyes were dark and deep, causing one's heart to palpitate. The second senior statesman's eyes narrowed slightly. Old Man Black Light. The second elder was Jiandi no kill. That was a famous name in the universe. In addition to Old Man Black Light, there was also a group of emperors and emperors from the Infernal Order. In total, there were more than 20 of them. In terms of the number of emperors and emperors, they surpassed Mount Taihao. However, the second Grand Elder did not make a move. Neither did Old Man Black Light. Why? Because he wasn't confident. Old Man Black Light was not confident that he could defeat the second Doyen, and the second Doyen was not confident that he could defeat Old Man Black Light in a short period of time. If Old Man Black Light held them back, then the others would not have the upper hand, especially the 10 Fifth Realms. They were very dangerous, especially Chen Zong. Even if he could kill all of these Infernal Order members by himself, Mount Taihao would still suffer heavy losses. Old Man Black Light also had the same concerns. Once the battle started, not to mention the others, he would definitely be targeted by Jiandi. He might even be killed by him. He didn't want to die. Under the fear of each other, the atmosphere was strange, but the battle did not start. Old Man Black Light eventually led his people back to the pitch-black space-crossing divine ship, turned around, and left. The second Grand Elder withdrew his gaze, and the space-crossing divine ship started again, flying toward Mount Taihao. A life-and-death battle almost started, but it did not start in the end. Of course, if it was only the second Grand Elder alone, then there was no need to say anything more. He would draw his sword and kill. Time flew by, and the space-crossing divine ship returned to Mount Taihao, flying directly to Mount Taihao. Everyone else also got off the space-crossing divine ship. I hereby announce that the first place of the Sword Dao Holy Sun test is. The second Grand Elder paused for a moment, as if he wanted to keep everyone in suspense. His gaze swept across the crowd, causing their hearts to tremble involuntarily. They couldn't help but feel a bit of hope for no reason. Tianguang Peak Sword Disciple Chen Zong. When the second Grand Elder said the 3 words Tianguang Peak, the 9 people were like deflated balloons, immediately knowing that there was no hope. There was no other way. Among the 10 of them, there was only one disciple of Tianguang Peak, and that was Chen Zong. Just as expected, nothing could be seen from the first test, but in the second test, Chenzong obtained the most sword tokens, so some results were added to his score. In the third test, Chenzong killed the most fifth realm cultivators. Of course, they did not know that Chenzong also killed a sixth realm cultivator. Only the second Grand Elder knew about that battle. The others were all fighting their own battles, so they did not know, and the second Grand Elder did not mention it. Hearing the second Grand Elder's words, Chenzong was a little happy, but not too happy, and he quickly calmed down. The Sword Sect Holy Son, back then, when he became a disciple of Mount Taihao, his goal was to become the Sword Sect Holy Son, and then meet the Taihao Sword Saint. However, he did not expect to meet the Taihao Sword Saint before he became the Sword Sect Holy Son, and he even obtained some fated opportunities. After that, Chenzong was not so eager to obtain the position of the Sword Sect Holy Son, as it was not essential. Now, he did not expect to become the Sword Sect Holy Son by coincidence. The conferring ceremony will be held in 3 months, the second Grand Elder said again, and then he asked everyone to leave. The Sword Sect Holy Son of Mount Taihao was a symbol. It was a symbol of status, talent, and strength. Therefore, it was not a casual ceremony, but a conferring ceremony would be held. Usually, people from various holy lands would be invited to participate and observe the ceremony. However, since the second Grand Elder had already pointed out that Chenzong was the Sword Sect Holy Son, unless he was killed within these 3 months, it was an undeniable fact. Chenzong, take this book back and read it carefully. The second Grand Elder called out to Chenzong, and handed him a book that was neither thin nor thick. It was very simple, and he did not know what kind of leather it was made of. It felt a little rough to the touch. This book did not have a name, and its cover was silver gray. It had an extremely mysterious and indescribable aura. With some curiosity, Chenzong put away the book and returned to Tianguang Peak. The news that Chenzong had become the Sword Sect Holy Son had spread. Therefore, when he returned to Tianguang Peak, he was welcomed by the Tianguang Peak Lord and a group of elders. As for the chief elder, he was still behind closed doors to recover from his injuries. The Tianguang Peak Lord was very happy. Chenzong had become the Sword Sect Holy Son, and his status was completely different. However, after the conferring ceremony, Chenzong would leave Tianguang Peak and join Mount Taihao. This was because the Sword Sect Holy Son belonged to Mount Taihao, and not to any peak. However, Chenzong was still from Tianguang Peak, and Tianguang Peak also carried Chenzong's glory. After meeting the Peak Lord and the others, Chenzong returned to his manor cave to continue his closed-door cultivation. However, he first read the mysterious book given to him by the second elder. Previously, Chenzong found that this book could not be opened. In other words, it could not be opened with a single flip. It could be opened. He tried to channel his cultivation energy into the book, but he found that he still could not open it. Then, Chenzong tried to channel his energy into the book, and immediately felt the book in his hand tremble slightly. Then, Chenzong opened it. On the first page, there were only 4 words, "Kill all." The moment he saw those 4 words, Chenzong immediately felt a monstrous killing intent rushing toward him. This killing intent was not targeted at him, but at everything. It was targeted at heaven and earth, at all living things, and at everything. It was as if everything could be killed, nothing could not be killed, and nothing could not be killed. Chenzong almost suffocated. In front of this monstrous killing intent, it was as if there was a sea of killing intent, but also as if there was an abyss of killing intent. Fortunately, Chenzong's energy was very strong, and his sword intent was extremely tough. He forcefully resisted the monstrous killing intent from those 4 words, and it took him a while to get used to it. There seemed to be mountains of corpses and seas of blood contained within those 4 words. Then, Chenzong turned to the second page. The first words that came into his sight were still 4 words, "Kill sword technique." Kill sword technique. Chenzong's heart skipped a beat. The second elder's title was the Kill Jandi. Could this kill sword technique be the Great Path sword technique that the second elder mastered? No, at the second elder's level, this sword technique had already surpassed the level of Great Path sword technique and reached the level of Origin sword technique. The upper limit of Great Path sword technique was the limit of Sun Clash unique techniques, and the beginning of origin sword technique was the lowest level of divine sword technique. Of course, the kill sword technique recorded on this page started from Great Path sword technique. After all, origin sword technique was also improved from Great Path sword technique. With Chen Zong's current level, it was impossible for him to comprehend origin sword technique. Below the 4 big words, void killing sword art, was a row of small words. Without killing, everything in the world could be killed. Living beings and dead spirits could be killed. Time and space could be killed. Nothingness could be killed. There was nothing that could not be killed. Seeing this line of words, Chen Zong couldn't help but be stunned, and an indescribable emotion emerged from the bottom of his heart for no reason. What a strong killing intent! What a shocking tone! Everything can be killed, everything in time and space and nothingness can be killed. That's too shocking. Looking further down, there was a drawing. It looked like a very simple drawing of a person holding a sword, and it seemed to be drawn with a few simple strokes. However, when Chen Zong focused on it, the simple person holding the sword seemed to come alive in an instant. It became complete and directly turned into a figure wearing a silver-gray sword robe. Instantly, the eyes of the figure in the silver-gray sword robe seemed to emit a ray of light as he stared at Chen Zong. Then, he unsheathed his sword and pierced through the air. Chen Zong only felt a shocking murderous intent spread out and penetrated his bones. The murderous intent of the sword seemed to want to freeze his spirit, and it also seemed to pierce through his divine soul. It was extremely terrifying. Repeatedly, the figure holding the sword was piercing the sword repeatedly. This stab was very simple, he just pulled out the sword and pierced it out. It looked easy, but Chen Zong knew that it wasn't that simple. That was a sword that had been tempered thousands of times, and it was a sword that had returned to its original state. It was a sword that had reached the peak of basic sword techniques. Not only that, but there was also an indescribable mystery in the sword. It was murderous intent, and murderous spirit. The murderous intent and murderous spirit merged into the sword and turned into a terrifying force that pierced out. It pierced through everything. Brothers, please give me some monthly votes. The monthly votes are too few, and it doesn't look good. This book was the no-kill sword technique since it contained all the knowledge that no-kill Jiandi had in his life. Not only did it contain the no-kill sword technique, but it also contained the ultimate techniques and godly spells that no-kill Jiandi created himself. It was a complete book. This sword technique was an ultimate treasure. If it got out, it would cause a bloodbath, and many people would fight over it. But now, the unkillable sword emperor had directly handed it to him. Moreover, he had no intention of becoming Chen Zong's disciple. This made Chen Zong feel that this book was extremely heavy. However, Chen Zong didn't refuse to read it. Since the second Grand Elder gave it to him, it was a form of acknowledgement. Then, he could read and comprehend it to his heart's content. The moves of the no-kill sword technique weren't complicated. Quite the contrary, they were simple. However, this simplicity wasn't crude. Instead, it was exquisite. It was the simplicity of Tao returning to its original simplicity. More importantly, the usage of power was infused with murderous spirit and murderous spirit. It was very profound. If one wanted to cultivate the no-kill sword technique, they had to kill. The no-kill sword technique didn't mean that it didn't kill, it meant that there was nothing that it couldn't kill. Chen Zong's foundation in swordsmanship was firm, and he had great comprehension. With the help of the One Heart Sutra, it wasn't hard for him to comprehend the no-kill sword technique. In addition, Chen Zong had killed many creatures with his sword. It didn't matter if they were humans, demons, or other creatures. Every time he killed them, he would accumulate murderous spirit. As for the murderous spirit and murderous spirit, it came from his heart. Soon, Chen Zong mastered the no-kill sword technique, and he continued to improve it to the level of a Sun-class secret technique. Only then did the progress slow down. However, with Chen Zong's level of swordsmanship, it wasn't hard for him to improve it to the level of a Sun-class secret technique. He just needed to spend more time. In addition, the no-kill sword technique was divided into the Tao chapter and the origin chapter. After he cultivated the Tao chapter to the extreme, he could start to comprehend the origin chapter. If he could comprehend it, it would be of great help to his heart sword art and world sword art to the origin sword art level. In addition to the no-kill swordsmanship, Xianxia would also comprehend the unique skills of the no-kill swordsmanship. Although the unique skills were not that important to him, they were still a kind of foundation. The more he comprehended and mastered them, the more he would accumulate. Time flew by. A month had passed. The Sword Dao Saints conferring ceremony thus began. However, the conferring ceremony this time wasn't as grand as the previous one. This was because the current situation wasn't very good. The Infernal Order and the Purgatory Demon Gate were in chaos. The rise of the god-worshipping religion had caused the situation in the universe to be very chaotic. Even if they had sent out invitations to other holy lands, they might not have specially come. Even if they did come, they would only send 1 or 2 people over. It would not be as grand as before. Since that was the case, he might as well not invite him. The grand conferral ceremony was held directly on Taihao Peak. All the senior statesmen of the Senior Statesmen's Hall had come forward. Senior Statesman Ten's expression was ugly, but he had to endure it. This feeling was really stifling. In addition to the senior statesmen, the upper echelons of the 36 peaks and the 8 great academies naturally had to attend. In addition, the other Sword Dao Saints were also present. Xianxia entered, stepping on the golden-red sword-patterned carpet. He walked forward step by step. The first senior statesman was standing there, holding a hollowed-out golden-sheathed longsword in his hand. This sword looked very gorgeous, but it also had an indescribable sense of restraint. The aura it emitted was also very solemn. God Xianxia. He walked in front of the first senior statesman with a solemn expression and gave him a grand sword salute. Sword Sun Xianxia, accept the sword salute. The first senior statesman's voice was low and vigorous, containing the power of the Sword Dao. It seemed to have resonated with the origin of the Sword Dao in the universe. In an instant, thousands of sword cries sounded from all directions, as if wisps of sword light were disappearing. At that moment, the surroundings seemed to have turned into a world of swords. Disciple Xianxia, accept the sword salute. After performing the sword salute, Xianxia reached out his hands with a solemn expression and held the sword handed over by the first senior statesman. The sword was light, but when it fell into Xianxia's hands, it made him feel extremely heavy. This kind of heaviness was not the weight of the sword itself, but the spirit and responsibility it carried. It was a kind of meaning, the Sword Dao Saint, a symbol of Taihao Mountain. With the sword salute in hand, it meant that Xianxia had officially become the Sword Dao Saint of Taihao Mountain, ranked 12th. The 12th Sword Dao Saint did not refer to the strength of the Sword Dao Saint, but the order in which he was ranked. The conferring ceremony ended. Although no one from the other holy lands came to witness it, the people of Taihao Mountain witnessed it, and the news spread. The disciple of Tianguang Peak, Xianxia, became the Sword Dao Saint of Taihao Mountain. When they heard the news, the Infernal Order and the Infernal Demon Sect were furious. Why were they furious? It was because Xianxia had eliminated 3 strongholds of the Infernal Order. As for the Infernal Demon Sect, firstly, the matter of the Chaos region was exposed, and they were targeted by Taihao Mountain. Secondly, an important stronghold was destroyed by Jiandi no-kill, and the loss was not small. There was a top monarch-level powerhouse among them. Moreover, the destruction of that important stronghold was because of the Sword Dao Saint examination of Taihao Mountain, and Xianxia was among them. He became the Sword Dao Saint, which meant that he killed the most ruthlessly. How could the Infernal Demon Sect not be angry, but what could they do? There was nothing they could do, because Xianxia was staying in Taihao Mountain. Taihao Mountain was not comparable to Luofu Mountain and Wanluo Valley. It was impregnable, and it was not easy to break in. The losses were heavy, and the gains were not worth the losses. Xianxia's new cave residence was in Taihao Mountain, and it was called the Unparalleled Sword Palace. In the Unparalleled Sword Palace, Xianxia pulled out the ceremonial sword in his hand. The sword light was golden and bright, and there was an indescribable elegance, but it did not seem vulgar. However, this was a ceremonial sword, not a sword used for battle. It was more of a symbolic meaning. Xianxia naturally would not carry the ceremonial sword with him. He would put it in the Unparalleled Sword Palace. In the Unparalleled Sword Palace, there was no one else except for Xianxia. Xianxia had to recruit the people under him. Of course, with Xianxia's identity as the Sword Dao Saint, it was easy for him to recruit a group of people. He did not even need Chenzong to take the initiative to ask for people to come to him. After all, it was impossible for Chenzong to operate the huge unparalleled sword palace by himself. Moreover, Chenzong did not have the time to manage the chores. He always needed someone to manage it. Otherwise, it would not look good. The first person that Chenzong thought of was Tiger Ji. He was the outer mountain elder Tiger Ji who recommended him to enter Tianguang Peak. Tiger Ji's talent was only average. No matter how hard he cultivated, it was difficult for him to make much progress. Therefore, it was not so easy for him to become an inner mountain elder. Chenzong was still somewhat grateful to Tiger Ji, and managing the unparalleled sword palace. The status of an outer mountain elder was not something that an outer mountain elder could compare with. The resources that an outer mountain elder could obtain were also not something that an outer mountain elder could compare with. Even the outer mountain elder of the 8th peak was the same. Of course, the premise was that Tiger Ji had to agree. If he did not want to, there was no other way. If Tiger Ji did not want to, Chenzong could also repay him. For example, he could let him become an inner mountain elder of Tianguang Peak. With Chenzong's current status, it was still possible for him to do so. In the end, Elder Tiger Ji agreed without any hesitation. The steward of the Sword Dao Saint, managing the unparalleled sword palace was the same as managing a steward. There was nothing to hesitate about. In this way, Tiger Ji entered the unparalleled sword palace. After that, Chenzong recruited some disciples to enter the unparalleled sword palace to deal with large and small affairs, which were directly under Tiger Ji's charge. Everything gradually returned to silence. Chenzong did not leave, but stayed in the unparalleled sword palace to cultivate behind closed doors. As for the no-killing sword technique, Chenzong still had to study and cultivate it until it reached the point where it could no longer be improved. He also had to cultivate everything he had, and then he would challenge to become the number 1 on the Divine King list. Chenzong was quite confident that he could become the number 1 on the Divine King list. To be honest, if he wanted to be the number 1 on the Divine King list, he would definitely be able to get it. After all, he was very powerful now, and killing a 6th realm cultivator was nothing to him. On this day, the second senior elder summoned Chenzong. When he came to the second senior elder, he didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled out his sword and stabbed at the second senior elder, using the assassination technique of the no-killing sword technique. Chenzong was very familiar with this sword technique. He had been studying the no-killing sword technique for a long time, and he had mastered it a long time ago. Now, he was about to upgrade it to the Peak of Sun class, and it was only one step away from his Heart Sword technique and World Sword technique. However, when Chenzong faced the second senior elder's sword, he was horrified. Even though the second senior elder didn't use his cultivation or sword spirit, and it was just a simple strike, Chenzong felt like he couldn't dodge it no matter what he did. Not only couldn't he dodge it, but he also couldn't defend against it. He felt like he would be killed by this sword, and his vitality would be extinguished. This feeling was extremely frightening. Chenzong's godly intent shivered, and he instantly got rid of the feeling of being killed. Then, he unsheathed his sword, and it turned into a sharp sword energy. Like a cold lightning bolt, it pierced forward with shocking murderous spirit. Assassination technique of the no-killing sword technique. Chenzong used the same technique as the second senior elder. At that moment, Chenzong reacted. The second senior elder wanted to test him, and he wanted to test his mastery of the no-killing sword technique. Since this was the case, he would use the no-killing sword technique to fight. Chenzong sure used the assassination style to meet the challenge. The second senior statesman's eyes flashed. This sword had 3 flavors. He had already grasped the essence of the assassination style of the void-killing sword technique. Fight, the second senior elder only used the no-killing sword technique, and Chenzong also used the no-killing sword technique to fight back. The no-killing sword technique had a total of 6 forms. The second senior elder had simplified them over and over again. Although they had been simplified, their power and profundity had increased instead of decreasing. As a result, the 6 forms of the no-killing sword technique were perfect. However, the no-killing sword technique was still the second senior elder's unique sword technique. It was the most suitable sword technique for him, and not for Chenzong. Moreover, Zong was far inferior to the second senior elder in terms of cultivation of the no-killing sword technique, so he was defeated in the end. Every now and then, the second elder would summon Zong. Without saying a word, he would unsheath his sword and display the no-kill swordsmanship to fight with Zong. Or rather, to compare notes. It couldn't be helped. The second elder Yun saw a glimmer of hope. His no-kill swordsmanship was unfathomable. It was not easy to comprehend and cultivate it. To cultivate this swordsmanship, one needed to have a strong enough spirit, will, essence, qi, and spirit, as well as exceptional mental strength. After all, killing intent came from the heart. If one's mental strength was not strong enough, then the killing intent would not be strong enough. Generally speaking, killing intent would appear because of something, such as a conflict of interest or even hatred. Under normal circumstances, killing intent would not appear because there was no target. It was like getting angry. Who would get angry for no reason? There had to be a reason. However, the no-kill swordsmanship was not like that. There was nothing that could not be killed. Even if there were no enemies, one could stimulate the killing intent in one's heart at any time and place. It felt like creating something out of thin air. Of course, killing intent were a kind of emotional power. Stimulating killing intent was not as unfathomable as creating something out of thin air. However, it was not that easy either. Even if it could be done, it would still be lacking. It would only be on the surface, with form but without spirit. However, the killing intent required by the no-kill swordsmanship must be real killing intent. It had to be both in form and spirit. Not everyone could stimulate the killing intent in one's heart out of thin air without a target or grievance. If one could not do this, then one would not be able to cultivate the no-kill swordsmanship. Because of this, the second elder had not found a suitable successor to pass on his no-kill swordsmanship. Until now, when Zong appeared, the second elder saw some hope. However, it was only some hope. After all, there had been people with great talent in swordsmanship in the past who could not truly comprehend the no-kill swordsmanship and display its mystery. The second elder gave the no-kill swordsmanship to Zong so that he could read it himself. In fact, he was also trying his luck to see if Zong could comprehend it. After a while, he summoned Zong and directly used his sword to test the waters. Unexpectedly, not only did Zong comprehend it, but he also cultivated it to a very profound level. Of course, he could not be compared to the second elder, but he was at the top of the 5th level. At this moment, the second elder knew that there was hope for his no-kill swordsmanship to be passed on. And then, the no-kill would not be disappearing with him and then become a legend. And it would be and then it would be passed on. The no-kill swordsmanship. Therefore, the second elder summoned Zong every few days. First, he wanted to see Zong's progress in the no-kill swordsmanship. Second, he wanted to give him some pointers. After all, the second elder was the no-kill Jiandi, the creator of the no-kill swordsmanship. He was the most authoritative figure. Indeed, after sparring with the second elder time and time again, Zong's no-kill swordsmanship had indeed improved tremendously. It was completely comparable to his heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship. No, in terms of power, it surpassed both of them. After all, his heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship were self-created. They still needed to be perfected and improved bit by bit. On the other hand, the no-kill swordsmanship was a swordsmanship that went straight from the great path to the origin. Its inheritance was very complete. The boundless swordsmanship and rising dragon swordsmanship that Zong obtained in Sword Sharpening Mountain were all at the origin level. Unfortunately, the shadows that Zong killed at that time were all in the 4th and 5th realms. They only mastered the great path level swordsmanship and none of them were at the origin level. Therefore, the boundless swordsmanship and rising dragon swordsmanship that Zong obtained were only at the great path level. Zong had also mastered the no-kill swordsmanship. Every move was indeed extraordinary. The application of killing intent and murderous aura was superb, which surprised Zong. Zong even discovered that it involved space and time. Of course, it did not mean that it contained the way of time and space, but that it affected time and space with the amazing no-kill sword intent. This was a very shocking and unfathomable point. Not only time and space, but even life and death were contained in it. The more Qianzong comprehended and cultivated, the more he felt that the no-kill swordsmanship was unfathomable. He was amazed by the second founding elder's talent. His heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship were not at such a level. But then again, the second founding elder must have spent a lot of time and energy perfecting the no-kill swordsmanship. Perhaps one day, his heart swordsmanship and world swordsmanship could also be improved to such a high level. In private, the Saint Sons of the Sword Tao also met and sparred with each other. However, no one was a match for Qianzong. Although they didn't use all of their strength and held back, the other 11 Saint Sons of the Sword Tao had to admit that unparalleled Sword King Qianzong was indeed the most powerful among them. Everything was progressing in a good direction. Qianzong also ordered his subordinates to mobilize the resources and forces of the Taihao Mountain to investigate Yun Yanxin's whereabouts. Once they found something, they would inform him immediately. As for Qianzong himself, he cultivated wholeheartedly and tried his best to improve himself. He cultivated to the extreme. This is the limit, Qianzong thought to himself. Whether it was the no-kill swordsmanship, the heart swordsmanship, or the world swordsmanship, Qianzong improved all of them to the limit. His limit at the 5th level was beyond the level of Sun-class techniques, and they could barely be considered as origin sword techniques. However, they were not complete. Why were they not complete? It was because Qianzong was still at the 5th level. The 5th level couldn't transform the Great Tao into origin, and without the power of origin, he couldn't truly improve his swordsmanship to the level of divinity. As for the heavenly light sword drawing technique and chaotic 3 fingers that Qianzong mastered, they were indeed divinity, but they couldn't fully exert their power because they lacked the power of origin. However, Qianzong's strength was very strong, and his cultivation wasn't inferior to the 6th level. Therefore, he was able to exert part of the power of the Sword Tao divine spells and spatial divine spells. Right now, Qianzong's swordsmanship was at that level. It was barely at the level of origin swordsmanship. In short, it had surpassed the level of Great Way swordsmanship. Once Qianzong broke through to the 6th level and grasped origin power, the 3 swordsmanships would immediately become true origin swordsmanship and unleash the power they should possess. In addition, Qianzong had completely mastered the no-kill swordsmanship, and he even mastered one of the Sword Tao divine spells. After coming out of seclusion, Qianzong immediately issued a challenge to the God King list. He started from the 1000th place and directly challenged the 100th place. If it weren't for the restriction of the will of the universe, Qianzong would directly challenge the 1st place. However, there was no other way. The 100th place was a dividing line. If Qianzong wanted to enter the top 100, he had to be ranked 100th first. In this battle, Qianzong only used his swordsmanship and easily defeated his opponent. In the following battles, Qianzong easily defeated his opponents. 100th place, 30th place, 10th place, 3rd place, 2nd place. Why does it feel like a repeat of the Divine Lord list? Someone couldn't help but say. On the God King list, there were also geniuses with innate divine bodies. However, it was a pity that Qianzong had already mastered the 3rd level of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex. Due to various factors, the 3rd level of the Celestial Demon Sword Codex had the power of innate divine bodies. Coupled with Qianzong's attainments in other aspects, it was simply terrifying. This was Qianzong's 6th battle to make it to the God King list. His opponent was the current 1st place on the God King list, All Paths of God. All Paths of God also had innate divine bodies. Their innate divine bodies were top-notch divine bodies that were not inferior to the reincarnation divine bodies and the destruction divine bodies. They were known as the born Taoism aptitude. This born Taoism aptitude made it easier for all paths of God to comprehend the mysteries of the Great Path. They could even stack or even merge various great paths. Their application of any great path was better than that of other cultivators, and they could also obtain obvious enhancements. To a certain extent, the born Taoism aptitude was similar to that of the Gudao clan of Taihao Mountain, but it was many times better. In other words, the physique of the Gudao clan of Taihao Mountain was a low-level version of the born Taoism aptitude. No one knew how many great paths of God had mastered because it was too easy for all paths of God to comprehend the great path. They were born to be favored by the great path, as if they were the children of the Great Path itself. If other cultivators were to comprehend the Great Path, it would be like taking something from someone else's home. It would be very difficult. However, for those with born Taoism aptitude, comprehending the Great Path was like taking something from their own home. It was too easy. When facing all paths of God, Qianzong actually felt threatened. There was almost no one in the 5th level who could make him feel threatened. Even the mighty one who ranked second on the God King list was no match for Qianzong, and he was easily defeated by Qianzong. He did not expect all paths of God to be a threat to him. Although the threat was not strong, it showed that all paths of God were indeed very powerful. He hoped that it would give him something to look forward to. Without realizing it, Qianzong's mentality changed. After all, he was someone who had killed an imperial-level cultivator head-on. His vision and level were no longer limited to the 5th level. He was looking at the higher 6th level. All paths of God did not say anything. Mysterious aura spread around him, as if thousands of great path waves were fluctuating. His entire being seemed to be about to fly into the sky and turn into a god. His aura was extremely shocking. All paths of God made his move. He pointed his finger, and streaks of finger force streaked across the sky like starlight, shooting at Qianzong. The finger force was extremely fast, as if it could penetrate everything. The aura of the Great Path of Light filled the air. Immediately after, all paths of God blasted out one palm after another. Sometimes it was a violent and blazing palm of the Great Path of Fire, sometimes it was a vigorous and heavy palm of the Great Path of Earth, and sometimes it was a violent and destructive palm of the Great Path of Thunder. As soon as he attacked, it was an extremely violent attack. The Great Path of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as the Great Path of Thunder, the Great Path of Ice, the Great Path of Light, and the Great Path of Darkness. Qianzong could not help but be amazed. How shocking was that? One had to know that he had only mastered 5 great paths. He was only able to master 5 great paths with the help of the Heart Sutra. If he did not have the Heart Sutra, he would have only mastered 2 great paths at most. When the myriad Tao Divine King made his move, it was an absolute art derived from the power of 9 different great Daos. One move after another, all of them smashed towards Qianzong. It was as if a violent storm was about to destroy Qianzong. The second on the God King list had once been defeated by all paths of God in this way. Facing such an attack, he could only resist for a while. He couldn't resist many times before he was defeated. Then, what about Qianzong? What about the unparalleled Sword King? Could he resist? How many times could he resist? Almost all the powerhouses on the God King list were here to witness this battle with their own eyes. After all, this was a very shocking battle. Facing the successive attacks of all paths of God, Qianzong didn't move. He only drew his sword and slashed out. Instantly, all the attacks were destroyed. All paths of God attacked continuously. Their ultimate techniques poured out as if they were free. The colorful ultimate techniques carried with them a terrifying power that could destroy everything. The scene made the other experts on the God King list shudder with fear and shock. If they were in Qianzong's place, they would have been defeated in a single blow. It was simply too terrifying. That was a bombardment, a dense bombardment. The power of each attack was extremely terrifying and difficult to resist. But what did they see? Qianzong moved. He only had one sword in his hand. He swung it repeatedly. He didn't use any ultimate techniques. Instead, he used swordsmanship. However, he managed to destroy all paths of God's ultimate techniques that were madly attacking him. That scene was shocking to the eyes. One sword to destroy all techniques, someone couldn't help but exclaim. It was as if he had spoken the thoughts of everyone else. With one sword in hand, he could destroy all techniques. There was nothing he couldn't destroy. The group of God Kings was stunned. All paths of God was also stunned. How could this be? Qianzong was actually able to destroy their extremely violent attacks with one sword strike after another. It was impossible. After the initial shock, all paths of God exploded. In an instant, the power of the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth condensed. They constantly collided, and fused together. All paths of God's expression was extremely solemn. He gritted his teeth as if he was bearing an enormous burden. A terrifying aura spread out, and the surrounding void began to crack. Pitch-black scars appeared one after another. Chenzong was secretly shocked. He felt that the threat that all paths of God posed to him had increased exponentially in that instant. The sixth realm, the aura unleashed by all paths of God, had actually surpassed the fifth level and reached the sixth level. Chenzong suddenly looked forward to all paths of God's explosive attack. Perhaps it would allow him to bring out even more of his strength. It's lonely at the top. Although there were many people in the universe who were stronger than him, Chenzong could indeed be said to be standing at the top of the fifth realm. That feeling of loneliness was still very obvious. Chenzong really hoped that there would be someone who could fight him head-on in the fifth realm. Even if there wasn't, he hoped that there would be someone who could allow him to unleash his true strength. Perhaps all paths of God could do it. In an instant, following the eruption of the myriad Tao Divine King, the light in his eyes flowed. His wide sleeves fluttered in the wind and made a rustling sound. It was as if he was carrying a terrifying destructive divine might as he suddenly swung it towards Chenzong. At the same time, the power formed by the fusion of the five elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth also erupted in an instant. As he waved his sleeves, it turned into a long river that blasted towards Chenzong. Five elements annihilation holy light, this was all paths of God's ultimate move. It was a divine art, the most powerful divine art. He had once fought against a sixth realm emperor-level powerhouse with this move. Of course, it was useless in other aspects. Only this five elements annihilation holy light could threaten a sixth realm. Although the innate godly body was very strong, it was still very difficult to cross the gap between the fifth realm and the sixth realm and achieve the magnificent feat of killing a sixth realm. Unless the innate godly body was developed to an astonishing level. Since ancient times, there were very, very few people with innate godly bodies who could achieve this. Chenzong was different. Chenzong's godly demon sword mantra had been continuously cultivated from a low level. Therefore, he had truly grasped the potential of the third level of the godly demon sword mantra. The power he could unleash was much stronger than an innate godly body. When Chenzong broke through to the sixth realm, he could unleash even more power from the godly demon sword mantra. This was the difference. The five elements annihilation holy light blasted towards Chenzong with an extremely terrifying power. It was as if it had shattered a vacuum, and this made Chenzong's expression turn serious. It was a very powerful attack. That was a very powerful divine art. Since that was the case, then he should also fight with a divine art. What divine art should he use? A thought flashed through Chenzong's mind. He seemed to know a few divine arts, such as the heavenly light sword drawing technique, solitary swallow technique, sky slashing fault, and so on, as well as the space divine art, chaotic three fingers, and so on. Since that was the case, then he would use the sword Dao divine art from the no-kill sword mantra that he had just learned. What was the name of this move? The name was very simple. It was called the no-kill move. Of course, the no-kill move was the lowest level of the sword Dao divine art in the no-kill sword mantra. There were more powerful ones like the no-kill second move, the no-kill third move, and so on. Each move was stronger than the previous one. Most importantly, the increase in power was very direct. It was pure power. At present, Chenzong had only mastered the no-kill move. In just an instant, a shocking and monstrous killing intent suddenly emerged from the depths of Chenzong's heart and was activated. This killing intent was not targeted at anyone, but also targeted at someone. There was no killing. There was nothing that could not be killed. That killing intent targeted at everything and completely erupted. For no reason, the consciousnesses of the experts on the God King list trembled. It was as if countless ice needles were swept over by a storm and fiercely hit them without hesitation. Their consciousnesses could not help but feel numb and tremble. It was an indescribable feeling. Killing intent, killing intent, killing intent, a terrifying power erupted in an instant. Even the members of all paths of God could not help but tremble. An indescribable horror rose from the bottom of their hearts. Chenzong made a move with his sword. The sword carried with it a myriad of killing intent and directly slashed out. When the sword was swung out, the pupils of all paths of God shrank to the size of needles. It was an instinct, an instinctive reaction of the body. The terrifying killing intent also attacked at a speed faster than the sword light in an instant. In front of them, there seemed to be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surging, setting off monstrous waves. There seemed to be countless corpses floating on the waves. It was not water, but waves formed by countless corpses. In an instant, all paths of God felt as if they were about to be swallowed up. The killing intent was so fierce that it directly attacked their mind and spirit, shaking them and sinking them. The five elements' annihilation divine light was also penetrated and torn apart in an instant. The sword swept through everything in its path and directly cut through the body of all paths of God. The terrifying killing intent raged endlessly in the body of all paths of God, destroying everything, including both body and spirit. I won. When Xianxia displayed the killing sword, he knew that he had won, unless all paths of God had a stronger move. But obviously, he did not. In the small space created by the will of the universe, external forces could not be borrowed. The only thing that could be used was the power that one had cultivated. The first on the God King list, Xianxia reached the top once again. The 4 words Unparalleled Sword King were once again at the top of the list. The first on the Divine General list, the first on the Divine Lord list, the first on the Divine King list, the first on all 3 lists. This was not a common occurrence in the past. Some people with innate divine bodies could be ranked first on the Divine General list, but not necessarily on the Divine Lord list. Some people with innate divine bodies could be ranked first on the Divine Lord list, but not necessarily on the Divine King list. They were all innate divine bodies, and some were even top innate divine bodies. The increase in their strength was astonishing. Sometimes, an additional opportunity could lead to further development of the innate divine body's potential, allowing one's strength to increase by leaps and bounds, surpassing one's opponent. When the news spread, there was an uproar. All the sacred grounds and forces were in an uproar. The first on all 3 lists consecutively, the indisputable first, that was the first place that was won by one's own strength. If I remember correctly, no one has been first on all 3 lists consecutively for at least 10,000 years. That's right. At most, it's been first on 2 lists. Innate divine bodies had amazing potential. Although there were not many of them, there were still some. Some people developed the potential of their divine bodies faster, while others developed it slower. Some people developed it faster in the early stages, but slowed down in the later stages. On the contrary, some people developed it slower in the early stages, but faster in the later stages. All in all, not necessarily. This caused the difficulty of being first on all 3 lists to increase dramatically. Your innate divine body is very strong, but mine is not weak, either. As long as there is enough time and opportunity, it can be improved and become stronger. Just like the God-destroying king on the Divine Lord list, she did not get first place on the Divine General list. The Tianguang Peak Lord was grinning from ear to ear. First on all 3 lists. What an honor! Most of the people on Taihao Mountain naturally felt the same way, except for the people of the Lanhai clan of Gulan Peak. The Lanhai clan of Gulan Peak disliked Xianxia no matter how they looked at it. The more outstanding Xianxia's performance was, the more displeased they were. On the contrary, if Xianxia was down and out, they would be happy and even celebrate internally. But now, it was as if their parents had died. But there were no ifs. Xianxia was not down and out. On the contrary, he was first on all 3 lists consecutively. His fame spread across the universe, and his momentum was extremely shocking. As for Xianxia, he went into seclusion right after he got first place on the Divine King list. This time, Xianxia was going to break through to the 6th realm during his seclusion. Xianxia found that after he got first place on all 3 lists consecutively, the will of the universe seemed to have intensified more than 10 times. That feeling was so wonderful that it made Xianxia feel as if he was being assisted by God. His thoughts in an instant burst forth with countless sparks of inspiration. It was a pity that he had really reached the limit of the 5th realm. Even if he had the help of God, he could not continue to improve. However, it allowed Xianxia to reflect on what he had learned and sorted out what he had learned. Realms below the 6th realm were actually nothing in the universe. Only those who had reached the 6th realm could be considered as the level of the universe's experts. It could be said that realms below the sixth realm were laying the foundation. It was like laying the foundation for building a house. The stronger the foundation, the higher, bigger, and more stable the house could be built. The sixth realm was the beginning of soaring. Xianxia had comprehended the sword doctrine, the doctrine of the heart, the doctrine of the world, the doctrine of time, and the doctrine of space to the extreme. He was only a fine line away from transforming into the origin. This fine line was the difference between the fifth realm and the sixth realm. The origin, winning the first place on 3 lists consecutively, made Xianxia extremely powerful from the will of the universe. His foundation was sorted out again and again, perfected to the extreme, the true extreme. The ultimate foundation, everything had reached the peak. It was time to break through. Break through, Xianxia began to break through to the sixth realm. It was not difficult to break through from the third realm to the fourth realm. It was also not difficult to break through from the fourth realm to the fifth realm. However, it was very difficult to break through from the fifth realm to the sixth realm. One had to go through a tribulation. Going through a tribulation was still going through a tribulation. If one could survive it, one would become an emperor. If not, one would die. It was said that the stronger one was, the more powerful the tribulation would be. This was relative. Therefore, there was no saying that the stronger one was, the easier it would be to go through a tribulation. It was even possible that the tribulation would be too powerful and cause one to fail. The consequence of failing to go through a tribulation was often death. Even if one did not die, it would not be a good ending. Xianxia had to be fully prepared because there was only one chance. If he did not succeed, he would fail. He could not bear the consequences of failure. 1 month passed, 2 months passed, half a year passed, and then another year passed. Gradually, Xianxia found an opportunity to break through. It was like a little spiritual opportunity in the unseen world, like a little star that suddenly bloomed in the darkness. As soon as it appeared, it became dazzling and bright. That was the opportunity. The opportunity to break through. Then, it was time to break through. Just as Xianxia's essence, energy, and spirit were raised to the extreme, his strength was also raised to the extreme, and his 5 great doctrines were also raised to the extreme, ready to break through the bottleneck. His divine ocean suddenly shook. A mysterious aura fluctuated as if it was swept by a raging wave. Xianxia was shocked. Heart Sword Seal. The Heart Sword Seal, which had been dormant for so many years, seemed to have awakened. It was shaking violently, which was beyond Xianxia's expectations. Originally, Xianxia thought that the Heart Sword Seal would be completely silent after he entered the universe. After all, the Heart Sword Seal was obtained in the void and belonged to the void. It was definitely different from the universe. However, it was also because the Heart Sword Seal was the opportunity for him to rise. It was the greatest opportunity at the beginning, and it had given him a lot of help. Therefore, Xianxia had always kept it in the deity sea. He had never thought of taking it out. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to break through to the 6th stage, the Heart Sword Seal actually awakened and started vibrating. That vibration seemed to be trying to send a message to Xianxia. Now, Xianxia was faced with 2 choices. The first choice was to ignore the vibration of the Heart Sword Seal and focus on breaking through to the 6th stage. This breakthrough could not allow him to be distracted. Even if he had the Heart Sutra, Xianxia could not be distracted because it might cause him to fail to pass the tribulation. The second choice was to suppress the breakthrough and pay attention to the vibration of the Heart Sword Seal and the message it wanted to send. The consequence of doing so was to lose this breakthrough opportunity. If he wanted to break through next time, he would have to find another opportunity. Could he do it at the same time? In theory, it was possible with the Heart Sutra, but in reality, it was too risky because he had to concentrate all his strength to break through to the 6th stage. The Heart Sutra was also a kind of strength. Choose, either ignore the vibration of the Heart Sword Seal or give up this breakthrough. If he gave up this breakthrough, he could still break through next time. Of course, it might take some time, from a few months to a few years. But then again, wouldn't it be possible to wait until after the breakthrough to receive the message from the Heart Sword Seal? However, Xianxia had a strange feeling. It seemed that if he focused on breaking through and gave up on the Heart Sword Seal, he might not be able to receive any message after the breakthrough. Or, he might lose something. That feeling was getting clearer and clearer. There was no time. It was time to make a choice. On the Myriad Origin Island, a starlight suddenly rushed out from the universe mezzanine and fell, directly bombarding the ground. Its power was extremely shocking, as if it was going to break the ground. However, the moment it hit the ground, the starlight immediately dissipated, revealing a figure. That figure immediately rolled up from the ground and turned into an extremely sharp sword light. In an instant, it escaped into the void. When it reappeared, it was already hundreds of thousands of meters away. Not long after, the void gate in the Trade Wind restaurant opened again. A figure stepped into it and disappeared. In the second-class Trade Wind restaurant of the mysterious light universe, the void gate opened and a figure appeared. Then, without any hesitation, it turned into a sword light and left quickly, heading towards the ninth heaven universe. The sword light was extremely fast. In a flash, it disappeared into the universe void. When it reappeared, it was already 600,000 meters away. Its speed was extremely shocking, constantly shuttling back and forth. It was Xianxia. Xianxia rushed to the ninth firmament universe at full speed. His speed was incomparably fast. This was because Xianxia had made a choice to not break through for the time being. Instead, he received the message from the Heartsword Seal. The message was completely out of Xianxia's expectations. Xianxia immediately used the Myriad Star Descent method to return to the Myriad Origin Island in the shortest time possible. Then, he returned to the ninth heaven universe and returned to the original void. This was a matter of great importance. He had to do so. Of course, Xianxia was now the sword principal holy son of the Taihao Mountain. His status was different. In addition, Xianxia had directly stated that this matter was related to his breakthrough to the sixth realm. Without hesitation, he activated the Myriad Star Descent method and allowed Xianxia to travel as fast as he could. Was it related to his breakthrough to the sixth realm? Yes and no. In short, it was very important. No matter what, he had to return. It would be best if he could return as soon as possible. Previously, when Xianxia returned, it took him 10 years to cross the void between the mysterious light universe and the ninth heaven universe. However, this time it did not take him 10 years. Xianxia spent less than 3 years to reach the ninth heaven universe. He did not stop at all and directly flew towards the Nine Heaven Imperial Court. Xianxia's return was a major event for the Nine Heaven Imperial Court. The entire Nine Heaven Imperial Court was alarmed. The people of the Tao Alliance were overjoyed. However, this time, Xianxia had no intention of chatting with them. He directly requested to return to the void. Xianxia had also wanted to return to the void the last time he returned. It was the same this time. Although they were curious, since it was Xianxia's request, the Nine Heaven Imperial Court did not reject it and immediately agreed to carry it out. Before returning to the void, Xianxia also learned about his master Xian Dao Master's cultivation situation. Only then did he know that his master had completely adapted to the laws of the universe a few years ago, and had also cultivated a technique of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to an extremely profound level. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds compared to before. Now, he had already left the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to explore the outside world. In terms of age, Xian Dao Master was not young. He was even older than many of the Fifth Realm cultivators in the Nine Heaven Imperial Court. However, in terms of potential, Xian Dao Master surpassed many of the original Fifth Realm cultivators in the universe. Xian Dao Master's talent was already very outstanding. It was just that he was limited by the environment of the void. Now, he was like a dragon that had entered the sea and was about to control the winds and clouds in the four seas. Xian Dao Master's current strength was one of the best among the Fifth Realm cultivators in the Nine Heaven Imperial Court. Xianxia was very happy for his master. However, since his master was not here and his senior sister, Xianxia, had also gone out to train, Xianxia did not have much reason to stay. Once he returned to the void, Xianxia felt a sense of oppression. It was as if he had entered a cramped little house from an empty place. His head was about to touch the roof, and his arms and legs would touch the walls when he stretched them out. This feeling of restraint and oppression made Xianxia feel uncomfortable all over. However, in reality, Xianxia did not enter the small house. This void was not something a small house could compare to. The reason for this feeling of restraint and oppression was entirely due to his strength. Now, Chenzong's strength was too strong. Although he was only at the 5th realm, he had surpassed the 5th realm and reached the 6th realm. The strongest person in the void was at the 5th realm. It was impossible to break through the limit of the 5th realm and reach the 6th realm. That was the upper limit of the void's strength. Therefore, after surpassing the 5th realm, one would not be able to enter the void. It was like a 3-meter-tall giant being unable to enter a small house that was only 1 meter tall. Once he tried to force his way in, it would be a lose-lose situation. Fortunately, Chenzong was still at the 5th realm. If he really broke through to the 6th realm, then he really would not be able to return to the void. Because the level of his strength was too high and had exceeded the upper limit of the void. Restrain, Chenzong tried his best to restrain the fluctuations of his aura. Only then did the feeling of suppression and restraint weaken a little. However, he still felt uncomfortable. It could not be helped. This was unavoidable. Chenzong could only endure the discomfort. He turned into a ray of sword light and flew towards the Heavenly Palace. With Chenzong's current speed, it would be easy for him to reach the Heavenly Palace if he went all out. It would not take much time. However, Chenzong could not do so because the strength of the void was limited. It could not withstand the explosive power of Chenzong. Once he did so, it would cause a large area of space to collapse and shatter. The consequences would be dire. Chenzong had no choice but to suppress his speed. Fortunately, even if he suppressed his speed, Chenzong was still extremely fast. In this void, he was considered to be at the top of the Dominator rank speed and was incomparable. As such, Chenzong did not waste too much time and returned to the Heavenly Palace. In the Heavenly Palace, only the 1st senior brother, 2nd senior brother, and 4th senior sister were left. However, they were not in the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, the Heavenly Palace was closed. Chenzong did not return to the Heavenly Palace. Instead, he went straight to the Heavenly Palace to find the strongest expert in the Heavenly Palace. Why did he come to find the Heavenly Palace? Because Chenzong already knew some information about the origin of the Heartsword seal. End of chapter 2808. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.